to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Butler is there, and the Astros dropped this one 5-4. Astros had a couple of leads in this game and couldn't hold on. A 3-run sixth inning with Kyle McCann delivering a 2-run home run in that inning. Give the A's a 5-4 final, and the Astros have dropped the first 2 games of this series in 6 out of 8 overall.
Yuck! 6 out of 8 overall. I hadn't seen that part of the whole thing. I know they've lost to the A's twice, and they play them again today. Welcome in, everybody. There is no reason to play cool in the gang today. The Astros, the lead shrunk last night. 3.5 games it's down to now. So we welcome you in on a Thursday here on Payne and Pendergast. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. How are you this morning, Seth?
I'm good, man. I'm fine. I'm fine. Altuve's going to be just fine. I wish you'd stop talking about it. It just you just won't shut up about it. Worried about it. Just okay. He's going to be fine. For those of you who missed it, strained what I'm guessing is an oblique in an at-bat. He just stayed in the at-bat, tried to bunt, and then he's out and he's day-to-day.
Yeah, I thought about that after the game when they replayed it. And, and just to get people up to speed, the Astros lose 5-4 last night. Lead is 3.5 games. Yes, the big story from this game is not the loss. The big story of this game is Jose Altuve leaving in the middle of the game. We're going to hear from Altuve in just a second, but what Seth is referring to is on a pitch, on a swing that made it 2 strikes, he kind of stepped out of the box and was like, this side of mine feels a little funky.
Skipper, come on out here. I got a little
something going on here in the rib cage.
I got some gremlins in the rib cage,
gremlins in the rib cage. So he gets back in the batter's box. And I guess instead of taking himself out of the game and letting somebody come in and hit for him, because they moved Dubon to second base the next inning from left field, and I forget the whole rigmarole they did to get the lineup set. But instead of bringing somebody else to hit for him with 2 strikes, Altuve just decides I'm going to bunt here and on 2 strikes,
baseball.
Fouls it off himself, and he just walks to the dugout. I'm like, all right. I mean,
I cannot wait to get out of September. I hope it's as they exit on into the playoffs or something. But Chaz Chaz.
Oh, yeah, Chaz
you can't even find money. This is like you find money in the street and then get hit by a car.
Yeah.
Like old. So we're doing everything 1930s style today. Chaz McCormick with a broken wrist. Altuve with a mysterious side injury. Yeah. It feels like 1929.
Yeah.
So Chaz, what it feels like, Sean.
Chaz's injury is a broken finger, actually. So he's
same
gonna
thing.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna be. He says he's gonna be bad. Let's hear from all the parties involved in this. Astros lose last night. Well, not a good night last night. They lose again to the A's, and now we've got some injury issues. Hunter Brown was not great. He was not vintage. I don't know if he's been pitching long enough to say vintage Hunter Brown. He was not the Hunter Brown that we've seen for most of the last few months last night. So they lose to the A's. Let's get to Altuve first. Here's what it sounded like on the broadcast.
Used his timeout, then called for the manager to talk to him. Something with his twisting motion, it seems like he's showing.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable at all.
We'll see what this next swing looks like here, 2-2. He's not even going to swing. He's going to bunt, and that's a strikeout. That's not a good sign. See if he stays in the game. That's not what you want to see with Altuve bunting with 2 strikes, not wanting to swing them.
Yeah, so that's what it sounded like on the broadcast. Let's hear from Altuve. This is he met with the media for about a minute or so. So I'm going to play the whole thing, and you guys tell us, does this sound like somebody where it's, hey, no big deal with this latest injury with Altuve?
What did you feel on that swing or during that at bat?
Yeah, I just felt a little something on the side, on the right side, and decided to not take another swing.
Had it been bothering you before?
No.
Just on that one swing?
Just on that one swing.
You had oblique issues last year. Is this in any way comparable?
No. Not the same, yeah.
How's it different? How's it different?
I don't know. I'll tell you tomorrow. Like sometimes you have to wait until the next day and see how you feel.
What kind of a treatment you just get at this point?
I just wait until, I think it's too early to get something done. Wait until tomorrow, see how I feel, and go from there.
How frustrating is this to happen now with October so close?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not really worried. Like I said, maybe I just wake up tomorrow and I'm good to go. So we don't really want to take any decisions tonight because, normally in an injury, you wait until the next day and see how you feel.
Okay, so that was Altuve last night. It's an afternoon game today. So 1:10 first pitch. The lineup might even come out while we're still on the air. Who knows? Before 10 o'clock. I would be willing to bet my bottom dollar that he does not play today, even if he wants to play today. This feels like an Espada holding him back from playing situation today, right? Day game, the old adage, Seth. Day game after a possible oblique issue, you don't start the guy, I
would, I think your bottom dollar is safe there.
Yeah.
I think you go ahead and put all your money on that bottom dollar.
Yeah.
I like the idea of Altuve. I don't know. I like the idea of him sleeping. You talked several times about he'll have to see when he wakes up in the morning how it feels. Altuve sleeping like in like one of those old style full length night. What do you call it? It's like a nightgown.
It's a night shirt. Yeah. It goes
with a little cap on.
It goes down and then he's a pointy cap like that just flopping down over his shoulder. Like Grandpa
Altuve
Joe in Charlie in the Chocolate Factory.
Yes. Sleeping peacefully, and probably he's vaguely aware but doesn't think about the fact that the entire city of Houston is waiting to see how Altuve feels when he wakes up. I wish he were bigger on social media so he would just he could update everybody. Wake up, go live, and be like, I feel great.
Yeah.
I actually, it feels awesome.
On Instagram, we need him somewhere between what he is now and what Shannon Sharp was yesterday. We don't need everything.
What did Shannon Sharp do yesterday?
Oh, you didn't see this?
I saw some joke about how it looked like he had just woken up or something.
No, he left his phone on, or somehow his phone Instagram Live. It was aimed at the floor.
Yeah.
He was in relations.
He butt dialed an Instagram Live during coitus?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. And then explained it on his podcast. Like he didn't shy away from it. Ben, do we have that by any chance? Yeah, here's Shannon Sharp. This is a quick one. This was Shannon Sharp. He was on his podcast later on and said this.
It was me being a healthy, active male. I mean, y'all thought I was bull jiving. Hey, I'll get it in. Real talk. Hey, yo.
Yeah. He didn't shy away from it. So we don't need that level
bull jab there.
We don't need that level of voyeurism from Altuve. But, yeah, it would be nice to see him, get up and hop out of bed and attack the day with, somebody who doesn't have a pulled muscle in his side.
It is early and everything. I'm just curious, though. Was it pretty graphic what you could hear or anything? Or was it just a bunch of...
From her, it was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Him, you just heard a lot of heavy
maybe
breathing.
all you heard was him and, you couldn't even be sure that it was...
No. It was
involved.
There was definitely somebody else involved.
I don't think you think. I think that might have been. What are the chances that? Would you bet your bottom dollar that was intentional?
No, I don't know. No, I wouldn't. To answer your question, I wouldn't bet my bottom dollar on that.
It's got engaged. It would get some engagement. It did get some engagement.
It did get some engagement, and it got further engagement when people, screen recorded it and posted it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. So, anyways, so back to Altuve. I don't think he plays today. And what's your concern level after hearing him talk to the media for a minute there? Does it even matter? Do you believe anything that comes from any Astro when it comes to an injury?
There's nothing to believe or disbelieve there. I mean, he's got, if it's a muscle strain or something, you genuinely don't know.
Well, he said he's not worried.
Right, okay, that. I mean, I'm guessing he felt like it was muscular and you might have tweaked it and then you just don't know really until you wake up the fact that it wasn't like they were going off to get imaging or something, that I feel relatively optimistic that he's going to be fine sometime in the next couple weeks. It's just that right now where, I mean, your chance to take the lead back last night. You're hoping that Gamble can come up big last night when this team needs an Altuve right this moment.
You just waltzed past your next couple weeks comment like there's more than 2 weeks left in the season. If it was June,
I know. I'm saying it's I mean, you can hear the frustration in his voice where sometimes when it's just something muscular where it feels like a strain, you don't have any definitive answers.
Yeah.
Which I'll blame the Astros for being so opaque about their injury situation so often that I feel like the default mode for people is they're lying to us. But this is genuinely a situation where okay, I could see. I mean, it's likely exactly what he said it was. They don't know, but sure. Would I be surprised if they already knew that it was season ending or something, and the Astros just didn't want to say anything about it? I wouldn't be 100%.
That's my point. Like my default switch now with Astro injuries is set to being worried about it because they're never honest about it, and I think the players are conditioned to probably err to the side of like, no, it's all good. That smoke is not your house burning down. That's fine. That's just somebody having a campfire in their backyard. It's fine. No big deal. So yeah, like that. There's only 17, 18 games left in the season. So now this I could see. The fact that he has a recent history of oblique injuries. Remember Altuve missed a bunch of time last year. That is the one thing I could say that quells my worry is that, all right, he may have just felt a little something and was doing that preventatively. Like, I don't need this to turn into something. You know what I mean?
He stayed in. He stayed in not to take a swing, but to bunt. But still, with 2 strikes on a, so I don't know what to take from that. So I would put my concern meter at a 6 out of 10.
Yeah. That's
I'm not gonna miss him in the field all that much, but yes, Altuve at the plate, he'd gotten way back on track in September after being kind of humdrum through the month of August.
I felt bad for Chaz because Chaz had just started to find his swing again, you know.
Yeah.
And Chaz is probably Joe Espada. Chaz probably headed to the IL.
Oh yeah. So Chaz has a small fracture in his right hand, so obviously that will be NIL.
Is that rolling out the rest of the year? Or?
Oh, I can't tell. I can give you a timeline. Just right now, it's just, obviously IL.
Do you have a corresponding with?
Not yet. No. All right, thank you, guys.
All right, and Chaz spoke to me. We don't have time to get to it here because we got to get out, but Chaz thinks he'll be back by playoff time.
Yeah,
it's not a big
I guess
deal.
with Chaz, the biggest worry is just, all right, like this is not a guy you feel like, oh yeah, he'll hop right back in and be hitting 350 in no time at all.
Right,
yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Timing. He wakes up timed out perfectly.
Yeah,
he's like old timing belt Chaz. That's what we call him.
He was just starting to swing the bat again, man. That's too bad. It's too bad about Chaz. All right, we're off and running. We've got a lot of Texans to get to here, man. Sunday night game. Bears coming to town. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I get started at 4:20 is the start time. We're not doing any of that. 4:20 the start time for the pregame show. Texans Countdown on Sunday afternoon, so be there for that. Joe Mixon is off to a hell of a start as a Houston Texan, and it got even better yesterday. Also, Nick Caserio talking on Texans All Access. This was interesting. The mechanics of acquiring Joe Mixon. Nick gave us a very, I think, maybe an un-Caserio-like window into what exactly they were also looking at doing at the running back position. So we'll get to that coming up next.
Hey, are you going to have enough money when you retire?
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
First down lets you walk out of here with a win. 3rd down and 3 from the Houston 48 I formation. Stroud digs in. Here's the snap. Here's the toss to Mixon. Running right across the 50, 45. Tackled by Cross at the 41. Checkmate. That'll do it. The Texans will beat the Colts on opening day.
Mark Vandermeer on the call. That was the game-clinching 3rd down conversion against the Colts on Sunday. That plus the other 29 carries that he had for $159 got Joe Mixon AFC Offensive Player of the Week honors yesterday. So Mixon in his first week as a Texan is already the best player at football on the offensive side in the AFC so far.
Already, yeah.
One weekend.
Yeah. Now 30 carries a game, not likely the plan for the entire season, but it is. Look, they played a game plan, the Colts did, where they just flat out played a lot of soft coverages, just trying to limit the passing attack. And I don't want to say they conceded the run. I think they thought, well, our front seven can handle this pathetic Texans run-blocking offensive line. And the offensive line, and I'll add Cade Stover and Dalton Schultz to that, did a great job. And the other thing, too, about Mixon that doesn't show up on the stat line was I went back and I watched the blitzes yesterday with Drew Hodgson, former Texans center, just the blitz pickups, and man, Mixon was awesome. Mixon was really good in pass protection. Agumbawale and Damian Pierce were good in pass protection. The whole nuts and bolts football fundamental side of things for the Texans offense this year looks so much better. Yeah. And obviously Joe Mixon himself as a runner was just really, really good. But there's more to it than just the rushing yardage. Man, he is a shot in the arm in a lot of ways.
Yeah, here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday talking about what Joe Mixon brings to the offense.
I think Joe brings confidence, right? He brings confidence. He brings a energy, a swagger to our offense, right? The way he works at practice each and every day, guys feel that swagger. They feel that confidence, the energy that he brings, and that means a lot. When you know you're handing the ball to a guy who is confident as ever, like, it means a lot to the offensive line. It gives them confidence to block a little longer, finish a little stronger, right? And that's just everybody around him, right, feels the energy that he provides.
So Joe Mixon, 101 of his 159 yards after contact. So two-thirds of his yards came after contact. That passes the eye test from the game. We'll hear from Nick Caserio in a second. I know it's 1 week, but as I've watched Joe Mixon, like, interact with his teammates, talking to the team after the game, all the stuff that we've had a window into, and then obviously the play on the field in week 1. I'm wondering, why was Cincinnati so anxious to get rid of Joe Mixon?
Right. It is. I mean, we've talked about this before. The Joe Mixon, his style isn't suited best to what the Bengals were doing last year. They've turned into a team that's almost exclusively shotgun all the time. It's not a conventional rushing attack. And I wonder if the Bengals even realized it, or if they just thought, all right, Joe Mixon's on his decline. Yeah. But you see, and it's not like Joe Mixon can't run when they're in shotgun formations. He's had some very good plays last year and on Sunday running out of the gun. Yeah. But when you really want to use him at his best, he's 7 yards deep in the backfield and just getting a full head of steam before he either hits the hole or before he makes his cutback. Because his vision is so good, he really creates a lot of stress on that defense, but especially when you get him running and he's got time to read the flow of the defense. It's a much better scheme fit for him this year.
Yeah, I just now look, they replaced him with a cheaper alternative, so money may have had something to do with it. Now, the Bengals are one of these teams that's paying a quarterback now, and they're paying T. Higgins.
Chase.
They're paying T. Higgins a franchise. They didn't even get to a deal with Jamar Chase. You know, that's where they are right now. So I'm guessing finances. It's not like he was breaking the bank. I mean, he was a decently paid running back. I just think, and especially with the way things are going in Cincinnati one weekend. I mean, they lost to the Patriots in week 1, and they play the Chiefs on Sunday this week in Kansas City. I mean, and Joe Burrow is rubbing his wrists now, and that's been the big story the last 24 hours is all the Zapruder film and analysis going on with Joe Burrow and his wrist injury. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm glad Joe Mixon's on the Texans, but I'm really, it's a head scratcher that they.
Well, it's interesting though the fact that Zach Moss was the replacement. I think that's the part that was a little bit of a surprise, and I wonder if were the Bengals really thinking that they were going to get something out of Zach Moss that he's never really showed in his career.
Right.
He's had his career high is 794 yards rushing, and on 4.3 yards per attempt, and it was respectable enough. It's not like he was a schmuck against the Texans or anything when he was with the Colts, but it's not Joe Mixon. Whether Joe Mixon's in his prime or not, the Bengals could really be. They might end up obviously I don't want to read too much into week one, but there's a lot going on there in Cincinnati. They could end up being a huge disappointment.
Yeah, they're probably going to be 0-2 after this week.
Especially if Joe Mixon goes off this year for the Texans.
Yeah.
That's a real bad feel for Bengals fans and a bad look for the organization, right?
Yeah, no question.
By the way, I was on in Chicago yesterday.
Oh,
and,
what station? Our sister station?
970.
670. Was it 670? You were on 970?
Probably, yeah. There was a number before a 70.
Yeah, 670.
It was an upside-down 9.
Yeah.
So, 670.
Yeah.
And one of our listeners who lives in Chicago, Eddie Hassan, reminded me that one of the questions they asked was, so is there a lot of chatter in Houston about, Caleb Williams being the next C.J. Stroud? And I have no memory. I don't remember. I asked Eddie. Eddie had tweeted it to me. He had reminded me that they asked me, and I said, what did I answer to that? Because I remember kind of being, I felt like I was blindsided by it wasn't supposed to be a hard question or anything. And I just like, no, I don't think a single the one thing I pointed out to them, the one interesting thing is that the Bears could have easily drafted C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
Ryan Poles could have drafted C.J. Stroud. So this game, I haven't seen this in the national media at all. It's that the Ryan Poles, the GM of the Bears, he could have drafted C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, the
so
first
if
pick in the
Caleb
draft.
Williams, they did ask me when did it kind of click for C.J., and I said, well, ironically enough, it was in the second game last year when. After it wasn't an alarming performance in the Ravens game last year. Not like Caleb Williams' performance in Week 1 this year.
Right.
But he didn't. There's nothing about that performance where he said, "Oh, yep, Rookie of the Year."
Yeah.
So it was in the second week where maybe they're hoping that Caleb Williams can click this week.
Well, I hope he clicks similar to CJ in that game, and that he was clicking while they were trailing by 18 points at halftime. That would be good. That would mean
I don't want him to at all. I want Ryan Poles to have the laser focus of everybody's attention on. Wait a second. Okay, so Caleb Williams looks like the new Bryce Young, and you could have drafted C.J. Stroud, but you're the genius somehow?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is funny, man. Like, C.J. has recalibrated. Like, every question about rookie quarterbacks this year included C.J. Stroud's name in it. Like Stroud-like effect, and can he be the next C.J. Stroud? And CJ's remarkable.
It's interesting. And I try to, whenever I'm in out of market, I try to explain that. It's like, it's not a slight against any other rookie quarterback.
Right.
But 670 there had Kurt Warner on earlier in the show or the day before. And Kurt had done a good job of laying out just how rare it is what CJ's doing mentally.
Yeah.
And I said, I don't think you can expect that out of Caleb Williams coming out of, Lincoln's offense.
Lincoln Riley's offense.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio was on Texans All Access this week. He appears on there weekly with John Harris and Mark Vandermeer. It's always a good conversation. This was interesting. He talked about kind of the mechanics of acquiring Joe Mixon, like what was happening for that 24-hour period, because we know that was one of those situations where word got out that Cincinnati was cutting Joe Mixon, probably as a mechanism to do what exactly happened, which was get some GMs to call them so they could at least get something for him. Ended up being a 7th-round pick. The interesting part with this cut, take a listen to it, is Nick actually mixes in a couple other names that the Texans were interested in re-signing or signing.
The exact timing of it was overnight. They were announced that they were moving on from Joe, or they're going to release Joe. So anytime that something is done after the 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock Central Time period, it's not going to go on the wire, and it's not going to be official until the following day at 3 o'clock. So you have about 24 hours. So we were kind of working through that whole process. We were involved, made an attempt to re-sign Motor. We're involved in some of the Barkley stuff as well. That was a position that we knew we were going to add a player at some point in some capacity. So when the opportunity presented itself with Mixon, it was something that we discussed internally. We had the discussion actually that morning. Coaching staff kind of went through it on their end. D'Amico and I had a conversation about it and then kind of made a decision. Well, look, if this is what the cost is, then it might be worth doing because we thought we had the ability to acquire a player that everybody liked that we thought could help our football team.
So the interesting thing there, the thing that caught everybody's attention, because we know what ended up happening. They traded 7th for Mixon. Nick went on to talk about why they gave him the contract extension. It's a good interview. But the part where he said we were in on some of the Barkley stuff got people's attention, which was reported, but it's always more interesting to hear it come right from the horse's mouth, you know?
It's right. And
after the fact, too.
I guess, if Mixon had been held to 49 yards rushing on 30 carries, I don't know if he would have thrown that out there, but so far so good. It's not like Nick's the kind of guy that's going to take a victory lap or anything. Saquon Barkley, I mean, after week 1, if anything, it's a big victory for running backs in general, I guess. Both of these guys are over that age of 27 that Joe Shane, the GM of the Giants, wouldn't stop talking about during Hard Knocks offseason. And, they were both very valuable in week 1 for their respective teams. So this is not like a peeing contest between Joe Mixon and Saquon Barkley at this point. There is a certain part of Joe Mixon's game that I do like in comparison to Saquon, and it's just his ability to grind out yardage. And that if you're trying to sustain drives, if you're trying to close out wins, Joe Mixon over the course of his career is more steadily ground out successful rushing attempts.
He's a closer.
Like Barkley will get wrapped up at the line of scrimmage at times if the blocking is imperfect. Joe Mixon had some really good blocking in front of him in that game, but also did really well with imperfect blocking at times. He made the O-line right at times in a way that Saquon doesn't always do.
Yeah, Saquon.
That's not a slight. Saquon Barkley would have been awesome, you know.
Yeah. If we had Saquon, dude, that would have been fun for sure. But if you know how they do at camp, at practice set, they do the situational stuff where on that big scoreboard they put 1st and 10, 34-yard line. You got a minute 1. You're trailing by 6. Go. If somebody handed me the situation, there's 4 minutes left in a game. You're up by 6. And you're starting at your own 30-yard line, you can take Saquon Barkley or Joe Mixon. I'm taking Joe Mixon in that situation. You know, like to do what exactly happened against the Colts on Sunday at the end of the game.
Do you want to hear how I responded, or I can tell you how I responded to that question about Caleb Williams being the next?
Yes.
Okay. So Eddie Hassan, our listener who lives in Chicago, says that the question started with, so Seth, there is much chatter in Houston on how Caleb is the next CJ. And I told Eddie, I kind of blanked out. What did I say on that? He said, Seth, you're a true politician, just sideswiped it and started talking about the natural rivalry with high draft picks and smooth transition to the newfound running game. I've re-listened to the question 10 times, and each time I get more aggravated.
I'm aggravated. I'm aggravated at you. That you straddled the line and gave a politically correct answer to it. You needed to say.
I was honestly a little bit. I honestly, in the moment, was kind of. I felt sideswiped by a question that wasn't intended to be a gotcha or anything, because it was so far from anything I had even really. They basically were asking as part of that question also is that the big fan chatter in Houston? And I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think Caleb Williams. It's kind of like that meme from Don Draper in Mad Men where he says, I don't think about you at all.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit no, I've got...
that would have been good. See, okay, I think the answer, and I'm saying this without having heard the actual audio, so this is just what you and Eddie Hassan are telling me. I would have been really excited about one of two answers. One, that, where you're like, God, no, we don't talk. Why would we talk about Caleb Williams? We barely remember that he's your quarterback. Or two, we talk about it. We talk about how freaking stupid it is that he gets compared to C.J. Stroud. Nobody gets compared to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. And it is. It's not a C.J. versus anybody. It's C.J. in the way he operated as a rookie quarterback compared to just about every rookie quarterback that I've seen in my lifetime.
Right.
It was just different mentally.
Joe Mixon, man. Joe Mixon, the sixth time that a Texans running back has won AFC Offensive Player of the Week. Singletary won it last year, less than a season ago. But before that, the last time was 12 years prior with Arian Foster. They went 12 years without a running back winning AFC Offensive Player of the Week. you almost win those by accident. Like sometimes your team, you know what I mean? Like, like 12 years, you don't get one running back go off.
It is, some random guy that's not actually ends up being any good or anything. There's
a lot of randos on the Texans. Anytime somebody wins offensive or defensive or special teams player of the week, they send the entire list out in the history of the team that's won an award like that. Like Tavier Thomas was defensive player of the week one week back in the Culley season, you know?
Yeah. Even Lamar Miller at some point I would have thought he would have gotten it.
Yeah.
You know, Lamar Miller was a quality back. Hey. You know, like I feel bad that people barely even remember that he was a Texan.
He probably did in that game against the Texans back in 2015 that made them sign him.
But Lamar Miller I'm surprised that Lamar Miller didn't at least pick up one. Like not even throwing shade at him. He was a good running back.
He's a good running back. He had that big game against the Titans the week after Mr. McNair died, and Vandy had that great call on that touchdown. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought maybe like that week or something. I'm with you. All right, Payne and Pendergast, let's get to headlines. We have a lot of headlines to get to with the Astros, and at least today, none of them are good. We've got other Texans headlines, a little bit of injury news. Are we concerned about this with the Texans? And yes, there has been a statement from Rusty Hardin on the Deshaun Watson situation, so brace yourself for that. We'll get to that in headlines coming up next. But you're looking to get some good Tex-Mex, maybe even some breakfast tacos, perhaps a little happy hour later on today. How about a little Taquerias Arandas for you? Absolutely. If you want to get out to Taquerias,
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with what do we want to start with? Let's start with the Astros. The Astros,
Do it, Sean.
Yeah, we're going to start with the Astros, Seth. They lose last night 5-4 to the Oakland A's. Hunter Brown not great. Here was Joe Espada on Hunter Brown's performance last night.
Yeah, a lot of pitches too. I think he did get some big strikeouts in big moments. But I thought that deep counts. I seen him. He kind of sprayed this, sprayed the zone a little bit too much. Like he wasn't putting hitters away more efficiently than he's done in the past. But he threw the ball well enough, gave us a chance there, and we had some opportunities and we just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, 5 earned runs in 5 innings, 7 strikeouts, 1 walk. He gave up 9 hits. It was really, to Espada's point, it was very trafficky for Hunter Brown. 97 pitches in 5 innings. Not his best outing, but he's been great. He's still. There was nothing last night, Seth, where it rips away at my trust in him down the stretch. You're almost forced to trust in Hunter Brown at this point,
right?
As one of the top 2 guys.
No, this isn't like when Spencer Arrighetti comes in and gets yanked after 2/3 of an inning. Correct. Or something like that. I look at Hunter Brown. He's reached veteran status in my mind.
Yeah.
Arrighetti's not at 100% full-bore veteran status yet, but in terms of dependability and everything else, all right, this is just another, not a great outing for Hunter Brown, but not a disaster by any stretch of the imagination.
Yep. Jose Altuve left the game with some sort of right side discomfort. Here's what it sounded like on the break. It was on a swing in the 5th inning. Here's what it sounded like.
Used his timeout, then called for the manager to talk to him. Something with his twisting motion, it seems like he's showing.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable at all.
We'll see what this next swing looks like here, 2-2. He's not even going to swing. He's going to bunt, and that's a strikeout. That's not a good sign. See if he stays in the game. That's not what you want to see with Altuve bunting with 2 strikes, not wanting to swing them.
Yeah, he did not stay in the game. They moved Mauricio Dubon to second base. Day game today. Altuve met with the media after the game, and he was kind of sloughing it off, saying he's not worried about it. They asked him if this was similar to the oblique injury that he suffered last year that knocked him out for an extended period of time. He said no. But he did say repeatedly, we'll just have to see how I feel when I wake up this morning.
Yeah. So we're in that old mode we're in of a wait and see.
Yeah.
I don't begrudge Altuve or the Astros organization for not having a lot of details on this because a muscle strain is a muscle strain or whatever it is, and you do kind of wait and see how it feels the next day.
Yeah.
So the fact that they didn't send him off for imaging immediately, it makes me feel a little bit better that this is highly unlikely. I would guess that this is something that keeps him out for an extended period of time.
I hope not. Obviously I hope not. The fact that he had an oblique injury last year actually makes me feel better, and that he's maybe just being super cautious with it. Doesn't want to turn into something.
I guess the only other part of it is he's 34 years old. He's only had 5 off days this entire season. He's just because they dug themselves such a huge hole, and because they've had to call up so many minor leaguers. It's not like, Dubon's needed pretty much everywhere else at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
So I worry. We've seen Altuve banged up in the playoffs before, and now he's 34 years old with a muscular injury, and those tend not to bounce back quite as quickly when you're in your mid-30s.
1:10 first pitch today, and then they're off to L.A. to take on the Angels this weekend. They'll be without Chas McCormick as well. Suffered a fracture to a finger. Here was Joe Espada saying Chas is headed to the IL.
Oh, yeah. So Chas has a small fracture in his right hand. So obviously that will be NIL.
Is that rolling out the rest of the year? Or?
Oh, I can't tell. I can give you a timeline. Just right now, it's just, obviously IL.
Do you have a corresponding move?
Not yet. No.
Right, so,
thank you, guys.
Yeah, so for what it's worth, Chas told the media after the game that he thinks he'll be back for the postseason. So we'll see. That's 3 weeks from now. So there's your Astros news. Mariners win, by the way, so it's a 3.5 game lead.
They won a game.
In the AL West. Can you believe that? Yeah, it's. I jinxed it yesterday by saying, the Mariners just keep losing. Let's get to the Texans. We talked about Joe Mixon winning Offensive Player of the Week in the AFC. Injury news, Dalton Schultz, DNP yesterday with an ankle injury. So not limited. He did not practice with an ankle injury yesterday. How would you feel about going into Sunday's game with Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan as the only 2 tight ends if that were to happen?
Look, I wouldn't feel, down in the dumps and awful about it just because the Texans still, without any one of their starters at wide receiver, tight end, or running back, they still have an embarrassment of riches. That's how loaded they are right now. I'm not overly concerned about this as long as it's not something that's flirting with IR or something. But they're better with Dalton Schultz in the game. Cade Stover, though, did very well for himself as a blocker, playing fullback at times. I think in the passing game, he's already got a relationship with C.J. Stroud. He's not Dalton Schultz yet, but and Brevin Jordan, obviously, who, Brevin with one catch on that play where C.J. fell down on the glossy logo at midfield. I think that's where Brevin's going to show up at times this year. You're not going to be able to predict how, when, or where, but he's turned himself into a reliable option. So I don't feel awesome about Dalton Schultz potentially being banged up, but I'm not in panic mode over it.
No, and we'll see today. Maybe he's limited today and he's progressing, but we'll see. That wasn't anything we heard about after the game. Dalton Schultz with an ankle. Bears injuries, though, their wide receiving core is worrisome. Keenan Allen, for them, it's worrisome. Keenan Allen, a heel injury. Rome Odunze suffered a knee injury in his first game as a rookie on Sunday against the Titans. They both were DNP yesterday for the Bears.
So. And I think, aside from the players themselves, watching that game, there were just multiple miscommunications between Caleb Williams and the wide receivers, where, a whole lot of hand gesturing going on both sides after plays, when Caleb throws the ball and Odunze kind of breaks in a direction that Caleb didn't expect. I think Keenan Allen, who's a very savvy route runner, but if I had to choose between Keenan Allen and Stephon Diggs right now, I am 100% get out of my face with any of that Keenan Allen talk.
Yeah, well, that's what we were saying yesterday. Sometimes the best deals are the ones you don't make. The Texans were in on the Keenan Allen talks before they went and got Diggs, so it worked out great for the Texans. I was disappointed when they didn't get Keenan Allen. I'm really happy now that they got Stephon Diggs.
Keenan Allen might be at the point where he's like entering the Robert Woods zone.
Yeah.
Of just, reliable veteran dude they tried to force the ball to him on a lot of shorter routes.
He's been banged up the last few years. Like, this isn't the first time. As someone who's had him on his fantasy team, I can tell you, banged up the last few years. As far as other transactions go, Texans did bring Des King back and Troy Pride back to the practice squad. Jeff Okudah goes to injured reserve. Let's get to Deshaun Watson in the latest here in headlines before we get out. We'll hear from Deshaun later in the show. He did meet with the media yesterday in Cleveland. It was a very interesting press conference. But the big news there, Rusty Hardin. Deshaun Watson has retained Rusty Hardin's services, and Rusty Hardin put a statement out on Deshaun's behalf yesterday. For those who are not, I'm assuming if you listen to a sports talk radio show on a Thursday this week, that by now you've heard the news that Deshaun Watson is being sued again for sexual assault. This time, not in a massage setting. This was allegedly on a date that he had back in October of 2020, and it's a little more graphic than some of the things that were in the other lawsuits. Rusty Hardin's statement on behalf of Deshaun Watson, quote, Deshaun strongly denies the allegations in the Jane Doe lawsuit filed Monday. We've asked him not to comment further while this matter works its way through the courts, but are comfortable he will ultimately be vindicated. We will be ready to defend this case in court at the appropriate time, but don't intend to conduct our defense in the media. We would ask that people be patient while the legal process runs its course. In the meantime, Deshaun is going to focus his energy and concentration on football. End quote. Tony Busby posted on Instagram following this statement from Rusty Hardin. It's a long post. I can't read the whole thing, but basically saying, hey, we approached Deshaun's team about this particular alleged victim 10 months ago. So this isn't anything that should be new to them. Deshaun said in his press conference yesterday, Seth, that this is the first he's hearing about this, that he was surprised by this lawsuit. And Tony Busby had put out a statement later in the day saying, no, we approached his team 10 months ago about this. So somebody's lying.
I've always, as I try to put myself in Deshaun's shoes on this, I'm just, the sheer volume and the numbers of various interactions and exchanges is kind of mind-blowing. I think even among, you could be diehard, hey, Deshaun did nothing wrong, et cetera, et cetera. The total number of interactions that he had with new and different women is kind of mind-blowing by even NFL athlete standards.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, I'm not surprised if Deshaun just genuinely can't keep track of all this stuff.
Busby kind of said
it's
that in his statement too.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and it's
not as nicely as you did.
The amount of logistics and everything else that go into, even if you're a staunch Deshaun defender, you at least have to concede that, dude, this dude was sloppy as hell.
Yeah.
That's the very best you can say about him. Like, what the hell?
Our baseball talk in this segment was presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Up next, deep dive here on Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams is the enemy this Sunday. Seth has some great stuff here from doing a little film work on Caleb Williams that we're going to get to coming up in the next segment. But if you're up for some football this weekend here locally, we know we got the NFL coming for Sunday Night Football, but if you're looking for some college football at night on Saturday, get out to TDECU Stadium, man, and check out the Rice Owls and the University of Houston. The Bayou Bucket celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It's going to be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. These two teams.
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's get to it. Bears this weekend, man. It's going to be fun. Sunday Night Football.
Oh, boy.
Caleb Williams yet to have a good game. Now he's only played one game in the NFL, but it was not a good game. 14 of 29 for just 93 yards. Here's DeMeco Ryans. The first look through the eyes of DeMeco Ryans at the Bears offense and Caleb Williams.
Bears, what I see offensively is starting with the quarterback with Caleb, really, exciting player to watch. Strong arm, like the guy can move around the pocket, scramble in the throw. Like you have to stay on your coverage, right? Because he's going to find someone downfield. So it's we have to be on the details there when it comes to him moving around in the pocket and just their running game. I think that's where everything starts. They do a good job of their zone scheme, right? Getting Swift going on the outside. We have to do a great job in the run game. And then they have playmakers on the outside. Keenan Allen, all right, DJ Moore, two big-time playmakers who've done it for a while in this league. Guys we have to be aware of where they are in all situations, and we have to make sure we're as sticky as possible in coverage versus them.
All right, so Caleb Williams is one of the biggest names to come into the league in the last few years. He has the generational tag attached to him coming into the league. Obviously, it's a work in progress with him. You have gone back and watched the entirety of his – well, you've watched the entirety of his NFL career.
I've watched his entire career.
Yeah.
I've been following this kid for a while. I can speak with great authority on every little detail of it.
Yeah.
I went back and I tried to, go in objectively and not think about the stat line and everything. I would say, before I point out how many bullet points do I have, the 7 negatives about his performance, he did do some good stuff in the game. I think that the stat line doesn't tell the whole story. They put together some drives. It doesn't tell the whole story just looking at his stat line. It wasn't an abysmal mess with nothing to hang your hat on. But it was, short of throwing 3 pick sixes or something, it was about as discouraging a performance as you could get. And a lot of the negatives from his scouting report showed up. That's where, when it comes to, all right, yeah, he's able to extend the play, but is that always a good thing? It wasn't when he tried to extend the play on a screen and he took a sack by 578-pound De'Vondre Sweat for 17 yards on a screen, because this is what happens on a screen. Everybody, you either throw the screen or you don't. There's no other option, because the offensive linemen, by the time you scramble or something, they're all downfield. He's scrambling around for God knows what reason and ends up making the sack 10 yards further than it needs to be.
Yeah.
Part of that, though, too, is you can make a partial excuse because his interior offensive line just looked disgustingly bad. Like, you're a bad offensive lineman when you get beat on a screen, because that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get beat on a screen, but they got beat so badly that De'Vondre Sweat was able to get a sack on it. So that part of it, I think, unnecessarily trying to extend plays. A throw he tried to make as he was running out of bounds, it was really, really ill-advised. And it could have been a pick, but it was on 3rd and long, so it wouldn't have been disastrous necessarily. There's some of those gunslinger tendencies that he really needs to learn to curb, and I don't know if he learns that lesson between week 1 and week 2. But there's opportunity for mayhem with some of his poor decision making.
Okay, so the big talk with the Bears coming into this season, in addition to Caleb Williams, was how good a job Ryan Poles had done in putting weapons around him.
Yeah.
They went and did kind of a version of what I think the Texans have been doing with C.J. Stroud this offseason. They drafted Rome Odunze with the other first-round pick that they had, the 9th pick overall, or 8th, whatever it was, 9th pick overall, I think. They already had DJ Moore in the building from the Bryce Young trade, and he was great last year. And then they went and traded for Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen is sort of the Stephon Diggs in this whole thing here. 2 of those 3 guys might not play in the game. They didn't practice. But what did that – 93 yards passing, so there's not a whole lot to go off of here. So I'm guessing that the synchronicity of this group was not all that good.
No, and I think that's the key for the Texans. And I think the Texans' defensive backfield, or the Texans' defense in general, has film to watch last week where they can say, all right, listen, we've got to clean up these coverage issues, because Caleb Williams had guys wide open downfield, and he airmailed balls. Like Caleb Williams had guys wide open downfield, and he airmailed it. Just wildly poor accuracy throwing the ball downfield. I don't think Caleb Williams is going to remain that way. I think he probably, even though he claims he never gets nervous and everything, I think he had some rookie jitters. And so there were opportunities for big chunk plays by the Bears. Caleb Williams just couldn't capitalize on it. The thing that I wonder about is, okay, yes, they've got all these receivers. Let's say if Roma Dunze is healthy, so be it. They stuck him. I don't know what Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator, was really thinking in terms of helping out a rookie quarterback, because they had him in gun the vast majority of the day, and they weren't really running RPOs or play action or anything to fool the defense or to help the rookie quarterback out. They've just got him standing back there like he's Tom Brady or something, trying to carve up defenses. The Titans can threaten defensively.
Sure.
I don't know. I don't know what they were doing. It didn't look anyone. And this is the funny thing, Sean. Like, okay, Caleb Williams is more comfortable in the gun, and it's going to take some time for him to get under center because he didn't do hardly any of it in college.
Yeah.
He couldn't handle the snap. He was bobbling the snap all day long.
That had to be jitters.
More about it,
that had to be jitters.
I was trying to be too objective, I think. Yeah, they weren't bad snaps. Right. Like, he's just bobbling the snap. I think it's kind of like the guy that talks big before a fight. You're like, all right, the guy that's talking the most is usually the one who's most nervous. I think Caleb Williams claiming that he never gets nervous might be an indication that he was peeing down his leg that entire game.
Protest too much, man. And look, this is, and we'll hear from CJ later in the show about this, but the decibel level in the stadium needs to be loud and be there early. Get there early,
I was wondering, okay, how much will Caleb Williams be affected by crowd noise and everything if he's this guy who never gets nervous? I watched that game and I thought, man, the crowd can do big things in this game.
Yeah.
That was in the friendly confines of Soldier Field, and this is not going to be that.
Yeah.
So if you want to give yourself a game ball after this game because Caleb Williams ends up bobbling snaps and everything else again, then go for it. Go for it.
That'd be fun. If the Texans had tiny little game balls, and if Caleb Williams, say, botches like 3 or 4 snaps, on your way out of the stadium, you get handed, they have
a free mini game ball.
You get a mini game ball, like if Caleb Williams fumbles a few times or something like that.
Now, so I think Shane Waldron must have been thinking, hey, we've got all these stud wide receivers. Yeah, we'll just run around all over the place. It'll be no big deal. It didn't work out that way. They were on the wrong page. They were on different pages than the quarterback multiple times. I think at least once it was probably Roma Dunze's fault, did kind of a rookie thing, drifting away from his spot. And it's kind of like we saw with Anthony Richardson on his pick 6 in the preseason, where guys are doing things. It was actually a good throw, but then other times where I think he didn't quite know where Keenan Allen was going to be, I would put that on the quarterback typically. And it seemed like they were trying to force the ball to Keenan Allen at times, kind of using him like Robert Woods was used last year with C.J. Stroud. Caleb's just not as accurate as C.J. Stroud.
He's not. Nobody is. Yeah, it's. I'm glad they won last week, the Bears. And well, look, I'm glad they beat the Titans. That helps the Texans. They needed a blocked punt for a touchdown and just an awful Will Levis pick 6. But that they're coming in here 1-0, I think maybe increases the focus a little bit. If they had lost to the Titans, 17-7 or something like that, then maybe you're feeling a little too comfortable. But that they won the game shows that there are some elements on this team that you probably need to be concerned about.
There is, I think if you're the Texans offense, and I would say this is the same for the Texans defense, and CJ alluded to this, they learned some good lessons. They got the win, and it's nice to get the win, but they learned some really good lessons. I'm gonna play some audio for you, Sean, because the Bears defense, obviously last week made Will Levis look like the worst starting quarterback. They made Will Levis did some good things, but he looked as bad as Caleb Williams in some regards.
Yeah.
The Bears defense, I think, has the ability to play more of a clean traditional game where they don't have to play soft coverages and just concede the run somewhat because they've got a pretty good slate of defensive backs.
Yeah.
And this was, I want you to guess the announcer. You'll probably recognize it by the voice, but really it's the line and the way it's delivered. And then as soon as I was watching the TV copy, I was like, oh, I know who this is. This is the color commentator from last week's Bears game talking about how hard it is to throw against that secondary.
Trying to throw the ball against this back end is like throwing into a bouquet of Venus flytraps, Adam.
3 words in, I'm like, Mark Sanchez.
Yeah. I want Mark Sanchez to succeed because, honestly, I love that analogy.
Dude, Ben.
I think that's great imagery. But he just, it's so obviously written down in front of him like he's fumbling for his notes to remember the punchline.
I was hyper-focused on the voice, so I was only like 70% focused on the analogy. Can you play it one more time, Ben?
Trying to throw the ball against this back end is like throwing into a bouquet of Venus flytraps, Adam.
It sounded like someone handed it to him, and he's like, a bouquet of, what does that say? Venus flytraps. What the hell's a Venus flytrap?
He might not actually even know what a Venus flytrap was. It used to be big in the cartoons back in our days. So I think we probably have a better understanding of Venus flytraps than Mark Sanchez does. I think that, man, and I say this, listen, this comes from a place of zero jealousy because I do not like doing color commentary. That's never been anything I've aspired to. I've done it before, and I'm kind of like, it's not for me. I get too stressed out about being wrong and everything. So I do need to work with him. I feel like somebody is feeding him these lines, but I don't think I don't think he can quite pull it off, and he's just a little bit of rehearsal beforehand or something. Because he's not going to come up with it on his own in the moment. So, like, if you're going to read a canned line, just you gotta pull it off. I love that analogy. Yeah. In the moment, I was like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
You're the analogy master. I concede that.
Yeah.
Like, you are the analogy master. I fear that if you were to work with Sanchez and use your playbook, that he might wind up with some analogies that get him fired within the first
I'd be
2
like
games.
a speechwriter for a bad politician.
Right?
I'd be like, this son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I'd send him out there, so I'd start like intentionally sabotaging
That's exactly
him. I'd start doing it.
It's like when your wife, like, here we go.
It's like that time my wife told me that I wasn't hung well enough.
Sanchez. Oh man, that's good.
But all things aside, I think that the Bears defense is more capable of, I don't know, I wouldn't call it a clean game, but calling a more conventional call sheet where they can get some rush, they can cover, and the cool thing about that is that there might be more potential for fireworks offensively. It's that battle. You've got 3 really good top wide receivers versus a team that maybe feels like they can just match up to you better.
Yeah.
That there's opportunities to win the one-on-one.
That's fun, man. That's really fun.
The other thing too, to go back to how good Joe Mixon and the other running backs too were in pass protection. I think that I'm watching Caleb Williams and then watching C.J. Stroud back-to-back yesterday. The Texans were able to do some things with their pass protection. They're a little bit unconventional. Like, that's why I talked to my old teammate Drew Hodgson about it, offensive lineman. They're very comfortable with allowing the running back at times to block the defensive end, even on inside. Usually if the running back's in pass protection and blocking a defensive end, it's because it's the edge player.
Yeah.
And you're just trying to, buy a little extra time. There were times where both Dare and Joe Mixon were blocking defensive linemen, and it wasn't perfect, and you don't expect them to be 100% on those. But because CJ can operate from a compressed pocket so well, they can get away with it. Because CJ threw some dimes with a defensive end pushing a running back into his lap.
Yeah.
And, whereas with Caleb, I wouldn't expect him to be at that level yet of C.J. Stroud, but you can't do that stuff with Caleb. And Caleb was very flustered with getting any kind of pressure up the middle. And that Bears offensive line interior looked atrocious. I think that there's a real opportunity there for some of the stuff the Texans were doing versus the Colts, where the defensive ends were coming inside, that it'll yield more sacks this week. I think they could end up getting him down on the ground a lot.
They had 2 sacks in the Colts game, and they were both from interior defensive linemen, Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi. But they got the sacks, but on those plays, it was either Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, or both that were wreaking havoc.
Coming inside or just compressing the pocket.
Will's drawing 2. Will's getting double teamed. That kind of stuff.
There's some hack account on Twitter right now that's got Texans fans all up in arms because he said, "See, Will Anderson 0 sacks. I told you he's no better than a second round
pick."
Don't respond to that dude.
No.
He claims he's a former scout or something. No actual personnel person would ever point to a single game and say, "Yep, see, 0 sacks." Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson did a good job of, I think, in a game where they were supposed to try to be really disciplined to try to contain an athletic quarterback, they did a good job of compressing the pocket and were effective despite not having sacks in the game.
The Twitter account you're talking about, I forget the name of it. And I don't think I'd say it anyway. It's a former Jets scout. So there's an easy comeback to it. You know what I mean? That stands to reason.
I thought it was a joke, but I'm guessing the guy must have been like an intern or something in the scouting department.
No, it's the Jets. They've sucked forever. He could very well have been a scout for the Jets.
That's your calling card? How do you not have the self-awareness to put on the bio, at least former NFL scout? You don't put on former Jets scout.
Jets scout. Yeah, just say NFL scout, man. Who wants to associate themselves with the Jets? C.J. Stroud, he did some media yesterday. He was really good, as always. He got asked a lot of questions about his new friends, like Joe Mixon, new friend of C.J. Stroud. Hey, C.J., talk about the first time that you talked to Joe Mixon.
Yeah, it's somebody, when we played him last year, we knew that one of our keys of victory against Cincinnati was, stop 28, and I definitely do think, I see why we have that game plan in, just because not only is he a great back and he runs hard, but he makes our O-line right a lot and, runs off their blocks, sets blocks up. And we just had a conversation when he knew that he was coming here, that we were just excited to work with one another, being 2 Cali dudes, and honestly, we just knew that we were trying to go win a lot, and that's something that he was used to, was winning in Cincinnati. So he brought that winning fashion, and he knows what it takes to get all the way to the big one.
Immediately when he talked about making the O-line right, I thought of a couple plays where there was penetration deep in the backfield. And yet, because, and this is a difference this year too, because one guy might be getting beat, but 4 other guys are doing the right thing, Mixon's able to redirect and cut back so quickly that it ends up being a 12-yard gain, where it very easily could have been, if you stutter step at all behind that at the spot of penetration, that gives just enough time for the other defenders to rally. And Mixon, because he hits it so hard, he ended up turning him into really positive plays. But when CJ also talked in that press conference about some of the rusty things, like the opportunities they had that they just got to clean up, oh my gosh. The screen, and you remember this from the TV copy, Sean, where Joe Mixon kind of hesitated behind Shaq Mason.
Yeah.
Because Shaq Mason was he froze.
Yeah.
Instead of just going out and getting after the defender out there, and even if you whiff, it allows Joe Mixon to make a decision, he kind of froze and stood in front of the defender. And if he had just gone after the guy, Mixon would have hit it straight up the field, and it would have been 20-plus yards.
Yeah.
They had it set up so perfectly. Those little things and those little miscues, Shaq Mason had a really bad snap on a twist, defensive tackle twist that he didn't pick up.
Mm-hmm.
Those little things that they got to clean up, it could have been much better offensively than it was if they can just clean up some of those little errors by guys that don't typically make those errors.
Right. Well, we'll hear from CJ on that later in the show. He hit that 3 or 4 times. He said shooting ourselves in the foot as part of the answer to at least 3 questions yesterday.
Yeah.
They clearly went back and looked at CJ went back and watched it and thought, man, he probably thought I could have had 350. If we did it, and some of that's on him. He even said like the deep shot to Tank in the end zone. CJ hits that 9 out of 10 times. Instead it gets knocked away.
I'll credit Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator for the Colts. They did, as they typically do, they do a really good job of not necessarily blitzing often, but when they do blitz, they're very effective with it. And the offensive tackles in the first half didn't always respond to it that well, and they adjusted as the game went on. But there was a lot of sloppiness in the blitz pickup, and Laramie Tunsil had a really bad snap versus Leatu Latu on a blitz that wasn't. I tried to make an excuse for him based on the blitz, but it was just Laramie Tunsil getting beat.
Yeah.
I think in a bad way. In a way that he doesn't typically get beat in pass protection. So cleaning up some of that stuff and getting the rust out, I hope continues over the next couple of weeks.
A couple of people pointing out, and I saw this on social media as well yesterday. There's a video of Joe Mixon. I don't know if you saw it, Seth. I don't know who sprung for it, but they got him a gigantic H chain, like a chain with a medallion with
the new font with
all kinds of diamonds on it and everything.
Yeah.
The texter's asking, does he get to keep that, or is it just his for the week? That would be a cool tradition if a player gets Player of the Week, that they get one of those.
Yeah. They should make him wear it in the game too. That way it kind of handicaps it for the other guys. He has to lug around an 8-pound piece of jewelry under his pad. So other guys have a chance to make plays because Joe Mixon's weighted down a little bit.
He's weighted down, yeah, that's exactly right. All right, here's C.J. Stroud talking about his new friends. That was Mixon. Here's C.J. on connecting with Stephon Diggs.
I would say just a lot of work away from the spotlight, him coming to L.A., me going to Paris to see him and throw out there. Just really all the times where nobody sees. So that's where, that work, you see it pay off. But I think that was just a little scratch on the surface. There's a ton of plays we left on that field, that game, and, I think we'll be a lot better going forward.
That's one of those cuts right there. If I'm like an old school guy, I'm guessing we have some old Oilers that listen to the show that live in town here, and they're like, yeah, Joe flew out to L.A. and we threw the ball around, and then I met him over in Paris, and we threw the ball around over there. And
yeah, not Paris Island.
No,
it
Paris,
wasn't like
Texas.
They didn't go. Yeah. It was. No, listen, guys, it's cool. They were there for Fashion Week, old school guys. So
now you understand?
They were. That's not a joke. They were there for Fashion Week, but they got a workout in.
They did.
Got to be tough to find a field where they can, practice their precise route running when it's marked out in meters or something. Yeah.
Oh, can you imagine? They're totally off for the first 2 weeks of the season because of the metric system.
Sorry, guys, we had to convert. Yeah. Calculations are funky.
DJ Bieneme had a really good story about CJ yesterday on ESPN.com. It's long form story, and they had some cool anecdotes in there. But one of them was that in typical CJ stuff, like when they traded for Mixon and Diggs, CJ had them both over to his house to watch film and teach him the offense. It's just completely with Nico, he sent Nico Julio Jones YouTube clips to watch during the offseason because that's who, physically, that's a great receiver that Nico most looks like. You know what I mean? Stylistically, they were very similar and had success in this offense, right? When Julio Jones was at his peak, was, Kyle Shanahan's running that Atlanta offense there.
Yeah, and I think, Nico has talked about that a little bit and talking about some of the bigger guys, but that are able to run routes way better than most big guys too. And we've seen that where Nico this year in training camp alone, it's the deep ball stuff and, some of the stuff over the middle where he's just big and running full speed when he catches the ball and breaks tackles. That's all what you expect out of him. But some of the stops and things like that, it looks like he's a smaller guy, just sitting down in a chair and turning around and putting the brakes on in a way that Andre Johnson used to be able to do. Just offsetting the threat of his deep speed with some of the shorter stuff. That part's really cool.
Yeah. Nico's really good. In fact, CJ talked about Nico. He was asked yesterday, is Nico just scratching the surface right now?
Yeah, for sure. I think he's also in his prime as well. Like, you can see just the pressure he puts on defense, how big, how strong he is, how good he is in the run game, run blocking, how fast he is, how he knows how to run every route in the route tree. Nico Collins has no flaws in his game, and he's a great teammate. He loves his teammates, and he's just somebody I love to work with every day. And I'm really proud of him. I tell him that all the time. That every dollar that we're paying him, he deserves every single cent. So I'm very excited to be a part of his career and to see what he's going to do in the future.
Yeah, man. He might be a bargain. He might be a bargain at $24 million.
You know, in the first clip that we played where CJ was talking about the time spent in the off season, I was on Chicago radio yesterday, and you know, Sean, I don't do a good job of going on there and playing the heel necessarily. Maybe I'm too polite, but a couple times they wanted me to compare CJ Stroud to Caleb Williams, and they referenced that, you know, they'd had Kurt Warner on earlier, and Kurt was talking about just how advanced CJ is in terms of, look, they're not at a stage where they're trying to teach him to be a progression passer. Mm-hmm. It's that he skips steps in the progression based on what he's seeing pre-snap, and then how the defense adjusts and rotates afterwards. And I was, you know, they were trying to basically be like, well, when can Caleb get to the point where CJ is? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, most young quarterbacks don't. Most of them, you're hoping that by year 4, when it's time to give them their extension, that they are where CJ is right now. And part of it is, it's not just understanding how to read the defenses, it's working with the receivers and the tight ends to where you trust that they're reading the defense the same way you are. So what we see so many times that we almost take it for granted at this point is that when CJ might have a 3-man route combo to the left side of the field, and it's not there, and he's turning and he's starting his throwing motion before he's even confirmed that Dalton Schultz is where he thinks Dalton Schultz is going to be.
Yeah.
And that's the part, I think, that's the part that blows away so many former NFL quarterbacks when they break down C.J. Stroud's film, is that the throwing motion is starting before he sees anything or before the receiver is even out of his break yet. Whereas so many other young quarterbacks want to see it, confirm it, and then throw the ball.
Yeah.
And some guys never get past. Jake Cutler never got past that stage. He was a see it and throw it guy. And I just don't think that that's going to come anytime soon for Caleb Williams. I don't think Caleb Williams is going to be that kind of anticipation thrower yet. He's going to be a guy that wants to scramble around and wait to see that a guy is open before he throws it. Because even in that game last week with Caleb Williams, there were times where the first read, like, it should have been out of his hand, but he's deciding to throw deep instead, and then overthrowing the deep ball.
Yep.
And it's just, it wasn't always necessarily the right decision. It was just, he's not anywhere close to CJ. He's just flat out not anywhere close.
Text message: Caleb Williams will get, all caps, destroyed this Sunday. I'm betting he won't finish the game. Look, the interior of that offensive line for the Bears, he's going to get hit. We know that. I don't want to bet on somebody getting injured and dragged out of the game.
Well, no, I think he might. I think that guy might be thinking that they just bench him for his own mental safety.
They yank him, yeah. Maybe.
Out of a mental health awareness moment, they're going to give him a. Remember, Payton said that about why he doesn't think his rookie interception record will ever be broken, because these days there aren't that many Jim Morris seniors that are just going to let him sit out there and die when he's struggling. It's like most coaches at some point are going to try to show a little mercy.
Yeah, he had like 28 interceptions. You almost have to try to get 28 interceptions nowadays with the style of game that's played. You know what I mean? Like, teams they're just so much more conscious of it.
Jim Morris Sr. was a coach who seemed to hate his own players at times.
Yeah.
Like almost like he just hated his own players.
Someone's saying the medallion that Joe Mixon got also said Player of the Week in gold on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't zoom in on anything. Okay, so that is the Player of the Week medallion. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool.
Caleb, I hope they explained it to him beforehand, that it was like, hey, this is you get this for a week, okay?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you don't get to keep this $20,000 medallion. I don't know how much it costs. Caleb will be Bryce 2.0. I don't know about that. I'd buy stock in Caleb Williams. I would sell my stock in Bryce Young. I did sell my stock in Bryce Young.
He's way more physically gifted than Bryce Young.
Yeah. My suggestion,
I don't know. I'm still not, man. I'm not 100% convinced that Bryce Young. Who knows where he would have gone in the draft if the Panthers hadn't been so enamored of the S2 cognition test and everything else that goes into it. I think a lot of NFL personnel people were freaked out about his size when they met him in person.
So you think if the Carolina Panthers drafted C.J. Stroud first, you don't think the Texans would? You think there's a chance?
I'm not saying no. I'm saying I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay.
Like I think there were way more. there were way more reservations by a lot of NFL people that might have been impressed by him in a lot of ways, but for a guy who's as small as he is but doesn't have extreme athleticism, I think that would have scared off even a lot of coaches who might be open to the idea of taking an atypical quarterback. They at least okay, yeah, but can I see some Kyler Murray style? Can I see a Kyler Murray style athlete? And Bryce Young's nowhere near that. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of former GMs and people that hadn't met Bryce Young in person that were bullish on Bryce Young. I'm not convinced that the entire league felt unanimously that he was as good a prospect.
Bryce Young has ruined it for any quarterbacks that are under 6 feet. Kids out there, I know that oftentimes you have people saying chase your dreams. You can do anything you want to if you put your mind to it. Don't let people tell you, don't let the haters get you down. Whatever it is, I'm telling you right now, if you're under 6 feet and you're a quarterback, you got no chance of going high in the NFL draft ever again, and it's because of Bryce Young. Because of Bryce Young and his big backpack that he walks around with that makes him look like he's 5'2".
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
It's Bryce Young. You're not good at football. It's Bryce Young. This is what I would tell Bryce Young. If Bryce Young could make one change to his game, this is what I would tell him. Stop wearing sleeveless T-shirts to your post-game press conference, especially after you lose 47-10 and throw 2 picks in a game. You look like you're 13 and you're going to the arcade.
I don't think.
Put on a golf shirt or a button down or something.
I mean, there have been Russell Wilson's 5'11", Drew Brees is 6 foot. I don't think that they're gonna. I think they might. I think that guys his size and his athleticism level aren't going to get drafted number 1 overall. I've said this before. I don't know if Drew Brees, even after Drew Brees had his career, I don't know how high he'd get drafted in the modern NFL because people are still going to be looking at it like, man, it's really hard to judge whether somebody has the timing, anticipation, and first and foremost, the work ethic to overcome all those things. That it's not as simple as saying well, Drew Brees did it, so this guy can do it, and we'll draft him number 1 overall. I think Bryce Young confirmed a lot of people's suspicions about all right, yeah, you can have drawbacks, but you got to offset it with something. We can't just feel like you're the slam dunk number 1 overall guy.
Yeah, and I don't know if there's any that are coming up through the ranks right now either. And Bryce is a real outlier size-wise because not only is he short, but he's skinny. Kyler is at least sub 6 foot, but he's tightly packed. You know what I'm saying? Baker Mayfield has a little bit of bulk to him. Drew Brees was just off the charts accurate, and Drew Brees was a second-round pick. And
Brees is probably I think he's a bit of he's not as small as Bryce Young.
No,
he's a little bit of, and he had changes his throwing motion to get as tall as possible. Drew Brees has an attention to detail that Bryce Young has never exhibited. That's where I got offended by Bryce Young watching him last year. And dude, you're small and you have horrible mechanics. Where do you get off? Yeah. You don't have the athleticism to run away from trouble, and you've got sloppy footwork as a short man. What the hell is wrong with you? He's lazy.
Damn it, Sean. I'm 5'2", and now I'm depressed, and I wasn't even thinking of being a quarterback. I'm not saying you can't be something else. I'm just saying you won't be picked high in the NFL. If you're listening to this show, you're obviously a very intelligent person, and there's myriad of other things that you can do out there. So.
Yeah, no, and let's see. Oh, Mike Vick was Mike? He's 6 foot flat. I think
he's 6 foot even. Yeah,
but again, an extreme athleticism and arm strength that compensated for some of the height.
Yeah, Bryce,
you just got to offset it with something.
Right. I just think GMs are going to be scared for a few years, to take guys that size, that high.
Yeah.
We'll see. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's give away some tickets. Yeah. We've got tickets to the Cougs and the Owls on Saturday. 7 o'clock start, TDCU Stadium. Should be a beautiful night out there. 7135-724-610. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack to see the Bayou Bucket game. Cougs and the Owls. One more chance to win tomorrow in the 7 o'clock hour, so if you miss out this time, keep it tuned right here to Sports Radio 610, and you got a chance to win again tomorrow. Should be a fun night out at TDCU Stadium. CJ Stroud has 2 suggestions, 2 requests for the Texans fan base, and I don't think these are unreasonable. I think you should accommodate our quarterback. 2 requests for Sunday. We'll let CJ have his day here coming up next. But first, Texas Star Grill Shop. Texas Star Grill Shop.
driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Payne and Pendergast. My God.
Come on, Sean.
Good to be. I know. Get it together, dude.
You've gotten the day of the week right multiple times this morning.
I'm on a
now
streak right now.
Simple.
You need to get me a gigantic H logo chain for getting the day of the week right so many times. I think I got it right all week this week.
Here's your chain.
No, thanks. Yeah, appreciate that. The ding.
That's what we do on this show.
I know. I like that, actually. I'm okay with that. I mean, I can't go sell it at a pawn shop or anything, but
I mean, you could. The return you might get is going to be disappointing.
Significantly less, yes. C.J. Stroud met with the media yesterday. He had 2 requests for you, Texan fans. That's it. He's asking you to do 2 simple things. Here was C.J. Stroud on the Energy in NRG Stadium on Sunday.
I'm always going to be myself. I really don't get into the hoopla and away crowd, home crowd. I really don't mind. I just try to execute, do my game, do what I need to do at a high level. I love our crowd. You know, they do a good job of bringing juice and energy. I hope since it's a night game, people come a little earlier. Maybe because of the Houston traffic, people come a little late. And then on offense, like, if they could be quiet a little more, that would help. Especially when we're going fast, like, it'd be hard for the guys to hear me. So I think we can be a little better with that. But, hey, we love the energy.
Okay, so 2 things now. 2 things. Get there early, and I agree with him. It's a 7:20 kickoff. Come on now. Get in your seat early. We got to intimidate Caleb Williams and scatter his brain. And number 2, when the Texans are on offense, keep the noise down a little bit, especially when they're tempo. If you do those 2 things, if you show up early and you're quiet when the Texans are on offense, Seth and I on Monday will give you a collective and another for you.
Yeah. It's the greatest honor we can bestow on
One
you.
big
It's almost
chain.
It's like knighting you.
Yes. Yeah. We'll do 70,000 dings on the air. That's what we're going to do.
Don't get distracted. Keep your eye on the task at hand and worry about the rewards later on. Don't get caught in the fourth quarter. Don't start thinking like, ooh, we're going to get a ding. We're getting a ding. And then meanwhile, the chatter from everybody saying we're going to get a ding in the stadium is too loud for CJ to top.
Right. Be careful. You got to balance it. It was funny at the end of that cut. You could kind of tell CJ was like, all right, I got to be a little careful here. Like, look, when I first got here last year, nobody's even showing up until the second quarter. There's still a lot of skepticism around the team.
He's always very polite about it. Like he wants to say it, but he doesn't want to come off like he's chiding the fan base or something. And I think he does the right thing. He kind of almost apologetically suggests, like, hey, maybe just be quiet when I'm under center, please.
But there's
especially when I'm in the gun.
Right. But there's very few guys that they've drafted onto this team the last couple of years who probably haven't come in to the atmosphere that they came into originally. I think it's going to be awesome on Sunday. And I thought the playoff game against the Browns was maybe the dawning of a new era, or an old era, actually, when it used to be that way when you were a player, or back when the Kubiak era, when they were making the playoffs, and even at times in the O'Brien era. But like, they draft guys from LSU and Georgia and Alabama and Ohio State. And like, I think about that a lot when they drafted these guys and they came in, and I'd get there right after you and I get done doing pregame, and the game's ready to kick off and it's 40% full. And I'm thinking, man, what must these guys be thinking right now?
Yeah, it's a different environment. It's a different feel.
Yeah.
That's but I think that, I don't know. I mean, that's part of the culture of Houston, is showing up a little bit late,
Right. And I think they learned that after like 4 weeks. I'm just saying the first game when they get in here, it's probably kind of jarring,
Yeah, I think if Osweiler, at any point in Osweiler's tenure here, his long and illustrious tenure, did Osweiler ever say anything like, every crowd is different in the National Football League, and this crowd, I'm going to say it right now, this crowd needs to show up earlier, and they need to shut the hell up when I've got the ball in my hands. When you got to give Brock Osweiler a pristine environment to see Brock Osweiler things.
That's right. So that 2 requests from CJ. Mark it down, people. Be in there early on Sunday. Okay, we got one more here we can get in before the top of the hour. Mad Dog Russo lost his mind yesterday. We were talking about the Jets a little earlier in the show. There's some dude out there who says he's a former Jets scout it said, see, Will Anderson, second-round pick, didn't get any sacks in week 1. And we're like, yeah, of course this guy's a second-round pick, or of course this guy's a former Jets scout. The Jets suck, and his analysis of Will Anderson sucks. The Jets are bad right now so far this year. They got blown out. They got blown out by the Niners, and I feel like the Niners brought like their B- game in that game offensively. You know, like they were Ayuk's dropping passes. They're kicking field goals. They kicked a ton of field goals in that game instead of touchdowns. Mad Dog Russo lost his mind because I guess Aaron Rodgers said something to Jet fans about a bandwagon and staying. Don't jump on the bandwagon or jump off the bandwagon when you're a Jets fan. Here was Mad Dog Russo yesterday on First Take.
The Jet defense, can you try? Where is the sense of urgency? This is the Niners on Monday night, ABC, first game of the year. You've done nothing in a season, and all of a sudden you lay an egg like that? And I understand it's the first game. But that was an awful performance. And then I get to listen to Rodgers tell me, well, if you jump off the bandwagon, you're not coming back on. Aaron, you played one game. Go back to Green Bay. You played one game. Don't start telling the Jet fan who has been sitting there since name it. Okay. All right? Richard Todd and Matt Robinson, all these old quarterbacks who stunk. And they sat there and watched nothing. You're going to tell the Jet fan what they should and should not do? Enough already. That was a disgrace.
Okay, can I ask you one question?
And I did bet him.
And I did bet him. That's what she was going to ask him. There you go.
That has a little to do with it. I
was saying to myself, like, this anger feels very familiar. Where have I felt this before? Oh, that's right. Every game I've ever lost betting, I want to yell what a disgrace the team is. I didn't see the Aaron Rodgers quote about the bandwagon thing, but it is vintage Aaron Rodgers if he's telling people, you know, about jumping off the bandwagon one game into his Jets career.
It feels almost like didn't Brandon Marshall in his 2 years with the Jets say something that kind of almost like I just remember, and it would ring true, kind of like Aaron Rodgers' personality and Brandon Marshall's personality, where you could see like maybe a little tone deaf to the trials and tribulations of Jets fans through the years. Yeah. They're like, okay, don't come in here and like take ownership of this franchise and act like you've been through what we've been through.
Right. Yeah. I know your whole journey here to New York has been Broadway shows and fancy dinners and living in a high-rise in Manhattan. Meanwhile, we've lived through, you know, we've had to live through Josh McCown as our quarterback for multiple years, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think they have the longest drought without going to the postseason right now. The Jets, it's like over a decade.
I wonder with it's going to be fascinating to watch Aaron Rodgers, and I hope fascinating in a train wreck type of way, since the Texans do play the Jets. That okay, this is Aaron Rodgers with limited mobility, by his standards. So Aaron Rodgers without the ability to kind of create with his legs or extend plays to the degree that he used to. And also, while having an offensive coordinator who is a sham offensive coordinator, he's there because he's buds with Aaron Rodgers. That's the part that's going to get really ugly in a fascinating way if they can't figure it out, because it's the whole Jets organization and everything they've done that have gotten them to this spot where it just seems like they can't quite get it right. Having Nathaniel Hackett as their offensive coordinator and with an Aaron Rodgers who might not be physically the same guy, it just feels so Jets.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, Jets fans. I know that 29% of our listeners are Jets fans. But still,
well,
I apologize.
They're on our schedule this year, so that's why the Jets intrigue me. Like they're on the Texans' schedule at a part of the season where I think we're really going to start to find out some things. That'll be like that's the first game that I have in a stretch that I think determines this season for the Texans. Those 3 primetime games with the Jets and the Lions and the Cowboys all in prime time. But that's a point in the season, too, for the Jets. I mean, they play, I think, like 6 of their first 10 games or something are primetime games. Like, they've got a wild schedule. Like, it's almost like the league's like, okay, we know the Jets are going to be a draw, and you can only schedule teams for so many primetime games, so we got to get them all in early in the season before Aaron Rodgers gets hurt.
Yeah, that's what I thought when the schedule came out. Was like, okay, yeah, they're going to smoke them while they got them.
Yes.
They want to get as much ayahuasca in your veins
exactly.
before you come down. You know.
Yep. All right, let's get to the Astros. Not a good night last night. A lot of I would say in-game, but certainly medical news that we've got to get to. How worried are we about this latest Astros injury? We will discuss that coming up next. If you're worried about it, I would say one thing you could do is maybe just pour some Liqueur 43 in your coffee today and make yourself a little Carajillo. That's what I love to do with my coffee. I love a Carajillo. If you haven't had one yet, Liqueur 43 is just an awesome premium liqueur made from a secret Spanish family recipe of 43 natural ingredients, and it's taken the world by storm with the original Carajillo. And it's the fastest growing cocktail in Mexico, and it can be made only one way. Equal parts Liqueur 43, equal part espresso or coffee, and it's delicious. For more information and cocktail ideas, visit their website. The website is buyliqueur43.com. That's B-U-Y, buyliqueur43.com. It's time for you to discover Liqueur 43 and the original Carajillo. Liqueur 43 and Zamora Company, USA. Remind our friends to drink responsibly.
Thursday night football is on Sports Radio 610. The Bills and Dolphins battle it out in South Beach. Hear it tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
Zadok Jewelers is having their Watch-Timber-Fest next Saturday, September 21st, and it is a blast. If you are looking for rare and limited editions brought in from all over the world, watch experts from all over the world, not to mention the Zadok family and their expert staff, this is the place, but it's also it's a great atmosphere. They've got beer on tap. They turned it into a beer garden for Watch-Timber-Fest. So they've got beer on tap. They've got huge, giant, fresh-baked pretzels. It's a good time. Met a lot of listeners the last time I was there. Come on out from noon to 6 to Zadok Jewelers. You can check it out online at zadok.com.
Did you know that you can now use your own body's healing properties to revitalize those achy joints and get that real lasting pain relief that
content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, I was just informed by a source. Yeah, no, Joe Mixon does not get to keep that chain that they put around his neck.
Well, yeah, definitely. If it says Player of the Week on it, then yeah, that's their turnover chain type thing. For their championship belt. The Astros do.
The cost was also brought up to me as part of the reason. It's an expensive chain.
It's an expensive chain, and I would imagine too that then it becomes into like, all right, you got to entrust somebody with that really expensive chain for an entire week.
Yeah.
I wonder whoever commissioned it. Do we know who commissioned it? They've got insurance on it.
I don't have that information. I think the way I would commission this thing would be. That he gets to hang it in his locker until somebody else wins the Player of the Week.
Yeah.
That. Although then you have like $100,000 chain just hanging in a locker right there. That's probably not.
It's not. It's not like there aren't several $100,000 chains hanging in lockers. Or you have a locker in your locker also. They are genuine lockers. You have your little strong box usually with a whatever.
Yeah.
It's probably a thumbnail print or a thumbprint or something
retinal,
these days.
Like you do a little eye facial recognition thing. Astros lose last night to the A's as we welcome you back in 8 o'clock hour here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. They lose to the A's 5-4. Hunter Brown, not great last night. 5 earned runs in 5 innings. A lot of guys on base. He's able to pitch out of a couple of jams, but it just wasn't his best night. Here was Joe Espada on Hunter Brown.
A lot of pitches too. I think he did get some big strikeouts in big moments. But I thought that deep counts. I seen him. He kind of sprayed the zone a little bit too much. Like he wasn't putting hitters away more efficiently than he's done in the past. But he threw the ball well enough, give us a chance there. And, we had some opportunities, and we just couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, 5-4, the final score. They got a little rally going late, couldn't get it done. The big thing
it was like Espada said, I mean, it was just that kind of a night where just even in his first out, he didn't throw a single strike. Partly by design, but not as much by design as you'd want it to be. And but it's not anything that makes me worry about Hunter Brown. It's the classic, okay, not a great outing by any given starting pitcher. So I still remain firmly confident in Hunter Brown.
Yeah, Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez are not in tryout mode right now. They're in your rotation for the postseason. All the other guys it's American Idol with the other guys in this thing right now. It's wide open. But the big story coming out of this game was Jose Altuve leaving the game. 5th inning, I think he was up to the plate and appeared to tweak something on a swing that made it a 2-strike count. Here was what it sounded like on the broadcast.
Used his timeout, then called for the manager to talk to him. Something with his twisting motion, it seems like he's showing.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable at all.
We'll see what this next swing looks like here, 2-2. He's not even going to swing. He's going to bunt, and that's a strikeout. That's not a good sign. See if he stays in the game. That's not what you want to see with Altuve bunting the 2 strikes, not wanting to swing them.
So he came out of the game. The baseball fan in me that wanted them to win the game was like, okay, would they have had a better chance of getting somebody on base there with Altuve just throwing the at-bat away with a bunt on 2 strikes or letting somebody else come in and, they'd have to inherit Altuve's count.
Yeah. I wonder if Altuve, that's where Altuve's kind nature may have actually been bad for the team, and that he didn't want to have to hand that off to somebody.
Saddle somebody.
Here you go. Yeah. I pooped this into my hand, and now it's yours.
Yes.
Enjoy the corn I ate 36 hours ago.
See, you would ruin Mark Sanchez's career.
Altuve would never do that.
No, he would never do that. God, I hope not. And I hope none of you listening would ever do that. Here was Altuve after the game. This is about a minute of audio. He met with the media. They were peppering him with questions because I think what people want to know is this the same as what happened to you last year when you strained an oblique and you missed a whole bunch of time? Here was Altuve answering all the questions about his injury last night.
How did you feel on that swing or during that at bat?
Yeah, just felt a little something on the side, on the right side, and decided to not take another swing.
Had it been bothering you before?
No.
Just on that one swing?
Just on that one swing.
You had oblique issues last year. Is this in any way comparable?
No. Not the same. Yeah.
How's it different? How's it different?
I don't know. I'll tell you tomorrow. Like, sometimes you have to wait until the next day and see how you feel.
What kind of a treatment you just get at this point?
I just wait until, I think it's too early to get something done. Wait until tomorrow, see how I feel, and go from there.
How frustrating is this to happen now with October so close?
Yeah, like I said, I'm not really worried. Like I said, maybe I just wake up tomorrow and I'm good to go. So we don't really want to take any decisions tonight because normally in an injury, you wait until the next day and see how you feel.
So he was pretty emphatic about two things, I thought. One, at the end there, he said, I'm not really worried. And the other thing, like, he kind of cut it off quickly when he was asked about the similarity with whatever this is to whatever it was he had last year. He was like, is this the same as the oblique? No.
Yeah.
No. But then he did say, I got to see how I feel when I wake up this morning. This is a big morning, man. They play at 1:10 first pitch today. And the lineup might be out before you and I are off the air. I don't expect Altuve to play today. I don't think Espada would let Altuve play today.
I wonder if there's anybody, can somebody who was at the same car drop-off line at his kid's school or anything tell us exactly how he looked? Yeah. Did it look like he was driving tentatively or anything as he dropped his kids off at school? I don't know what his morning routine is like. I assume it doesn't involve irresponsible massages like Carlos Correa or something. If
you call in with that information, we will give you a ding.
How are we going to verify that whoever's calling in actually isn't making it up? I don't want to get Fafafui here.
Maybe somebody just looking for free dings right now.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We don't just dole those out to anybody.
We'll let Ben handle that.
I think I would take him at his word that it was just, I don't know. This shouldn't matter. The fact that it wasn't a crazy wild swing or anything, if it had been a classic Altuve reaching for something 9 inches outside the strike zone and then he got hurt after that, I'd be more concerned. He got fooled on the pitch and maybe pulled it a little bit with the uncertainty of the swing. It didn't look ugly. So I'm hoping it's just a minor little tweak. The fact that he stayed in, either it didn't seem
bunt.
It's a bunt. Okay, yeah, that's right. The fact that he stayed in would have made me feel a lot better if he actually took a swing, but he bunted with 2 strikes in the third. What inning was it?
It was like the 5th or 6th inning. It was in the middle of the game.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So the other injury, Chas McCormick is going to the IL. Here's Joe Espada on Chaz's injury.
Oh yeah. So Chaz has a small fracture in his right hand. So obviously that will be an IL.
So you're rolling out the rest of the year? Or?
Oh, I can't tell. I can give you a timeline. Just right now, it's just obviously IL.
Do you have a corresponding move?
Not yet. No.
All right, so nothing for a corresponding move. Let's hear from Chaz. We haven't heard from Chaz yet. I feel bad for Chaz. He was finally getting into his groove. Here was Chas McCormick talking to the media about this injury.
It sucks. So disappointed. Just really disappointed. Yeah, man. Just want to be out here trying to help the team win, especially towards the end of the season, going to the playoffs. And yeah, I mean, it's disappointing season overall, and just not the way I wanted to happen. Just because I've been feeling good. That's crappy. I was feeling like myself finally, and then this happened, and hopefully, but I'll be back.
Sean, you know what, Sean? I'm annoyed with you. You're bringing me down this morning.
Why?
I'm blaming you for the Astros being in the situation they're in where they've dropped a couple to the A's. The Mariners actually figured out a way to win on a night where the Astros lost, and so they lose a game in the division lead. And those are 2 depressing sound bites that we just played.
Sorry, it's the news. That's
yeah. You ever hear the term "kill the messenger"? A lot of times people say, "Don't kill the messenger." Screw that. That's soft.
Hey, man.
I kill the messenger. And right now you're the messenger, and I'm not happy about it, okay?
I don't want to sit here if it's not puppy dogs and ice cream this morning, man. You got to be here. It is a little depressing.
And now you're invoking the memory of Dusty and Chaz going out for frozen yogurt. And now I got
banana pudding.
Banana pudding?
Banana pudding.
Of, I don't know, of a tasty treat. That's all. Treat. Of tasty viscous treat. Whatever. Viscous retreat is a whole other story. I think that Chaz, the unfortunate thing is that it seemed like he started to get back into his groove again.
Right.
He figured out how to hit a fastball.
Right.
It's an important thing to be able to do in Major League Baseball. Altuve, I've got my fingers crossed. I am the person who was confident that Kyle Tucker would return the actual day after he got hit in the shin. And then he didn't come back for, I think it was like 7 years after that. But so I'm not sitting here, trying to, lie to anybody. But I feel like with Altuve, it might just be a little muscle strain. It's very possible that's all it is. And he wakes up this morning feeling groovy.
Yeah. I hope so, man.
I don't expect him to play today.
And if
I
they do,
I don't expect him to play less than 24 hours after he's trained.
If the news is good, then come tomorrow, I will play the flowery, happy cuts about Altuve being perfectly healthy.
Okay?
But I can't, I'm not going to hide from this news of Chaz's broken finger and Altuve's little owie in his rib cage.
The thing that's annoying about Kyle Tucker's situation and where it filters over into every bit of news that you get about an injury from the Astros is that I do believe that, like they said, eventually, that it was really hard. A lot of times when there's swelling, the imaging doesn't tell you everything. And people don't like believing that because we live in this day and age where you watch enough crime dramas that you think there's DNA everywhere and you can the lawyers have to deal with this. It's that these juries expect DNA evidence for every little crime to be conclusive, and it's just not that way. Likewise with medical imaging, you can't always see exactly what's going on, and there can be a tiny fracture that you don't see, but it's somewhere in that window of time between when he was injured and when he finally came back. They could have just said that.
Right.
They could have said, you know what, we didn't really quite know, and it turned out it was more serious than we thought. Instead of just trying to feed us candy and lies about him making progress, that's the frustrating part. So that's why people are naturally skeptical when they hear somebody say, well, it's day to day, because you don't feel like you're ever going to get the straight scoop.
Yeah, and the Astros have been the masters at that for the last however many years, for sure. Text message, let's just be real. The Astros come back from sucking to start the year is awesome, fun to watch, but as a legit World Series contender, they never were one. Too many errors, don't win close games. Pitching is a roller coaster. Closer is a roller coaster. Let me pause right there. Hader's not much of a roller. Hader straightened things out real quick just to finish this off. And then the texter says Verlander is shot worse than Deshaun Watson. I don't know if you saw this, Seth, if you saw the tweet, but apparently over on 790 yesterday morning, Dana Brown was doing a hit. And this made me nervous when I saw this quote from the interview talking about Verlander. This is Dana Brown talking about Verlander. Quote, velo was up to 97 miles an hour, but JV's command is a little off. Pay attention to the back of the baseball card. They will show up and get it done. He will be fine, and it's about location. So I saw that, and I said, man, Verlander doesn't even need to really get into the same, if we're talking about like a neighborhood here, he doesn't need to be on the same street as Spencer Arrighetti and Yusei Kikuchi. If he's just inside the gate of the neighborhood, that dude is getting the start in the playoffs ahead of those guys.
Yeah, I guess this is the thing I would say to the listener, that there's many, many reasons that, yes, you might very well indeed be correct. You look at the back of the baseball card on the roster right now, and a lot of them don't even have baseball cards. You can't do it. Unless, I don't know, they're like whatever niche the minor league baseball trading card market there is. There's not a lot of baseball cards out there on the field at any given time.
The back of their NFT, yeah, right.
Yeah. Look at the back of the NIL deal they had at Georgetown.
Yeah.
I don't know. But since that first 36-game disaster, they have been the best team in Major League Baseball. They've done really good things despite all those challenges. The graphic they put up the other day of the Astros versus good teams, I can't remember which benchmark they used, but they've been the best in the league at beating the better teams in the league. Mm-hmm. So they've been very good against good baseball teams.
Yes.
The Yankees, by the way, in classic Yankee fashion as of the last few years, have been awful versus good teams.
Yep.
So baseball is way, 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 way too random a sport to say, nope, this team could never make a playoff run or this team's not good enough. It's just not. They're not up to the same caliber or standard of previous Astros championship teams. But we know full well that teams like the Nationals can be abysmal in the first half of the season and then beat a team like the Astros, who had one of their best teams that year in this run. There's no part of me that will ever say, honestly, any team that's in the playoffs these days can't win a World Series, but the challenges are vast and mighty.
I would say of all, I'm just going to focus on the American League because I don't focus on the National League too much. That's where I look at the standings. And so you got the Yankees and the Guardians both leading their divisions, right? Well, it might be the Orioles right now. I know the Orioles and Yankees are in a dogfight. I haven't looked to see who's leading the East. Whoever's leading the East is leading the American League, and the other one is the top wild card team. So whoever wins the East, then you got the Guardians in the Central, and then you got other playoff teams. I would say if you were just conducting some sort of, if you were drafting certain aspects of all the teams that could be in the playoffs, I think that the combination of having Yordan Alvarez on this team and the top two starters, I think they are the envy of practically every team in the American League. I think there's a good chance that Yordan, and I know Aaron Judge is having a monster year. I know he is. I know Bobby Witt Jr. is having a monster year. Bobby Witt Jr. has never played a playoff game, and Aaron Judge sucks in the playoffs. You've got potentially the guy who's the best hitter in the postseason on your roster, and you've got the best top two starters going into the and I say this even with Hunter Brown pitching the way he did last night. Hunter Brown has been dynamite for the last 3 months, and Fromber has been Fromber Deluxe for the last few months. I think, the Astros get into the dance. I think those two things are the envy of a lot of other teams in the postseason, having Yordan as your game wrecker and having those two guys at the top of your rotation. I think that gives you a really good, way more than a puncher's chance of getting to an 8th straight ALCS.
Yeah, yeah. And, I guess the counter argument against my own argument would be just that you can't just completely discount the first part of the season either. It's a long season. But especially you can have a tail end of it the same way you had at the start of it all. That the power they have of their top line guys is it's a factor.
That top four, that top four is really good. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I think we're one game in with the Texans, but I think we already have an early kind of position controversy for Texan fans, wondering when is this guy going to start to get more snaps and become the starter. We'll tell you who it is coming up next.
We certainly will, Sean. I'll tell you another thing. Bayway Chevrolet, best place to get yourself a brand new Silverado.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know what? Texter, good job. 8780. My tease was early position controversy for the Texans. Somebody the Texan fans may want to start for this team sooner rather than later. I don't know that this was a tough guess, but Texter, I'll give you credit here. I hope the conversation is, quote, when is Kalen Bullock going to get more snaps? Ward looked bad last Sunday. Yes, that is a conversation we're about to have. Here was DeMeco Ryans yesterday on rookie safety Kalen Bullock.
Yeah, it's exciting when the rookies step up and make a play in his first game. Not many rookie safeties have done that, get an interception in their debut game, and Kalen can add his name to the list. And it wasn't surprising to me, right? And that's why we want to get him on the field, because he has such a great knack for finding the football and actually coming down with it and making game-changing plays. So we want our playmakers on the field, and Kalen deserves to be out there.
Now, we should point out, he was on the field for 55% of the snaps. So it's not as though Kalen Bullock played 8 snaps and got that pick, and you're like,
spot duty.
Yeah, it wasn't spot duty. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. So, but the question is, it's Jimmy Ward, so it's one game, so we'll see where it goes. But it was not a great Sunday for Jimmy Ward. And Kalen Bullock, to DeMeco's point, and DeMeco mentions this every time he talks about Kalen Bullock, he has been doing this since he put pads on at training camp. Kalen Bullock has been making plays since training camp started.
I think, and he plays a position where the Texans already had players that they feel good about who are veteran players, where at cornerback, Kamari Lassiter wasn't really competing with a bona fide starter. Jeff Okudah, who went on IR the other day, C.J. Henderson, they are what they are. And I think that Kamari Lassiter, they feel very good about him, and they trusted him from the beginning, but I think he was also in a different competition.
Yeah.
With Kalen Bullock, I think they could treat him more like a traditional rookie, where they feel really good about him, but they want to limit his exposure and see exactly how much they can trust him. He played well. He played consistently. It wasn't like he made that interception, but had issues all over the place elsewhere. So I would imagine that they're going to continue to rotate him in, whether he's starting or not, and be pretty heavily used because of that playmaking ability. The thing about Jimmy Ward is, I almost would have felt better about that game if he had made mistakes on those plays. But that big reception to Alec Pierce later in the game, that was just him. That was Alec Pierce running away from Jimmy Ward.
That looked like a physical issue.
That looked like Jimmy Ward just could not keep up with him. If he had anticipated a little better and intercepted the route earlier, maybe it would have been all right. But it was an underthrown football.
Mm-hmm.
Was it underthrown? I feel like by Anthony Richardson standards, it was an underthrow, because it very easily could have been a touchdown if it had led to Alec Pierce a little bit.
Yeah.
So, I think that Jimmy Ward might just be in physical decline, and that was week 1 of the regular season.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie both played 100% of the snaps on Sunday against the Colts. There's your answer. They were in dime 55% of the time because Kalen Bullock is out there as an extra safety. So Jimmy Ward and Jalen.
But Jalen Petrie's not playing safety. But
that's true. That's true. He's playing nickel corner. Yeah,
it's Eric. It's
Eric Murray. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So but the 5 guys who played 100% of the snaps for the Texans on Sunday: Azeez Al-Shire, Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, and Derek Stingley Jr. None of those guys came off the field.
Yeah, and I've seen some people wondering about Al-Shire, and I think there's some differing opinions. This is where I go with Al-Shire, is that when you're facing Anthony Richardson and the RPO is such a big deal, it really it limits exactly what linebackers can and cannot do. And Al-Shire especially, I think, is the guy that was trying to be as conservative as possible and not bite on play action. I think there were times where defensively they gave Henry To'oTo'o the green light to be the aggressive player and Al-Shire to be the more conservative one. I think he did what he was supposed to do in that game. So it wasn't like a highlight reel day for Al-Shire or anything. And he was good in the pass game at times. I think there were a couple plays that he could have done better. But I felt like given the challenges of facing Anthony Richardson, the defense did what it was supposed to do.
Yeah.
And they ended up limiting Jonathan Taylor to a really, really mediocre day. And Anthony Richardson got his runs in, but they weren't back-breaking runs. So I'm totally cool with him for now.
Yep. That's a text message. That's very concerning what you guys just said about Ward, considering they gave Ward an extension in the offseason. I think that's fair.
Yeah,
absolutely fair. Text message, probably should have brought in Justin Simmons. I'm not there yet on the safety position.
I think the thing with Justin Simmons is that they already had a veteran on the roster in Jimmy Ward, and Justin Simmons is old. So at some point, there's a very good chance he declines over the next couple of years. I think when you ask why didn't they bring in Justin Simmons, I think the specific answer is they like Kalen Bullock. And that when it comes to drafting younger guys and getting younger as a defense and eventually those guys starting, I think they really like Kalen Bullock. And that probably I would be surprised if they weren't discussing Justin Simmons in the offseason.
Sure.
I think they probably had his name on a whiteboard somewhere.
Yep.
But it was as they were watching Kalen Bullock and trying to figure out, all right, is this a guy that we think we might be able to trust in his rookie year? And I think they felt good about Kalen Bullock.
Kalen Bullock, I was thinking about this, you got a rookie quarterback on the other side, Caleb Williams, who, especially in an environment like we expect on Sunday, make it a little jittery and throw one up. And Kalen Bullock's a guy who can go get it. He was also Caleb Williams' teammate at USC. Do you think that the defensive staff is pumping Kalen Bullock for anything on Caleb Williams?
Maybe some of the little tells and everything.
That's what I mean.
Teams always want to be careful about, acting like the player is going to be the professor of exactly what. But they'll ask him, do you have any tips or tells or how he likes to operate or anything like that. And, the conversations with the defensive backs themselves, they're probably leaning on Kalen Bullock a lot. You never know. You never know exactly like what a guy is in terms of, how much that quarterback that you went against, and B, just, is it stuff that transfers over to the scheme they're in right now?
Yeah.
The one thing I was surprised about in the way they handled the Caleb Williams, boy, saying Caleb and Kalen in the same conversation is going to be tough for me.
The segment will be over soon, Seth.
Hold on, let me get my bell. They didn't help him out with play action hardly at all when he was in the gun. They let him sit back there and act like he was going to dissect defenses with a bad interior offensive line in front of him without really having much of an RPO game whatsoever. I mean, there was no threat of the run on a lot of those passes out of gun, and I was really, I don't want to say I was aghast, but Shane Waldron, the offensive coordinator, I don't think he really had it in his brain that he had to help this rookie quarterback out a lot, which is a nice sign for the Texans in week 2 if that's what Shane Waldron thinks of Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
It would have been unfair to put C.J. Stroud in that same situation in week 1 last year.
Agreed. I don't know if you saw this. The odds have shifted after 1 week on the first head coach to be fired. You and I do our death pool every year, our head coach death pool.
I know this because you took a big hit on your number 1 overall choice.
I did. Yeah. My number 1 overall was Todd Bowles, and Tampa Bay looked really good.
The team that has the best quarterback in the league.
Right now, yeah. So, but your number 1 overall pick was Nick Sirianni. He's kind of far down there too.
Yeah, damn it.
But we both.
You know what? That's right. I forgot I had texted you about that after the first quarter when the Eagles didn't even get across the 50-yard line until the waning seconds of the first quarter.
Yeah.
And I was pretty confident in my choice at that point.
It's interesting because Seth and I, for those who missed it last week, we each pick 4 head coaches with the goal being for one of us to get the one that gets fired first. You have, as of the odds board right now, you can find odds on the first head coach to be fired. 2 of the top 3. Are you playing the Game of Thrones theme? Ben, you're a gem. I love this. The top 2 of the top 3 are in your group, Seth. You got Brian Daboll. Daboll's the new favorite, and that was a great pick by you. I think Daboll should be the favorite right now. He's a favorite at 3-1. And Robert Saleh is 3rd on the board at 9-1. Those look like 2. And I have Dennis Allen, who's in between. Ironically, Dennis Allen in between won 47-10. It feels like the odds makers have some pictures of Dennis Allen or something like that.
I think the thing about two of those guys I could excuse, even though it wouldn't be the right thing to fire Brian Daboll or Kevin Stefanski and to blame them for their quarterbacks. I think it's one of those situations where, look, we've paid the quarterback already, and we don't think that you're probably the issue, but we got to find out if somebody else can do a better job. And even if Joe Shane himself might be thinking like, all right, it's my fault that your quarterback is Daniel Jones, but I got to see if somebody else can work some magic with him and have the Daniel Jones touch.
Yeah.
So we just got to fire you. Kevin Stefanski, same thing. We're not blaming you for Deshaun Watson being a weirdo, and yet maybe we need somebody who's a weirdo specialist to be in here today.
Yeah, weirdo specialist. Well, the funny
Who would
thing
that
is,
be? Bring in Lane Kiffin.
Yes. I think Stefanski might be a better coach than Daboll. Jones's contract is easier to get out of than Deshaun's. Like Deshaun's contract, you know what I mean? Like if they really like Daboll in New York, they can eject from Jones and keep Daboll. If they feel like they got to get a pound of flesh in Cleveland from somebody, unless this legal stuff that Deshaun's involved in negates a big chunk of his guaranteed money, then it's going to be Stefanski, not Deshaun.
If it doesn't work out, you'd be going into a reset with the Browns next year. So if Deshaun Watson doesn't turn it around, the Browns can't get it together, you'd be going into a reset next year where you're taking a huge hit on Deshaun Watson that you're going to have to somehow try to figure out a way to spread it out over multiple years. Then do you keep the same coach in place or do you go to a bridge coach? And I think that's where, Kevin Stefanski should probably be the favorite right now. I think Dennis Allen and Robert Saleh, if you're looking at it objectively, those guys have systemic issues on their team that have nothing to do with the coach. And it's not fair to blame them, and it also doesn't seem like it would be any kind of a quick fix to have an interim coach or anything in that regard.
Yep. Daboll's top of the list. I have him, or Seth has him. Dennis Allen second. I have Dennis Allen. Robert Saleh third. Seth Payne selection, and then I have Stefanski, who's fourth. So our draft's pretty good as far as kind of reading the room there.
I'm pretty far down on the board with Sean McDermott and Nick Sirianni. I think just give it some time in Buffalo there.
Yeah.
I don't think Josh Allen can play hero ball for 17 weeks in a row.
With you on that. All right, we found it's been a while since HOA Florio has shown up on our radar. Mike Florio has a new co-celebrity. He is going after one of the hallowed favorite sons of the sport of football.
Ooh.
Yeah, you'll hear it coming up. We'll share it with you coming up next year. But first, I got to tell you about Daly and Black, the law offices of Daly and Black here in Houston. And I'm talking to those of you out there right now who have suffered damage to your home or
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Mike Florio is the founder of Pro Football Talk, a very, very useful resource because it aggregates stories. Florio injects some of his own opinions into things. We have some fun with it because Florio finds these causes that he loves to take up for that seem awfully strange from time to time. Anytime it's a hyper-legal thing, you can count on Mike Florio jumping in and taking a side in it, and it's always fun. And we've nicknamed him on this show HOA Florio.
Right, yes. He's it's all the little persnickety stuff that nobody seems to care about, but he will carry a torch for because the people need to know.
Yeah,
Sean.
yeah. Don't you leave your garbage cans out one day for an extra day in Mike Florio's neighborhood. You take those bad boys back to the garage, all right? So it's been a while, though, since we've kind of had some fun with this. Among the past causes that Florio has tried to carry the banner for, getting the getting the Cardinals pinched for tampering with Jonathan Gannon when they hired him as the head coach, stuff like that. This one is interesting because he is, I don't know that he's looking to shut down the Manning cast necessarily, but it looks more like he's trying to throw shade at the Manning cast. But Peyton Manning's an interesting one to go after because he's I would say Peyton Manning's among the most popular sports figures, let alone football players on the planet. People love Peyton Manning.
Yeah. No, and I think, one of the most venerable, I guess I would say, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if is Peyton beloved as much as people just kind of respect the brand that the Manning family has built.
I think people legitimately like Peyton, and that's why he speaks for so many products. I don't think he would have as many endorsements as he did if people didn't like him.
Okay.
So here's what Florio wrote yesterday. Now we know why the ESPN press release regarding the Week 1 TV audience, which we know ESPN loves to tout it when they've got big TV audiences. Here's what the ratings were on Monday Night Football. It omitted any reference to the Manning cast. So Peyton and Eli and their guests giving that alternate view of the game on ESPN2, which was all the rage for a couple of years. According to Florio, the debut for this season sank to an all-time low of 872,000 viewers via Sports Business Daily. Previously, the alternative broadcast had been dancing on the line of slipping below 1 million viewers. This is a 43% drop from Week 1 of last year. So year over year, the Manning cast had dropped 43%. Now, the number only represents a very small sliver of everybody who's watching it. There's 20 million people watching it on ESPN with Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, the conventional broadcast. But this is where Florio starts to dive into his critique of the actual content.
Okay.
He says, of course, the ESPN release could have mentioned some of these facts, disclosing the numbers. Apparently, the number was regarded as so bad that even a fairly obvious explanation was eschewed. And the obvious explanation Florio refers to is, hey, a lot of this audience compared to last year can't even watch it because of the dispute between Disney and DirecTV right now.
Oh, yeah.
So making matters worse is the fact, this is Florio, that the arrival of Bill Belichick, who surely didn't appear on the show for free, didn't move the needle at all. I watched it yesterday morning. I learned more from Peyton than I learned from Belichick, whose biggest strategic offering was to suggest the Jets should throw to Garrett Wilson on every passing play. Here's where I'll say what plenty in the media believe, but few will dare to utter. Given, I love this.
He's so brave. My God.
Given the overall power and influence of Peyton Manning. Here's what he's saying, Seth. At what point does ESPN admit that it's all a gigantic waste of money?
Okay, this is the thing that's funny about it is it's ESPN too. Does Florio understand how low the production cost is to pay Peyton Manning to put that show on? I mean, it's basically Peyton and Eli's whatever fee Peyton is paying himself and whatever Peyton has to pay the guests to come on. It's found money in a lot of regards. And it's pretty simple business. What would they be showing on ESPN2 if they weren't showing that? A replay of SportsCenter or something.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be. I think if your expectation is that it's going to get 5 million viewers per game or something, I don't think ESPN ever thought that. So ultimately, it's not a big deal. They're not locked into – it's not going to be like some drain on their budget like Tony Romo might be for CBS where, all right, boy, I don't know if he's just phoning it in and he doesn't – how many viewers does he actually bring? It doesn't matter. I think that I would have – when they first started this, I thought if they got $1 million or 1 million viewers per game, that's probably really good for what you would expect to get out of ESPN2 content. And where the production costs are so extremely low. It's a couple of webcams, you know? Yeah. I think this is much ado about nothing. And also, get over Florio, you're the first person who's ever criticized Bill Belichick. Get over yourself. My God.
So this is where Florio, I think, kind of screwed up. He goes, whatever it costs per year, $10 million, $20 million, $30 million, is it worth it? To which I would say, I would go find what it costs per year before I go critiquing the balance sheet on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think that's kind of what you're saying. So I'll close it out with Florio here. The Manning cast draws praise from the media. That's the only remotely tangible contribution it provides to shareholders of the Walt Disney Company. And the praise I love how he's taking up for shareholders. The Manning cast is such a pimple on the overall portfolio of Disney.
And again, like you said, they have no idea. Like Florio has no idea what the P&L looks like on that.
Yeah.
You know, like there's just are they making money on it? I'm guessing they are.
Yeah.
So that's okay. No big deal. It's ESPN2.
The praise might no longer be genuine, but merely a product of the pandering to Peyton Manning, given his perceived power in pro football media and beyond. While Peyton has proven to be a masterful business person, Florio continues, the case could be made that his off-field superpower has been to leverage perception into reality and to keep hard realities like Monday night's abysmal audience number hidden from view.
Yeah, for him to go into this, and I would hold Florio to a higher standard when it comes to the actual business side of these things, and yet he seems like a babe in the woods in some regards, as like somebody that just doesn't actually understand, okay, but they want to make money on it, and are they making money on it? And the economics of ESPN2 and farming it out to Peyton's production company, you have no idea whether they're making money on it or not. I would guess that they are, but I don't know. That's my guess.
It's just such a weird hill to die on because I don't watch the Manning cast, and my criticism of the Manning cast has been I don't like that it doubles as like a late night talk show where they bring on guests who have nothing to do. I'm watching Monday Night Football to watch the game. I watched a lot of the Manning cast the year that it was Louis Riddick and Steve Levy and who was the other one in the booth with them there? I forget. There was a third person. Oh, Brian Greasy, I think. Yeah. I watched it more before Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Once they got Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, who give a game a big game feel, like you feel like you're watching an important game. I just watched. I like Joe Buck and Troy Aikman on the call. So that combined with the fact that I felt like the Manning cast, they were only really half watching the game and they were having guests on I wasn't interested in. That was my criticism, but I don't want it to die. You know what I mean?
No, and part of it, too,
I don't care if it's around. I just choose not to watch it.
Or act like somehow Peyton Manning, let's look at this. Step back for a second, Florio, and look at this. You're talking about Peyton Manning being on ESPN2.
Right.
And yet that somehow that's Peyton Manning wielding his big stick.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? It's not. Peyton Manning didn't take over the main broadcast or something. Yet another example. There goes Peyton Manning getting that ESPN2 slot that everybody's coveting all the time.
So you know what I'm going to ask you. On the HOA Florio scale of 1 to 10, how HOAE is this of Florio?
This is more on the Florio farming for clicks.
Oh, okay.
This is one of those things, kind of like when you hear political commentators sometimes say things that I'm like, dude, you're smarter than this. I know I know you don't actually believe this because it doesn't make any sense. I feel like he's gone full political commentator on this.
Yep.
I think he's because the other part too. Now this is where you and I have an advantage because on the sports radio side of things, we understand the business side of things a little bit better than a lot of TV people do.
Yep.
TV, there's more of a separation between the talent and the business.
Yeah.
They've kind of got old, journalistic, guide rails that don't apply to us.
Yeah.
Part of the appeal of Peyton Manning is that they do sell advertising at a higher rate because it's Peyton Manning.
Right.
Just like you mentioned, Sean, that advertisers love Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
So in selling commercials there's a certain appeal that comes to your PowerPoint presentation when you're showing slides of Peyton Manning up there. And that matters. It's not all numbers based. It's not all. There's people in radio that do way more in advertising revenue than their ratings would suggest, just because people love them as spokespeople.
That's right.
You know, both the businesses and the listeners. So that's where Florio really shows his ignorance on stuff like this.
All right, good. I'm glad we had this conversation.
Yeah.
That was fun.
He's ignorant and clickbaity on this one.
There you go. Okay, I like that. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Boy, there was a recurring theme with C.J. Stroud yesterday that it sounds like if they get fixed, it is curtains for the Bears on Sunday. I can't wait to play this for you guys. We'll do that coming up next.
Bayway Ram. This is where you go to get your brand new 1500. You've been thinking about it. You've been dreaming about it. The time.
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Man, I'm pumped up for Sunday. Texans-Bears, Sunday Night Football, 7:20 kick, 4:20 Texans countdown. If you're going out to the game, stop by, say hello. We're out there right on the stage, in between the dome and the stadium, along the boulevard there. Should be a whole lot of fun. First primetime game at NRG Stadium since, well, not first primetime. There was back when you had to have Thursday night games, they had a couple like against the Eagles and the Panthers during the Lovey and Cully years. But Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, like the original primetime spots, first one since Week 13 of 2019 when a Deshaun Watson and DeAndre Hopkins-led Texan team beat Tom Brady and a flu-addled New England Patriots team.
Did they take two planes, the Patriots?
I think they did, actually, yeah.
The flu plane and the non-flu plane.
Yeah, I think they did. They quarantined half the team on a plane. Yeah.
I got to go do it. I'd like to hear an oral history of that and interview the flight attendants who were on the flu plane.
Oh, dude. They were the first ones to mask up before masking was cool.
Hey, okay, so here's the thing, Debbie. Every player on this plane might need diapers at some point,
dude.
Because it's a bad situation. Okay, we're basically sending you into the heart of Ebola here on this flight. But good luck.
That was a defending Super Bowl champion Patriots team. You know that there were Patriot fans that they could have raised hundreds of thousands for charity and auctioned off being the flight attendants for some of those Southies like Sully and Marty O'Brien from the South Side of Boston paying $100,000. Now you got to be a flight attendant. Now here's the thing: these guys all have some sort of deathly ill flu. Oh, that's fine, no problem, no problem at all. I'll mask up. I'll be fine.
You're not allowed to ask them questions about the Patriots. That would be the wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, I can't even ask Brady what the hell he was thinking on last week. Yeah.
Right. I can't ask about why did you bench Malcolm Butler? Why did you bench Butler last year, Belichick? Let's get to C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, recurring theme in the C.J. Stroud press conference yesterday, talking about the game against the Colts on Sunday and what they're hoping to accomplish. And I think we saw a lot of this across the league where there was a lot of rust in the passing game with a lot of teams this week. And it was a pretty low-scoring week, very low passing yardage week. Like a lot of fantasy owners who won games were like, I didn't think I was going to win. My quarterback sucked. Yeah, a lot of quarterbacks sucked. CJ didn't suck, but he was really good, actually. But it took a little while to get going, and he pointed that out multiple times. Here's the first one. Very first cut from the press conference.
I would say it just takes time. But it's really just about communication, being honest, saying what you like, saying what you don't like, and then just the physical reps. So, yeah, I mean, it takes you. You don't know until you know. Like, it takes until the first couple of games to get a feel for each other. But I feel like we got clicking pretty fast after we stopped shooting ourselves in the foot for so long. So.
Okay, shot them. So the question there was what goes into players trusting each other.
Yeah, and I think I don't know if there was necessarily rustiness or miscommunication between CJ and the receivers. I thought the most glaring issues with some of the rustiness was on the offensive line. I think some of the mistakes they made, I think, will be ironed out pretty quickly. I'm not so worried about that. It was more so mental and technique than it was physical. Titus Howard had some rough snaps that started with his footwork and got cleaned up as the game went along. So I think there was some rustiness there. There were a couple moments. There were at least a couple miscommunications or misunderstandings between between CJ and Joe Mixon in the backfield. Mm-hmm. Remember where CJ thought that Joe Mixon was going to be there for a fake or what have you?
Yeah, Joe ran the other way.
Yeah, there may have been a check at the line that Joe didn't get. And that stuff got ironed out as the game went along. But those are the things where I feel like, all right, that's might seem like no big deal, but it's a wasted snap on a drive. And I guess I wish I could chalk up Laramie Tunsil's 2 false starts to rustiness, but that's him in peak midseason form.
Yes.
So, yeah. And one of those was a drive killer.
Yeah.
One of them, it went from 3rd and 2 to 3rd and 7, and they were out on that set of downs. So it's It's just so frustrating.
Yeah.
That's not rustiness. That's who he is, and I don't know what to say about it. It's so frustrating.
Yeah. Yep. So that was the first cut. Then the second cut. Question asked: are you guys just scratching the surface right now?
Most definitely. I think watching the film from last week, there was definitely a lot of plays we left on the field. We could clean up a lot of things. So, yeah, I definitely think that we barely show what we got, but it's kind of cool because we still did kind of play pretty good. Once we stopped shooting ourselves in the foot, the plays that we ran good looked great, but the ones that we just barely missed on, it's like the little small things, if we clean those up, man, I think we would have had a way better day, but definitely great to learn and to win.
That is the thing, Seth. Like, he statistically had a phenomenal game, CJ. He had a passer rating of 115.6. It wasn't like prolific yardage, and you ran for $160 with Joe Mixon in a game where CJ, the quarterback, is sitting there sounding like it was a C-plus game for the offense. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah, and I think that's where the bar has been raised, and especially with the anticipation and expectation of the offseason with these wide receivers. You've got this image of, they're going to throw for 400 yards every single game. If a team does decide to play soft coverages and play conservatively to try to limit all that, then, okay, take advantage of it in the run game. And I think that's the part where it's an academic thing that CJ knew, that, all right, you're going to have to be really patient and just dink and dunk your way and use the run game. But it's harder to play out in real time when you're antsy to go out and just unleash hell on the opponent. So it's probably good for CJ in some ways just to feel that and to understand, even in a close game, you got to bide your time. You got to take your opportunities when they're there, but you can't force anything. It was good for him to get reps doing that in a loss, I think, and understand that not every game is going to be fireworks. It's not going to be a Hall of Fame performance every single time just because you have these three wide receivers.
Yeah, I think, honestly, as much. Well, let's play one more from CJ, then I'll give you my thoughts. Getting back to the action, CJ starts talking about last weekend again here.
Yeah, it was fun. I think early on, the jitters, they played some different coverages that we didn't think they were going to play. Backed up a lot, played a lot of soft zone, and a lot of defenses are going to make us play true and make us methodical, and that's fine. We'll do what we have to do to execute. But I think in that game we learned it's all about us, man. Like, we don't shoot ourselves in the feet. Like, I don't think we're going to be really hard to stop, especially it really starts and really will always be up front. And if our O-line plays like that, man, it's going to be hard for us to lose. And, I definitely do think, like, we have so much left on the bone that we can, still get. And I'm really excited just to keep working with these group of guys because it's really fun just being in here every day with those guys.
I think that game was probably, as much as CJ refers to the glitchiness of the game, especially early on, I think that was about as close to what D'Amico and Bobby Slowick are looking for as far as a game script goes, where it's, hey, we throw for 235, 250, spread it out amongst a bunch of guys. We're humming in the red zone. That was big. We're closing out the game on the ground.
Yeah.
I think the only, to me, like the one thing I think they would have done better was they were more inefficient in the next zone outside the red zone in that game than they were in the red zone. There was a reason Kymie Fairbairn kicked 3 50-yard field goals in that game, is they bogged down when they got to whatever color that zone is right there between the 20 and the 40. I think that's the only thing they would correct. I think the balance that they had is exactly how they would love to draw it up on the chalkboard every week.
Yeah, the frustrating thing wasn't that they had to be methodical. It was that there were times when, in being methodical and being patient, there were errors that kept them from being explosive. So, for instance, okay, they're going to take the top off this offense and we're going to run some screens. And they had a screen set up perfectly for Joe Mixon to just have a huge gain. But for whatever reason, Shaq Mason just kind of froze and didn't go attack the guy that he was supposed to block. And that was enough uncertainty that Joe Mixon kind of didn't have a clean read on it. He tried to go outside instead of just hitting upfield. And you clean that up. And it's not even like Shaq Mason has to make a good block on that. He's just got to go out and try to get the guy.
Right.
And that would have been enough for Joe Mixon just to hit upfield, just by having a body between him and but Shaq Mason ended up being a speed bump instead of somebody who was paving the way. And then also Shaq Mason missing that twist where it was just really easy for a veteran offensive lineman to pick up that defensive tackle twist. Those kinds of things, you clean those up, and some of those boring plays turn into big plays if you just clean that little simple stuff up.
Yeah. You clean up that boring stuff, and then it turns into explosions, turns into fireworks. That's fun. I can't believe I'm texting this. This is a texter, obviously. But considering how horrible Deshaun Watson is playing for the Browns, is it time to give Tim Kelly some flowers for the way he apparently, quote, coached up Deshaun while he was here?
I think so. I think we've done that. It's never like emphatic praise or anything now, but you always have to remember, though, too, and this was the frustrating thing about that 2020 season, is that they weren't scoring points. Deshaun put up prolific passing numbers, but they weren't scoring points.
Yes.
They were a middle-of-the-road offense. And one frustrating thing for me during that year, that was pre-allegations or anything like that, was that, and I would say during the year, I got uncomfortable that Deshaun Watson would get up and accept all the praise for what a brilliant passing performance he had in a game that they lost or didn't actually put up points.
Right.
Because it should be, as the quarterback, it's not about your passing numbers, it's about the offense in total. And the good thing about a game like the one versus the Colts was it reminded me a lot of those days when the Patriots would decide, oh, you know what, Colts, in your pretty white uniforms, you know what we're going to do today? We're going to play with 6 offensive linemen and rush for 300 yards.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to do to your pretty little defense over there.
Yep.
And that's what it felt like. So it was cool that it happened versus the Colts. That, all right, you know what? Cool. You take away the passing game. We're going to punish you and embarrass you in front of your friends, families, and inbred fans. And that's what they did. They embarrassed them in front of those inbred hillbillies in a state that doesn't even have hills.
They absolutely did. As far as Deshaun goes, the latest there, we'll drop this in here because if you haven't seen it, if you're listening to this show, then you probably know already. Deshaun is the defendant in a lawsuit right now that was filed against him by another Tony Busby client. This one claiming a lot of similar things, some much more graphic, though, that Deshaun did sexual assault wise while they were on a date or they were getting ready to go on a date at her apartment while she was getting ready. And so he's being sued. It's a civil lawsuit, and Rusty Hardin is Deshaun's defense attorney once again here. Rusty Hardin issued a statement yesterday saying Deshaun strongly denies the allegations in the Jane Doe lawsuit filed Monday. We've asked him not to comment further while this matter works its way through the courts, but are comfortable he will ultimately be vindicated. We will be ready to defend this case in court at the appropriate time, but don't intend to conduct our defense in the media. We would ask that people be patient while the legal process runs its course. In the meantime, Deshaun is going to focus his energy and concentration on football. Deshaun did media yesterday in Cleveland. He did his weekly starting quarterback press conference. And this was the exchange that took place in the first minute and change of that press conference.
Deshaun, I know it's going to be all about football, but can you just comment on the statement that Rusty put out so that we hear just your thoughts about what he said?
Yeah, I mean, the statement is the response that, we talked about. And, everything that he put in that statement is exactly what, how I'm feeling and what we're going, through this process with.
How do you not let this become a distraction as you prepare for Jacksonville?
I focus on football. I focus on keeping the main thing, and that's when I walk into this building, focusing on being the best quarterback I can be on the game plan and trying to be better than we were last week so we can get a W.
How much impact everything that's going on in your life that you talked about after the game, did that affect you Sunday? Just how much is all this affecting you off the field?
Yeah, like I mentioned Sunday, I don't like to make excuses or anything like that. Those 3 hours, 4 hours we on the field, I got to lock in and do my craft and do and execute my plan as a quarterback. So, again, I'm not going to sit up here and make any excuses for anything that's off the field. Is what's causing on the field. So, I just got to be better this week, and I will be better, and we're going to continue to grow each and every week to, get to where we want to ultimately be at the end of the year.
Did you have any idea that this lawsuit was coming when you were playing Sunday?
No, sir. I found out exactly whenever everyone else found out.
Okay, and everybody else found out Monday afternoon. That we should mention, Tony Busby after Rusty Harden's statement yesterday. I don't know if it was after Deshaun's press conference or not, but put up a post on Instagram. Busby, the attorney for the plaintiff, the Jane Doe in this case, saying this. It's a lengthy post. I'll read the part that's relevant here. We reached out to attorney Rusty Harden's office for. We've reached out to attorney Rusty Harden's office for 10 months in an attempt to resolve this case. We knew the case was the most serious and egregious case brought against Watson to date, and our client, who was rightly traumatized by these events, wanted to attempt a private resolution. We thought that was the best approach given the media storm that occurred surrounding all the other claims. Unfortunately, Watson's team or maybe his lawyers couldn't or wouldn't give this case the attention it was due. Mr. Harden now has tried to contact us since we filed suit. Unfortunately, we see that now as too little too late, but we are officers of the court and will give Mr. Harden and his esteemed team the respect he has earned, and we will work with him to progress this case in an efficient manner. Busby goes on to get in a couple shots at Watson here, saying, I can understand, given the number of women that Mr. Watson has interacted with, that he could forget some or many of them. However, given the nature of this case, I expect this incident is something he wouldn't soon forget. We look forward to a trial by jury.
Oh, yeah. So
we might be getting a trial on this one.
As far as, and Busby, Busby made his name for himself originally by taking cases to trial that usually in the oil and gas industry wouldn't go to trial. They'd be quick settlements, and that would be it. And obviously, this is a whole different beast than oil and gas business, workers' comp type stuff.
Sure.
And where the alleged victims, it can be ugly for them. I wonder with Deshaun saying, well, for one, he didn't really answer the question about, when asked about whether the stuff outside the field would, how he was managing that and everything, he didn't really give a direct answer to that. I guess, how much do you think at this point he may have compartmentalized it to where, I'm going to let my legal team just handle all of this stuff as it comes up, and I don't even really want to be aware of it until I need to be aware of it? Is that realistic or possible that in the last 10 months he just didn't even really know about it?
Or attempting to compartmentalize. I don't know how good he is at it, but attempting to compartmentalize. Oh, that over the last 10 months he would have no idea that Busby was reaching out to him about this other case.
Yeah, that maybe he told Rusty listen, just handle this stuff and let me know and send me the bill, but I don't want to have it in my brain. I just want to try to just stay focused and moving forward.
Yeah, I could see that. I think one of the big takeaways would be, it would appear, just putting the pieces together on this, that this would not be a woman that Deshaun would have notified the Browns about before signing the contract. Remember, there was the language in his contract that there was a side letter that Deshaun did about, hey, these are all the lawsuits. This is what else could be floating around on the radar. And if any of the women that came forward after signing the contract were on that side letter, then he wouldn't get suspended. He wouldn't be subject to the personal conduct policy.
I just, if you take separate all the details of the cases and everything, and just put yourself in a position where just a hypothetical situation, Sean, where let's say everything had been 100% consensual, or you believed it was 100% consensual, but you have to sit down there. And maybe with a 58-year-old paralegal from Rusty Harden's office, and sit down there in an afternoon or two and detail all of the encounters you've had with women over the last several years.
Yeah.
That's uncomfortable.
Yeah. There you go. Yes.
It's like the point where you have to wait a second, Darlene. There's another one I just thought of.
Yeah.
And Darlene just sits there trying to keep a straight face the whole time and not any disgust or anything.
Right.
That's
brutal.
rough.
Yep. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. Caleb Williams coming to town this weekend. Seth sat down and watched the entirety of Caleb Williams' NFL career over the last couple days.
Yes,
game.
I did. Yeah, it was pretty impressive effort by me.
Yeah, good job. But Seth has some insight here as to what maybe some of the things the Texans could take advantage of. What are the things Caleb Williams needs to clean up for the game this weekend, or else it's going to be a rough night for him? We'll do that coming up next. But if you're looking, I'll tell you one good thing Caleb Williams is doing. I don't know if he's doing it necessarily, but if he passes for 1 yard, just one measly yard, he gets you one win on your Prize Picks lineup every week in September, actually. So if you go to Prize Picks, if you download the app, put in my code 610, You're going to get a $50 bonus when you do just a $5 lineup. Your first lineup, $5, $50 bonus, boom, right to your account. You don't even need to win. But you'll see right there, right away, there's a Caleb Williams free square that you can play. And you play that with a few other player stats. All you're doing on Prize Picks is picking more or less on anywhere from 2 to 6 different player stats. Baseball, football, basketball, MMA, soccer, golf, tennis, all sorts of sports. You're just playing more or less on stats. And your lineup doesn't have to be all football or all baseball. You can combo it up, man. If you want the Astros in there to go with a little bit of Texans flavor, do it. Absolutely do it. But that Caleb Williams free square is nice. It's almost like an automatic augmenting of your payout. You can win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks. $10 into $1,000, boom, just like that. Easy to get your money out when you win. Press of a button, boom, goes straight to your bank account. It's great. And again, they've got it going on.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Our first look at the Bears offense and Caleb Williams through the eyes of the head coach.
Bears, what I see offensively is starting with the quarterback with Caleb, really, exciting player to watch. Strong arm, like the guy can move around the pocket, scramble in the throw. Like you have to stay on your coverage, right? Because he's going to find someone downfield. So it's we have to be on the details there when it comes to him moving around in the pocket and just their running game. I think that's where everything starts. They do a good job of their zone scheme, right? Getting Swift going on the outside. We have to do a great job in the run game. And then they have playmakers on the outside. Keenan Allen, all right, DJ Moore, two big-time playmakers who've done it for a while in this league. Guys we have to be aware of where they are in all situations, and we have to make sure we're as sticky as possible in coverage versus them.
So we should point out, before we get into, Seth, your analysis of Caleb Williams from watching his game last week against the Titans, we should point out that both Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze, two of the three big wide receivers they have, DJ Moore being the other one, they didn't practice yesterday. Neither Allen nor Odunze practiced yesterday. The Odunze injury sounds a little more serious. It was a knee that they had to MRI, and he's week to week kind of thing. I have no idea if he's going to play or not, but that sounded a little more serious. Allen's injury is listed as a heel. He's always hurt over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So who knows if that means he's going to play or not going to play? Who knows with Keenan Allen?
Look, it was. I don't think and people are making various attempts and stabs at looking smarter than everybody else and saying it wasn't actually that bad of a performance by Caleb Williams. It was a bad performance, but I think the thing is, okay, you got to take it with a grain of salt. It's his first start as a rookie. That there were a lot of things going on with the offense that were bad that didn't necessarily have anything to do with Caleb Williams, which should make you concerned as a Bears fan. But it was one start. I think the biggest thing, if I'm sitting here as a Texans fan and thinking, all right, like let's not overlook Caleb Williams and act like he's a bust after one start.
Right.
The biggest thing that would concern me is that several of the really bad throws that Caleb Williams had was where he just airmailed it to wide open wide receivers downfield. There was the potential for big plays in that game. Caleb Williams screwed it up and had bad throws, but it's like when you're facing that offense and thinking, look, we can't be letting these guys run free. We are the Texans defense that has a history recently of giving up big plays despite playing good defense otherwise. Yeah. That can really, really bite you. The Bears did potentially have some big plays on the docket last week, but Caleb Williams he was just wildly inaccurate in those throws. So my question is, all right, is it just rookie nerves? I don't think that that's something that he's going to typically do over time, but I don't know how long it takes for him to iron it out. And whether it comes in week 2 or week 5 or week 6, I would prefer it not come in week 2.
Yeah, I think of the two teams here, I think the Bears are, well, I mean, they're the road team, so what I'm about to say sounds a little obvious. But I really think the Bears wish this game was a noon Sunday game, not a 7:15 game on Sunday. Like, a noon Sunday game would have lent itself more to the typical kind of late arriving Houston crowd. I think between the afternoon tailgating, the excitement, I think it's going to be a really loud stadium on Sunday.
It's going to be really, really loud, and you had a quarterback who at home looked like a nervous rookie in a lot of ways. Yeah. And that's where, if you're making excuses for Caleb Williams, I think that it's fair to say that the interior offensive line was horrendous. They were really, really bad. Now, they were facing young Tavondre Sweat, who has not been yet tired and worn down by carrying around 360 pounds of mass, and then Jeffrey Simmons, a very good defensive tackle. Yeah. So those guys physically destroyed the Bears' interior offensive line. That was hard for a rookie quarterback especially to deal with. But it's funny because, man, a lot of the same things that you could say about Justin Fields, you can say about Caleb Williams. His footwork gets him in trouble. Being sloppy with your footwork It matters in tight NFL pockets where maybe there's a little bit of pressure or maybe bad pressure by one defensive lineman. But when you're heel clicking and slopping around and then trying to throw the football, yeah, that's when you airmail people. And I don't think he's going to fix his sloppy footwork between week 1 and week 2.
No.
So that part, if I were a Bears fan, I'd be really nervous about the fact, like, oh, yeah, I remember the guy with crazy arm talent who was sloppy in some regards, but you thought maybe he could scramble around and do something. Sounds a lot like Justin Fields.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, and it sounds like the opposite of C.J. Stroud, whose footwork remains immaculate even when there's all kinds of clutter around him.
Yeah, and CJ already had good mechanics, and he improved on them throughout his rookie season.
Right.
His mechanics actually got better as the year went along, but he started off at a much better place than than Caleb Williams does.
Yeah.
I think that big thing, the interior offensive line is an opportunity. I think that, yes, the Titans' defensive tackles played very well, but those offensive linemen were getting beaten like Xavier Suafolo type of ways.
Oh, geez.
Just getting trucked.
Yeah.
Like having a bad pass rush, having bad pass protection on a screen is not something that, on a play where offensive linemen are supposed to lose the down intentionally to try to dupe them into rushing upfield, and then the quarterback trying to scramble out of it instead of just throwing the ball at the feet of the screen recipient. Like that was combination. All right, it was bad O-line play, but it was really, really dumb rookie quarterback stuff. That you took it was like a 17-yard sack by Tavondre Sweat.
Yeah.
It just, the stuff that shouldn't, you've got this incredible guy who can create with his feet. Who sacked him?
Yeah.
Did Julius Peppers come back in his prime?
Right.
No, it was Tavondre Sweat.
Yeah.
397-pound defensive tackle.
He tackled him, yeah.
Just got back there too fast. Yeah.
I'm just thinking of the Bears offensive linemen when you're describing the screens. Like on these downs, they're supposed to lose because it's a screen.
Yeah.
Supposed to let the guys get after the quarterback, but not that bad. I'm just picturing like the O-line coach like, Johnson, you're supposed to lose the down. You're not supposed to get blown out. All right.
Yeah. Or just not try to block him at all is what happened.
Yeah.
Like, the guard is just like, see ya, big fella.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go seek glory downfield by blocking a linebacker.
What's happening back there? There's a great big fat person on top of Caleb.
Yeah, so that was really dumb by Caleb Williams. That was a stupid rookie mistake taking that sack, but it was also bad offensive line play. The one thing that I was really intrigued by, and man, putting this on film in week 1 doesn't bode well for Caleb Williams in week 2, was that he was barely under center at all. He had 14 snaps under center, 4 pass attempts under center. He was 1 for 4 on those pass attempts. But even when they were in the gun, it's not like they were working an RPO game or anything all that much. They were just letting Caleb Williams sit back there and I guess expected him to dissect NFL defenses as a rookie in his first start. Maybe he's so bad under center that they just didn't even want to mess with it. But even in the gun, they didn't try to threaten run or show run all that much. They just had him back there in empty backfield sets going, like, go ahead, do your best Tom Brady impression. I didn't get it. I thought it was malpractice.
That feels like something that does not get fixed in a week.
Right.
What you just described. You know what I mean? I mean, they may put him under center more, but he's never done that before. It
was a classic thing where, man, in the preseason, he did some really impressive stuff in the preseason, and I love drinking the Kool-Aid in the preseason when I can. I like looking at upside, and I watched Caleb Williams in the preseason, and I did a couple videos on it, and I was open and saying, look, this is versus the Bengals, not even second and third stringers.
Right.
Half the guys that he played against in the Bengals game aren't even on the Bengals roster right now.
Right.
But there were plays in that game where you're like, all right, well, he ain't running away from Jeffrey Simmons the way he did against that guy from Appalachian State.
Yes.
And that's exactly what happened in the game. There were times where he thought he was going to work his USC magic. And this is the other thing that rookie quarterbacks have to understand and learn too. Talk about the bad USC offensive line all you want. It's not the same. It's like there are good performances by NFL offensive lines where it's still more uncomfortable for the quarterback than a bad performance by the USC offensive line.
Yep.
It's just the pockets are more uncomfortable. The pressure comes faster. You can't run away from nearly as many defensive linemen. And that part of it looked very much like a college quarterback learning about life in the NFL.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, we're going to be all over this tomorrow on a Football Friday, getting you ready for Sunday. 4:20 pregame, 7:20 kickoff. Can't wait to see you guys out there. And then Clint Stoerner and I have the postgame show into the wee hours. Love having primetime games back, man. This is a whole lot of fun. Dude, NFL fans are crazy. Yesterday was 9/11, and there's an NFL team that posted, a never forget. NFL fans for this team went bananas off the chain yesterday in response to this post. It was wild. We've got some of the wildness for you coming up next.
Financial markets can be very wild. You know that. Look, you've worked hard. You've put yourself in a good position, but you always wonder.
them leasing before you buy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Somebody pointed out to us earlier when we were going through where our selections are in the NFL head coach career death pool, where Seth and I each picked 4 coaches with an attempt to try to get the one who gets fired first. Neither of us had Dave Canales of the Panthers. I think largely not because we thought the Panthers would be good or better, but because the Panthers have fired the first head coach each of the last 2 seasons.
Right, and yet we've been in this situation before where we were skeptical that, I don't know, will they fire Lovie Smith 1 year after firing a head coach after 1 year, and the Texans went ahead and did it. But this would be 3 in a row.
Yeah, well, this would be like Matt Rule would have been like the Bill O'Brien in that case. Guy had been there a couple years, and then they bring in Frank Reich. They fire him. So I guess Dave.
That's true. Yeah, this would be okay.
Yeah, so Dave Canales would be like Lovie Smith in this case.
Yeah. The difference there was with Lovie Smith, it had the feel of a bridge coach scenario.
Yes.
And the question was, okay, when do they decide to go forth? And it didn't feel during that season like, okay, in 2023 they were going to make the push forward, and yet they did, to their credit.
Yeah, and so Canales, unlike Lovie, was specifically brought in to repair Bryce Young the same way he helped repair Geno Smith, the same way he helped repair Baker Mayfield last year. I think he was thought to be a bit of like a broken quarterback whisperer, and so he would come in and help Bryce. It's only 1 game in, but the story out of Carolina, I guess, is that he's already had to sit down and have a meeting with Dave Tepper and Nicole Tepper, Dave's wife.
And Frank Reich said those were not fun meetings.
Yes, he specifically talked about those
Frank
meetings.
Reich basically, it was honestly it was super frank for Frank Reich it was like a super frank comment about how brutal those meetings with Dave Tepper are, as you can imagine, as the new Daniel Snyder of the NFL.
Yes.
He's a hard man to handle.
Yes. So the Canales talked about it. He's like, I just want to make them proud and whatever. We'll see. I think Canales getting fired is firmly on the board right now, and he might be good value. They are so angry in Carolina right now, Seth. The Panthers put up yesterday. Of course, was 9/11, and all over the country we remember everybody who passed in 9/11, everybody affected by it. The Panthers put up a picture of their stadium with a large American flag covering the field, saying "Never forget" with a American flag emoji next to it. Panther fans are certainly angry enough now to where the sentiment of that Instagram was lost on many of them in the comments section. This post is still not safe. Every Sunday feels like I'm reliving 9/11, says a poster. Our towers have been collapsing since 2017. Oh. Someone says, never forget 9/8, which was the opening day of this season when they lost to the Saints 47-10. There's some that are way worse than this that I'm just not going to read. But a few of them are like, I can't believe that the Panthers left comments open for this.
Sean, I can't read it because the Panthers have either blocked me or whichever. Did you link to the Panthers themselves, or did you link to one of those stupid aggregator accounts?
No. I linked to the Panthers. I'm pretty sure this is a Panthers post themselves. Yeah.
It says I'm unable to view this post because this account owner limits who can view their posts.
Wow.
Somehow I think I'm blocked by the Panthers.
Yeah. Saddam.
You can still click on it?
Yeah.
Why the hell am I blocked by the Panthers?
Let me double check and make sure that this isn't like ML football or one of those ones. Oh, it is ML football. Sorry,
dude.
Seth.
Okay, I'm blocked by them, and I think it's because I openly criticized them once for being a really irresponsible account, and it's garbage. And radio hosts and other people on Twitter shouldn't forward their content because it's trash.
Right.
So I'm blocked by that trash aggregator.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry about that. I got to make a note of that when I put this stuff up. Let's see. Saddam Hussein would have been a better defensive coordinator. Someone posted in the comments. I'll never forget Bryce Young's first play of the season either. As far as I'll never forget when a lot of them are, they'll never forget ... I'll never forget when we had a good team. Panther fans, man, it's these are
Let me ask you this: are the Panthers a team that might try to hire Bobby Slowick in the offseason?
Yes, of course.
Do you think Bobby Slowick would accept that job?
You know what? I'm going to say no, because I think that Bobby Slowick is, and I have no information to this effect. Like, I don't talk to Bobby Slowick, so I don't know. But Bobby Slowick strikes me as somebody who gets advice from D'Amico Ryans, and part of D'Amico's advice to Bobby, because D'Amico was asked about that last year, was to just be judicious about the job that you pick. Don't just jump at a job. And I think Bobby Slowick's going to attack this a lot like Ben Johnson is attacking it in Detroit, where the jobs that he's been in the running for just aren't the right job. I've long felt that way, that coaches, at least coaches who are viewed as like future stars, don't take, like Robert Saleh probably really regrets taking the Jets job right now. Like Robert Saleh was viewed as a really high-level future coach. She being coming off the Shanahan tree and coaching elite defenses, and probably, like D'Amico, having a guy or two in his back pocket that could coordinate a Coop Shanastani offense. And now he gets the first 2 years, he gets Zach Wilson, and then the last couple years he's had to deal with Nathaniel Hackett being his OC because he keeps Aaron Rodgers happy. You know,
it's honestly, it's one of the things. If we go through our, the coaches who are most likely to be fired, usually it's to a team that's in rough straits, obviously, for whatever reason. And if I go down the line of the guys, according to Vegas, who are most likely to be fired right now, and I look at some of the teams, like, okay, if you want to keep Bobby Slowick around, are you worried about the Giants appealing to Bobby Slowick? That's the number one. Brian Daboll is the leader right now, his first coach to be fired.
Yeah.
I think a lot of that would come down to whether or not Joe Schoen is still the GM.
Yes.
And whether I think the Giants as a franchise, and even though the owner kind of looked like a doofus in Hard Knocks, I think there is an air of stability around them.
Yeah.
That, and the history of the Giants and everything else like that, that I think Bobby Slowick might be tempted by the Giants, but is he going to fit with Joe Schoen or trust Joe Schoen or whomever they pick to be the GM after they fire Joe Schoen? That in my mind is probably the biggest threat. Because if I go down the line after that, the Saints, the Jets, the Browns, the Jaguars.
Yeah.
I think the Jaguars might be the next one where I feel like, okay, that might be appealing to Bobby Slowick, depending on what he feels about Trevor Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence, yeah. And the Giants one is interesting because obviously I think Daniel Jones would need to be gone. I don't think Bobby Slowick
Oh, yeah, it would be that. If Bobby Slowick thinks about going to the Giants, he's hoping that they suck this year.
Yeah, and
they've got a really high draft pick.
Yes, they have a really high draft pick. The answer to that question, Seth, with all these teams, may come down to what the quarterback class looks like in the draft. One of the reasons D'Amico Ryans, the reasons you point out are all great. Like, we're very fortunate that D'Amico and Nick Caserio were able to vibe as well as they did during the recruitment process, or the process of filling that job. So the GM thing was a good checkbox for D'Amico, I would imagine, as he's evaluating that. But I would imagine, and the other thing you got to look at is, can we win? And then D'Amico probably looked at the guys that were already on the team from the 2022 draft, the amount of cap space they were going to have once they got all the O'Brien stuff cleaned up, and they probably, and at that point it was cleaned up. But the cap space they would have in the future, but that number 2 overall pick, and D'Amico Ryans saying, okay, well, we've got a shot at one of these quarterbacks here,
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who that quarterback is in this draft that makes a high-level job super tempting.
Okay, I'm about to present you an offer, Sean, that is going to be tough.
Okay.
If you were Bobby Slowick, would you go to the Dallas Cowboys?
Ooh, boy.
If we're talking about ownership and the general manager that you'd be working with, they are one and the same.
Yeah.
They are Jerry Jones.
They're Jerry Jones.
The GM is Jerry Jones. The owner is Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Would you, going in and having Dak Prescott, who plays in a West Coast system, similar in a lot of respects to the Texans, would you feel like, okay, I've got a quarterback and I can take him to a higher level? They've been very good in the regular season, and yet it also is not viewed as the best place in terms of – it's weird. They'll spend the money and everything else, but you've got an owner and a GM that feels like the limiting factor in a lot of ways for the Cowboys right now.
It's not going to be around forever. That owner and GM.
Are we so sure about it?
I know. I
could give him another 20 years.
Yeah, he may outlive us. So I would take that.
That man is pickled for preservation right now.
I would take that. He's also very patient with head coaches too, We should point that out.
As long as he feels like they're his do boys,
right?
As long as he's got him under his thumb, and it's probably going to come with like a $20 million per year.
There's
offer.
that too. Yeah. I mean, that matters to me. I can be bought much easier than Bobby Slowick and Ben Johnson can get bought.
It would be hard, man, because you could look at the Cowboys and say, all right, well, I think I can get more out of. I don't want to say more out of Dak Prescott. He's done very, very well, but they have all the weaponry and everything else. And as much fun as it is to throw shade at the Cowboys for how they performed in the postseason, they've been a very good football team. It would be hard to turn that down. It would be really hard, especially if it was $20 million per year.
And I know you bring up Jerry Jones as the GM. But I do think it's a group effort in the front office there with Will McRae and whatnot. And I do think that they've drafted really well. There's a reason they're having to pay all these guys is because they've drafted good players,
The hardest thing about it, and this is where Bobby would have to make the tough decision, is that former players like Michael Irvin and whomever else specifically point to the circus-like atmosphere that Jerry Jones creates and invites as one of the hard things where it's really hard to have that tight-knit, cohesive feel to the team that other teams might have. That's it's a natural obstacle you have to ultimate success because it's a circus-like atmosphere. And I don't think Bobby is going to go in and feel like, well, I'll be the one that changes Jerry Jones after 4 decades.
We have someone uniquely qualified to comment on this.
Thank you. And his name is John Lopez.
We have someone uniquely qualified to comment on this. And Lopez. So no, you are too, John. But Reggie, of course, with your Dallas background, you did years and years of radio up in Dallas. You've been listening in on this conversation. Curious your thoughts on this. If you were Bobby Slowick, would you take the Dallas Cowboys job?
I mean, I think Seth brings up a great point. The money is going to be there in spades, right? The tough thing about it is indeed Jerry Jones, right? He makes this into a tough place to exist in, especially if you want to be someone who is the trendsetter, right? You're not going to have a D'Amico situation where you are the face of this thing. It's not going to happen. And as much as Jerry Jones is getting up there in age, it becomes a Stephen Jones proposition after that. And Stephen also has his own warts. He is, tight with the money in some ways as well. So you come with a different challenge there. However, you're right. Will McClay does a great job drafting players.
That's I called him McCray.
And there is a lot of talent there. You would be able to. I think you could convince Jerry Jones to your side if you produce quickly, which I think Bobby Slowick could possibly do.
There's definitely the pieces there. What do you think about it, John?
In a heartbeat.
You would?
Wouldn't even blink my eyes. And the biggest reason, all those are good reasons, but mine, if I'm a coach, I'm looking at the roster.
Yeah.
What am I working with?
Yep.
And the pieces there are
pretty. They're better than most first opportunity,
especially at quarterback.
Yes. And Seth, you know this. Every coach, that's the first thing they look at after how much money.
Yep.
Well, and that's the thing too. As awesome as C.J. Stroud is, if most personnel people, if they're being 100% honest with you, and I think when the Texans drafted C.J. Stroud, they really don't know what they have in him until he's in the building, until they see him operate and do all those things and go through the process. The unknown of the quarterback prospect versus the known of Dak Prescott is just, it's vast. It is vast. And that would be, despite all of the obstacles of dealing with Jerry Jones, man, it would be hard to turn that down.
Roster.
Yeah.
When you see the roster.
No job's going to be perfect.
Yeah.
It's Kyle Shanahan's not stepping down from the 49ers for Slowick to go back there or something.
Exactly.
They are working their way to cap hell, though.
Yeah, they are working their way to cap hell.
Well, so are the Texans.
Yeah.
and a little further down the road.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Hell is relative. You can buy your way into a better level of hell if you manage it right.
Degrees.
I think the thing, too, that would work for Bobby Slowick in getting offered that job is that I think Jerry would look at Bobby Slowick and think oh, yeah, I can boss him around like a Jason Garrett or a Mike McCarthy. He's just another slappy, pasty dude. Bobby's got some dog to him. Don't underestimate Bobby. He's one of these guys that don't let his appearances fool you. I think Bobby don't take no crap from nobody when it comes to certain things.
He's just a kid wearing his baggy long sleeve T-shirts and his flat brimmed
too big of a hat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That does feel like that could work to his advantage, though, right? Like he can have his feelings and make you feel like you're still in charge.
Yeah,
that might be able to work for you.
Yeah. Game of Thrones stuff going on.
There you go.
Now. Yeah, I like that. All right,
did I just call him Littlefinger? Is that what I just did?
Maybe. I like it. Reggie's a Game of Thrones guy too.
Yeah, well,
I'm learning more. Just finished season 4 of The Sopranos.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about in the first segment.
That's right. That's a guys meant to segue you right when they start. Now.
You're damn right we start now. In the loop, Sports Radio 610, as he mentioned, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Atatula. Let's get cooler.
We
went to the Game of Thrones, which, I mean, look, popular show, so let's not pretend like it's not that, but let's get cooler. We could talk about that, but why would we do that when we could talk about the coolest man, maybe in the league, right? He was the AFC Player of the Week. His name is Offensive Player of the Week, that is. His name is Joe Mixon, right? Mm-hmm. And he might have done something even more spectacular than just putting up damn near 160 yards, damn near 180 all-purpose. Did he change, in fact, the way that this team is going to go about offense for the entirety of the season? That's the question. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. You can also catch us on the YouTube and Twitch. Yeah. Those things are always available. And the Odyssey app is always there for you. But Lopez, do you think that Joe Mixon, his performance on Sunday, changed the path, changed the future of this offense and how they operate?
Yeah, we were talking about this before the show. The answer to me is absolutely yes. Now, that's a good thing in every way because, DeMeco Ryans came in here, even before they drafted C.J. Stroud and said, we want to be a running team. We want to run first. We want to establish the run. We want to do this and that. It's what they do. It's what he is. Even in San Francisco, as much as, that offense is predicated on the quarterback making big plays, they run the ball. It's the zone scheme, offensive blocking and running the ball. If Joe Mixon continues on this path, and I'm not saying 159, we always have to qualify it because nobody is expecting that. But if he is that,
someone's expecting. I think someone is somewhere.
Who's expecting 159 yards a game?
I'm not saying they're being reasonable, but someone in there is like, yeah, 159 is coming back again.
Sean just said he's expecting it.
You walked outside.
Yeah.
There's definitely somebody out in this 2 million person area here that's expecting that.
It's like that people those guys that expected Yao Ming to score 78 points a game because he was tall.
That's right. just all he's doing is just put the ball in the basket.
So easy.
Right. You're just dropping it in.
It's so easy.
That's the same guy who says he averages 4.2 yards per carry.
That's right.
Just hand him the ball every time.
That's right. Or
even first and 10, not
even
first
better.
and 15.
Right. You win every time you run the ball 20 times. So just run the ball 20 times and you win.
Yeah, we ran 20 carries for 26 yards. We're supposed to win.
So I was thinking about this because DeMeco talked about him yesterday. CJ talked about him. He spoke as well in the locker room. And this is with this version, let me put it that way, Reggie, with this version of Joe Mixon for 15, 16, 17 games, hopefully all 17, but we know how the NFL is, this is a different offense than what we expected.
Absolutely.
And that's a good thing.
For sure. Because, and we might have already kind of gotten too deep on this, right, in the ways of it's been a week. But, man, the idea that you can really change pace, right, in baseball terms, I don't even know, would this be considered the curveball? Like the idea of, hey, that you have the passing game to deal with. That you have the five-headed monster, I guess, or in the pass game, the 3-4-headed monster of you got Diggs, you got Collins, you got Dell.
Yeah.
Obviously, you'll have to deal with the tight ends as well, making sure that they don't then eat you up because you're worried about those guys. And, that's right. If you get too light in the box, we will walk you down all the way down the field, right? That additional element, and that's very apparent, especially with Joe Mixon himself, right? Not just the idea of running the ball, but running the ball between the tackles when you needed to, those types of things, for sure. So, I think that definitely shifts.
Well, and here's the other thing, is despite him rushing for 159 yards, as we've talked about, is any defense, including the Bears on Sunday night, are they going to go into the game saying, dude, everything we all our resources, let's do everything we can to stop Joe Mixon? I don't think so. I don't think they are. I still think they know what C.J. Stroud is. They know what these receivers are. So that's why I'm saying, this is the best thing that's happened to the Texans in a long time, because the offense now, C.J. Stroud got better even if the numbers aren't better.
Yeah.
All the receivers got better even if they don't all go for 3,000 yards. And so, the whole approach of this offense has changed And I think it's made the Texans, presuming he can keep this up and they can keep balancing it like they have with him, leaning more toward him. This has become a team that is more dangerous than ever.
Absolutely. And I think also the unique way that this thing went, it wasn't just a good performance, it was a dominant run performance. And, of course, I do need to take a second to be like, hey, Kenyon Green, hey, the rest of this offensive line. You guys also obviously factored into this. Why every year at the end of the season, or whatever running back had a monster of a season, they go in and make sure that they spend some money on those big uglies, as they like to call them in the trenches, right? No disrespect to those fine fellas. But, yeah, man, when it comes down to that, like I think the way that they did this, the high level that they did this, I think also makes it very apparent that you can win in different ways. Not only do you have an additional pitch in your arsenal, right, to continue the baseball metaphor that started earlier, like now you also have this where if you have a game like a B- game or if you have a C game somehow with the offense or with the passing offense, which does not feel like it's a thing that can happen, to be completely honest, but if somehow you do, you can switch the perspective, or maybe you can even come into a game and you're like, we are going to run to win this game, as opposed to that is a compliment. Yeah. It can carry the day if you need it to, especially when you have somebody that's able to put up 160.
But that said, put on your defensive coordinator hat if you have one. If you're a defensive coordinator about to face the Texans, are you saying we've got to stop Joe Mixon? I mean, obviously he's in the game plan, but your defense is still going to be what it was in Indianapolis. You still have to worry about C.J. Stroud. For sure. So that's why I'm saying Joe Mixon, like you talk about a bird's nest on the ground.
You think this is found money?
like this is the best thing that's happened to him. And, oh, by the way, shout out to D'Amico and especially Nick Caserio. Keep in mind, let's try to remember this because I forgot. They traded a 7th-round pick for him, dude.
Yeah, man.
A 7th-round pick,
that is
Biggie,
nothing.
For a guy like that. Unbelievable.
Right, and like, the crazy thing is that it paid dividends immediately.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I don't even know. How different would this feel if you got this in, like, week 10?
A lot different.
Right? Where it's like, all right, it's been solid, but then, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Week 1, it's like, oh, wow, yeah, this is a whole different element.
Yeah, they can do that.
You start questioning why Cincinnati traded the guy.
Yeah.
What's wrong with y'all?
You got rid of him for Zach Moss.
Which actually, I don't know how much I question that. That just feels like, oh, okay, you can only not be the Bengals for so long.
Yeah, that's that cheapness coming out of there.
Yeah.
You can see that cheapness dripping.
Yeah.
That's right. And yes, 361 on the text line. Again, 713-572-4610. I'd hate to be the defensive coordinator for the Bears this week.
Yes.
Absolutely. I'd hate to be the defensive coordinator for any team. I think this is the crux of what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. That now this puts every defensive coordinator in that much more of a bind, because not to say that this Texas team was one-dimensional, but you could probably view them as one-dimensional, especially after the running attack that they had last season. All right, they're just going to pass the ball. Even that was going to be a problem, because where are they passing the ball? The issues that this receiving core that this offense provides are tough ones to deal with. You have pretty much every style of player, players that can facilitate every style of passing, where you talk about, big jump ball guy. You talk about precise route running. You talk about anything that you want within there, right? Like just kind of finding open space and, sitting in spaces between the zones, right? You have all of that. So that was already going to make defense tough enough. And then you add the element of now you also have to try and defend all of that, but then also not get too loose on it to where a running back is going to tear you up. A running game is going to tear you up. Like, I don't know if there's a defense that exists that accounts for every single one of those possibilities all at the same time.
And that's why I said we talked about at the very beginning here, did it change the path of the offense? The path of this offense now is such that you're going into every game, as I mentioned, it's still CJ and the receivers, but that's going to change in a heartbeat. And then what happens on the other side? They go back to the receivers deep. It opens everything up. Like, this is a team all of a sudden that if this continues, huge if, we're 1 week into 17 or 18 weeks, but 17 games, it could change. But if this path continues, like, this offense might be one of those that, I don't want to make any comparisons because people immediately go there, but might be one of those that people look back on and say, wow, they had every element. And we thought going in it was going to be CJ and the receivers,
Yeah. All right. Appreciate the 979 text. 346. You guys are tripping. Barring injury, I expect at least one more game with more yards and less carries.
I don't think that's outrageous.
Running wise?
Because he could bust one.
For sure, that's true. Because they just punished him.
Yeah,
that is also a great point. That why have I not considered that? Right?
He didn't bust a 48, 50-yarder.
Did you have a 20+ yarder run in this one?
Yeah,
from him. Like I don't think he did.
Was,
if I
he
remember
was the
correctly.
king of. I used this line
over and over and over again.
I used this line a long time ago, and it just occurred to me. I think I used it in a column. I'll put it this way. I said the Texans. Joe Mixon was gaining yards only a counterfeiter would love in 10s and 20s. That's how he was just chunking up 10-yarders on your ass, and he kept doing that.
It was the petty person who's like, I'm gonna pay back the debt, but you're getting it in pennies, right? Like this is just going to happen to where it's not just that you're going to give up this big chunk of money. It's going to happen in very slow increments to the point where those are the things that are the most demoralizing for defense. I think I heard ND Kalu talking about it on one of the Texas All Access Texas All Access shows on this very program, and we'll talk to our guy ND at 11 on this program. But just it's demoralizing. It's not just we let one play up and we just got to fix that thing. It's like we are trying a whole bunch of different things over various plays that just wear you down. And I love it, man. I love that that's available to you.
I do too. Joe Mixon's best season was in 2021. 1,200+ yards rushing, 42 catches. If he gets that, this is going to be a team that's on a path to one of the all-time great offenses. And the other part of this is the way that he got it. No, it is. Like if you get 1,242 catches.
Yeah.
I mean, then you're not going to have the 3,000-yard receivers or whatever, but you're going to have an offense that is going to absolutely just destroy people. I mean, it's going to be one of those type offenses, and D'Amico talked about him yesterday. CJ talked about him yesterday. They know it. They know that if we can just keep this guy healthy, what they have going.
All right, you mentioned these guys. It seems like also you got this from Cody Stoops.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon on We Have Reservations.
I mean, I think it's more so the attitude and that mentality. Me and Steph talk about it all the time about how we got reservations and we late. You know what I'm saying? So we trying to go get to it. And when people turn on that tape and they play them Texans, they not out there bullshit. And when you turn on that tape, that's what you're going to see. So we only going to get better. We only going to get more polished in the offensive side of it. And we just got to do whatever we can to play collectively as a team.
The possibilities are just, they're just teasing us right now because we're only one game in. But the possibilities are incredible.
The thing I love about that is like, hey man, we on business right now.
Yes.
And I think that might be the one thing about this performance mentality wise. And I try not to go off and go into like kind of the psychology of this all because we can get into a place where we're kind of just talking out of our keisters at times. But like the psychology of it, I talk about wearing a defense down. Like the run game is just a different type of psychology than the pass game, right? It is just like, hey man, we heard this phrase as well, grown man football, right? Yeah. Like it is a strap on, right? Strap up and, get to work because it's going to be a long day for you. And I think that particularly in that performance, especially in the ways that it wasn't big chunk plays, like giant chunk plays, it was like boom. Successful run. Like I think the mentality that it also inflicts on a defense is really.
I think that mentality is the big part of the story. In fact, you can sense even in this cut because I don't know who the other player was, but another player in the background when he said we have reservations and we're late.
Yeah,
the other guy play that again. Chorus. Play that again, Figgy, at the very listen to the background. So I think this is a mentality that is sort of emanating throughout the entire locker room. We're going to have the type of offense that when you play us, you're going to play it. You played us. And not only that, we got a dude here.
Mentality. Me and Steph talk about it all the time about how we got reservations. And we late.
We late.
Which means, like, look, man, this is a rallying cry. This ain't just like a thought process. This wasn't just a thing that they said. This is a rallying cry.
Yeah.
And, man, one of the things I love about this team thus far is just those rallying cries are things that they clearly believe to the core. They hold dear, right? And I imagine for a lot of coaches, in fact, you've coached before in your lifetime, right? There's always a message that you're trying to get to your team, and I imagine over time you see that some stick more with teams than others, right? Some are just like, oh, that sounds good, but that's not actually going to apply. These ones, it feels like this team is really internalized, and it's nice that it's not just the ones that are coming from the top down with D'Amico, right? The swarm mentality does, in fact, stick. But this is one that seems to come from the quarterback and the running back and everybody. Like, you do have people still buying in and believing in that way.
All right, let's play this game. I've been trying to avoid
713 said that was Stephon Diggs.
It sounded like him, and he mentioned Steph, but I didn't want to make that assumption. But
That's right.
Either way, 713-572-4610. Let's go ahead and play that game.
Uh-oh.
If you get this, not the 159, but a guy that can finish with 1,200 yards and 40 to 42 catches, what would this offense compare to?
I mean, before you even got to that place, the 832 came in and said very similar to the greatest show on turf.
That's the one I was thinking of. I'm not gonna lie. And look, we're caught up. I mean,
I was about to say, pass me some of that Kool-Aid.
No. I that's why I didn't want to say it.
And a very, very strong if. That's the if was carrying a lot of weight there.
Yeah, if was a fifth.
Yeah, no,
yeah, man.
No, look,
we'd be throwing up right now.
you are preaching to the choir. And that's why I was avoiding bringing it up.
You'd be like them boys on Mad Dog Monday.
But if you get 1,240 catches. I'm not going to say greatest show on turf, but I thought of it. I thought of the mid-'90s Cowboys. You got a guy like Emmett, chunking up. And he was that type of runner. He wasn't real fast. He wasn't a real, Barry Sanders 60-yard type. He was a 8, 10, 15, 8, 30, something like that. And I'm not saying they're going to be that. I'm saying the path of this offense, how we started this whole conversation, has changed. The type of offense we expected and the type of offense we expect now, for me anyway, is different.
And I think this is an interesting thing that comes in from 346, where they're concerned with the Texans is will Bobby Slowick know what to do with all the toys? And that ends up being, right, like there is a possibility, and we've seen this in all various portions of life, where you can get paralyzed by indecision because you have too many options available for you. It's one of the reasons why I firmly am a believer in, like, parameters are freeing, right? You have certain things where it's not endless possibilities.
Yeah.
And now we narrow this down, and I have some freedom within this box, right? But one of the things is that is going to be something to watch. But the first test on that, Bobby Slowick passed it pretty well because he managed to get some balance, but then also they did not deviate from the thing that was successful.
Yeah, Mixon he changed his course. I guarantee he didn't go in there saying we're going to run the ball 30 times.
Right.
Yeah.
And Mixon got the ball 30 times, like running the football, right? But you still were able to balance all these things. And so I have belief in his capability of balancing all those things. And I think that is going to be a thing to continue to watch, dear listener. But I do think that is interesting. Shout out to A32 mentions Oilers run and shoot. How you feel about that as a comparison?
No, not at all. Because they had good running backs. Don't get me wrong,
but nothing like
the running game was really draws, delayed traps, that type stuff. It wasn't pound. They didn't have a tight end. The run and shoot does not have a tight end.
But I mean, like now you're getting into the.
No, I'm saying they did because Joe Mixon pounded them.
Yeah.
That wasn't the run and shoot. The run and shoot was more deception. But the receiver part, I'm with.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Keep texting those in. What could this offense look like if you get what seems like is a possibility for the upper echelon of what this team could be? But I think the answer that we can definitely agree on is that performance that you got, that running performance you got against the Colts week 1, that shifts the way that things can go, the way that things can happen. And, I mean, we get our next data point Sunday Night Football, NRG Stadium versus the Bears. Liberty wide out. Make sure you get your parking done before Sunday, because if you try and get it done on Sunday, you will be sorely, sorely disappointed. There you go. Coming up next, I don't know, does this feel like a sore disappointment? Both of those words feel like puns in some ways, because the Astros injuries popping back up. We'll talk about that next.
The Drive.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
How am I supposed to do a show when, as soon as we're about to come back from break, I'm told that there's tacos and pastries over there?
Keep talking.
Hey, they told me.
That's wild. It is in the loop. Sports Radio 610. John Lopez for the time being.
I like
Figgy
tacos.
Fig. Also, maybe for the time being. No, we got audio to play. You got to hang around. Myself, Reginald Atatula, and you.
Taquerias around
That's right. I don't know if they brought those, but Sean actually might. Sean might be over there.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
He might be over there making
a video or something like that.
It's taquerias.
It's taquerias around us.
Hey, you ain't say that the one time. You tried to be fancy and say it in Spanish.
I did. Oh, well.
There you go. Thanks for hanging out with us. See y'all on the YouTube, on the Twitch, and then also, of course, text it in 713-572-4610. Should be a fun day here on Sports Radio 610. I have it on good authority. Titus Howard will be on the station.
How about that?
2:15 on the drive.
And we have tacos.
Yeah, I was like, look, that's going to be fun for us.
Yes.
Maybe that'll make the show better for you, because I don't know that we can give you any tacos through the radio or anything like that. But you can appreciate us enjoying them, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
What I did not enjoy, I will be completely honest, and I'm kind of glad that our plans kind of fizzled out a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I don't know that we would have had a lot of fun watching this game end like this.
Mm-hmm.
Butler is there, and the Astros drop this one 5-4. Astros had a couple of leads in this game and couldn't hold on. A 3-run sixth inning with Kyle McCann delivering a 2-run home run in that inning. Give the A's a 5-4 final, and the Astros have dropped the first 2 games of this series in 6 out of 8 overall.
6 out of 8. How did that happen so fast?
I don't know. I think I was telling
that part hit me hard.
We were just talking about the Astros, baby. Oh, 6 out of 8.
Well, I mean,
6 out of 8.
Some of the reason that happened was, again, we talked about some of that defense. Some of that stuff has been kind of problematic.
We seen it in this game.
Yeah.
My goodness.
We sure did. Like, all right, let's have the defense talk before we talk about what the thing that I think, for me personally, I'm more interested in. Because I think I might have, I don't know if I've come to terms with this or just kind of expect this, but the defense is something that's hitting you square in the chest.
It is because, we're talking about, like, they're in. They're going to make the playoffs. The Mariners aren't going to do anything.
3.5 games, though, right?
I get it. I get it.
So I switched to the Mariners game right after that when they was playing the Padres.
Because they were on Fox, right?
And as soon as I switched to it, they said, the Astros lost. Shout out to the A's. They helping us out.
Yeah.
The Astros just leaving that door open.
Look, if anything we've learned this year, it's that anything is possible. But I feel most of us feel pretty comfortable with the Astros getting in. So I'm starting to, I said yesterday, I don't quite feel the same as I always have, and I don't think anybody honestly would say they do as in years past. But like you start to feel starting pitching, it's going to be good. Now let's just see how they handle the postseason and all that, but it's going to be good. The injuries are always going to be there, and it's something that you're going to have to sort of just mix and match and make work, and the offense is going to have to get on a hot streak. But I think the biggest hurdle, so to speak, is clear now for this Astros and where they want to get, and it's defense. I mean, we've talked about the defense. We've talked about how they've struggled and they got to clean it up and all this other stuff. Right now, the defense is a disaster. Let's not even. I mean, they lost the game yesterday in large part because of a tailor-made double play that Jose Altuve just botched.
Yeah.
And
he looked so sad after that too, man.
So bad.
He just dropped his whole head down.
And by the way, we'll get back to Jose Altuve and cap or no cap later in the show as well. But it's the defense. Like you have defense letdowns like you've had in so many recent games in a playoff series. You ain't gonna win. I mean, you're gonna lose that one game because those are the things that happen. So right now, my whole focus is this defense is a disaster, and if it can't get any better, you're just in trouble. I mean, you're just in trouble in the postseason. And it's gonna be very, very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the thing, and maybe you can like our friend Pals on on YouTube says like maybe the decision to bring Hunter Brown out for the 6th was not the one because ultimately he gives up 3 runs there, and that's the deciding factor in this, in this game. I think I'm in a place where I have a decent amount of faith in Joe Espada, and especially with the starting pitchers just overall. The defense is much more of a concern because it's a lower level of quality compared to any of the other things that we talk about, any of the other facets of the game when it comes to pitching, even managing, and then also at the plate. The one thing I will say, though, at the plate is, hey, man, how many dudes are going to be there and ready to go? Because when guys are there and when the time seems to arise, this team gets hot, right? This team finds a way to get things done, whether a championship medal or whatever you'd like to ultimately classify that as. They typically will show up in that way, right? So I don't know. Like that is one of those things that maybe you could talk about, but are they going to be there because the gremlins pop up, right? Obviously, Kyle Tucker had a very particular thing that now, once that fracture seems to like have been handled in some ways, he seems to be making his way back. Obviously, swinging the bat, hopefully be in the field sooner rather than later, and then everything is cool there. Jordan is Jordan, right? But now you have Altuve in the middle of an at-bat in, what was that, the 5th or the 6th? But in the middle of this game, he just kind of has to call them in from the dugout, like, hey, man, this right side not feeling right.
Yeah.
And so if you don't mind here, Fig, I do want to get Altuve talking about this. Because we were trying to figure out what happened there, right? Like, we don't know exactly what happened there. Here's Altuve. This is cut 1, talking about how, we just don't quite know yet.
I just wait until, I think it's too early to get something done. Wait until tomorrow, see how I feel, and go from there.
I don't, you know what I'm going to say about this.
What are you going to say? I would like to hear from your mouth.
He said it's all's going to be good. Joe Espada said we'll see on this. Doesn't think it's that big a deal. I mean, how many times have we heard this before? I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying you can't trust him. I don't know if it's bad. It might not be anything.
You feel like this is a can't trust situation?
What evidence do we have that we can?
I hear you on that.
Like what single? What single?
My man has been like, they have hurt me. They have hurt me.
What single? Name one single piece of evidence.
They have hurt me. However,
how about what happened yesterday? And Tyler Milner went off on this, and I was laughing my butt off. So 4 p.m. before the game.
Yeah.
They're talking about Chas McCormick. Okay. Yeah. It's what was his wrist, whatever, and it's gonna be fine. It's whatever. He'll be fine. After the game at 10 p.m., he's going on IL.
Yeah. In fact, him and Chas McCormick goes to IL. Nick Hernandez is option, and the Astros have called up Greg Kessinger and Brian King.
Just give me.
That has happened this morning.
This is the boy crying wolf. Like maybe this is legit, and they're telling the truth, and it's going to be fine. He's going to be out there and all that.
Yeah.
But there is not a single piece of evidence to believe them. Not one.
Well, I will say that at least when it comes to Jose Altuve, I don't think that he said anything that would require us to, not believe him. And look, let's see if you believe I'm right or if I'm wrong here. Fig, this was Altuve talking about if he felt worried about this at all.
Yeah, not like I said, I'm not really worried. Like I said, maybe I just wake up tomorrow and I'm good to go. So we don't really want to take any decisions tonight because, normally in an injury, you wait until the next day and see how you feel.
Okay.
That feels like standard, though. That feels like a standard procedure where you don't you don't want to. I mean, you don't have evidence right now that it's absolutely going to be an issue. So he's going to go from a positive perspective.
Yeah.
I haven't seen anything as of this morning or as of this when we're talking about it right now. When it comes to what it looks like, what will be very telling is what the lineup looks like for the game, which is what is a
well.
1 p.m.?
He won't play today, right? Afternoon game.
I would it would hard pressed.
Yeah.
But I imagine that once we get out to the ballpark, get reporters out to the ballpark and talking to the manager and those types of things, maybe we get a little bit of insight. But then I guess that speaks back to the idea of how much can you trust whatever they ultimately
Joe Espada after the game, he's dealing with some right side discomfort. I'm not really concerned right now. Okay.
Sound like Tommy John to me.
Cool story.
All right. Okay. But yeah, the reason why I brought all this up ultimately is then it just feels like if it's not one thing, it's another.
That's true.
And so is everybody going to be feeling? And to be fair, Altuve's played damn near all these games, right? As you've had dudes up and down, and that as a dude who is not a spring chicken, like that was a possibility, is that you end up looking up and you go, oh man, you've overutilized him, and maybe that's the case.
And
but
he's been healthy all year.
That's the thing that gets a little frustrating as you really barrel towards the end of the season and towards the postseason. Is he going to feel good? We'll see what we ultimately get here. 713 asks a question: why is Bregman hitting cleanup, especially after success he had batting second? Espada likes what you're getting out of Jordan batting second.
And Bregman's done that in the past. I mean, I think they're just trying to get those bigger top of the order at bats for Jordan as well. Yeah.
And I know that Jordan has said, like, he kind of batting second doesn't give him as much time to see as many balls in that second at bat. But
correct.
I think that with a guy like that, give him more opportunities to get up to the plate, man. I'm a firm believer in this new school of baseball where it's like, hey, those kind of traditional roles of, oh, you have this type of hitter and that. Put your good hitters up early and try and see if you can get
more at bats equals more opportunities.
Yeah. And especially when it comes to Jordan and the guarantees that we know that he provides.
Yeah,
I'm good with that as it is. But yeah, they'll play again 1 p.m. 1:10 first pitch going today, and they're trying to avoid a sweep against the A's.
Man.
I know that the A's have been playing incredible baseball. And yet saying it sounds nonsensical, but you got to see, and really
it's still the A's, man.
It is still the A's, but ultimately, man, seeing what the status of Jose Altuve is going to be super important. Seeing if Kyle Tucker eventually plays the field, going to be important. We'll keep you up to date when we get more information in that regard. And remember, and of course, I have set myself up not for success in this moment, but I do want to remember that our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, time for the question of the day here in the loop. What's your most embarrassing phone/social media moment? 713-572-4610. 713-572-4610. Buddy, I don't know if I can even say that on air. We'll talk about it next.
Thursday Night Football.
Active bill credits or they stop and required finance agreement balances due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See T-Mobile.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
The words that I wanted to say from that song are not ones that I should say on air, but what we will say on air is it's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and I'm Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. What's your most embarrassing phone or social media moment? 713-572-4610. Oh, you throw it in the YouTube chat, throw it in the Twitch chat. That's what brought this up. We'll talk about that more.
Want me to play the audio?
Oh boy, please don't. Please don't. It's 10:45. I think the baby should be in school, but still, I don't know. There's people that listen to us at work and such. I don't know. But yes, a prominent sports figure had a social media faux pas in some ways. Yesterday.
I think that's the sound he made.
Okay. All right. Yep. But yeah, that got us thinking, hey, let's all kind of exist in this place a little bit. Let's have fun as a community. What is yours? What is your moment where, maybe you use your phone a little bit wrong, social media a little bit wrong, and it was embarrassing?
All right, so let's not try to be. Let's be honest here. I want to hear your worst. Your worst phone/social media faux pas.
You want to know what the bad thing for me is, though? I am of the school, maybe not even the school of thought, but I've gotten to the point where I realize that I just kind of bury those memories away.
I was trying
so it takes some
I had
digging.
a hard time remembering, but
I remembered
one.
Digging.
I remembered one.
Right, embarrassing things, I'm just like, we're locking that away in the chest. And so I really have to go and all right, let me see if I can remember this. Yeah. So it might take me a second. I might come up with one.
So fortunately, I haven't had anything, or maybe unfortunately, similar to that one.
All right.
But okay, so
yeah, he was having a time. I will say that.
So this was in this building with a previous program director who called a meeting.
Oh no!
Yes, and the meeting was going on, and it was a lot of stuff that was just boring, repetitive, etc. And I was in a group chat with some of my coworkers.
And you didn't check who all was in there?
I did not.
Oh no! Oh no!
And I texted, when is this bleeping guy gonna stop?
Not the bleeping guy.
When is this effing guy gonna stop? But here, okay, I want y'all to tell me if I covered for it appropriately or not. Because once I realized, oh bleep, he's on the text thread, because I thought it was another one, and that's where I get in all my trouble on this. That's okay. But once I realized, I kind of reverted it directly to him and said, because somebody had asked a long question. And it was like their second question in the meeting. There's always that guy.
Oh, yes, there is.
So I actually said, yeah, that question was blah, blah, blah. But I think I still don't know. I told him it was about the question, not him.
Oh, okay.
That's decent. Yeah. That's decent.
Yeah.
He knows in there, but he appreciates the effort that you made.
When is this effing guy going to stop?
This is the worst part. Now I'm thinking about all the other faux pas of other people that I've seen. I'm trying to remember one specifically for me. Where I think in general terms, I'm sure that I've done the thing where you think about someone and that you're trying to text about and you text it to them. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to say, you know what? I might actually have to just go into the phone because one of my bad things is I keep all my texts, so I probably have texts that go back for a long time. Let me see if I can find one.
Yeah, so mine is kind of similar to Lopez, but I wasn't in this field yet. I was working at pretty much a kids' home, for mentally disabled kids.
Yeah.
And our supervisor, our shift supervisor, was in a real funky mood for some reason.
Yeah.
And I tried to text my other coworker, like, hey, let's just get the work done because she kind of feeling some type of way. I don't know why, but let's get it going. But I sent it to her.
Mm-hmm.
So I text that to her.
Oh, Lord.
So I'm like, oh, my God.
Did you cover it?
I couldn't cover it. It went to her phone, man. It went to her phone. I think I just said her name and everything in the text.
Oh, no.
But
See, that's why I have a chance that he didn't know.
Yeah, you was generic with it.
Because I said this effing guy.
Yeah, that could have been any guy. But, yeah, I couldn't cover it up. The good thing was I wasn't disrespectful at all, but I was just like, hey, let's get our work done so we could chill. because she's kind of in the mood, pretty much. Well, she admitted she was in the mood, but she was really in the mood after I texted that to her.
From the 832, I was texting my wife to come into the bedroom and accidentally test for you know what, and accidentally texted a guy at my office.
That's okay.
That ain't leaving anytime soon.
No, it depends, right? The guy at your office, is that one of your friends at work, or is that just a dude at work? Because I feel like that can have varying degrees of problem, right? Because if it's a friend, you think, all right, but this would be cool. But now that's something that they can hold over you in various conversations and crack on you. If it's someone you don't know, now it's just awkward. Like, how do I manage to navigate this situation?
Yeah.
How about this one? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I kind of did that to somebody at work one time. I was getting my hair done, and it was late at night. It was like 11:40 at night. And I tried to text my wife. I tried to text her. I was on my way home.
Mm-hmm.
I said, hey, I'm on my way home. But I text my coworker, who was a guy. And so it just looked so weird now. He tried to question me like, where were you at late at night? Like, you're a married man. What you mean you're on your way home?
How about this one? Using his phone to help with his, shaving downstairs.
Yeah, he's manscaping.
Yeah. Used his phone to help shaving downstairs. Then realized he had the camera on and started getting thumbs up and laughing emojis.
Oh, man.
He was live streaming.
Oh,
man.
No! He was live streaming.
Yeah, because at first I was like, okay, you had your camera open, so what, you took a few pictures?
No, he was live streaming, shaving, manscaping.
That is, yikes, big yikes.
I had a auntie-in-law, so it was my wife's auntie.
Yeah.
I guess they have a ladies group chat, and they have a group chat with me in it, too.
Uh-huh.
And some other guys in it. So she sent a picture from the dressing room, like showing her some jeans she was wearing.
Yeah.
Pretty bra, just jeans. And I'm just like, what is going on?
I was not the intended audience.
So what I did was I sent the SpongeBob meme to I'ma head out.
Yep.
So everybody started blowing my phone up afterwards, like, man, you was crazy for that. But I guess she sent it to the wrong group chat.
Shout out to the 281, sent their mother-in-law a text trash talking their mother-in-law. Yep, that's a classic.
That's how I usually go.
That is a classic. From the 832, they said when you first could sync your iPhone with your iPad, they said they got caught when their girls saw them actively texting and flirting with their side piece.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I like those.
Don't sync the iPad up.
You're not off the hook. I know you got one, but I like those videos we see from ball games when somebody's texting and then somebody's doing a video of them texting like some other girl.
Those are, man, this is tough because I try to be a G with my socials and stuff. It probably is one of those instances, and again, I can't give you specifics because I can't remember a specific one as I've buried all these, but I guarantee you that there's been a moment where you send a text, and I'm notoriously I don't proofread my text messages, as you absolutely should. Do as I say, not as I do, please, for your own benefit. And I'm sure that there's been a time where I sent something that was real suspect because I didn't actually proofread, and I had to come back like an hour later and be like, oh no. Those are not the words I meant. And I feel bad because I feel like I'm not participating, but guarantee, like, it's happened and it was bad. I just can't remember it because I block these things out.
It was one time on Facebook, I tried to search somebody, and I didn't realize it was a post.
Oh, yes.
So it's just somebody next. So it'd be like John Lopez. I just post a random post said John Lopez.
And the worst part, if you catch it real quick, there's still someone who saw it, but
yeah,
it's when you leave it up for like 2 hours, and they're like,
exactly.
"Oh, what were you doing?"
Yeah,
exactly.
Trying to search somebody's name, or you might be on somebody's page and you thinking you about to write a post, but you write that post on their page, on their wall. It's just like, all right, I got caught slipping.
Our guy Ocho sent some scantily clad pictures. Actually, his cousin sent some scantily clad pictures of females meant for the guys' group text. Sent it to their mothers. Sent it to their mothers instead.
Man. It was one time I almost got caught up in this. This was fairly recent, probably like earlier this year.
Yeah.
So I have a friend named Shay who
Shay?
No, not that Shay.
You call him Unc at all?
No. This is a female.
All right.
But I bought an iPad from her, and I met her with my wife and all that stuff. We got the iPad and took off, and then she texted me later on saying, I don't appreciate you trying to kiss me. I'm like, wait, what? And then I looked, and the text was gone. And then she texted me back because you could unsend a text.
Yeah.
And then she texted me back, I'm so sorry about that. That was for somebody else.
Yeah, you ended up in something that you had no business in.
I was about to say, wait a minute. Like, no, I did not try. I clearly went and got that iPad, and that was it. Like, we didn't even hug.
Oh, this is from the 2-in-1. They said Apple Watch got them caught because you erased the message from your phone, but it stays on your watch. Luckily, it was before they married. Okay.
Oh wow,
man.
Wow.
I know someone who had their significant other outed on cheating because of a Apple Watch situation where it noticed that the activity had gone up. Right? And she got the message that, hey, the heart rate's going up. It's like, what are you doing right now?
Hey, you're going for a run? You want to
she gets it? Like another person can get that?
Oh, man.
I think the phone was like somewhere else or something like that. I can't remember exactly how that came about.
Hey, it looked like you're going for a walk. You want to record this?
Yeah. So shout out to all the folks who have had technology get them caught up. Shout out to the Astros who have also put out their lineup. For those of you that were wondering, why is Bregman not hitting? Why is he hitting cleanup and all that? He's hitting leadoff today rather, playing third. You have Jordan left field again. He'll be batting second. Yainer is behind the plate batting third. Tucker still DHing fourth. Pena fifth. Singleton in first base today batting sixth. Jake Myers center field seventh. You have Hayward in right batting eighth, and Dubon, who is filling in for Altuve, he's batting ninth at second base. So there you go. That's what we have there. We'll keep looking for updates when it comes to injuries, those types of things when it comes to the Astros, as they'll be playing 110 versus the A's. But coming up next, we get our weekly Thursday visit from our guy, my favorite Nigerian, ND Kalu. We'll do it next.
The awards are Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
God, I love this so much. Tick, tick, boom. Appreciate you hanging out with us. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, having a fantastic, a swell Thursday here in H-Town. Hope you are doing the same. We'll get to Around the NFL at 11:20 today, because we always make room for our guy, your favorite former Texan that joins us every Thursday. His name is ND Kalu. ND, what's happening, my man?
Man, I am good. I'm just sitting here watching Selling Sunset, and this must be the football version because Johnny Manziel's on it, and then what's his name? Deshaun Watson was on this episode.
Oh, wow. I seen some clips from that too. Huh?
And you know what's crazy? I hate to, and don't worry, I'm not going to give you my whole segment talking Selling Sunset.
No, it's all right.
But what's all jokes aside, I actually felt worse for Deshaun Watson when I saw him on the episode than I did for Johnny Manziel. And dude is coming off a historic signing for a contract. Like, it just goes to show, like, without your rep, it doesn't matter how much money you have in the bank.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And Johnny went through a lot too, man.
And Johnny went through
Exactly. And I still felt worse for with everything Johnny went through. Like, when I was watching the episodes, when I saw Johnny Manziel, I was like, that was cool. I didn't know he was going to be on. But when I saw Deshaun Watson, my first thoughts are rub and all the women that he supposedly violated. And I was like, man, that kind of sucks that's the first thought. It wasn't NFL quarterback. It wasn't $250 million guaranteed. It was him in the fetal position asking somebody to rub his bunghole. So it was just, I just feel bad for his ref.
Andy Kalu joining us on In the Loop. All right, so let's get Wednesday and Thursday is when we really started looking forward more than anything.
Yes.
On these weeks here on In the Loop, and we started the show, and I'm like, man, the whole concept and sort of prospects of this offense changed overnight with what Joe Mixon did. And I want to get your thoughts on that, because all this talk, and look, we're all drinking the Kool-Aid right now. ND, you know that. I know you're a big Kool-Aid drinker too when things are going well, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
But I'm thinking this offense, I'm not going to say historic, because time will tell, but this offense, the possibilities just seem endless right now, man.
No, as far as the possibilities and the ceiling, you could say it's the highest it's ever been. And I'm not forgetting about the time when you had Arian Foster, you had Andre Johnson, you had arguably the best offensive line when you had Wade Smith, Chris Myers, Eric Winston, all those guys. But they have to get it done. It's only week one. Unfortunately, in the NFL, every week somebody goes down. What I like about this offense and the weapons is that you're going to have games where Joe Mixon may only have 50, 60 yards rushing, but that also is going to be the game where Tank Dell goes for over 100. But then you're also going to have games where even Diggs or Nico Collins, who had a great first game to this season, has only 50 yards receiving, then Joe Mixon is going to, do what we saw with the first game. I just like the depth in weapons, not just at a certain position, but just all your playmakers. How many times have y'all even talked about Dalton Schultz this week? Like, there's going to be a game where, he's the player of the week with 90 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns. So I just like all the different options that they have.
Andy, I kind of want to go to the defense in some ways, because the kind of some heroes that I don't know have gotten a ton of due, although I think people have tried to make sure to shout them out. The interior defensive linemen on this team, when you talk about Fatukasi and when you talk about Mario Edwards, for one, like, from your perspective, how impressive was that showing, making sure to handle the middle of that defense? And two, like, do you feel like the pressure that they were able to get is something that's sustainable, or does that feel like that was kind of more of a, all right, outstanding job, but that's not necessarily something we should expect week in, week out?
No, not at all. Great question. I don't think that's the outlier at all. Similar to what I said about the offense, you could say about the defense and a defensive perspective, where going into the game, my initial thoughts, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, what's their stat sheet going to look like? And they have 2 sacks, and the 2 sacks come from your interior guys. And next week, or this upcoming week when they play the Chicago Bears, who's going to be surprised if there's 3 sacks and it's split between Hunter and Jerry Hughes and Will Anderson. So you have so many options and you have so many guys that can actually make plays. It was refreshing to see that the interior guys got the love and they got the stats. But more importantly than what we saw against the pass rush, I mean, they held Jonathan Taylor to less than 4 yards rushing, less than 50 total yards. And that was one of my question marks coming into the regular season was the run defense. Mm-hmm. And to hold such a great running back to, to those numbers, I thought that was even more impressive than your 2 guys getting the sack. Your 2 inside guys, I should say, getting the sacks.
I'm interested as well on the defensive side. The 2 rookies, Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock. And Reggie and I have been talking about this. Like, I'm a big fan of what Kamari Lassiter has done. At the same time, if it wasn't for Anthony Richardson missing a pass or 2, these 2 guys might have been smoked, a time or 2 more. How would you evaluate the 2 rookies?
You know what? They look like rookies at points, and there was a couple of plays where I was like, ooh, thank God they didn't connect because they would have been exposed. But the best of the best cornerbacks and safeties and defensive backs, they get exposed at points. I think this was a great learning experience for them, and they're going to continue to get better. Even with Bullock's interception, a buddy of mine, one of my former teammates, he played most of his career in the Colts, and, he texted me like, oh, he got that because the receiver slipped. Well, he still made the play. Like, he still made what I thought was a heck of a catch and still was able to produce. And that's what you want. You want playmakers. You want guys who can produce when they have the opportunity, and that's what you have in these 2 guys.
We're talking to our guy, ND Kalu, right here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. And you've played some primetime games in your time in the league. This team, funny enough, seems like they haven't for quite a bit, like probably first primetime game since 2019. So Sunday night, is going to matter a good amount to the organization, but I think to a lot of these players, what really is the difference? Because, I mean, we can kind of hypothesize on it, but being on the field, I imagine you get a feel for it. What ends up being the real difference in a primetime game like this one that's coming up on Sunday?
You know what's interesting about that? And every player is different. So, I can't speak for all 1,800 players. I actually didn't like primetime games. And we played in a lot when I was starting and during our heyday in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. I didn't like waiting all day because, you wake up anxious. You wake up like, man, let's get on the field and bust some heads. And then it's like, oh, let's wait 8 hours. Let's wait 8 hours and watch all these other games. But I will say this, Reggie, as soon as you step on the field, you step on the turf, the lights are on, and you know that you're literally the only football game in this great country. Like, that kind of just re-energizes you, and you really get hyped knowing that, man, if you like football and you want to watch some football, this is the only game in town. That there's some excitement there. And for the organization, for the ownership, for, what the McNairs have done over the last couple of years, they get to display to the nation. So I think it means a lot. I don't know if I should say more, but it means a lot, not just to the players, but the people who've helped this brand, and they've helped, take the Houston Texans out of that laughingstock zone where people actually respect them now. I mean, in my opinion, they're a top 5 team in the NFL right now. It's very early, but now you get to put that on display. But for players, I think some love it. Some love playing under the lights, knowing they're the only game in town. Other guys are like, man, I don't care if we play at 11 a.m., 11 p.m., just roll the ball out there and let's play.
Yeah. You mentioned the run game was one of the things you were keeping an eye on, maybe a concern. But I think a lot of that, obviously Joe Mixon, but Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs, man. I mean, this is developing. Obviously a lot of football left, but this is developing into quite the story on the interior offensive line. What did you see from those guys?
No, I love that. There's only a handful of running backs in the history of the NFL where you say, the offensive line doesn't matter. But anytime I see a good running back or with some good stats, it's because of those big dudes up front. And many times it's those guys in the middle. So for Kenyon Green, I love the mental toughness, for him to go through, the injuries, the whispers of, did they spend too high of a pick on bringing him in, and to play the way he played in the preseason and in the first game, it's exciting. And Joe Mixon will probably be the first one to tell you, hey, I don't have 130 yards if those guys up front aren't blocking for me and creating these huge holes for me to run through. But yeah, I think the most important part of the running game is not the running back. It's the guys up front. So that's a testament to those guys when you have a running back go for 130.
We're still talking to our guy, ND Kalu, former Texan, and one of our good friends here in the loop. And Indy, I think the strength-on-strength matchup that we're looking at here with the Texans and the Bears is Texans offense versus Bears defense. Particularly, it seems like there's been a lot of love given to that defensive secondary. I mean, what excites you about this matchup? What are you looking for, and what will you be watching Sunday when it comes to that matchup?
That's a big one, but just how they're going to attack a rookie quarterback. You don't want him, in my opinion, to get comfortable. Like, we've seen him on the collegiate level, which is an entirely different level than the NFL, but we've seen some special plays, and you don't want him to get that confidence early. I'm really looking forward to see how many different blitzes and how many ways and different ways they try to disguise the blitzes to make sure he doesn't get comfortable. If I'm a defensive coordinator, if I'm a head coach, and I'm playing a rookie quarterback, I don't care how great he is, he's going to have to prove to me that he could mentally handle the blitzes. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to attack him and how they're going to try to get in between his ears.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to ask you about, because you mentioned this earlier as well. Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, they got to be chomping at the bit with the expectations that we've had. Now, I'm not saying they played poorly. They did not. But that's got to be probably topic number one on the defensive side on the line of scrimmage, getting those two guys active, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, now when you talk about putting pressure on the quarterback with those two guys, that's just, hey, win your one-on-one matchups. But I'm also expecting, John, to see, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Jalen Petrie has the first sack of the day, first sack of the night, because they put him in on a nickel blitz or they try to disguise something. But no, look, guys like Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, they're chomping at the bit every game. I don't care if it's Caleb Williams or Tom Brady. Like, those guys, they're so great. They just want to get after who's ever under center. But I'm really excited just to see what type of games. And who knows, D'Amico might say, I just think my front five is better than their front five. Let's just go at it, and we're not going to get too creative. But I've always been of the belief, and that's the Jim Johnson way of approaching the defensive scheme. When you have a young quarterback, you really attack him with the blitzes. And you know what? If he picks up 3 in a row, then you say, okay, let's get our defensive backs to backpedal instead of coming forward, because he's proven that he understands the different schemes out there.
With this Bears defense that's coming in, there's some names on here, some dudes that can really do some damage. Montez Sweat coming off that left edge, obviously Jalen Johnson, Kevin Byard, Jaquan Brisker, all in that defensive secondary. Like, there's some names, but I do wonder, with the way that this Texans offense is played, is there a defense in the world or in the league right now that really gives you pause? Because I'm still feeling pretty positive, even knowing that this Bears defense has been very good.
I'll say, because no matter what team you're playing, it's the NFL. So there's going to be some names on every single team, except maybe Carolina. But I'm sure if you look close enough, you'll maybe find, oh yeah, this guy was good back in junior high. But when you look at the team, there's always going to be some names. But as far as a team that gives you pause, I'm still going to go with Pittsburgh. Like and I know they played Pittsburgh in the preseason. But, man, I saw T.J. Watt. I saw a couple of moves, and I was just like, okay, he's in rare form. And Pittsburgh, no matter how bad they may be as a team, they're always going to have that stout defense. They're always going to have that culture that, hey, we may be 500 as far as our record, but we're going to hit you in the mouth. So that would be one defense that, not that I would pause, but I would really keep an eye to see how they're going to handle that.
Okay, so what I heard is that you're not worried about the Bears at all. That's what I did hear. I want to make that clear.
So what did stand out to you? Because another thing that I mentioned with these guys, I believe yesterday, is I feel like the Texans are the second, again, just basing it on week one. You put the Chiefs in their own category. I think the Texans, I mean, the Ravens, who knows? We know they're capable. We know what Lamar Jackson can do. Buffalo, it seems like it's going to have to be the Josh Allen show and go on down the line. I feel like the Texans, in terms of completeness after 1 week, have to be up there right behind the Chiefs.
For AFC or the whole league?
AFC, I'm sorry. Yes, AFC.
I can't disagree. I mean, I can't. And here's the thing. You have people who take this too serious and they forget it's a game. Oh, power rankings are stupid. No, they're not. They're fun. Like, they're fun to talk about. Every week they're going to change. And after week one, I mean, it's hard for me to put the Texans lower than 3, in my opinion. So, like you said, Kansas City's number 1. Even though Baltimore, man, Lamar, and I'm a Lamar fan, but there were some throws. I was like, good God.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if you are a dual threat quarterback. Like, you have to make that throw. You have to make that play. So there's a little inconsistency there. Josh Allen, I think he's one of the more underrated players in the NFL, and I think he can carry a team. But it'll be hard for me to put a team outside of Kansas City above the Texans. And with Kansas City, it's just kind of like that Michael Jordan effect.
Yeah.
Even if they look bad, it's like, you got to beat them. You got to beat them for you to leapfrog over them in the rankings. So now I'm with y'all. I mean, I don't know if both of y'all agreed, but top 3 AFC, I got to have the Texans there.
Yeah, we're both in agreement there. ND, before we let you go, and I'm going to do this thing again where I bring up the Nigerianness that we have on the air. You've done media in this space. I generally was thinking about this morning because Fatou Kassi, I was thinking about him and his play. How obligated do you end up feeling on pronouncing a name like in the fullness of its being? Because I was like, Folarin Shaw, I was like, do I need to do that, or am I just going to lean into the Foley of it all?
You know what? That's a good question. I always felt like I had to do it because no one else would.
Yeah.
And here's the thing about Nigerian names. And both my parents, born, raised in Nigeria before going to London University and University of Texas San Antonio. So they are Nigerian. There's some names, though, when I say, hey, how do I pronounce this? They'll scratch their head and be like, ooh, like they'll write it out and make sure I pronounce it. But the one that always kills me, Reggie, that I hate that the actual players never corrected, when people say Okafor and it's Okafor, where the R is pretty silent.
Yeah.
And then I actually had other radio hosts on other stations try to correct me when I said it the right way. I'm like, what type of colonizing mind do you have that you're going to tell me how to pronounce this name? Like, the R is silent, but I'm like, I can't blame them. I got to blame the player and Okafor is not even that hard of a name to pronounce. But like, if you could pronounce Mike Krzyzewski, like, figure out a way to pronounce Okafor, right? But to answer your question, I always felt like I owed it to the Nigerian community and just people in general to make sure I pronounce their entire name correctly.
I got that a lot with Adetokunbo, Giannis, because he has the Greek, all of that happening. People are like, no, that's not how you say it. I'm like, it is. Let me tell you. When it comes to Nigerians, that's absolutely how you say it. And when it comes to Nigerians, there's none better than my guy, ND Kalu. We appreciate you joining us every Thursday, getting us right before game day.
All right, appreciate y'all. I look forward to speaking with y'all next Thursday.
Yes, sir. That's the man. I always enjoy having that conversation. I think I might be establishing a trend where I have to come up with some level of Nigerianness in question.
You better.
I don't know. Well,
on the name thing, I always hit Spanish names. It depends on who I'm talking to.
Yes.
Like if I'm talking to another Hispanic, I'll say Yuli Gurriel. If I'm talking to Figgy, I'll say Yuli Gurriel.
That sounds like code switching to me, brother.
Hey, man, sometimes you got to code switch. Yeah. Sometimes you just have. It's a reality of life. So you will get the Folarin Shaw, Fatou Kassi. Yeah, you're going to get all that here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. All right, man, we made sure to get our guy ND on, but that means we still need to get back around the NFL. So that's what we'll do next. Around the NFL, let's talk about what's happening, including getting you ready for Thursday Night Football, a real big matchup in the AFC. We'll do that next.
The Drive is Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL as we got some Thursday Night Football, the first one that we have actually on Amazon Prime, on Prime Video. Remember, we talked to Brian Fitzpatrick to get us ready for that earlier in the week, and so excited to actually see that because not only is it Thursday Night Football, you get Al Michaels back in tow, Kirk Herbstreit, all that, but Bills-Dolphins. These are a couple of AFC contenders, and more importantly, they're going to be on the Texans' schedule. And I know you have a question about that.
Yeah.
And I have an answer.
Yeah. Is it too early? Is it too early to start thinking through the goggles when you watch this? Because keep in mind, not only do you face both of these teams, I think the Bills in about 3 or 4 weeks, and then you're going to face the Dolphins later. Not only going to face them in the regular season, you stand a good chance of playing one of these or both of these teams in the postseason. Is it too soon to watch through those goggles, like Texans, how they line up, how they stack up, and you're going to have a good feel for it because you're actually playing them too?
It is not, in my estimation. It is. I think that's the way that you view this. Hey, man, the NFL sends out these schedules in damn near January, brother. Like it feels like they have this schedule forever, and part of that is, hey, man, you map out that schedule and you plan your trips and all that, but you keep an eye on the teams that are going to run up against you, and the Bills and the Bills, mind you, you're going to see, when is that again? October 6th. Mm-hmm. So in just a few weeks, in 3-4 weeks, right? You're going to see them, and so no, that's absolutely part of this, right? Especially because you don't want to be in a place where it's just the week of, and you're like, oh, now let's crash and see if we can figure out, or just use 1 week to determine what's happening going in. You want to have a little bit of an understanding on what's happening with it. So yeah, man, I absolutely think that it's something that is not too early to view it within that context. Some information to help you as you go into that. Devon Achane, apparently he was dealing with the ankle sprain. There's optimism that he will indeed play in this game. So
game time decision, they're saying.
Yes, game time decision. There's clearly a lot of running backs on the team, but having that speed, particularly with Devon Achane, like that track speed that he brings, it matters a good amount. However, Mostert, who we know is ruled out for this game with the chest injury, apparently he's not expected to go on the IR. So I guess they feel, good enough about him that it will not be season ending, and it probably won't be long-term injury. So those will be, I guess that's good for the Dolphins in that regard. But Achane might play tonight, and I think that one makes the game more interesting to watch just as a viewer, but then two, probably is going to be something to watch as we continue to go forward.
Yeah, looking forward to it. I want to see what Josh Allen is going to look like. Keep in mind they were trailing in their first game, and he worked some magic, and also the Dolphins. I think both these teams have a certain amount of ceiling. It's a high ceiling, but they have a certain ceiling that we're going to see if the Texans, have something that can exceed that. I think the Texans are going to be better than these two teams. We'll get a look at them tonight.
Yeah, and so one of the things that I love watching is like the market-derived team tiers. So basically just how the markets are feeling about various teams, and this is put together. I always see it by Computer Cowboy on Twitter. He does a good job kind of looking at some of the advanced stats of things, and according to the markets, the teams that are all on kind of that top line of teams in the league: Niners, Lions, Chiefs, Texans, Eagles, Dolphins, and in that order, mind you, when it comes to them. So like all the talk that we had yesterday about the idea of like where does the AFC, the pecking order, Kansas City, the highest in the AFC, Texans immediately thereafter, and then after them, the Dolphins. I didn't even mention the Ravens were on that next line. The Bills were on that next line, right? The markets and the people that are watching seem to have a feeling that the Texans are second best in the AFC.
Yeah, and I think the Dolphins, I've said it multiple times, I like what they look like. I like this squad, and I think they're going to go a lot of places, but there still is that ceiling, and it starts with Tua Tagovailoa.
Another AFC team out there, the Bengals, clearly not getting a ton of love. I don't think anybody has really placed them all that highly, and they even went as far as losing in Week 1. And Chris Canty actually has some strong feelings about the Bengals.
We've been putting him in this rarefied air with Mahomes, with Josh Allen, with Lamar Jackson as an elite quarterback. And when he's fully healthy, I think there's no argument in terms of his ability. But the problem is the inconsistency when it comes to being available for his team. He's been in the NFL 4 full seasons and had 2 of those years cut short due to injury. at some point you start to wonder whether or not the Bengals are going to get the return on that investment because Joe Burrow isn't going to be able to stay healthy enough to perform the way he did in that 2021 season when he took the Bengals to the Super Bowl and he beat Patrick Mahomes head-to-head in the AFC Championship game in order to get there. So I am concerned about the version of Joe Burrow that we're going to see from now until the end of his career, because this wrist injury is something that we don't have a lot of history with quarterbacks being able to bounce back from in the NFL. We just haven't seen it. So I am not going to believe it until I see it. And that's why, sitting here today, I'm selling all the Bengals stock and I'm selling all my Joe Burrow stock.
Man.
You in there with Chris Canty on the Joe Burrow field?
I'm not selling it. I like Joe Burrow a lot, but, I mean, he's not wrong. I mean, he's not wrong.
I agree with it. I've been thinking that for a long time, to be honest, because the Bengals are known for starting off slow. Joe Burrow is always hurt. To me, he reminds me of like an Eli Manning. Like, if he just get into the playoffs, he's the scariest quarterback there, man. But in the regular season, it take him a long time to get going, man. It was like that last year. And then
interesting comparison.
Yeah, I was like, at first I was like, I don't know if I see this.
You sold it well, yeah.
Nah, I mean, if he get in the playoffs, man, he will scare all the Chiefs fans.
Yeah.
Like, he could just get you there, man. But in the regular season, I don't really see it like that, man.
This is a life comes at you fast kind of thing, isn't it? Like
they didn't pay them, too.
He was all the rage. He got paid, as Figgy just said.
Yeah.
And I'm not selling stock, but I totally buy what Chris Canty is saying.
I hear what he's saying, and I don't think I'm in a place where I'm selling stock on Joe Burrow. I think I've just seen enough when it comes to his play individually. I've always held my concerns and my skepticisms about the Bengals as an organization.
Of course.
Notoriously cheap. And I thought the moment that I thought maybe they might be turning a corner is when they went and actually built an indoor facility, which they did not have before, right? Indoor practice field. And I was like, all right, maybe they're changing the way they operate, and it does not feel like they're necessarily there. I mean, it seemed like they were making the decision on, hey, we are keeping one of these wide receivers. We're going to pay them. Jamar Chase still ain't gotten his check yet, right? And so I do have concerns on, like, are they going to be able to continue to put a team around him that's sufficient to help the level of talent that he has? But, yeah, so halfway in, right? I'm not selling the stock on Joe Burrow, but I might be selling my stock on the Bengals.
And the other part of this is players know the reputation that you just outlined. They know that the Bengals are not a great organization when it comes to either money or facilities or just how they operate, and that makes it harder on the franchise quarterback. When you get a franchise quarterback, you spend, what was I saying all offseason, Figgy? You got
smart big money.
You got C.J. Stroud. Spend that smart big money because now's the time to do it, and they did.
Some other things around the NFL of note. It's wild. He's not here, but somehow there's still more and more information about number 4 in Cleveland, Deshaun Watson. Apparently his accuser intends to sit down with an interview with the NFL in 2 weeks. Quote, has pertinent video.
That's what got
to the
me.
accusations.
Tony Busby, our guy, Figgy, said she's going to talk with the NFL in a couple of weeks, and there is, quote, pertinent video.
You don't think that's a little bit strange?
By the way, did you see why it's going to be in 2 weeks?
Why is that?
He's got to do something. He's representing the people that went down in that submarine thing down to the Titanic. And so
he representing them.
Yeah, or some of them.
I guess like the families of such, or maybe okay.
He's all over the place,
that guy
man.
is everywhere. He is everywhere.
I mean, the biggest thing is billable hours, right? So,
yes, sir.
I guess
this ain't great for Deshaun because it comes down to the contract now.
Yeah, I think now that's when the organization. I mean, I don't know, but it could be some slimy things where
there will be.
They maybe try to get out this contract. Man.
I think that's exactly what it is.
And we already talked about that. What was that, yesterday or a couple days ago? The ideas of, hey, man, the information on the contract, these things are being kind of, I don't want to say leaked, but kind of given in some ways to the media, right? Like, I do think that is kind of indicative in some ways of maybe them trying to test the waters on how would this go over, how would that feel. And so, it's reasonable to assume that maybe, just maybe, they might be trying to get out from under it.
And then it kind of goes to see how is Deshaun as a person in that building.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is he's a little bit awkward in that building? Do the teammates really like him and support him like they should? If not, then I could see them trying to get out of that.
real quick before we go, this note came out yesterday afternoon. If you like the Manning cast, you can do that on Super Bowl Sunday. ESPN will have a Manning cast for the Super Bowl. And so, I mean, just year 4 of the Manning cast, and I guess it's grown in popularity enough that where ESPN believes having that simulcast of the Super Bowl is going to be worthwhile for them. Does that seem like something that you would do on Super Bowl Sunday itself, have the Manning cast on?
No, and you guys know how much I like, and I've always liked Peyton Manning. I just think the world of him. You guys know how much I watch the Manning cast? I ain't watching the Manning cast on Super Sunday. That's just, that doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
I'm used to, like, the game, the aura around it, the pageantry, the halftime. The commercials. I don't think this is the best decision.
I'm very interested to see how, because it just doesn't feel like the type of broadcast that you watch with a group of people, and it feels like more people than not watch the Super Bowl with a group of people at a party, all that type of stuff. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how useful and how successful it ends up being. But you will get it if you like that. So there you go. That's Around the NFL on this Thursday in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. And we have more information from the Astros as they're gearing up for a 110 first pitch against the A's. We'll give you that and also, all that news plus more. We'll do it next.
So what if it's early?
For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping on this Thursday in H-Town. It's In the Loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, myself, Reginald Datatula. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Hey, man, we got some news.
We do have some news.
Like, this is, I'm not breaking, that's wild, but I mean, it's very
good, solid update.
Very good update, or a very important update. I'm interested on how you feel on whether it's good or not. But as we're getting ready, gearing up for the start of this Game 3, as the Astros try and avoid a sweep against the Oakland A's at their own building, right?
Like that.
It feels like a wild thing to say, but we definitely needed some update and some news. Altuve left the game yesterday with some I guess, like I want to call it strain. I was like, I don't know exactly what to call it. Just some discomfort on the right side of his body.
Yeah, and we've seen these before. It sounded like a rib cage thing, like a muscle or something. Again, nobody's told me a damn thing. This is just pure speculation.
After a singular swing, he stops, he walks out of the box, calls over from the he bunts on a two-strike bunt. Yeah, because it seemed like he just was unwilling to swing the bat again with the way that it felt. Like he knew instantly this wasn't it's starting to feel like it, and maybe out. No, the swing. He steps out of the batter's box in the middle of an AB and gestures to the dugout like, "Hey man, something is wrong." And so that definitely was a cause for concern. After the game, he basically was like, "Yeah, I don't want to be too hasty to say that there's something wrong. We'll see how he feels in the morning." Well, it seems like we've gotten a little bit of insight onto how he feels. We have this, Fig. This is Joe Espada. Although, mind you, I don't think he's spoken to the trainer. But
for what it's worth.
For what it is worth. I don't know that he's spoken to the trainer, but this is his update on Altuve.
He's doing better. I thought he was going to come in and be more sore, especially after the way he looked yesterday. But he's day-to-day. He's in the weight room. He's throwing the Met ball around, trying to get the area loose. So hopefully, it's something that he won't miss a lot of time.
He's missing today, but that was expected. Even if he wasn't hurt,
night game to day game feels like a quick turnaround for dudes who felt something like that.
Yeah, and especially, like I said, even if you weren't hurt, it might have been the same. But still, again, you got to say for what it's worth. But maybe I just get sucked into this way too often. I feel like Altuve might be sooner rather than later. Maybe it's a gut feeling. Maybe I'm just a sucker because, we all know how much they lie about this stuff. But I feel like this one he might be okay.
That's the update on Altuve. We'll see how that goes. Sooner rather than later is basically what you're going with here, and that's the general idea that Espada's putting down. All right, let's hear from Espada when it comes to the plan for Kyle Tucker, as he's been DHing and he'll DH again today. What's the plan on maybe getting him back in the field? Oh, my bad, Fig.
Hopefully he could be in there tomorrow, but in the outfield. So that work right there looked really good. So the goal is to have him in right field tomorrow.
We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, that wasn't like super confident. That wasn't guaranteed.
We all got a lot of goals. I mean, we got goals everywhere. The goal is to have him in there in Anaheim. Now they have said that recently as well. This isn't the first time he said that, but this is one where you're like, okay, and as long as he's swinging the bat and not just awful, I don't care. But it does affect who's playing DH and who's in the field and how many at bats you can get certain players.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the old things as well is if they feel like he are fairly confident that he can get into the field pretty quick, I think that speaks to maybe his general health and how well he is moving, because you're not putting someone in right field if you don't feel like they can move a little bit, which I know has been a little bit of concern.
And he will have to move a
lot. Yeah. Speaking of Anaheim, we have the probables for Anaheim. Yusei Kikuchi, Verlander, Ronel Blanco.
All right.
Set to make a start on Sunday against the Angels. So there you go. That's your Astros information. Some other things that are worth noting. And you wanted to get to this in some ways. Yesterday was September 11th. I don't think we really made note of it on the program.
Yeah, and probably should have.
I was like, I don't know how exactly
I wanted to. That we did, yeah.
But with that being the case, like if you do make mention of it, you would think that it would be in one of reverence, one that's respectful. And it seems like maybe sometimes you're not actually going to do that as we've gotten further and further away from the date itself.
All right, so I have to qualify everything I'm about to say. What we're going to read here is absolutely awful. It's insensitive. It's mean. It's tone deaf. It's all that.
So it's social media then?
Yeah, so we're going to social media if you haven't figured it out already. But I remember, I'm sure you guys remember, when 9/11 happened. Obviously, we know how awful that tragedy was. But I remember there was a real tone of, this is one of those events that we will never, ever, ever see any comedian or anyone, sort of attempt any kind of humor. Like it was that atrocious, right?
But time changes things, man.
Well, who figured that 9/11 would become a punchline by Carolina Panthers fans? I mean, I read this. I said, is this real? So the Carolina Panthers posted a 9/11 remembrance on Instagram yesterday. The comments, Figgy, made me kind of sick to my stomach, but it also made me think about that. Well, I guess there is a moment, when people can start trying to attempt humor. I'm going to read these, and they're not me. I want to say that again.
Uh-oh. Yeah, but you're going to put it in your voice, huh?
I'm going to put it in my voice.
Yeah, man.
Y'all blame me. These were Carolina Panthers fans responding to a very humble. I am on an island. Very humble and very sincere post by the Carolina Panthers. This is the comments. Some of the comments. Saddam Hussein would be a better defensive coordinator.
Yikes. That person, by the way, has their name on their account.
Yes, they do. Our 9/11 is every Sunday.
Yikes.
This is just awful.
Although, that format of, I guess, quote unquote joke has been going around, the idea of this is my personal 9/11 or what have you. People have been saying that.
Never forget 10 to 47.
Yikes.
I will never forget when we were a good team. I mean, this is just awful, man. We just heard Andy Kalu. You got to remember, it's a game, man. And they went there.
They're in a tough spot, man.
They went there?
Yeah. I felt like a couple years ago we was in a tough spot.
We weren't doing this.
I mean,
is that just the morbid dark humor that happens?
I will say this. It was a time where the Houston Texans profile or their Twitter or anything account.
Oh, they had to turn them off.
They could post Happy Easter.
Yeah.
And you hear, Easter, fire Easter beat on Easter beat.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't care, but they ain't take it that far.
But we didn't go here. I was just appalled, and then I was like, I guess.
To me, that just show you how bad of a place they in, man.
Oh, my God.
When they can't even post anything without fans just going in on them, man. That's a bad look.
Very cynical. Very cynical.
It was
place.
a 9/11, remember?
That is correct.
But the team is bad. That's more important, John.
Well, I guess to some people. My goodness.
All right. Something that is decidedly not 9/11 related. This news I found to be somewhat interesting. The SEC has installed availability reports for this season. I mean, this is a lot like what we see and what we've gotten used to in the NFL. And for me, I view it as another step towards us finding that subsection of college football that will fully embrace professionalism.
Oh, sure. Not only that, but I mean, it's also a reflection of just how much money is bet on the SEC and how much pressure, SEC commissioner and athletic directors and everybody are getting from gamblers. Like I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I don't think it's a stretch to say there's the NFL, and in college football, the number one league bet on is the SEC.
Yeah, SEC and probably the Big Ten, depending on.
Right.
I think those two are the leagues that are going to try and vie for the opportunity to be kind of a secondary professional league. As much as college sports has already been professionalized. Yeah. They're really going to lean into that fullness. But, yeah, this is obviously a betting, a move that is based on betting, which I think is kind of real nasty when you think about the idea. We have been sold for literal decades the idea that this is about the competition.
Student athletes.
Man, this is about making sure that this money is here now. Is explicitly so by making sure that the gamblers have the information necessary to make their bets.
The other thing I love about this, college football coaches are the worst. Like, you think, there is nobody alive that has more power trips and control and they're dictatorships.
It's a very authoritative, position. Yeah.
And they want to control everything. And I'm just sort of
now you got to tell us who's hurting. On a Thursday.
I'm just kind of laughing inside, man. These guys. Can you imagine Nick Saban? When this was going on.
That's why he left.
But
that's why he left. He saw availability reports coming. He was like, over my dead body.
How about like Mike Gundy and if he were in the SEC or something like that?
Although Mike Gundy apparently out here giving us that reel.
Yeah.
He was asked about a player that they were able to get a hold of. His name is Obi Ezegbo, who is a transfer from Division II Gannon University. Let me know if you know where that is, because I don't. And he asked the media, do you want the real answer or do you want the coach speak? And then he gave them this, quote, he was very inexpensive. The number of players we go after that are ready to play at this level, we can't afford. So he was a good buy and a really quality young man that had success and has physical characteristics that we can work with and develop. So that's why he ended up here, in my opinion.
Good for Division II and lower division school players. That's going to be a lot of that.
Never thought I'd find myself in a place where I appreciated what came out of Mike Gundy's mouth. But that's the real now. Again, another instance where we are getting to the place where they are being fully transparent with the professionalism of this. He was like, hey, man, we couldn't afford them other ones.
Yeah.
So we got a dude who could play at this level that was cheap.
And it helps them, too. It helps the players, too. So it's always good.
Yeah. I always felt like if you're a college coach and you're real, it gave you a good opportunity. Look, Coach Calipari, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like in Kentucky, he got so many of those dudes because he was like, look, man, what we're trying to do, we're trying to win, but we're trying to put you in the league. So there you go. That's what's popping here on a Thursday in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next on In the Loop, what challenge does this Bears defense pose? We got answers on that from both D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud. So in the Texans' words, what challenge does this defense pose? We'll talk about it next.
For the first time since 2019. WFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. When it comes to this matchup, Sunday Night Football, Texans versus the Bears, Liberty White out. Make sure you got your Liberty White. Make sure you handle your parking ahead of time because on Sunday you will not be able to do that. Get ahead of it.
Get your butt there early, too, man.
Yeah, that is true.
CJ wants that, too.
CJ wants you to be
there early
in the seats. He says there's no reason except for maybe traffic, but even then, that doesn't answer the question there. But, yeah, make sure you're there early. But with that game, once you're in your seats, once you're parked in your seats, in your Liberty White, watching the game, what challenge does that Bears defense pose? We got some responses from both CJ, the quarterback of your team, and DeMeco Ryans, the leader of the defense and obviously the leader of the team himself. But before we get there, we have had we've gotten a little bit of a note that is interesting from Texans practice today, which is that starting tight end Dalton Schultz is not practicing again after he didn't practice yesterday due to an ankle injury.
Yeah, and you know the drill here, and it's common across the NFL. The Texans do subscribe to this. Let's see if we can get on the field tomorrow, at least for the walkthrough tomorrow, because generally speaking, if you don't practice during the week and you don't practice by Friday, you're not going to play. And, rather have Dalton Schultz than not.
Right, yeah. And, I mean, it is nice that you feel strong about this wide receiving core, particularly when you talk about Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover, tight end group. I have to say wide receiving core. This tight end group with Brevin Jordan, Cade Stover, that you'll be fine. But I think, as you mentioned, you'd much rather have him there than not. Every one of these tight ends, as has been mentioned, they provide something a little bit different. And altogether, they give you like the full range of tight end experience. But, not having Dalton would be tough. I think that put a little bit more on Cade Stover. I think Brevin obviously will get out there and routes and everything. But I think that would maybe make it almost entirely Cade Stover dealing with fullback type duties, those types of things. And so I think that would be interesting to watch for sure. Clearly today he's not practicing, Dalton Schultz that is, and then tomorrow, as you mentioned, we'll have to keep an eye on that to see if maybe he'll get himself ready for a Sunday night.
Yeah, and Stover, I'm not going to lie, I want Dalton Schultz to play, as we just talked about, but I would be very interested to see with him as in that role. Now, he had a very significant role. Does it take away from some of the things he's done as a fullback and such? So definitely something to keep an eye on as you go into that game.
Yeah, that's a good point. As if Stover is now in that, more of those two tight end packages. Brevin Jordan, I do wonder, does that then bring British Brooks back into the fullback mix a little bit more? Man who looked like he had some violent football ready to escape his body in week one. Maybe that he can get into the fullback thing of it all, because we talked about that quite a bit leading into the season. All right, but what challenge does this Bears defense pose against your Houston Texans? Obviously, DeMeco Ryans talked to the media yesterday. He was asked about this Bears defense, specifically the defensive backfield. What problems might they cause? This DeMeco 13 figgy once you get it, because I mean, obviously, a defensive head coach is one of the benefits of it, right? Is that he's going to have some level of, he'll be able to break down those defenses and be able to give you some insight into it. So here's DeMeco Ryans doing just that.
The Bears defense backfield, they take the ball away, right? It's really impressive the way they attack the football, right? Both of their corners, last week ended up with picks to game-changing plays to give them the lead there and to end the game. So we have to understand that those guys are ball hawks and we have to protect the football. So that's what they present. And then their linebackers as well, opportunistic, Edmonds and Edwards, two guys who are long, athletic guys. And if you're around the ball, if it's close to them, they can find a way to get the football as well. So that's where their defenses have thrived. And that's what we have to make sure we're protecting it on our side with everything that we have.
I think the Bears defense kind of gives you the same look, same, I guess, vibe as the Colts. I like their defensive front. Their front seven, of course, are pretty dang strong. He said opportunistic, and I'm not saying, they're not. But, one of those interceptions was just given to them.
Yeah, real nonsense.
It was just given to them. Their defensive front is going to have a little Colts sort of feel to it as well.
Yeah, that was immediately where I was going to go, is how much do you feel about this defense from the Bears? How much do you feel it's kind of inflated because they were facing off against the Tennessee Titans and Will Levis, who 19 of 32, 127, one touchdown, but 2 interceptions for Will Levis against this defense.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna downplay their, because their defense. The Bears are fans especially are just so tired of the defense bailing out the offense.
And that was what week 1 was.
Exactly what happened.
Like that game was won by that defense.
Yeah, no question. And the secondary did create the plays, including the pick six there. But the defensive front, like the Titans, didn't even get over the 50-yard line in the second half. Like they were squashing these guys. And the newcomer they have, Daryl Taylor, had 2 sacks. You know, that's what I'm feeling is like if you can have – it's another huge test for this Texans offensive line. If they back up last week with another effort like that against the Bears front, then we're going to be really on to something with this offensive line.
Let's hear DeMeco Ryans go and give his thoughts just on the full defense of the Bears, not just the defensive backfield.
Yeah, their defense does a really good job of working together. Right? They do a great job of mixing it up front with their line stunts and the backers fitting well off of it. Also, the coverages, they do a good job of disguising and mixing them up. So, you can't predetermined. You got to play out and see what they're giving us and see how they want to attack us, come Sunday. But, we're preparing as best as we can for it, and we'll see what happens on Sunday.
Yeah, I feel good about that, I guess, description of what the defense is. I mean, again, talking about the mixing up the coverages, I don't know that I'd have a better quarterback or a quarterback that I feel more confident in this time in the NFL than C.J. Stroud. Yeah. I think that it also pairs nicely with DJ Bijani on the ESPN, rather, covering your Texans, wrote a nice piece about C.J. earlier in the week, actually I think a day or two, actually yesterday. It dropped yesterday. And it was just about how much of a film junkie, how much of a football head C.J. Stroud is. And I trust him so much to know those coverages and know what he's looking at with the Bears in and out when it comes down to it, so that there's not going to be that pre-guessing. He's going to be looking at what he sees and having some idea when it rolls. Like, okay, I know what this is. I've seen this a few times, so I fully believe that he'll be ready for that. But you're right when it comes to like the line portion of this. This is going to be test number 2, and I think that we have a good feeling about how the offensive line of the Texans will handle that after test number 1 last week. At least once they got this stabilized after the rust kind of shook off at the beginning.
And we have to mention, as you just alluded to with C.J. Stroud, what he can process. Command of the offense as he's talked about all offseason and into the season. He wants to have more command. I think the fact that the Bears, are a team that they like to just run, kind of like DeMeco. They'll mix in some maybe nickel blitzes and all that, but they like to run just their base front and do some stuff with that. I think that helps C.J. Stroud, especially with these receivers who can get open. If they run a zone defense, they're going to get open. And so it's going to be very, very interesting to see how C.J. processes everything and what he sees.
Yeah, the processing will be important, and then getting peak CJ, or at least closer to peak CJ than we got in week 1, I think will also be important, because there were some errant passes from CJ in the course of game 1 versus Indy, and the Colts did not take advantage of that. The Bears, I think, are more apt to, although I don't know that they would tear him apart or anything. But if he's dotting them up like he did, obviously, Nico Collins on that out on the right side of the field, then we're seeing something really funny. You're neutralizing what is the best aspect of the Bears defense. One of the things, though, I will say about this Bears defense, and we're talking about what challenge they pose, what challenge I feel like they don't pose, is stopping the run, funny enough. Like that, this is a team where the Titans were able to just completely run all over them. Tony Pollard went for 5+ carries or yards a carry as well. 16 carries, 82 yards in the course of this. And so I do think that bodes well for this idea that we have about did the run game kind of change the approach? I do think that opens up the possibility that you can use the run to soften them up, or even just to take their cookies in some ways if they are posing a little bit of a problem with the pass defense.
No, and I thought they were everything that I saw. I thought they were better in the second half. As I mentioned, the Titans didn't even get past the 50-yard line. Some of that was because of Will Levis' own blunders, but if they can run the ball, and the Bears don't make that adjustment, then, like I said, we're really onto something with this offensive line.
So going back, we mentioned the idea of C.J. Stroud processing. This is how he is already processing the idea of what issues the Bears' defensive backfield will provide.
I mean, they play really sound. Of course, they have all the talent in the world. 29 Tariq and Jalen Johnson, number 1, are 2 great corners. They play the ball really well. Kevin Byard has been playing at a high level for a long time, and Briscoe I played in college. He's a dog. So yeah, and then I think they had one of the most interception rates last year, and they got 2 last week. So got to be cognizant of that and know that you got to be careful with the ball because they won the game pretty much on defense last week. So definitely a great defense. Got a lot of respect for those guys, and can't wait to compete against them.
No, the Bears defense won the game. There's no question about that, and that's what we're talking about here. How C.J. Stroud approaches it, et cetera. Really good secondary, but again, I think it's going to be what this offensive line can do. Not just protecting, because you got Montez Sweat, and then you got a lot of other guys that can pressure the quarterback. But as you mentioned, just running the ball.
So I asked this question to an end because on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not concerned at all, 10 being very concerned. How do you feel about this Bears defense coming in against your Texans? Obviously, knowing that the secondary is their strength, but knowing that the Texans have lots and lots of answers, wide receiver wise and such.
Yeah, look, concerned 1 to 10, I would have to say 7.
Oh, okay, that's
8,
higher than I thought.
7 maybe, only because they do certain guys that just are ball hawks are just always going to be ball hawks. It's just going to they're going to throw it right to you, or you're going to make a great play.
Yeah, do you have ball skills or what have you?
One way or another, you're just going to end up with the ball, and then that's a concern. But it's not a huge concern because of what we saw from this offense on Sunday, but also because of C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud, I don't know how many times I can say this week. He had a great game. It just didn't look like a typical oh wow kind of C.J. Stroud game. He had a couple of balls that might have been picked or whatever. You mentioned that, but overall, quarterback rating was off the charts. The plays he made when he needed to make them in the red zone were there.
We've seen the uptick when it comes to his pocket presence and his mobility, or not necessarily mobility, but his pocket management is the word that I'm ultimately looking for.
Yeah, biding time.
Yeah,
and so I think this is one where is it going to be a replica of Sunday? I think only if they have the same success with Joe Mixon. I think they're going to come out and they're going to throw the ball and test that secondary.
Yeah, I found that to be. I found your number to be interesting there because I was like, all right, looking at this team, I don't know that I'm super concerned about the defense, knowing that that's the strength that the Bears are coming with, knowing that they have the likes of Jalen Johnson, Tremaine Edmonds in the linebacking core. Right? They have some names, Montez Sweat. There's a name that I could really point to as a very, very good football player in this league at every level of this defense, and yet and still, it does not really scare me. And it's all right, if that's the case with these Texans, now where are we going to, right? How many teams around the league can I possibly feel? Have I gotten to that place where I have that much confidence in this offense that there's not a defense that you put up against them that I go, oh man, this could be a real issue?
Maybe the Chiefs.
Okay.
Maybe the Chiefs. Maybe a couple of others. But see, I guess it comes back to they were facing Will Levis.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here.
We have to do the caveat once more.
No, we have to be honest.
It was we're 1 week out of 17. Yeah, we have to do that one more time.
No, it's not even that. It's Will Levis still has a lot to prove, and Will Levis still can burp up a play like he did that really turned this game. I don't feel like C.J. Stroud is going to do that. There are going to be some great defensive secondaries that he's going to face. I don't know if this one would classify as great, but it's dang good. But he's C.J. Stroud. He's not Will Levis.
So there you go. Obviously, defensive secondary is the big thing.
Yeah.
The idea of being a takeover defense, something that we're hoping that the Texans can be this year. That's something that we know that the Bears can be as well. And so that's something that I think that's the big challenge that we're looking at.
Yeah.
And I think that you have all the potential answers in your hand of cards when it comes to the Texans with C.J. Stroud, all of the wide receivers, tight ends, running back, and Joe Mixon, and of course Bobby Slowick orchestrating it all. It's In the Loop. Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions as we typically do. We'll do that next.
Yes, sir. Let's talk about affordability right now.
best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and the Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I'm not proud of this. I'm not very proud.
That's always a great way to start. Oh, my. All right, let's lock in. Some fun's about to happen.
I'm not proud of this, but I kind of wanted to see what would have happened yesterday evening had I let my 20-month-old granddaughter throw hands with another toddler.
Hey, yo.
Oh, man.
What? Are you? I wouldn't have said this out loud. Are you for real right now?
Dirty grandpa in the building.
What?
No, let me
This man doing toddler fights.
Yeah, you part of the problem.
Is this confessions or not? Because let me lay it out.
You're right.
Let me lay it out.
Was it the big granddaughter too?
The one with the long legs.
Man,
the
no,
one
that's
with the one with the
Is she a kicker?
She's like long. She's 20 months old and she looks like a 3-year-old.
Yeah, no, but is she a kicker then?
No, she's not a kicker. She's the sweetest. Part of it is because I've never seen this side of her at all, ever.
Okay.
Nothing.
All right.
Like the sweetest hugs, kisses, laughing and all that.
But don't make her angry.
Here's the thing, Figgy. We got her one of those little bicycle things that you can use your feet to pedal yourself.
Do they call those Striders? I can't
Yeah,
remember
whatever
what
those are called. So
it's a Strider bike.
A Strider bike.
Mm-hmm.
So we took her out front, and she is like top of the world, like the greatest day of my life, going up and down the sidewalk. The neighbor and their toddler, who's I think 1 month younger than her, comes out, and I was just trying to be nice. I said, "Hey, does Winston want to get on the bike?" His name
look
was,
at you using real names.
His name was Winston.
Unbelievable.
I didn't use the last name.
Just letting people know.
So I pick up my granddaughter, put Winston on the bike, and she freaks out. No, and she starts squirming, trying to jump out of my arms as I'm holding her. No. And I started laughing, and Winston rode it a little bit, and their parents were like, yeah, we'll go on now. We can let Winston ride on go on our walk or whatever. But part of me was like, I wonder what would have happened if I would have let her down. Would she have thrown hands with Winston?
Y'all are wild from the 832. What's the spread on the toddler fight? All right. Okay.
Dude, we were laughing. Like, Natalie, what happened? Why are you acting like that? You got to share all that good stuff. No.
That's right.
She looked like Kurt Russell in Tombstone. Remember when he gets into the guy in the water and just starts blasting away? No. I wonder what would have happened. Maybe she would have given him a hug.
I'm amazed. You really did start there. All right. I started giving you a little bit of this confession last segment. I'm concerned that I'm already doing the overlook thing with the Bears.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I guess let me go ahead and get my wallet out because last year I found myself doing this, or maybe not just last year, just in general, I found myself doing this with the Cowboys. And, the Texans are not the Cowboys. I want that to be clear. But where you're like, I feel strongly about the pieces that we're talking about, that this game that is on paper, clearly one team is better. Yeah, we can just this is going to be how it happens, and inevitably, as sports does, humbles you, where you're like, oh no, that game was either more difficult than it should have been, or God forbid, you end up losing a game and you're like, oh, I did that thing where I trusted too highly in my thoughts of what this team is or what have you, right? And I'm kind of concerned that I'm starting to do that because, as we mentioned, like the defense is something to be reckoned with for these Bears. So I'm like, I feel like I'm concerned because I don't have any fear when it comes to these Bears.
You're good. You shouldn't have any fear. You shouldn't. I think the Texans are going to go 4-0. I don't know. That's you can.
I heard him say 6-0. I'm not gonna lie.
I said 5-1 at one point, but yeah, I think they're going to start 4-0. It can humble you, like you said, but you're good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, I had no idea the VMAs was on last night, man. And it got me questioning, like, why in the hell are y'all coming on a random Wednesday like this, man?
That is real. I saw it happen, and I was like, huh. And my brain did not think about the fact that it's not a weekend. Like, typically, I'm used to award shows happening on Sundays.
Sundays or Mondays, yeah.
And I don't know. I guess maybe I don't care as much for it. And even when I seen some people live tweeting it, I'm still like, I'm cool, man.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm in on this.
Yeah, it's past my time. I did see, I guess Katy Perry perform.
Yeah,
and I'm like, dang, she's still performing. So I guess it was kind of.
Wait, why'd you say that? Like, was she supposed to stop? How old is she? You said it like she was like 60 something.
Oh no, she haven't came out with nothing recently in a long time. I think the last couple things she tried to release, it didn't really hit. But I think this one was a salute to Katy Perry. Because she had a nice little she had a strong run.
Yeah.
And but yeah, I wasn't really interested, man.
I mean, I just looked at the cuts, the clips and highlights and stuff. You're right.
But we used to be glued into award shows, man. Like
I think that
3 or 4 hours.
There's a lot of them, and there's only some of them that really matter. And maybe this is right. S. Dawkins on the Twitch says VMAs are not for anyone over 30.
Yeah,
that's quite possible, right? So there's some of them, like some award shows, especially the ones that you're used to seeing on like a Sunday. I'll pop it on.
Yeah.
But I'm not on a Wednesday. I don't think I'm just turning in to.
Taylor Swift did well, by the way.
Did she?
That's all I saw. She won like Video of the Year.
Oh, that's where that one audio.
No kidding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Big surprise.
Oh,
Shocker.
she won something. Okay.
Shocker.
Wow, they saying you old, Fig. I think that's what they saying. That's what it's proved by the fact that you're not watching the VMAs.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I know Figgy's mixtape is going to get into this a little more, but Shannon Sharp had a day yesterday.
Buddy, did he?
He had a day. And I got to tell you, next time I see or if I see Shannon Sharp again, I'm going to have to mention this to him. I loved the way that he owned it.
Yeah.
The way that he leaned into it. How many times have you guys told me? Because, and at first, he didn't at first. His first reaction was, I've been hacked, and everybody's rolling their eyes and all that. But not 100% of the time, but more times than not, 90% maybe, it's always better to lean into stuff like this. And yes, I was stupid, fall on the sword, et cetera, et cetera. And I know Figgy's going to have more for you later. But for me,
play the actual audio.
Oh no! Oh no! Somebody said, "What's wrong with Shay Shay?" I mean, apparently nothing. But he was doing an activity that when a man and a woman love each other, that they do.
Yeah.
And he happened to
Birds
also
and
be
the
on.
bees.
Yeah, happened to actually also be on Instagram Live. So a lot of people heard him do the action.
But
that
here's
you
the
do.
other thing about it, and tell me if you don't think this is the case. There's always going to be a few outliers. But I think for the most part now, it's over. People are going to say, okay,
man, with the way that our news cycle works, there's something else to take the place very, very soon.
Yeah.
Very soon.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Myself and Figgy were having a conversation earlier today because if you are watching us on the YouTube or the Twitch, you will see that I'm no longer rocking the Cam Akers. The hair is actually braided up, and need to go to a barber. Fig was with me, and Fig were just having a nice human-to-human conversation about barbers, and that reminded me of a stance that I believe very strongly. I believe you should cheat on your barber, and there are some. You're conflicted, aren't you?
Hey, some people cheat on their wives, but barbers is no.
You can cheat on your wife, just not your barber.
Not your barber, man.
Yeah, in some communities that's a wild thing that what I just said. However, and Fig, I believe you will agree with me here. Your barber, when you first get that barber, they're trying to keep your business.
Of course,
they're giving you the A+ cut all the time. Barbers, like sometimes spouses, they can get real comfortable, and sometimes the love and affection will go down, and in that way it's the type quality of cut. Sometimes you're getting a B cut, a B- cut, God forbid a C cut, and if that's happening, I say go get another barber. Like, just go to another barber. And you might even go to that another barber, come back to your barber, and let them see that you've been stepping out, because they might need to step their game up to keep you as a customer. Then you get the A+.
I actually like this take.
You see?
I like this confession.
You see?
Because
that's how they get you.
A lot of times, and then they'll start maybe slacking a little bit.
You see it.
And you're like, now I got to stay with this cat, and
it's good and comfortable, right? You know the person, you understand the back and forth, all of that's cool. But if you want to make sure that A+ cut still keeps coming, when you see that slack, go ahead and step out.
And sometimes it just be the crispiness ain't there no more.
It's not there.
It's a little dull.
Yeah.
And sometimes you got to tell them like, hey, get this part right here. Or when you got to do all that,
it's a lot, man.
And you leave the chair just kind of like, it's like, I don't feel like a new man.
Yeah.
Then
I
it's
don't feel like I need to run some errands right now.
I think this is a solid confession. I really do.
Yeah, that's something people don't really admit either.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, some people don't admit it, but yeah, it's definitely true.
I think there's a utility to cheating on your barber. Richard P. asked, do you cheat in the same shop, though? That might be a little much.
No,
that's too much.
You can't.
Well,
do
I like
that.
her over there.
Yeah,
I like that guy over there.
That's too much.
You can't do that. It's time. Like the only time you can do that is if your barber is out, and he said, "Hey, go to this person in here." Then that's kind of keeping the money in the family a little bit. But you can't just walk in and be like, "Hey, I'm going to homeboy over here," and just leave your barber.
Just walk by him.
Yeah. Oh no, I set an appointment with him. You can't do that.
Now you causing fights in the barbershop just because you want to be petty. That's a lot.
Yeah, they're gonna be cussing and discussing after that one.
Yeah, they are.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I'm a little bit offended at ESPN's DJ Bijani.
I just answered him.
Did you?
I did.
Okay.
but explain.
So, one of my favorite things on social media is when they tweet out throwback videos and songs that you forgot about. And one of the songs was Lil Flip, I Could Do That.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of took me down memory lane. I'm like, dang, I'm like, this song was so hard. I remember everyone playing this song when I was in 7th grade.
Yeah.
And so he responded and said 7th grade in 2000. And it didn't catch on to me that he was trying to call me old. Yeah. I thought I had my years wrong when the song was released.
Yeah.
And I said I was in 7th grade in 2001, 2002.
Yeah.
So that's when I heard the song. So that's why I thought he was getting at. I thought he was about to say, no, that song. He was calling me old.
That's right.
You old.
That's right.
I'm like, man,
he was calling you old.
Like, and look, I don't feel offended, really.
Little offended.
You kind of do.
I can see that. I can see you're a little offended.
No, I felt actually flattered because he probably thought I was like his age or something like that.
Yeah.
So
no, you're offended.
Not really. Not really. Sometimes I feel good when somebody called me a little old because I usually don't get that.
That's a good way of handling it.
I never get that.
Yeah.
But for the simple
fact, I had
fact,
your back, Figgy.
Did you? What you say?
I just tweeted him not even a minute ago because it reminded me. I said, man, if middle school in 02 is old, guess what years I was in? and then I said, hint, FDR was not president.
Hey, yo. Hey. Oh, my God.
Hey, while he talking, he probably wasn't even born when September 11 happened.
How old
so
is
he ain't
DJ?
even got no memory of September 11.
DJ's not that young, is he?
He probably is.
He's not. He's right around.
He was born. He's probably born in 02.
Nah, a little bit. I'm gonna say 98.
98.
Yeah.
Oh, he definitely don't remember September 11 then.
No.
He was born in 98.
No.
It's the soaring ignorance of youth. I mean, I don't know if you've seen on social media the various different pieces of content that like teams will do with their players, where they'll ask them like what age is constituting old.
Yeah.
And the numbers that they throw out there, you're like, hey, all right, give it a couple years and you will be changing your tune.
Yeah.
But see, I'm gonna tell him what older people told me when I was his age. You gonna get this age pretty soon.
Oh yeah.
It's right behind you, buddy. You gonna be this age real soon.
Somebody said, wait for the first time you called Unc, Figgy. Have you already gotten an Unc?
Hey, I'm an uncle.
Yeah, but like, you know what I mean when I say Unc as opposed to like actual uncle.
Ain't nobody call me uncle.
Okay.
I do kind of get offended because I used to work at a high school and people used to call me sir. That used to offend me a little bit. Like, dog, I was like 26, 27 around that time. Don't call me sir.
So DJ was a senior at Louisville in 2018.
Oh, he is a kid,
He
man.
is
Can
younger
he
than I
drink?
thought he was. Wow. Y'all doing a lot
Can
right
he
now.
drink? Hey, my man can't even get a rental car right now, man.
That's true.
He can't get no rental car.
That's what, when you get cracked on, go ahead and crack back. Go ahead and tell him to stop by Avis for you.
Hey, spend $500 on insurance to get that rental car then, buddy. Because you damn short.
Ooh, I just thought about it. His insurance in Houston has to be
Off
his
the
car
charts.
insurance.
Off
Oh my
the
God,
charts.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh man, my man can't go to rent. He can't go to Enterprise. Man.
crazy.
You gotta be over 27, buddy.
Shout out to DJ though. Great piece on CJ Stroud that you should read.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you don't have another confession here, Lopez?
I do not.
Okay, all right, no problem. I was like,
although I have a mini one.
Okay, sure.
Like, go ahead. I've always wished that I could do my hair like you did yours.
I do the
should try.
the braids.
No,
stitch
back in the
braids.
day I could have. Like you've seen pictures of me in middle and high school. I had like basically
You had the Drake
basically a fro,
afro.
yeah. Because I do have, well, not now, but I do have very curly hair, and it grew out. I used to have a pick.
Look at you,
pocket. Yeah, I used to have a pick when I was in high school.
Soul brother John Lopez.
Yeah, but it was just more like out.
Did you have to pick with the fist on it?
No, I didn't have that one. I didn't have that one. It was, I could say it was a green, those plastic regular rolls, a green pick that I had, mostly until like 10th grade.
Lopez was using Murray's.
The lifetime supply, which is one can.
But that's just something, I mean, it's just out of my realm. I mean, I wish, because for those who aren't watching on YouTube, you got your hair did. Yeah.
I did. I sure did. Shout out to Charles Kirkwood on the YouTube who said the fact that you guys went to insurance prices only proves that you're old enough to have real life problems and issues. Yeah.
Hey, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's some lunchtime confessions here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. He has a show now. I have to get back and start cracking on DJ, make sure he feel young. All right, coming up next, let's do our Thursday staple now. Cap or no cap? There's various situations in sports. Are they being for real or nah? We'll talk about that next.
Texas Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We are obviously, as always, we have middays and we lead into the drive. It's a Thirsty Thursday, so they're actually on location today. Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, 19910 Park Road Boulevard. So that's in Katy, doing that today. And you'll want to hang out with the fellas because a lot of things are getting given away. Bud Light is giving away a couple of tickets to Texans-Bears. So, you know, if you haven't gotten that squared away.
Oh, that's all?
Maybe go see the fellas, see if you can get those. Plus, entry for 2 to the Bud Light tailgate party as well. Man. So that'd be fun. Not it, though. Giving away 2 $25 gift cards as well. Texans autographed items. And then also, Titus Howard will join the show at 2:15. So a lot of things popping with the fellas out at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. You want to, 1, tap into the show, but 2, if possible, go out and see the fellas out there. So, yeah, that's a fun thing that's going to be coming up later. Coming up right now is a segment we like to call Cap or No Cap. And before we get going on that, I want to turn to the text line where y'all have been, 1, cracking me up, and 2, getting involved as you always should be. 713-572-4610. And shout out to the 713 who texted in and said, guys, I'm 59 years old. I'm young at heart, but I'm still confused as hell. How does cap correlate to a lie? Me and my wife are still perplexed. And let me tell you, it's probably easier if you don't try and understand it to that degree. And I say that like, you don't really fully understand how we got to cap meaning a lie, but you know that's kind of how sometimes slang progresses.
No idea. I haven't even thought about it.
It's kind of how slang progresses sometimes. It's just you find out that this is what it means. You're just like, let's run with it because that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
You know, like, do you have any insight here, Fig?
Where cap started?
Yeah.
Now, I know back in my day.
That's right.
I know when I was younger.
Here we go again.
Yeah, when I was younger, we used it for a different thing. I don't know if it was like a Cleveland term or what, but we used to say capping.
Yeah.
So like capping was like fronting.
Yeah.
So not necessarily a lot, but it was kind of like
it's close enough. It's adjacent.
Yeah, it was kind of like we used to call something called cap rap.
Yeah.
So it would be people that rap about stuff that's not necessarily true. But yeah, I don't know. It was weird, but it was pretty much like fronting.
Yeah, and I don't know if I have a exact just no.
AI has a theory.
Oh, buddy, I ain't listening. Unless it's Allen Iverson, I ain't listening to it.
The term's origins are uncertain, but
of course they are.
It has its origins in capping, as you just talked about, which was a 1940s. It started in the 1940s.
Goodness.
In other words, to top or to surpass. So, like by topping someone, you're kind of lying. You're kind of lying, you know.
Maybe like a story topper,
yeah,
and then
like
all right.
Story topper.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that, and I don't think that helps at all.
Yeah, I don't think we were using that because back in 1940.
Yeah.
Nah, man.
Yeah,
because our parents
started from there.
Our parents wasn't using cap or a cap in.
I know I wasn't. Yeah.
All right, so with that being the case, let's do some cap or no cap. I don't know if that helped at all.
Lie or no lie.
Lie or no lie.
Yes, less than sincere or sincere. Cap or no cap.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan, and this is going to be a Monday night game, I believe. He said he is not considering putting Christian McCaffrey on the IL. McCaffrey also says he is, quote, ready to go. Now, here's where my answer is going to come from, but I do need to share this with you. He has been acknowledged and diagnosed with Achilles tendonitis. Cap or no cap, they're going to put him on the IL, and McCaffrey is good to go.
I love that you're so baseball pilled that you're calling it the IL.
IR, whatever.
I think it's no cap. I think that they're really going to try and do this off of the strength and not put him on the IR. That he means so much to the way that they do things, and I know that our guy Jordan Mason really came out and played really well. Which is a testament to the scheme, but McCaffrey does so much more. I think that they're gonna try, although they probably should, because the idea that McCaffrey stays healthy for another full season is a far fetch.
I'm gonna say no cap. I think I don't know how serious the injury is, but I think he trying to see how. I don't want to say quick he could come back, but. I think he's a competitor, man. I think he's trying to keep that competitive advantage. Let's keep him out for a couple weeks and see what happens. Because if we put him on the IL, then everybody know and it's over at that point.
Plus, that's a 4-week stint, ain't it?
It is.
On IL?
Yeah. I'm gonna say cap though, and the reason is it Dr. Chow on the NFL doc.
Is it Dr. Cho?
Yeah. Anyway,
It might be Chow.
Anyway,
I'm bugging.
one of the respected NFL doctors, I think his Twitter is at
Pro Football Doc.
At Pro Football Doc, said that Achilles tendonitis is oftentimes a precursor to an Achilles tear.
David J. Chow.
Yeah, Dr. Chow. And I'm like, well, they know this. They're not going to risk Christian McCaffrey. They're going to put him on the IR, or they're going to at least sit him for another week. So I'm going to say cap on that. Brian Daboll talking about Daniel Jones says, quote, benching him is not on my mind.
I think this is no cap.
God. How?
I think who you got?
Well, there is that.
Right? Like, maybe Drew Lock, and Drew Lock may be a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you playing Drew Lock over the $40 million guy, especially early on in the season, I think it gets real nasty. Remember that this was a fan base that, and of course there are different dynamics that impact here, but they damn near wanted to throw a riot when they benched Eli Manning for Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? And
Oh,
they wanted to put, what was it, McAdoo? The coach at that point,
Brian McAdoo, wasn't it, or something?
Bob Bill, something like that.
Well,
Some generic
Bob
B
was
name.
my era, great shooter, fadeaway jumper.
That's true. That's true. That was Hooper. But they wanted to put him Ben McAdoo. That's what it was.
Yeah.
They wanted to put him on spits, like they wanted to turn him into a luau pig or something like that, right? Because of that. So yeah, that fan base I don't think takes kindly to. Although it doesn't seem like they're super happy with Daniel Jones.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say that's cap.
Yeah.
I think he's thinking of it. He's probably thinking of another option, but I don't think he have another option.
He's got to be thinking about it.
Yeah, and I think professionally he won't say, "Yeah, I'm thinking about going somewhere else."
Yeah.
I think he got a cap on this answer, but I think he got to be thinking of something else, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it at least has to be on his.
It got to be on his mind.
So Browns have a running back named Jerome Ford. You might be familiar with his work. He was asked about Deshaun Watson. And he said this.
He was a warrior, hand bleeding. You know, you just seeing him take those hits. Of course, we don't like it. We don't want him to be hit. And we as a team, you know, wide receivers, running backs, offensive line, we all have to make sure, you know, wide receivers on their hots, O-line making sure, you know, me and the O-line, we making sure that we have it picked up. And, you know, he's just a warrior, man. You know, just even when we down, you know, just making sure, like, you know, come on, guys, let's go. Like, get on the ball. Let's do it. Like, move fast. You know, even when we down that much, just seeing him work and, you know, seeing him fight for those extra yards, take hits from, you know, some of the best DNs in, you know, our league, you know, it just shows you what kind of guy he is.
Called him a warrior twice, Deshaun Watson. This is after the game now. Cap or no cap?
The cap really came in at the very end. Shows you what kind of guy he is. Oh, buddy, that feels like a tough one to make walk in this day and age.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna say cap too. Honestly, he when he mentioned, he taking all these hits, I feel like he's trying to take these hits so he could get out the game. So
wow.
So he won't. So it won't be a thing where Deshaun quit on his team or Deshaun didn't want to go in the game or anything like that. If he get hurt, then he can say, "I'm hurt. I can't play."
It's cap. They have no choice but to say something like that at this point. The money involved. He's their quarterback. It doesn't look like anything's going to change, at least until Tony Busby might have a say in it. I don't blame him. He had to. All right, cap or no cap while we're still talking on Deshaun Watson. He said he found out about the latest lawsuit the same time the rest of us did.
That's cap.
Yeah, that feels like it's got to be cap. I feel like look, I am not well versed in the processes that exist with being charged and charged with, being the defendant in a lawsuit of this case sort. But I have a strong feeling that there's some level of acknowledgement and announcement to your legal team that I imagine ultimately gets back to you. Like I just can't imagine that that's how that worked.
Yeah, I think it's cap. I think, and look, I don't take none of these lawyers too serious because I think they all be capping, aka lying. But I think Tony Busby mentioned how they were trying to work some stuff out behind the scenes.
Yes, that's why it's cap. That's where I was talking about.
Yeah, it's no way that I guess Rusty Hart didn't tell Deshaun what was going on at all.
Exactly.
So he knew it was going on. It's just now getting to the light.
Yeah, I can't even add anything to that. That's exactly what I was going to say, Figgy. All right, Kyler Murray. He said it is, quote, not my job to get the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr. He said it all depends on the next read and the play call. He said he basically took it all off himself. It's not my job. That's a direct quote to get the ball to Marvin Harrison.
Yeah, no, that's cap.
It's your job. It's your job description.
Hey,
now, I think
it's not my job to take y'all to break. When it's time to go to break.
Right. I think he might have been able to make this a more palatable statement by saying it's not my job to force him the football.
Yes.
But no, this is part of, especially a good quarterback, one that is like a field general or whatever, is understanding those elements of it, right? Is also like, not only is it going through the reads and getting the ball to the right place, but knowing how to keep various people involved in the game and keeping them, active, especially when that dude profiles to be your best wide receiver. Yeah, that is part of your job.
It's your job.
Yeah, that is cap, man. What why would a quarterback say something
It's not my
like
job,
that?
man. Oh, throw the ball to the wide receiver? Not your job? Okay.
Yeah, that feels like, did we skip media training on
what is going on
Kyler? That feels
Do
like
we
something
know
you should-
he's a quarterback and what his job is?
Is he a guard? I mean, what is going on?
Yeah, he plays safety apparently.
Exactly.
I've been watching a little bit too much of Malik Neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on back there.
I'm just focused on my job. That is a different department, sir.
That's pretty good. All right, one more on a quarterback here. Joe Burrow. We've seen the videos. I'm sure you guys have. He couldn't lift up a Gatorade bottle or had looked awkward lifting up a Gatorade bottle. Been shaking out his wrist a lot. He said it is absolutely not, is his quote, affecting his throwing.
Come on, dude. Come on, man. Like that's just a bridge too far. Like, you could say it's not affecting it in a large way. Absolutely not. You're insulting our intelligence.
Yes, that's cap. That's your right wrist, man. That's the wrist you throw the ball with, man. I think so, man, and I think the Bengals going to be in for a long season, man.
Yep. All right, one more quick one here, and we've heard it today. The Astros will be starting in about half an hour or so, about 20 minutes or so. But Joe Espada said he is, quote, not too concerned about Jose Altuve's injury.
That feels like that has to be cap, just with the number of injuries that this team has dealt with, and for various people, and it feels like now it's injury whack-a-mole, and now it pops up. Yeah, that should be some concerning, right?
Yeah, I think it should be cap if it's not, because they said the same thing about Kyle Tucker, and he was out for 2 or 3 months. So, yeah, I will be concerned just as a human.
I would be concerned if he misses more than one game. Even if he's going to be fine in 3 games, just because
workload,
yes, exactly.
Age factors.
So I'm going to say cap as well.
Okay, all right. That's a little cap or no cap on a Thursday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's dig a little deeper into this Texans-Bears game. Who's going to eat on your Texans? We'll break all of that down next.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Bills and Dolphins battle it out in South Beach. Hear it tonight at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you did not get to the end of that massive piece published on ESPN.com yesterday, I can't blame you, because it was a whole lot of words to essentially spell out one very simple fact, and that's that Patriots owner Bob Kraft is bent. Kraft and people around him are bent and hurt that Bobby K is not a member of the Pro Football Hall of Fame yet. I'm Jim Rome.
When you switch and save with Progressive, you could use that money towards golf lessons to become a scratch golfer. Progressive cannot guarantee that you will ever become a scratch golfer. Scratch golfers are really, really good. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds on average, and sure, you could put that money towards lessons, but if you can't hit the broadside of a barn and think you're going to become a scratch golfer, you're delusional. Sorry, just telling it like it is. Savings? Maybe. Scratch golfer? Don't hold your breath. Switch and see if you could save at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance and Affiliates, not available in all states. It's universally accepted that golf is hard. Progressive cannot guarantee improved performance on the course.
Ulta Beauty's 21 Days of Beauty event is back. From now until September 19th, score over 200 daily beauty steals at 50% off in every category. And check Ulta.com daily to get them all before they're gone. Take 50% off bestsellers from brands like Estee Lauder and Supergoop. Plus, say hello to new finds from brands like Dyson and Sol de Janeiro. And Ilia is now at Ulta Beauty in select stores and online. Shop in-store at Ulta.com or try pickup today. Ulta Beauty. The possibilities are beautiful. Conditions apply while supplies last.
Are you craving authentic Mexican cuisine? Look no further than
in this contest for your Texans versus the Sunday, you will be sorely disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
So don't do that. And then what else do I need?
Well, C.J. Stroud was talking about love the crowd.
Hey man,
kind of zip it.
No matter where it is, I'm gonna go out on ball. If I don't do nothing, I'm a ball. Said C.J. Stroud. But how about this? Who do you think is going to eat? Who stands to have an opportunity to really cook in this one against the Bears? Because I think you, like me, I imagine, are in a place where you're feeling really good going into this game, as if this is going to be almost the opportunity for this team to tee off.
I'm feeling really good, and I'm feeling really good because. Who I think is going to eat. Interested in y'all's answers, and also, of course, our listeners, as always, 713-572-4610 or YouTube or Twitch. Like, who's going to be the Mixon or the Nico? Who's going to be that good in this game? If we can agree the Texans, well, they're clearly favored, and the Texans are going to win this game. I have an answer, and it's neither of those guys. Not that I don't think they're going to play well. I think the answer is those two guys on the ends defensively, Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. They've got to be coming out of their skin for not getting at least between them a sack last week.
I do wonder. I know what you're saying, but I think that they probably, as much as I know that they're pass rushers and they want to go get the quarterback, I think that they've got to be proud of themselves, because it does seem like the game plan, the onus was make sure that you contain. Apply pressure, but contain is the first and foremost.
Right.
And they did a good job of that. You didn't see very much of, breaking the pocket, and as much as probably was possible with a guy like Anthony Richardson, who also, in being young, right, one of the things you see about a young mobile quarterback is that they'll go to that breaking the pocket sooner rather than later, and so you'll see that even more so. And it happened maybe a couple of times where you see like Danielle Hunter crash in to try and knife down and try and get something done, and then now you expose that side. But it didn't happen a ton, and so you know that discipline was happening on the outside, and I do think that kind of limited some of the opportunities to get at him. I do wonder if that's going to be a similar situation, because Caleb is a dude who will move around. Caleb Williams has that mobility.
Look, what you're saying is not wrong, and I'm sure they're satisfied. I'm sure they're happy. I'm sure they celebrated in the locker room and on the plane ride home and all that. But I think these two dudes, they've got to be, like I said, just chomping at the bit to get their sacks. And they've got Caleb Williams coming into town, home game. The sacks came from the inside this past week.
Oh boy!
I don't know what that was.
Was that the taco still?
No, I didn't have a taco.
Back up. Oh, you didn't.
Yeah, but I think like these two guys right now, they are just waiting to get, and they're going to be trying to meet at the quarterback. I think Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson. By the way, we talked with Carmen Vitale earlier this week about this Bears offensive line. That is a weak spot. That is a somewhat of a weak spot anyway.
Yeah.
For the Bears, it's kind of like when you're on deck and they're bringing in Rafael Montero. You're like, all right,
Yeah, and it's in part because of something like that where they've been doing some rotation.
Yeah.
All right, and I don't think that there's – first of all, the NFL, particularly offensive line, isn't a place where you expect a rotation. If you look at a game book, as I've been – obviously we're wont to do in the media, right, when it comes down to the plays, the snaps – if there's 5 players on any given team that you expect to see 100% of the snaps on one side of the football, it's the offensive line, except that's not what the Bears are doing. They're getting different guys rotating in. I believe it was the right guard is what she was talking about, that spot, which, that actually speaks to not necessarily just those outside guys, because your right tackle, if your right guard is switching, that changes the game a little bit for your right tackle and your center, because they're playing with different guys next to them, and different tendencies then apply. But that also means the interior guys maybe have an opportunity to punk a dude in the middle because he hasn't been seeing all the tendencies as the game develops the whole way across. But you mentioned the idea that this offensive line can be a little bit of a liability for that Chicago Bears team. funny enough, and this is why you have to take Pro Football Focus with a grain of salt. I was interested in, like, hey, how do they rank some of this?
Yeah.
And obviously, again, 1 week when it comes to the grading, when they go down and they grade all these games. But Chicago Bears, when it comes to the pass block grading, Chicago Bears ranked 9th, which is top third of the league.
Yeah.
Like they view the pass blocking capability of that Bears team to be better. And I mean, if you go with the expert that we talked to, Carmen Vitale, NFC North reporter for Fox Sports, if you go with your eyes, if you happen to watch that game, you saw that Caleb Williams was doing a lot of running around.
He
now
absolutely was.
sometimes that pressure and those sacks are really a quarterback kind of problem,
yeah.
right? Because they're out there holding the football or they're putting themselves in bad situations. But if you pair those things together, and I'm interested in seeing just how stout the offensive line is, and I think you lean back into the idea that, yeah, man, the defensive line as a whole, the idea of Fatukasi, Edwards, as well as Neil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr.,
Yeah.
I think they should have an opportunity to get after the quarterback.
Yeah, no, I am all in on these ends finally getting theirs to start the season here. And I know Caleb Williams is mobile. We know that. But I just feel like, he's kind of had his head spinning a little bit in moments last week. And I wouldn't be surprised if, like Andy Kalu said with us earlier today, maybe a Jalen Petrie sort of type blitz. But I think it's going to be the two ends, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, or one or both. Who do you think is going to eat this week to make a big difference?
I'm going to do the very lazy thing, the very easy thing, because why make things harder than they need to be is my life's philosophy. I think Joe Mixon eats again, man. Like that'd be huge. This is a Bears defense that let Tony Pollard go in with the Titans and average 5.1 a carry. What did Joe Mixon average? 5.3 a carry.
Yeah.
Right? Like I do think that is a possibility, especially with the understanding, and this is what we've talked about all week. It's what we talked about since we saw 159 get put up by Joe Mixon, and of course the offensive line is that. That bodes so well for this team because of all of the offensive threats passing the football, and those threats are still there. A shout out to the 832 who pointed to, they said, my boy Tank, and Tank Dell absolutely still has that opportunity to do those things. But Nico Collins only becomes more of a threat to teams when you go and you look up and you go, oh yeah, 117 yards. That's right, he does that, right? Steph Diggs comes in and shows that, all right, he can get into those spaces that you're worried about and make it to, and with all of the attention that's going to be given there, and with the understanding that just last week they had a problem stopping the run. Well, you got a guy in Joe Mixon, and with this offensive line, they're coming into this game with a lot of confidence in their ability to do that. I think that they'll smell weakness. They smell blood in the water, and they have the opportunity to do that again.
And they've got a hot hand. We're talking about today, about how I feel like, what he's going to do is just change the entire path of this offense. Like all of a sudden, maybe you're not going to have just, a always pass first, offense. I still think they're a pass first team, but he's got a hot hand, and the Bears are coming in with a defensive front, a rush defense that has been vulnerable already. Yeah, you're gonna test that for sure. I think Tank might be a good answer too. I think Tank. We saw him sort of get going a little bit, especially in the run game. But I think that might be a real good pick, and depending on how the Bears also defend, over the top and Nico and all that stuff.
Now, someone also mentioned this from the 713 leaning on. Now you got me having the hiccups. What are you doing?
This is catchy.
What is this? I don't think I've ever heard of, was it hiccups or kind of like belches or whatever?
No, it was just like something in your throat.
Whatever that is. Like I never thought of that being contagious, but here goes Lopez somehow giving that to me. That's weird. But yeah, you were mentioning the idea like Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr. might eat. This is another reason why you might point to Daniil Hunter from the 713 that said, hey, he has experience against this Bears offensive line.
Yes.
So I do wonder, now of course, different offensive coordinator, I do think that some of the things shift within that, but yeah, no, that is another way that you can look at this for sure. Do you view anything when it comes to, I know we've spent a lot of hot air talking about the Bears' defensive secondary because they have some names and they've shown themselves capable of taking the ball away. In fact, D'Amico Ryans even said that in his availability yesterday. Do you view the Texans' defensive secondary as a possibility of eating? We've talked about them and their possibility of being a takeaway defense over the course of the season. And Caleb Williams has thrown some things up there, especially in week one. He threw up some potential interceptions. Do you view that as a possibility of maybe being able to take advantage of
the Texans secondary? You're talking about Caleb Williams?
No, the Texans secondary taking advantage of Caleb Williams getting some interceptions like the 8-3-2. They say Stingley comes down with two of them things. Which let's go.
Okay, I'll take two. Yes, I think there's a possibility that they could. I think they're going to pretty much stay away as best they can from Derek Stingley. I think this is going to be a benefit of Kamari Lassiter. What if he gets one in consecutive weeks to start his career? I mean, that'd be pretty.
Bullock, you're talking about?
Yeah, Kalen Bullock. My bad. Yeah, okay. Kalen Bullock. That would.
I was like, I must have missed the Kamari Lassiter interception.
No. What if Kalen Bullock?
But hey, Kamari, you want to add one too? Let's do that.
Ends up with one in each of the first 2 games.
Then we really have conversations about, hey man, that 25 snaps definitely needs to go up, right? And that's something that has been talked about, right? I feel D'Amico even mentioned that the idea that that probably needs to go up. The idea of his usage. But yeah, I think that could be interesting. Is there anyone else that comes to mind for you when you go, hey man, they have an opportunity to really eat in this? We mentioned the defensive line as a whole, but you mentioned specifically the edges, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to Daniil Hunt and when it comes to Will Anderson Jr., I took the low-hanging fruit of Joe Mixon behind this offensive line. He just ran for 159. AFC Offensive Player of the Week. I think it was the FedEx Ground Player of the Week. Mm-hmm. And this is a Bears defense that's coming in that allowed a lot of rushes, 5.1 yards per carry for Tony Pollard last week. So I think that's there. We mentioned maybe Kalen Bullock, maybe Tank Dell. Is there anyone else specifically that you're thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, you based yours on Joe Mixon because, I mean, he's done it, and he's facing a team that has given up, yardage. Well, 2 guys that have done it and are facing the interior offensive line that has not done it. What Fatukasi and Edwards, Mario. Yeah. I mean, they each had a sack last year. They're facing last week. Mm-hmm. They're facing an interior offensive front from the Bears that is not even close to the Colts.
No,
not even close. I mean, if it's not the ends, I mean, maybe the guys on the inside just back it up with another big day.
How do you feel if we end up 2 weeks in and all of the quarterback sacks are from the tackles?
I mean, I'd be amused, but I also would be very encouraged because once again, Danico Autry isn't even there yet.
Yeah, and I still think that is a plausibility because again, you have a mobile quarterback, and I do wonder how much the game plan or the emphasis for those ends will be keep him in the pocket, force him to stay in there, and see if we can just kind of squeeze him in the pocket as opposed to allowing him to utilize his very clear mobility and his very clear willingness to throw on the run where he has the capability of doing that. I do think that is a possibility. From the 832 on the text line, how do you think the defense will respond to Chicago, or when Chicago rather tries to go deep over the top, since Indianapolis had success doing that over and over? I think that there was definitely some openings there. I don't know that there's going to be the same factors that will play in, because I think we talked about the idea of maybe the Texans defense with the emphasis on stopping Jonathan Taylor, with the emphasis on making sure that Anthony Richardson does not beat you with his legs. Maybe there was some of that looking into the backfield, squeezing down, where I think that's not here in the same degree. And then also, one of the things that is a benefit is we know Rome Odunze probably does not play in this game, right?
Yeah, he's not going to play.
With the MCL sprain. And when we talked to Carmen, she was like, I would be surprised if he played. Yeah. We also are not sure if Keenan Allen plays in this game as well. And if they are missing 2 of their 3 wide receivers, I don't know how much I am concerned about their next guys up being the guys that take you deep on this team.
You mentioned the question, how do you think the defense would respond if they try to go deep? If they have success, based on what, Reggie, you're just talking about, they could be short a player or 2. The approach defensively is going to be different because you don't have you have a mobile quarterback, but not a quarterback like Anthony Richardson, and you definitely don't have a running back like Jonathan Taylor. If they have success over the top, over the middle against this Texans defense, then we can worry.
Yeah, we'll have conversations.
Yeah, we can worry, no question about it. So that's a good point, that you brought up. But I still think the ends are like Daniil Hunter wants to start. I mean, he had 16.5 sacks last year. I mean, and Will Anderson. The whole story with Will Anderson right now is let's see the improvement. Let's see him add on to those moves that we started to see at the end of the year. He was a big force last year, but he didn't have the enormous sack numbers.
Yeah,
and it's eating at him. So I think those 2 guys right there are going to really kind of pick it up. I think those 2 guys are going to eat.
Yeah, super excited for Sunday when we get an opportunity to see that tested. Prime time, baby. It hasn't happened a ton, so you want to make sure you get to NRG Stadium early, get loud, wear your white, get your parking in order, all that stuff, so that we can see Texans-Bears Sunday night football. Coming up next, it's time to get some Figgy's mixtape. Fig, what you got for us?
Man, Mr. Shannon Sharp had some explaining to do yesterday, and he had Al Gore's internet going crazy. And plus, Dancing with the Stars might need to change their name, and I'm going to explain why.
Okay, let's get that explanation next.
The awards are all ready.
Call 1-800-495-6468 now to secure your 1932 $10 gold Indian coins before they sell out. Don't wait. You must act fast. Call now.
The Big Orange Wagon, getting you ready for postseason baseball here in H-Town.
The Astros are not playing for a postseason berth or to get to a certain point in October. No, they are playing for straight-up banners.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. Figgy Fig holding it down on a thirsty Thursday. And speaking of thirsty, I felt like Shannon Sharp probably was a little thirsty.
Why? Because he was after that rigorous activity?
Yeah.
He wanted a Gatorade and a sandwich.
Hey, yo. Probably. So I
don't act like you've never needed a Gatorade.
Well, you know, you got to replenish, you know. You do got to replenish the electrolytes.
So, yeah, he had the internet going nuts yesterday. It was actually around this time during the show. I seen Ocho texting in like, hey.
He was tweeting a lot rapidly about what was happening.
I'm like, what was going on? And then after the show, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So,
you meant our guy Ocho? I thought you were talking about Ocho Cinco. Chad Johnson was he was tweeting about because that's his partner on the Nightcap podcast.
Yeah. I'll talk about our listener Ocho, but
someone had taken video of that Instagram live, put it on Twitter, and Ocho Cinco quote tweeted it I think 4 or 5 times in the span of 15 minutes, just cracking jokes about his dude as it felt like that was still kind of actively in play.
Yeah, so I think everybody was live tweeting at that point, but they actually did an emergency podcast. It was the Nightcap podcast.
Emergency.
It was
like
emergency.
The way you put that.
Yeah, no, they
called it that.
They called it that.
Yeah.
It was. I guess they wasn't supposed to hop on that night, but they did a special emergency podcast.
It was glorious.
Yeah.
It was glorious.
Oh, you tapped in?
Oh, heck yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, I did too.
Wow.
But here's the actual audio from the Instagram live.
Are you for real?
No, I'm joking.
Buddy, man, I just got here.
I'm joking. We can't. FCC, we cannot play that.
Yeah, I was like, I think that wouldn't go well.
Yeah. What I can play is the explanation from Shannon Sharp and the apology, and he kind of explained what happened.
Came in, I threw my phone on the bed, gazed at an activity. I did not know IG Live. I've never been on IG Live. I've never turned IG Live on. All of a sudden, my other phone is going off, and people are calling me FaceTime.
We can hear it in the video.
I've never talked to a day in my life on FaceTime. And it didn't. I'm like, why are y'all calling me FaceTime? And after a while, Jamie, and he says, Shannon, you on IG Live. I'm like, doing what? You know, I'm like, what am I on IG Live for? I ain't hit no IG Live button. And he said, they can hear me. I said, hear me doing what? Said, sounds like you were having sex. Man, my heart sank. It dropped. See, I called ESPN after I just got this good, tell them the truth. I said, I just got to tell them the truth. My phone wasn't hacked. It wasn't a prank. It was me being a healthy, active male.
I felt better once he actually told the truth, man.
It fixed everything.
Yeah, because they originally, I guess, said he was hacked.
Yeah.
It was just like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to, I think this was the perfect way to sum it up because he wasn't really ignorant. He wasn't making super insensitive jokes and stuff like that. He told what happened. And you got to respect that.
Yeah, honesty is often the best policy. And in all reality, it was fair. Just being honest. Hey, this is a thing that happened. It was an accident. Did not intend that at all. I apologize for that being the case. However, he would be doing that.
But people also, this should be in a college public relations course.
Yes, agreed.
You guys always hear me say, own it, lean into it, because it's basically, there's always going to be somebody, hey, Shannon, how about that time, blah, blah, blah. There's always going to be a few outliers. But for the most part, it's over. Now, I will say to the emergency podcast, man, Ocho's question.
Lighten him up. Lighten him up. Ocho had no chill about it.
I think the reason he was doing this
Yes.
because this is probably irony right here. I think it was a couple days ago or the last episode, they actually got into it because Shannon Sharp felt like Ocho wasn't really being professional about the whole podcast thing because I think he showed up late and all that stuff. So they kind of went back and forth, and Shannon Sharp talked to him about being a professional.
Yeah.
And then this happens. So he like, oh, what happened to that professional life?
It's just a different profession.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, it is. It is.
That's all that is.
Yeah. The other thing, the one thing I didn't like about this though was when I tuned in and Shannon Sharp got a lot of live reads and promotion stuff going on. Why are you advertising the sex pills, man? Like to me, that like
Well, they work.
And
all
look,
right.
See, that's where I'm going with it, man. Like, I don't think this was a fake thing. I don't think he did this on purpose. But when you advertising the sex pills all throughout the episode, it's like, all right, bro, did you do this on purpose to get this advertisement in?
What do you think is worse? What do you think if, in order to kind of preserve the sincerity in what you're talking about here, do you think that it's worse for the audience if he had gone to, like, you know, the purveyors of said pills and were like, hey, you mind if we don't do advertise on this particular episode for, you know, particular reasons when we'll still advertise on the other episodes like we typically do so that you clear the space for that? Do you think that the listeners will notice that and will feel worse about it, that you intentionally went out of your way to move those, or no?
I would, sorry, Figgy, but I would say if I were the advertiser, I would say, what are you, crazy?
This is when people are going to be there. Yeah.
Are you crazy?
See, I'm fine because he was advertising like 3 or 4 different things before the podcast even started.
Yeah.
I'm fine if it's that. But every time you bring it up, oh, look, I got these bills. These bills don't.
No, man.
It's just man.
I think y'all are both off. I think y'all are both off base.
To me, it's just that. To me, that's where the conspiracy theorists come out and say, oh, he did this on purpose.
Well, I think most people realize it was not a conspiracy. It wasn't a plan. It wasn't anything like that. But, I mean, people that have lost 100 pounds advertise, you know, fat pills.
Yeah, no, I'm
like look, this is gold. It was handed to them on a silver platter.
I'm totally fine with this, but it make it seem like the whole thing was a stunt. It seemed like this was a whole stunt. And then I ain't even gonna get to the other reason why people think he did this on purpose.
Yeah.
But that's the part I didn't really care for. Like all throughout the thing, you're like, all right, man, we heard the ad read at the beginning.
Yeah.
Like you ain't got to keep doing this all throughout the doggo episode. That's the only problem I had with it though. So, are you guys fans or ever watched Dancing with the Stars?
Kind of like you were talking about yesterday with Survivor. I watched the first couple of years, and then I haven't been back in on it.
Nah, Dancing with the Stars wasn't my bag, but I understand where people are coming from.
Yeah, so this season they actually have a couple people on here that probably a little bit noticeable. So you got Danny Amendola, Texas legend. You got Dwight Howard. I would say a Houston legend too, in some ways.
Yeah.
And this name right here kind of threw me off a little bit because I'm like, who the hell is this girl? So Anna Sorokin, and she go by the name Anna Delvey. This girl is girl. So I looked it up, and I didn't even realize I tried to watch a Netflix series about her. This girl is a professional scammer.
Oh, she's a con artist.
She's a con artist. I think they should change the name to Dancing with the Cons because they actually have a con artist on here Dancing with Dancing with the Stars.
Dude, I'm reading it right now. I had no idea.
Yeah, so real quick, I'm gonna play the story of her and how she got to where she is now.
From handcuffs and house arrest to Dancing with the Stars. Anna Sorokin, also known as Anna Delvey, is going to be on the upcoming season of the TV show. She's the con artist convicted of swindling banks, hotels, and friends in 2019 after falsely building a reputation as a wealthy German heiress. Netflix even created a miniseries about her called Inventing Anna. The Dancing with the Stars show describes her as the notorious ankle bracelet fashionista in a press release. Sorokin is currently under house arrest in New York and is fighting a deportation deportation case. Immigration authorities claim she overstayed her visa and must return to her native Germany. Government officials have not confirmed any changes to her house arrest conditions to accommodate filming the competition dance show in Los Angeles. Now also a podcast host, she's previously said she never uses the term con artist for self-reference. Sorokin will be competing against contestants that include 2 Olympians.
They have a con artist on Dancing with the Stars.
Is she going to dance in the garage of her house? like, what is going on?
So she addressed that. So so she was actually on the premiere. I guess they had the premiere red carpet for Dancing with the Stars, and they asked her about her pretty little ankle bracelet.
You still have to wear the ankle monitor? Oh, yeah, that's still here. Are you going to be bejeweling it for Dancing with the Stars? That's going to be Astros.
Yeah, no, I literally brought my whole kit with me. We're going to rhinestone that sucker.
And you'll have to wear it during the competition? Yeah, of course. Are you officially still on house arrest with the exception of this exemption?
My house arrest got loosened, I think, the first week of August, so I am allowed to travel anywhere within New York. I had to ask for the permission for the authorities for ICE to, give me permission to travel out of state. I actually miss being on house arrest because I now have to commute and people don't come to me anymore.
Are you at all intimidated or nervous?
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? They're not gonna arrest me for dancing badly.
Are they struggling that bad to have somebody like this on here, man? Like, there's not another athlete you can get. There's not another celebrity you can get.
Yeah.
And you get a known con artist.
The word that has been on my lips for probably about 5 minutes. Why?
Yeah.
It's just why? And I guess one of the things is celebrity has really flattened in some ways over the last, I don't know how long. I don't even know what the time period is to put on it. But like the idea of a celebrity, like think of the All-Star games, right? When we get to the celebrity All-Star game, you look at half the people and you're like, who is this? It's like influencer or what have you. Like, I just think that's in some ways that with the stars, it's kind of tough because the stars of today are a lot more fractured as media fractures, where there's little silos where this is a star in that section, but you know nothing about them.
Yeah.
But I did not anticipate that one of those designations would be con artist. Wow, okay, very good.
She's also probably KGB. And I'm only half kidding. Like, she's lit.
Play the music. Where's the X-Files? Go ahead and throw that up there.
No. She's a con artist, so she has all these very particular skills. It's a good way to get into different countries. She's lived in Russia, Germany, London, England, and here. And now she's kind of wedged her way into society.
Open your third eye, Fig.
Yeah, because if I'm reading it right, Figgy, like that's where she conned all the society people who are movers and shakers and powerful people.
Yeah, she conned people over $50 million.
Yeah, she's KGB, man. She's KGB.
I can't believe this, man. I lost so much. And I mean, I wasn't watching Dancing with the Stars like that anyway.
Yeah.
But I had a respect for it, man.
Why?
Because, I mean, you getting celebrities that's trying to dance, and they take that stuff kind of serious.
It's weird.
But she's a criminal, man. So, like, she ain't somebody that,
and she's not even famous, really.
Yeah.
Talk about celebrity.
It's not like she was a criminal and became a podcaster and blew up from that.
Yeah.
No, she's known for being a con artist. And so that's what's going to be on the bottom of the screen when they put her name there.
And one of the great things and terrible things about America is you can succeed in spite of yourself. And so there you go. And we've let criminals do a lot worse. So hey, it is what it is. I mean, I wasn't watching. I won't be watching. That is not a real designation. More power to them.
I do want to check out the Netflix series.
Look at you. Look at you.
I think it's called Anna something. I can't
Inventing Anna.
Inventing Anna. Yeah. So I kind of do want to check it out, see how she scammed everybody, but
see, it's working.
I was disappointed, man. Why you got to have her on the damn show, man? That don't make no sense. I get you guys out of here on this. So sometimes randomly, I like to look up, see what day it is. What's a national day?
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah,
and I'm thinking I'm about to hit up, get one national day or something like that. It's actually a whole list of days it is today.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. So today, September 12th, 2024, is National Video Games Day.
Okay, excellent. I could partake.
It's National Hug and High Five Day.
Excellent. We can do that.
You have to do both.
All right. It's National
at the same time.
Yeah.
This one it got a little confusing for me. It's National Just One Human Family Day.
I don't know what that means.
Just One Human Family Day.
Yeah.
No idea.
I have no idea what that is too. This one, I think it'd be pretty funny, is National School Picture Day.
Oh, that's good.
So I might have to dig and find my school picture and just post it and put hashtag national.
Not a single one of them are good.
No, 100%. And we was talking about haircuts earlier. My haircut was awful.
That's right. If you had one, right?
Yeah, nah, it was bad. It's National Report Medicare Fraud Day.
There is such a thing?
It is.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Chocolate Milkshake Day.
That's very disparate from the last one.
Yeah.
Very different.
Yeah. So, I thought that was kind of interesting, though. But
We just needed a day to report Medicare
I might have
fraud.
to take advantage of that National Chocolate Shake Day. Man.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the report Medicare fraud. I thought you were just like, I've known it
there yet.
I've known of this Medicare fraud for a long time, and today's finally the day.
Yeah, it's been hitting a lot of NBA players, too, former NBA players.
Yeah.
So,
Looking at you, Big Baby Davis.
Yeah,
all right, there you go. That's Figgy's Mixtape. You can catch it at 1:20 p.m. every weekday here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We got the Astros game on the television, and Fromber had a 25-pitch first inning.
Yeah, he likes throwing the ball.
Yeah, apparently so. Mm-hmm. But he is through.
He was looking
two.
like Patrick Ewing out there sweating.
Man, he was. you joking, but for real, he's been through two thus far. It'll be interesting to see just how deep he goes into this one after having a pretty cumbersome first. But there you go. That's what's happening with the Astros currently still knotted and nothing in the bottom of the second. All right, coming up next, let's revisit C.J. Stroud. He spoke to the media. He had some fun things to say, including making sure that the crowd gets loud. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610 on a Thursday in H-Town. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Taking it quickly to the text line from the 337. They said they've been having this text queued up since last night. Hayward looks like he doesn't want to be here at the plate. Father Time is undefeated. Then a bomb. Shaking my head. That's right. Jason Hayward, he turned on one, man.
Yeah, he did.
From the left side of the box. He sent it into right field. Right field
about 4 rows up.
That's a 2-run blast. So your Astros are up 2-0. Framber Valdez also made quick work of the second inning. So he's back in a place where it's all right. So yeah, they're off to the races there at the juice box, 2-0 in favor of the Astros. All right, C.J. Stroud spoke to the media yesterday. We played a little bit of that when he was talking about how this defense would challenge this Bears defense that's coming in poses. But there was so much more that was interesting from him, and we're not even going to be able to really dig too deep into it. But one of the things that was that I found to be very fun was he was talking about just the idea of being in prime time, something that this Texans team hasn't done very often, or hasn't done a lot, and they haven't done really since 2019 in a real way. And so with that being the case, C.J. Stroud was asked, how much do you want to harness the NRG crowd energy on Sunday Night Football?
I'm always going to be myself. I really don't get into the hoopla and away crowd, home crowd. I really don't mind. I just try to execute, do my game, do what I need to do at a high level. I love our crowd. You know, they do a good job of bringing juice and energy. I hope since it's a night game, people come a little earlier. Maybe because of the Houston traffic, people come a little late. And then on offense, like, if they could be quiet a little more, that'll help. Especially when we're going fast, like, it'd be hard for the guys to hear me. So I think we can be a little better with that. But, hey, we love the energy.
My man playing both sides of things, though.
He is. Hey, can y'all get your stuff together when we're on offense, please? Love you.
And
that's what he said.
That didn't even feel like a joke. That felt like a sincere, like, hey, guys, recognize that when we're on offense, the communication needs to happen, too. Like, it doesn't. Yeah. So it's just a little bit quiet during that
time.
Some
of the fans that's probably not even into the game, just cheering for the hell of it.
Oh, yeah.
Just be quiet.
Oh, yeah. But I'm actually, heed his words, especially, like you said, when they're moving fast.
Also, making sure to show up early. You don't really have very many excuses when it's a 7:20 first kick.
That's what I was about to say. I think the evening game, the night game, is definitely going to help that. People are going to want to get good and liquored up and, primed for the game, so I'm sure they'll be taking off early from work.
Yeah, before you get liquored up, well, I mean, it's a Sunday as well.
Oh,
I mean, depending on the people that, if some people work on Sundays, I don't want to pretend like there aren't people that keep this good city, Houston, going all through the week, all the way through the weekend. But then also, before you go and get good and liquored up, make sure that you're on top of your P's and Q's. Liberty White, make sure that you have that on. Make sure that you get your parking handled well before Sunday, because on Sunday, you're not going to be able to get that done. And, show up.
That's interesting.
Be loud, be proud.
And they've made a very good big point on that. I know they've sent out to season ticket holders, but if you just have tickets for this, the parking is not going to be real available on game day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to get it now. Yeah.
Yeah, it ain't 2021 now.
No, it's not.
It ain't 2022.
It's 2024 when this team is looked at, I mean, by even the betting markets. I was talking about this earlier, as top 2 team in the AFC. I mean, they're poised as a Super Bowl contender in that way. So with that being the case, one of the reasons that they're poised as a Super Bowl contender, and this is cut 2 here, Fig, is this offense and what it seems like. And they asked CJ, the media did, is this Texans offense just scratching the surface?
Most definitely. I think watching the film from last week, there was definitely a lot of plays we left on the field. We could clean up a lot of things. So, yeah, I definitely think that we barely show what we got, but it's kind of cool because we still did kind of play pretty good. Once we stopped shooting ourselves in the foot, the plays that we ran good looked great, but the ones that we just barely missed on, it's like the little small things, if we clean those up, man, I think we would have had a way better day, but definitely great to learn and to win.
I'm looking forward to it. I like the way that this offense, and we've talked about it today, and we'll preview the game a lot more in depth tomorrow as well. But the way this offense functioned in Indianapolis versus what could happen this Sunday, I think it's going to be different. Obviously, they're not going to abandon Joe Mixon, especially with the hot hand. See what he can do. A relatively, they're in such a groove now, running the ball. But I could see them opening it up. I could see Tank Dell becoming a bigger factor, and he's another guy that really wants to kind of take his game to another level. Tank Dell.
For sure. Man, I don't know. You said that it'd be different. Different as far as, for sure, I don't know that you get 30 carries for Joe Mixon again. I do think that that's an opportunity for them to continue to exploit, and I don't know if that...
Yeah, like I said, they're not going to abandon
then
it.
shifts this up a ton.
He's got the hot hand. They're going to, try to really work with Joe Mixon and really establish the run game. But I know they want to kind of get CJ and those receivers going.
Another thing that CJ talked about amongst a lot of stuff was, and speaking of Joe Mixon, they asked him to go back if he remembered his first convo with Joe Mixon after the Texans signed him.
Yeah, it's somebody, when we played him last year, we knew that one of our keys of victory against Cincinnati was stop 28, and I definitely do think I see why we had that game plan in, just because not only is he a great back and he runs hard, but he makes our O-line right a lot, and runs off their blocks, sets blocks up, and we just had a conversation when he knew that he was coming here, that we were just excited to work with one another, being two Cali dudes, and honestly, we just knew that we were trying to go win a lot, and that's something that he was used to, was winning in Cincinnati. So he brought that winning fashion, and he knows what it takes to get all the way to the big one.
Joe Mixon, everybody uses this term probably too much these days, but he is that dog. Like that's what we saw on.
Got that dog.
Yeah. And it's used too often, to be honest. It's kind of lost its luster. But I think that's what they saw last year. That's what we've seen now. Since he's been here, and we heard it from Joe Mixon earlier. We played the Cody Stutes audio from earlier where he's like, how did he put it? It's like, we're late. No, we got reservations.
We got reservations and we're late.
Yeah, we got reservations and we're late. And I think that's a guy that he's just going to bring so much to this team.
Yeah, and I guess that was something that I will admit personally, I don't think I appreciated enough, is just how much Joe Mixon, and when it comes to mentality, leadership, he'll bring into what's happening here. And hearing C.J. Stroud mention it, like, hey, man, he has an expectation of winning, and that's something that he's bringing to the squad. So I love that. And yes, Pals, who isn't a dog nowadays? They say that about everyone.
Yeah, it's too much.
But it's real.
Mills was a dog at one point.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but it is real in a lot of these cases, and especially his.
Sorry, hitting the wrong buttons. One more before we get to our fellas who are hanging out, Buffalo Wild Wings and Katy. Apparently saying that we look good because we're up on one of them TVs out there.
Are we on the big screen?
We are not on the big screen. That'd be a lot. I'm like, the Astros game is.
We're on the big screen.
We're on an A screen. We're not on the big screen because the Astros game is on. Come on, man.
So
you think we should be on the big screen over the Astros?
Well, they have two big screens.
Okay. Yeah. All right, fair enough. What are you supposed to say to that?
Yeah.
And then once more, I think this is interesting, and this is 13 here, because we did talk about the fact that Dalton Schultz did not practice for a second day again today. So we know that Brevin Jordan, Cade Stover, those are the next guys when it comes to the next guy up. C.J. Stroud was actually asked specifically about his impressions of rookie tight end Cade Stover in the debut.
Cade is somebody who's very selfless. He's been like that since I met him, and he's willing to do everything to win. And I think he played great in his first game. It's not easy, going out there not getting a whole bunch of reps doing a new position, but he attacked it, and he really just wants to win. And I love that dude, man. And I definitely do think he'll be a huge part to this offense's success.
Maybe sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I really am fascinated, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how they use him, especially if Dalton Schultz is out.
Yeah.
Because then he's going to have to be over there, and maybe in that role. Well, I'm sure he's still going to play some fullback. He was very good at it in week one, but you're one tight end short, so everybody's role kind of shifts a little bit.
Yeah, I do wonder how that looks, and of course we're a little ahead of ourselves because, again, Dalton Schultz missed yesterday in practice and today in practice with that ankle injury. Tomorrow will be telling,
crucial,
right?
Yeah.
If he gets out there and practices, then there's still very much opportunity for him to get out and play on Sunday night. Yeah. If not, then we open up the possibility of, okay, is it Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover, and does that mean then that you need to maybe include British Brooks more in some of your fullback situations? Does that what does that change?
That too, right?
What was that?
British Brooks, I'm looking forward to.
If he's out here laying dudes out like he did on special teams, go ahead and put him in front of Joe Mixon and see what that does. Yeah, I'd like to see that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very interested in that and seeing what that looks like. What I'm also interested in is talking to our fellas out in Katy, Buffalo Wild Wings. It's, of course, Clint, it's Ron, it is The Drive. Fellas, how's it looking out there?
It's looking good, baby. We're back in the same place we was last week here in Katy. We enjoy enjoyed our time here last week, and we look forward to enjoying our time here again. Y'all on about 3 TVs, and no, you are not on any of the real big ones.
See, I tried to tell him.
Tried to express it.
Come
I
on
heard
now.
you. I know you got standards, OG, and expectations. Damn it, and no, you ain't on the real big one.
That's all right. I'll take it.
They
I'll
got
take
Kyle
second
Tucker on
fiddle.
there.
Hey, J-Lo, baby steps.
Yeah, baby steps.
Hey.
You're darn right. You're darn right.
Baby steps, bro. It's we making progress here, man. Y'all look good though. Damn, y'all look good.
I appreciate it. Hey, man, it's going to be looking good out there. And when we talk about baby steps, no baby steps on what you guys got for the people when they come out and see you, right?
Absolutely not. We got it all. We got gift cards we can hook people up with. We got tickets to games that we can hook people up with. We've got the great cooler. We've got autographed helmet by Titus Howard, which is coincidence because Titus Howard is going to join us here in about 20 minutes or so. So no, man, it's a lot to get to out here, and of course you get to come kick it with us and have some good drinks, good food, and enjoy yourself and a good time getting ready for this Texans-Bears game.
With this Texans-Bears game, we were kind of talking about it earlier we were trying to figure out who's going to eat, who is positioned to be the Joe Mixon of Week 2 against this Bears defense or against this Bears team in general. Is there a person that comes to mind for you fellas?
Say it again.
Who's positioned to eat? Who's going to eat just like Joe Mixon did in Week 1?
Well, I think there's a good chance Joe Mixon can. First of all, I mean, I just got through watching a good chunk of the first half of Tennessee, and I know that Tennessee got out to a lead and then choked it away in the second half. But the truth of the matter is, old buddy from Memphis that was at the Cowboys, what's his name? Of mine went
Tony
blank.
Pollard.
Tony Pollard was eating. There was plenty of room in the run game with them a couple of times, and so as I see it, there's going to be some opportunity. They had some similar concepts rolling with that toss zone that Mixon had a lot of success with last week. So I don't see any reason right now why the Texans shouldn't be able to allow Joe Mixon to eat. And then look with this receiving core that we've talked about for feels like 4 years now, but I know it's only been a couple of months. I mean, it's just a matter of time before they, not just one of them, but before they start eating in a manner of, boy, Bobby Slowick is in his bag, and these guys are just, I mean, they're schematically things are just wide open. It's just a matter of time. So I think it's all possible.
No, and we were talking about it. Go good, Ron.
I was going to say I'd probably slide towards the receivers. I feel like the Bears staff is probably all right. We're not going to let Joe Mixon. We ain't going to let that happen to us. Like we're not going to let Joe Mixon do that to us again. So I feel like they'll probably put a little bit more priority all week on Joe Mixon as opposed to the Colts did. So I think probably somebody in that receiving core, I would say probably gets off maybe Tank or Diggs.
All right, man. I'm excited. I know you guys gonna eat good out there, Buffalo Wild Wings. Sip on some for me, as usual. And folks, y'all want to go out and see the fellas? They got tickets courtesy of Bud Light that are being given away. Obviously, they mentioned all of the fantastic items that are autographed. And, of course, keep it locked right here. You just got to do that in general because the Drive obviously always giving you good content. But Titus Howard. Titus Howard is going to join the fellas as well. So it's Clint, it's Ron, T. Mill. I see you through the glass. All these fine fellas got you covered coming up. You're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station. And, ladies and gentlemen, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here on the road on a little Thirsty Thursday, as we say, get out here and make a bad decision. And not only make a bad decision, the bartenders, I promise you, will help you make that bad decision already right now, even at 2 o'clock, as well as you got a chance to win some things. And Clint, we hook people up with a lot of stuff. I want to give you the breakdown. I want to give you the time right now, all right? Your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game on Sunday and Bud Light tailgate party tickets, all right? That's the big one. We'll be doing that in the 5 o'clock hour, Clint. A pair of tickets to see the Bears and the Texans coming up on Sunday, the first primetime game in 2 years. Your chance to be in the building and get that Bud Light tailgate party. We'll be doing that in the 5 o'clock hour. In the 4 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win an autographed full game-size helmet signed by Titus Howard, your right tackle, who, by the way, will join us coming up at 2:15. So stay tuned for that. And coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, your chance to win two different $25 gift cards, Visa gift cards. So we're going to hook you up. And we're going to give you at least an hour to get in here and get your name in that box before we start drawing. So all you got to do is come back where we are. You can see our table set up, and you just have to fill out your name and put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to walk away here a winner with some prizes. So come on out, have a good time, baby.
Hey, a couple of Bears fans in the house.
I saw him. I saw him.
I saw a gentleman. Yeah, right. I didn't boo him. He seemed to be a nice gentleman. But I tell you what, they were bared down now.
They were. They came out of town.
I thought when I got up off that seat over, I thought it was an Astros fan with all that orange, and then I said, no, wait a minute, that's a bear on his chest.
They ain't that lucky.
Yeah, no, he seems a kind gentleman though. He as he walked by, he kind of whispered to me. He said, I think we're gonna lose though. Talking about his team, obviously.
I think's right. That's good.
You know, his mind's in the right spot. At least if you're going to be walking around Houston and all that gear, you ought to be nice. That's for damn sure. There was a time when you could stick your chest out with all that. But right now, this ain't the year, baby. This ain't the year to be walking around in that opposing team gear. So, but, yeah, we got some Texans fans in the house as well. Folks filling up these boxes over here. And we're rocking and rolling.
It is, man. Come on out and rock and roll with us tonight. Yes, and hell, you can come on here and you can not only see us on the screens, they got us on the screens, but you can see the Astros, a little day baseball as they need Framber Valdez. A little update on the game right now. 2-0. The Astros lead 2-0 in the fourth inning. Framber Valdez is had a little traffic earlier in the game, but he's starting to look the way that Framber Valdez has looked all throughout the second half of the season. 2-0 on a Jason Hayward line drive shot that got right out of the ballpark. 2-0 as the Astros continue to lead here. They try to avoid getting a sweep by the Oakland A's, a team that's going nowhere right now. So they'll try to avoid that, and nobody better to have on the mound than their stopper, Framber Valdez, who's been their best pitcher here in the second half. And it looks like he's doing his job.
Yeah, it looks like he's nails. We'll see if we can hang on to this one. The Astros need this one now. But look, we can talk about that little cush lead and not sweating a whole lot right now. But boy, it
does feel like the Mariners lose every day, but they've somehow crawled themselves to 3.5 back.
Yeah, but look here. I mean, well, when you getting dealt with by these A's, that you deserve that. It ought to happen. Hell, you ought not be able to survive. You ought not to be able to survive getting swept by the damn A's. You got to get in there and handle your business.
Yeah, after the Astros decided to dye my hair blonde and give it everything they had in that 4-game series against the Royals, they've been swept by the Reds, and on the verge today of getting swept by the A's if they don't win this one today. But they do lead 2-0 right now. Jason Hayward with a homer, and Framber Valdez is on the mound pitching shutout right now at this point. 2-0 in the fourth inning. Clint, remember, as we said, Titus Howard, he's coming on with us at 2:15, so we'll break a little early so we can get to him. But I do want to get to this because there was a lot of news with the Astros. We'll get to Joe Espada a little bit later on when it comes to Chaz McCormick. As Chaz McCormick has been placed on the IL, Clint, because, guess what? It was an actual fracture in his wrist. As Joe with such confidence before seeing the imaging, fellas, he went ahead and said, no, we straight. Obviously, they're not. But the big thing that happened last night in the fifth inning, the heart and soul of this team, Jose Altuve, leaves the game after doing something to the wrist. He even bunted. We'll get to that in a second. Tried to bunt, didn't swing, but came immediately out of the game. He is not in the lineup today as Dubon is playing second base and Bregman is leading off. But this is the latest this morning at the ballpark from Joe Espada on where Altuve is.
He's doing better. I thought he was going to come in and be more sore, especially after the way he looked yesterday. But he's day-to-day. He's in the weight room. He's throwing the Met ball around, trying to get the area loose. So hopefully, it's something that he won't miss a lot of time.
All right, I don't believe anything you're saying, Joe. So hopefully we see him, and hopefully we hear from him himself. I don't believe you, Joe, when you say he's feeling better.
No.
I'm sorry, that's where I am. I just don't believe you, Joe.
I don't know how anyone could.
I don't either, Tyler. I'm out. I'm out. But hopefully he is all right, Clint. And this is a short-term thing, and it is not a big deal. Big deal. The thing that got me last night, Clint, was I don't know why they left him in the game to continue. One, they gave away an out, and second, like clearly he was so hurt, Clint, at a 2-strike count, he didn't even think about swinging. He tried to bunt.
Yeah.
He tried to bunt and got himself out in a 1-run game that they ended up eventually losing with Alvarez coming behind him. That, to me, was just wild why they even took a chance for him to get up there and continue to injure himself even more, and then why no one just came and said, hey, man, you can't go. Like, if you're about to pull him out the game, pull him out the game. And if you, Altuve, can't swing, you going to try to bunt? Get out of the game. That was wild to me with that situation.
Yeah, look, I don't know what the conversation was. I mean, Altuve could have very easily said, nah, let me finish the at-bat, and obviously when it's Altuve, you're going to let him do that. But to your point, again, if you're going to square around and bunt then and just give him an out,
strikes.
Then as a player, you got to bow out of that thing. So, yeah, just another one of those trivial, situations where you just don't know why the manager and the the best player in Astros history didn't handle it a little bit differently. Just giving away outs, man.
Yeah, I wonder when Altuve knew he wasn't going to swing a bat. I wonder when that came out. I wonder when Altuve knew he wasn't going to be able to swing a bat. That was interesting. That was interesting to see. But the big important key is Clint, is hopefully this is not like the Chas McCormick situation. Hopefully this is not like the Kyle Tucker situation, and that that this is anything long term, because they definitely can't afford to lose him at the time.
Well, I don't want to scare anybody out there, but Alex Bregman just dove for a shot between the third baseman and the shortstop there, and didn't make the play. Knocked it down, but it was an infield hit. And as he braced himself with his right arm and his glove arm, he grimaced pretty bad.
No, God! No, he'll be all right. That's what you say, right? He'll be all right.
Well, that's one.
That grimace, it was a serious grimace.
That's one of those where, boy, it'd be a crying ass shame. We talked about it before. I got to believe there's minimal to no risk out there of him playing in the field.
That wasn't even on a throw right there.
No. He literally braced himself, and his elbow got back.
To get up.
Yeah, kind of in a push-up position. And it was
ridiculous.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's being ridiculous, Pena. We'll see. I mean, it just one of those where, boy, the look on his face was more of a scared look than a hurt look.
Maybe it was his stomach. Maybe it was
his cup. Maybe it was his cup. Maybe it was his stomach.
Oh, he don't wear a cup.
He don't wear a cup at third?
I don't believe so.
I believe I would.
I don't think any of them.
I believe I did.
Except for the catchers.
That poor fella in them little league games wearing them cups and pitching, boy.
I tried to one time, man. I couldn't do it, man. I just can't play. I couldn't be active. Not active like Shannon Sharp, but I just couldn't be active.
I wouldn't know, but I mean, what you're telling me, them little small cups, they usually kind of slide around down there. It's hard to keep them small ones in one place,
I just didn't feel comfortable. That was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use our savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, coming up, let's do this thing here. Our guy, Titus Howard, your right tackle, who was a part of a dominating performance with the offensive line against the Indianapolis Colts. We'll get his thoughts on that performance and moving forward against the Chicago Bears. Titus Howard joins the drive coming up next.
All right, attention all my electricians, service techs, and helpers out there. This is a big-time opportunity.
What about red prints?
Not a real thing.
What if they were?
We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on a Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppers John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Katy, Park Row location. So come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to this Bears game on Sunday against your Houston Texans. Sunday night football, first time in a couple of years they've had a primetime game. Got a chance to win a couple of Visa gift cards, and our next guest, he a chance to win an autographed game-size helmet from Titus Howard. Your chance to win that coming up today, so get in here and fill out your name and put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Titus Howard, somebody who was on social, I see. I'm on guess this is a fellow who had Shannon Sharpe up and down his timeline yesterday too. I mean, you don't have to lean in on that if you don't like it, Titus. But you seem like somebody who had Shannon Sharpe up and down his timeline like I did yesterday. So I hope you enjoyed that circus, because I sure as hell did.
Yeah, Uncle wired out with that one.
Yeah, he did.
He did. With that one for sure.
Yeah, he did. All right. Hey, what was different last week, in your opinion, in the run game in particular? Because you guys just absolutely dominated the Colts. From the start to the finish. What would you say was different yesterday Sunday than in the past, like last year, where there were some struggles in the run game?
I would think first and foremost would be the mentality and then the physicality. Like, the guys all game was physical. And it wasn't just the O-line. It was the receivers coming in making huge blocks, the tight ends, the fullback. It was everyone. So I think the biggest thing for us as a team and as an offense was everybody was working collectively as one. So that was the biggest part.
Titus, what do you attribute that to, man? Because, I mean, look, I'll just be flat honest with you. There was times when, watched film last year, and it seemed to me like guys weren't real sure of how they were going to execute the double team or who they had here or there. What you just mentioned, the mentality and the physicality was just not there too often. And now it was to me it was a 180, man. Watching you guys this week, I mean, as a group, that was the switch was unbelievable, man. What do you attribute that to?
I think that goes to the coaching too, and that for the players. Been in the same system for 2 years, building that camaraderie every day and being able to know exactly what you got to do every day. It helps you come out the ball faster. I think last year the whole offense was harder for everybody to pick up, and it was new techniques or ways of doing everything because all the blocking is different. So being able to be in that same system 2 years in a row, it helped us a lot. And then I think the main thing would be as a group up front. We got a lot of reps as a starting over line during camp and stuff, so we was ready to go, and it wasn't like it was just like somebody new in every day. So we kind of had built that camaraderie together, and it made it easier for us on Sunday.
For you personally, Titus, is it a much more of a comfort for you to be playing at your natural position, which is right tackle, to help with kind of the improvement and the mentality as you just spoke about?
Yes, sir. I'm way more comfortable at tackle. All my best years in the NFL was at tackle. I played guard, and that was something I did, because that was something we needed at the time. But I'm just happy that we got the guys in the room, everybody's healthy, so I can play a position that I can help the team at the most.
Well, hey, Titus, I'm happy as hell to see you at tackle now. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I know you got to be correct in there. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm just glad to see you back at tackle and at home and have the opportunity to hopefully shine even brighter than you already have. Hey, we can't have you on, man, and not talk about Kenyon Green. I mean, being from the outside looking in, man, the whole storyline of just what he's done in the last, let's say, calendar year, and then to play as well as he played opening weekend, man. I mean, just from your perspective, your brother in the locker room and in y'all's meeting room, just your thoughts on Kenyon Green and how he played and how the last year's been for him.
Yeah, man. I mean, if you can just go back in time, I've always been an advocate for Kenyon because, like I tell people all the time, I see the potential. I knew it when we drafted him. I mean, I saw it every day. But like I say, outside in for people don't get to see that. You know, his first 2 years he was going through a lot of injuries, this and that. And me myself, they're going through injury. That's a hard thing to come back from. It's not easy. So, you know, this last year he got a chance to get healthy, get in the best shape possible. And, man, all training camp, he's putting on film every day that what type of players he was going to be. So we knew when the game came, first game, we knew what we were going to see. Everybody was surprised, but we wasn't. But that's just kudos to him, man, because that's the type of kid he is. He hasn't even tapped, like, his full potential yet. That was just a little bit, and he still got stuff he can do better. So, the limit, you know, is through the roof, and I know Kenyon's going to continue to get better every day. I'm just happy to see, you know, everybody else see what he can do and appreciate having him on the team because we always appreciate having him.
Hey, I don't want you to share any grades or anything with us because that wouldn't be fair. But just can you tell us from an offensive line perspective how good, particularly Kenyon Green's performance was week one?
It was phenomenal. I feel like if I could just say one thing, I think as a group, he set the tone for how we all should be playing in the run game. And I think that just brought energy for the whole offense, seeing him come off the rock like that. And I think that was a big step for him and a big step for offense.
All right, as we're live here on Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings, joined by your right tackle for the Houston Texans, Titus Howard. Titus, when we look at the impact of the run game, I said it, we came in Monday, I said, man, we got to talk about them 5 big sexies up front because they're the ones who really opened this thing up. But what is it about Joe Mixon and his ability and his style that helps you all up front in a way to get more yardage, even in a way to look better?
I think the biggest thing about Joe Mixon is that his vision is elite, and you know what you're gonna get. You know Joe Mixon is gonna see it, he's gonna hit it, he's gonna cut, he's gonna do whatever you gotta do. So we go up front and we run off the ball and be nasty. He's gonna make make us right every time. So as an offensive lineman, when you know you have a running back who's gonna make you right, it makes you play more confident, makes you want to come off the ball harder because you know if a guy plays a certain way, Joe's just gonna cut off and make everybody right. So I think he's one of the best guys in the league, and I think he's gonna show this year.
Hey, it's hard to turn the page as well as y'all played last week, man. I want to hang on. I want to hang on to that as long as I possibly can. But we got to turn the page here to the Bears. Again, the offensive performance last week. I mean, I think to me the most convincing thing about watching you guys play is it was great, but I feel like it wasn't y'all taking advantage of a lesser team. It was y'all imposing your will on a really good team, and that typically travels well, and not obviously on the road, but travels well throughout a season. As y'all watch the Bears, how confident are you that what y'all were able to do last week is something you can carry over week to week?
Yeah, we're pretty confident we can carry over because at the end of the day, no matter who we play, with the guys we got on this team, if we do what we're supposed to, nobody can stop us. So that's the thing. We just go out there and keep performing the way we want to perform. We're going against one of the best defensive line, one of the best defenses every day at practice. So if we can do it on them, we can do it on anybody. So that's our mentality every week is controlling what we can control, and everything else is going to fall in place.
Titus, as Clint said, turning the page to the Bears, as you sit back and do your prep and your preparation for this game, what are you seeing from this Bears defense? What jumps out to you when you watch them on film?
I see a defense that's hungry, a defense that just in general, that team leans on their defense. So if we can go out there early in the game, set the tone, establish a run, man, we can can take over this game. But that team is dependent on their defense. They have a really good defense. So we just got to go out there and do our thing, and I think we can do that.
All right, Titus, we appreciate you joining us, and this should be a hell of an atmosphere coming up on Sunday. Y'all going to be in them all icy whites, and I just want to let you know I have real expectation on your shoe game with these icy whites. Now, if you wear the Jordan, you wear the ones during practice. I really have expectations in this shoe game coming up on Sunday in the icy white.
For sure, I got you.
I know. I can't wait. I can't wait to see it. All right, that's Titus Howard joining us as they get set to play the Bears coming up. And Clint, a couple of things that jumped out there, man. He said the physicality and the mentality has changed up front with that offensive line, and that was what we talked about all last year. Is man, it just don't seem like nobody wants to get physical. That you just can't coach that. And at a point, Clint, we just questioned and wondered. Hey, man, it's just not in some of these guys. Well, that was a complete difference from what we saw all of last year, held the years before that, into what we saw on Sunday.
Well, when you add two guys to the mix that are now ready to play, Kenyon Green, who everybody's aware of his story, Juice Scruggs in year 2 as a center playing his position. When you add those two dudes to the mix that are built the right way to play inside, that absolutely, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it for 17 or 18 weeks, but their intentions are to be as violent and to simply move mass up front when they can. And when you add those kind of players with that mentality to the bunch and they play well, all of a sudden your whole group looks and feels more physical. And we talked about it before, Ron, like when you've got a guy like, and it doesn't have to be the guy himself necessarily being the why, but like if you've got Kenyon in there, like one of my favorite things about Kenyon Green is in the fourth quarter, it's a screen, and the screen didn't time up right. We got 6, 7, 8 yards, but it didn't time up right. It would have been a big play. And Kenyon Green gets to the I mean, he's 20 yards downfield. And he kind of just headbutts at safety, a DB, I think it was 32 again, actually, a DB back there. And you could see him jawing at this guy like, you got lucky that the play guy stopped because I was fixing the pancake. You know, there's just every play the intentions are bad. And now that way when you go to a meeting room and you sit in there as an offensive line and you've got 2 or 3 guys that are literally on film in the moment playing the game super physical, it makes the guys that aren't playing the game physical really stand out, and everybody kind of cuts their eyes at them like, hey, man, what the hell was that? Last play, number 76 and 70 showed you our standard. Hey, what the hell was that? That wasn't quite what we're looking for. So all of a sudden you got Brevin Jordan sticking his head in there and getting physical. All of a sudden you got Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins, who we hadn't given enough. I know we've given Nico a lot of run, but by the way, his ability to block with that big body is going to be even bigger for this team moving forward. But when that level of physicality is set by 2 or 3 guys up front, Shaq Mason has always brought that. Now you got Juice and Kenyon doing it. Boy, it's human nature for all these other guys that are playing a man's game to all of a sudden fall in line and go, well, I guess I better stick my head in there. I guess I better drive my feet. I guess I better get my guy blocked because everybody else seems to be punishing folks. So it's just the natural get on my level when it comes to physicality, when you got a couple of guys in that huddle that are doing it is real, man, and the impact is real.
Just went a little scrappy. Is that get on my level? You can.
Is that what it was?
I believe that's scrappy. I believe that's you can never ever. Is that what you want? Hey, explain to the people what he was talking about. I found it interesting when he talked about Joe Mixon. He said Joe Mixon always makes us right. Yeah. And he talked about his vision first, but he always makes us right.
Well, I mean, I think you probably misspoke a little bit. Always is a long time, right? I think there was probably twice in film where I saw it where Joe Mixon probably missed a cut and didn't make them right. But it's simple. I mean, when they if they don't come off of, let's say Titus and Juice are doubling a shade up to an inside backer, and they don't get off of that double team quick enough, it seems like Joe sees that. The backer shoots the gap. Well, Joe is patient and skips to another gap and gets up to the second level. And now it's real easy for that play side guard to come off on that backer because he's right there next to him. So he almost baits the backer up so that the lineman can take him over a little bit easier, and then boom, he hits it out a different gap, or his patience pays off and that gap opens up. He just has a knack for understanding, like, blocking assignments. And if it's done super clean, you just hit that thing nose down like Dameon Pierce and you just roll with it, right? If it's not super clean, then your patience sometimes can bait DBs, can bait linebackers, and it makes an offensive lineman's job a lot easier. On some of the outside runs, if somebody's having a problem reaching a certain outside technique, if he's patient, that defender will stop his feet. He'll allow the offensive lineman to take him over, and then he'll hit it again outside. So he makes those guys right by setting them up and making their job significantly easier.
Yeah, the vision, his ability to cut back,
absolutely,
is big time. But there are a couple of cutbacks. He cut back. He didn't have to. He probably could have stuck it up for some yards. But you can see what he brings to the table and how he makes. There are some backs, and I think Seth Payne has said this in the mornings. There's some backs that just help out the offensive line just as much as the offensive line helps them out. So we saw that work in hand in hand in the game against the Colts on Sunday. All right, a little update here. Once again, I see people on the text line with the question of where are you? Which location? We're in Katy. We are at the Park Road Drive location. In Katy, Park Road Drive location.
Fry exit off I-10, baby.
There you go. Fry exit off I-10.
I-10 West in Katy. Take that Fry exit, hang your right, go down about, 2-3 blocks on the left-hand side, kind of catty corner to a Denny's. You can't miss it, baby.
Yeah, you can't. So come on out here and be a part of the fun we're having till 6 o'clock and your chance to win some items. Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of $25 Visa gift cards, and also in the 4 o'clock hour, Titus Howard, who we just talked to, he has an autographed helmet that you have a chance to win, game-size helmet, and then the big one in the 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win a pair of tickets to Sunday night's game against the Bears and the Bud Light tailgate passes as well. You have to be here to win, all right? You have to be here to win. The one thing you don't want to have happen is your chance to win them tickets, and then your name is called.
Happened last week. Tyler, where you at? Where you at, Tyler?
Where you at, Tyler? Where you at?
Tyler, you ass bailed, and then you 2 tickets. Not you, Tyler. Oh. You can't win, son.
That's
the
right.
Other Tyler. He bounced up out of here, had a chance to win 2 tickets. I think he had his lady with him. You could have took her. I hope your lady's mad.
Oh,
at
she's pissed.
She
ain't talked to him all week.
Mine's mad at me for trying to work out with her yesterday. Tyler, I hope yours is mad at you too for missing them damn tickets.
Yeah, you know what, Tyler? I thought about it. We didn't receive no kind of text message last night that this thing was going all right.
Hey, I didn't think about it, Ron.
I was waiting on that text message.
This could be the bad thing about doing the same location back-to-back weeks. Tyler's going to come in here and be like, hey, man, y'all got be. Not only did I miss the tickets, but now y'all are banging on me on the radio.
Now I'm hot. Yeah, now my wife, my lady in here, I don't want to say that's your wife, your lady in here. But yeah, so get on out here and have a good time and hang out with us. All right, coming up as we continue here, we'll update you on what's happening with the Astros as they are looking to avoid getting swept by the Oakland A's. We'll tell you what's going on there as Framber's on the mound. And also the potential issue in this game is as we've been able to watch and look at the game against Tennessee with the Bears that they won, the potential issue that this defense could be facing against Chicago. We'll discuss all of that coming up next live right here on The Drive.
connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are in Katy, Park Road Drive location here in Katy at Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll be here till 6 o'clock on this Thirsty Thursday. There is still room for you to come and hang out. As soon as you get off, come kick it with The Drive and win some potential prizes. Eat you some good food, order you something to drink, and have a good time out here. And hell, stay. Boy, you can stay on out here. So, you got a little Thursday night football, a big matchup of two teams that the Texans play this year, the Dolphins and the Buffalo Bills. So you can come out here and check that out. If you missed our interview with Titus Howard, he was just on with us in the last segment. You can go back to the podcast page and listen to that, the second segment in the 2 o'clock. It is still 2-0, Clint. And Framber Valdez is just being what Framber Valdez has been in the second half, Clint. He is through 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs, 6 strikeouts, and 1 walk. And he is about to start the 7th inning. The run support, the 2 runs coming off a 2-run homer from Jason Hayward. Your boy, bat flipping Singleton, has 2 doubles in this game, and he scored a run as well. So it is looking pretty good right now, because it would be. I think the Astros will be as embarrassed as Shannon Sharp said he was last night if they lost this game and were swept.
Little random small ball being played middle of the game here against the A's.
They couldn't execute, but they executed it well.
They
didn't finish it but executed it well.
Little sack bunt moved Big John from second to third. Little sack bunt by
good job, Jake.
By Jake Myers. I mean, yeah, it looks good baseball.
Good job, Jake.
It's good baseball. It's just like the not doing it in extra innings with a runner on second, and then doing it in the 5th inning here it's kind of random. Not real sure, why the change, but I greatly appreciate it.
Yep.
Why do you think that is? We're not going to do it in extra innings, but a 5th inning, Game 3 against the A's at the house.
The only thing I think of is Joe felt comfortable with Jake being the guy to do it.
Confident in Jake's bunting?
Yeah. Joe felt that's the only thing I can think of is Joe, the batter, the person at the plate. That's all I could think of. 2-0 right now in the 7th inning. We'll keep you updated on what happens there in this game as the Astros look to avoid a sweep at home.
By the way, 2-0, up 2-0, top of 7, no outs. Let's just keep everything in front of us.
No, Jake sold out, baby.
We don't need any dive. We don't need any diving catches and letting the ball roll to the fence for a double. Let's just keep everything in front of us, boys, and let's.
Jake was just laying out.
Oh, okay.
Ron, what do you think old Patrick Creighton thought of that attempt by Jake Myers there?
I think Patrick would say that is a tough play for any center fielder, and he was laying out trying to get it.
Well, and when you got great range, you think you can get to everything, so you just got to settle it down a little bit.
Yeah, he wasn't close to that by the way. Like that, and Clint was being nice about it, and I wasn't going to say nothing about it because I feel like people have a feeling of my hatred of him. That was easy to detect that you weren't going to get that. When I say he wasn't close, I mean he was not close. He's just that looked like those guys that fake hustle and just dive for no reason. But I'm sure that's what it looked like. That's not what Jake is. All right, Clint. What I know you've been watching the film. I've watched that Bears-Titans game a couple of times as well. I know for you jump out there and you look at their offense, and their offense wasn't impressive at all. Hell, they threw it for 93 yards on 29 attempts, and I think they had 148 yards of total offense, and didn't run it very well either. Ran it for 40-something as well. But what do you see could be potentially the issue they could cause for the Texans, if there is one on this offense?
Well, I think there's one thing that's kind of, for me, it's the tale of 2 games, right? There's no doubt about it that the Indianapolis Colts are going to look at the film from last week, and they are going to be disappointed in the fact that they didn't continue to run the football downhill and with Jonathan Taylor and continue to do some of the read stuff with Anthony Richardson. Just plain and simple, whether it's because D'Amico's defense is multiple and he can confuse young quarterbacks, or if it's Anthony Richardson's just not ready for that yet. Wasting downs is against a team like the Texans is going to get you beat 10 out of 10 times. You can't do that. And so I looked at that. They were up front talking D-tackle. They mashed the Texans a couple of times to the point where I'm still concerned about really good football teams, really good run teams sticking to that.
You thought there was a little something more to how well they did against the Colts in the run game. I think it was a little bit more of the Colts stopping it, or to me, the Texans' offense forcing the Colts.
Well, I'm not going to minimize anything that the Texans did. It was tremendous, but at the end of the day, I think one thing that sticks out is if the Colts, with that big physical offensive line that they had, showed a lot of promise early in that football game, getting pushed inside, whether it was Jonathan Taylor or they were pulling it and keeping it with Anthony Richardson, there was a lot of promise there. Now, to their credit, they kept him off the field, and they only gave him 4 snaps in the third quarter, whatever it was, and so that's a big reason why they had to go to throwing the football. But the point is that you're not always going to have a 10-point lead. The game's not always going to work out like that. And I think there's a good chance that teams are going to watch that film. They're going to say, it's a really good defense. And Anthony Richardson and boys hit him for a couple of big plays. And sure, that's nice, but you can't live on that. What you can live on is downhill, inside, you can attack these tackles. I think when you got Swift toting the rock, when you got a rookie quarterback in Caleb Williams, after week one, you probably need to protect him a little bit. He missed a lot of quick stuff that was there early, a lot of the boring stuff that C.J. Stroud talks about. He missed some of that stuff early, and the way you protect him is you run the football. And so I think whether you're the Bears and you need to protect that young quarterback to a certain extent, especially with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter coming off the edges, or you just watch the film and you go, hey, man, we should be able to run the football downhill on this team. We got to make them stop us running the ball downhill inside. You got Swift. You paid him some money. I think there's a little bit. There's going to be a challenge, I think, by the Bears of trying to run the football inside.
Well, I will say their center, Coleman Shelton, better play better than the way he did on Sunday. He was getting his ass kicked.
Well, I mean, he don't have Simmons. He don't have Sweat. Ain't none of them guys in this.
So, yeah, I was going to say, now he doesn't have Simmons and Sweat walking out there. But, what D'Amico said, Foley, you just can't move him. So he ought to do his job. Why are you making that face, man?
Go back and watch that first Colts drive.
He got moved a little bit. He got
folded.
I just said Coleman Shelton played a horrible game against the Titans. Like you said, though, Sweat's just a huge body that can play run defense in his sleep, and obviously Jeffrey Simmons is one of the best in the
Titans.
games.
Yeah, I mean, Ron, we talked about it before. The Titans are one of a handful of defenses in this league that have that dude inside in Simmons. It can go inside or outside, right? And then all of a sudden they bring in a guy like Sweat who, for one game, appears to be a hell of a player. And now you got that big 360, 380, whatever the hell he is, inside. I mean, so they got a couple of dudes in Tennessee that I don't know that they'll match up with anybody, any pair of D linemen in the league, but they're pretty damn close.
Yeah. Pretty close, at least in terms of trying to move him out the way to stop the run. All right, the Astros just came up with a huge double play to get out of this inning. Brian Abreu had to come in as Framber wasn't able to finish the seventh. Framber goes, his line is finished 6 1/3 inning. He did give up 1 run as the A's got an RBI hit. It is now 2-1. 2-1 going to the bottom of the seventh. The Astros lead and look to avoid getting swept. So that is the latest there. We'll keep you updated on that. All right, fellas, man. I sure as hell hope you all caught this. Are you looking at this? Hey, man, you think Shannon did that on purpose? You think it was an accident? Because he said it was an accident. He said he came in.
I didn't follow up the way you clearly did.
I set an alarm when I found out that was coming on.
Yeah, I didn't. I mean, the woman moaning while the camera was on the floor didn't really draw me in to be like, I gotta have more.
I just needed the whole thing. You great. I was in there. I was in there. If you missed it, if you don't know, if you've been under a rock, you don't know the Shannon Sharp situation. Shannon Sharp as he says, on accident went live on IG as he was enjoying, what was his phrasing? Being a healthy adult male.
Yeah, girl.
Driving a healthy lifestyle of an adult male. Basically, he was having sex with a young lady, and it went live, and all you could do was hear their fun time they were having, as you can imagine. And what's that like? He went live because it went off and went crazy, and he said it was an accident. He said he had never been on IG Live. He didn't know how it works. He said he came in, threw his phone on the bed, and then went to work. Now, he did say, I told you, Unc gets it in. He said, I told you, I'm active. I get it in. Man, I'm sorry, boy. Tyler, there's a lot that you have to do to get to turn on IG Live.
Yeah, that's my
That's
thing,
a hard
dude.
act. That's a hard
Yes.
accident.
The more I think about that singular part of this, I don't think this was an accident.
And I mean, it's worked out perfectly.
Oh,
the
no,
amount of people that was watching the nightcap last night.
And I mean, hell, we're talking about it right now, right here. You know.
Oh, it was everywhere. And I mean, it was him in a good light. It was him perfectly saying some real good lines. You gonna take that? I mean, I got a hard time believing Shannon did this on accident. I really.
No, there's no doubt it was done on purpose.
No doubt.
Did you catch some live reads he had last night, Ron?
I watched the whole show.
Yeah, he's doing multiple live reads for sex pills, and this was an accident.
They did a sex pill. He made a shirt. They got a shirt already made for it. Last night they were selling on the.
What's the shirt?
I hadn't seen the shirt. You got to go on.
You gonna buy you one?
No, man.
It's probably something about a healthy
nice
male.
Guy. I'm a nice guy. I ain't got man. And Chad Ocho, see his approach. He was like disappointed in him. He said, "Man, we got to be responsible. We got to be professional, man. And you out here doing this to me." I thought he was joking, but he was dead ass serious.
He didn't film a porno, guys.
I was thinking the nerve of you, Chad. The nerve of you, Chad. I'm just telling you, it is like the amount of views he got last night.
That's the part that shocks me. I mean, it ain't even a sex tape. It's literally he got some nice wood floors. It looked like those was real wood floors. Nice little 6-inch, 7-inch wide planks on that floor.
Solid.
I mean, it was literally a video of a floor with somebody moaning in the background, and the world went nuts.
You saw the wide planks? Is that what you saw?
Yeah, those were nice wide. Those were nice wide planks. It wasn't the old school little narrow, little 2.5-inch wood slats. It was them 6-inch, 7-inch wide planks.
I think this. I personally,
what's that say about our world?
If you put a gun to my head, heart, or scrotum, places I don't want to get shot. To me, I think this was a twofold thing. I think one. Obviously, this was going to bring some eyeballs and some attention to this, and this thing blew up big time. He's got over 2 million followers, and that thing went out just long enough. And there have been accusations of him being gay.
Yes.
And like this kills this. He said Cat Williams last night. He said Cat Williams called him and said, "Well, guess what, Unc? I guess you ain't gay today."
I was just about to say, it's been a while since the Cat Williams interview, so he wanted some numbers.
Like, I mean, just everybody right now, go on your phones if you have IG. Go on your phones and see everything you have to do to go to IG Live, and think and ask yourself if you can just throw the phone on the bed and automatically hit IG Live.
No, it's a great play. As you said, personally, there's no more questions about his preference, or at least that side of it.
Ocho said it wasn't a Michael, wasn't it? It was a Michelle.
And so that part of it, and then you can't tell me it's not staged. I guarantee you the live reads Tyler's talking about, I didn't see it, but the live reads, I guarantee you there's going to be title sponsors.
Oh, God, yes.
And it's all a play. He knew it was coming down the pipe. Probably already paid him millions of dollars to do it. You leak that video, next thing you know, all of a sudden he's the best spokesperson for that particular product that you could possibly have, at least for the foreseeable future.
Enjoy yourself. What a stunt, Poole. What a stunt. I will never believe you didn't know it was coming. All right, as we continue, remember, 3 o'clock hour, your first chance to win a couple of gift cards, $25 gift cards. So get in and get your name in our raffle box. We'll get you updated here on the Astros as they look to avoid the sweep and injury reports. Updates on both sides, and I think there's some important things to look at as well, and we'll get you ready for this big Thursday night football game. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, Mokaram Law Firm, y'all. Look, if you or
with daily use.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Skies 1-2, deep left center field. Jake Myers will watch this one go. Brent Rooker has tied the game at 2 here in the 8th inning. Home run number 36 on the year, RBI number 102. And he extends his on-base streak to a Major League best 22 consecutive games.
Damn, who knew the A's had somebody who had 36 home runs and 100 RBIs?
I was about to say the same thing.
No, Clint did. Clint said he would not pitch to him. He would. You said you treat him like Yordan Alvarez. I remember we had that conversation.
There's no sense in it.
I said I think that's a little.
Now,
that's a little strong.
Now, this to be fair, this didn't just come up in conversation. We talked about this last time that the Astros played the A's. But like, there's, hell, I mean, he's really the only guy you got to worry about in his lineup.
Ryan Presley gave up a bomb there, and now the Astros. Why in the hell did he not run? The Astros have this game tied with a runner on here in the 8th inning. They look to try to get out of this and try to win it here in the later innings. But it is 2-2, and Clint, this is why right now. Like, I'm so glad we take a look and judge pitchers' win and loss records completely differently than we used to, because. Like, Yordan is now taking off this game, and he pitched a great game, 6 1/3. He gave up 1 run. Who did I say, Yordan?
You said Yordan.
I said Yordan.
You just watched him make a good catch.
Make a good catch. I meant Framber. Framber pitched his tail off as he's done, and now he gets a no decision in this game because Presley wasn't able to hold it together. But this is big, Clint. A sweep here. Obviously, they still have a 3.5 game lead against the Mariners. But I've continued to say the race here is to make sure you have as much distance between you and the Mariners before that September 23rd 3-game set. And right now you're 3.5 games up, and trying to avoid getting swept by the A's. You really want to go on and win this game.
Yeah, look, I mean, it'd be nice to not get swept by the A's. Yeah, I mean, that would be preferred at this point in time. Look, you've got the luxury of being able to survive some of these types of series, but when it's all said and done, if the Mariners do sneak up on you, it's going to be moments like this. Yep. Is why.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Swept by the A's. If this happens, and then the Reds in a week or so period. But 2-2 right now. Jason Hayward has the 2-run homer for them at this point. They lose last night. They lose in extras the game before on the bunts, but they look to avoid to lose tonight. As we said, Framber continues to do his thing. I think you saw your top 2 starters the last 2 nights. Even though Hunter Brown struggled a bit, 5 runs in 5 innings yesterday, I heard it best from our guy this morning. I was taking the kids to school. Sean Pendergast said it doesn't feel like or Framber and Hunter Brown are doing any auditioning. They know they're 1 and 2 right now in the rotation in the playoffs. The other guys are the ones auditioning.
Us that great info, Sean.
There you go, Sean. They're auditioning for this one. So another great performance for Framber as he put it together, and that's at least you want to hang your hat on. Your starting pitcher gives up 1 run, and gets into the 7th inning. So that's the big thing. But you got to have your guys pick them up, and when you get Yordan up at the plate, hopefully he can help the Astros get back in this thing.
Yep. You just can't let the Mariners catch you by the A's and the Reds biting your ass.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one to take there. As the Astros are tied in the 8th inning, we'll keep you updated on what's going on there.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint. The Texans and Bears injury report is out. I'll, of course, start with the Texans first. They've had the same two guys not practice today that didn't practice yesterday, so that is one to watch. And Clint, we've talked about this for a couple of years. The likelihood of you playing goes down when you miss the Wednesday and Thursday practice, and you miss both of those heavy practice periods. Friday is usually a very walkthrough like calm practice, and then Saturday, and then the game.
Yep.
So today, Dalton Schultz is the big one. MJ Stewart, who hasn't practiced for a while, didn't play last week. But Dalton Schultz with an ankle didn't practice 2 games in a row. So there is a strong possibility that he doesn't play, and they got to roll with Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan.
Yeah, look, I think Dalton Schultz is the caliber player that could potentially miss the 2 big days, and they would trust enough to still play. MJ Stewart, he ain't that caliber, but I do think Dalton Schultz is a guy, knows the offense, second year of the offense, veteran in the league. Let's be honest, there's not a backup that does what he does. Brevin's coming, but he ain't Dalton Schultz yet. I would say that if Dalton Schultz can go at any point in time, he's more than likely going to go. But it is something to keep an eye on. Not practicing Wednesday and Thursday is never a good thing.
No, it's not. And but I know you talked about it a bit there, but do you feel comfortable with those two in there in this particular game? If Dalton can't go, do you feel pretty good about what they can do? Do they got to change anything? What they can do with Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover?
No, I don't think so. We saw Cade Stover in like a fullback role last week. I think that'll be a lot of what they do. At least early on, they're going to force the Bears to stop that. And then as you watch the film, I talked a lot yesterday about Kenyon Green, man, but I really went back and honed in on the edge players on the offense, the tight ends, the receivers blocking. And, man, I tell you, none of it is these guys just aren't maulers at the tight end position, or damn sure not the wide receiver position in terms of blocking for the run. But they're willing and they're able and they're physical. And so, Brevin Jordan could do some things that Dalton Schultz, brings to the table. The only thing you lose that you just can't replace with the current personnel if you lose Dalton Schultz is that experience, that safety blanket for C.J. Stroud. You see the pressure coming, to give your eyes to the quarterback. You see the pressure coming, break your route off early. Certain zones, he knows exactly when and how to settle down in that zone and make himself available to the quarterback. And we heard C.J. Stroud talk about, last week they left a lot on the field. And so, I think when you put 2 and 2 together, Dalton Schultz was probably going to be a big part of the answer or the adjustment this week. So, you hope you got that guy, because you miss his experience if he's not out there.
Yeah, and that's an ankle injury again with Dalton Schultz. Hopefully he is able to go, but just honestly, it's just historically not a great sign if you miss the Wednesday, Thursday practice. We keep you updated on that. The Bears, Clint, they don't have theirs out yet. The ones we're watching, though, is DeMarcus Walker, who had 4 quarterback hits in the game on Sunday against the Titans. He didn't practice yesterday. He has a foot issue. Rome Odunze, their other first-round pick, wide receiver, he didn't practice with a sprained MCL with the knee, so there's thoughts that he won't go. And Keenan Allen also didn't practice yesterday with a heel injury. Those are the 3 main ones to keep our eye on to see if they won't practice. And again, just like what we just talked about with Dalton Schultz and MJ Stewart, if they don't practice on Thursday as well, if we get word they haven't practiced on Thursday as well, that could be very problematic for them. But Rome Odunze is the one that really looks like he's not going to be able to go with the sprained MCL.
Well, I mean, they're all impact players, right? That's
Absolutely.
That's the problem there, man, is you got dudes, like if they're going to miss 2 of their top 3 wide receivers, you got a rookie quarterback, look out.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, DJ Moore can go, but damn, I don't know if he can carry the load by his damn self. So, boy, you go from catching a team with, yes, a rookie quarterback, but a lot of skill, man. Wide receivers, tight ends, running backs, they're awfully skilled, man. If they're missing half of their skill players in the game, boy, you're catching them at the right time. So definitely worth keeping an eye on all of those guys. And then DeMarcus Walker, as you said, one shot out of the chute today or last week of the season, he was awfully impressive.
Yeah. So that's the latest injury-wise. Dalton Schultz for the Texans, the big one to watch there to see if he is going to be able to make it through.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, Clint. There's a big one tonight. There's a big one. I wonder how much Tyler has on this game. I'm sure he's got bets on this one, but there's a big one tonight as the Buffalo Bills will take on the Miami Dolphins, and a lot of people believe these are the two top teams in the AFC East, and obviously these are two teams that are both on the schedule for the Texans. They'll play the Bills a little sooner than they will the Dolphins. But this is a big game. You've got Josh Allen and Tua. Many people don't look at them on the same level, but if you look at their last 30 games, they're actually really, really close. Obviously, Josh has more rushing yards, but Tua has more passing yards. This is a big game in the AFC, and Josh Allen, this is the best opponent we'll see them have to play since they've kind of changed their offense this year with the parts.
Well, look, I think that's the interesting thing here is the contrasting styles offensively. The Bills are no longer that vertical pass game where they're going to just put pressure on defenses constantly and be willing to take all the risk that comes with that. They're going to be more, at least I think they're going to be more ball control with the quarterback run and get you into the fourth quarter and then really pound you and outscore you.
Pause.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Sorry, Unc. And the Dolphins are just as fast break as anybody out there. It's the same old song and dance with them as last year. One of the most explosive, if not the most explosive offense in the game. And so the contrasting styles are what's going to be fun to watch. I am anxious to see Josh Allen and this new offense. I've said it a million times. When you've got a quarterback that's obviously gifted enough to at the NFL level to spin the ball around the park, which he is, but you got a quarterback that can handle all the +1 quarterback run game, the quarterback read game, and he's cool, calm, collected, the way we saw Jalen Hurts 2 years ago that carried him to the Super Bowl. When it's that style, man, and you're good at it, it is a powerful brand of football. And so, it'll be fun to see what that looks like in a Buffalo Bills uniform this year.
Yeah, to me, this is much more on, I think, the Dolphins, because, even though I think both teams have something to prove, it has been about 2 years. Anytime the Dolphins play, not just the Bills are 10-2 against the Dolphins in the last several years, but anytime they play a team that's a good team, Clint, they don't play well. They score 70 on the Broncos. They beat up on the Patriots. They beat up on the Jets when they've been down. They don't fare well against good teams. I think they need to prove to themselves and send a message to the league that, hey, we play somebody that is on our level or above our level, we can play. Yeah. We can play with them, and not just play with them, we can win games. Because I think that's the deal. I think a lot of people look at the Dolphins as a flashy team, but when it really matters and when they play somebody, that offense just doesn't flash like always, and they don't win. I think this is a huge game for them just mentally.
Yeah.
They got to prove that.
That's got to be the next step for the Dolphins right now. It absolutely has to be like you said, they've proven that they can produce and they can be explosive, but can you handle the more physical teams in the league? Can you play for 4 quarters, and when things aren't perfect and your offense isn't clicking on all cylinders, can you win games with your B game ultimately? I'm sure that's the messaging in that with that entire organization.
All right, as we are live here, coming up after this next segment, your chance to win $25 gift cards, Visa $25 gift cards. We'll do it after this segment. So if you're in here and you haven't signed your name in the raffle box, you might want to do that. If you're on your way, don't speed and break laws, but get on in here. You got about 15, 20 minutes before we hook up our first winner. The Astros stepped up and had a huge 8th inning thus far. We'll keep you updated and give you the latest happenings there. It was 2-2 when we last talked. We'll let you know what is going on as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, let me take a minute, tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers out there now. You're drinking the world's most refreshing beer, and you look damn good while you're doing it. What do I mean by that? Well, hell, it's easy. It's the most beautiful packaging in the beer business, whether we're talking about them long neck bottles, we're talking about them aluminum pints, or we're talking about them cans. It doesn't matter. It's the most beautiful packaging in the beer business. And if you hadn't had one lately, there's little mountains on the side of every can, bottle, or aluminum pint. And when those little mountains turn bright blue, that beer is at a perfect cold temperature for maximum refreshment. And at the same time now, the folks that brew the
A free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Looks like the Astros busted that thing wide open in the eighth inning like a...
Tell them bring it back!
What'd they do, Tyler?
Bust it wide open, and I tell her bring it back.
Yeah, they busted that thing wide open like Shannon.
And I tell her bring it back.
Shannon Sharp entered that eighth inning and said, "Here, I got you.
Yeah,
man, let's go ahead and work this thing over." No, it was a 2-2 game, and with 2 outs, a big 2-out rally started by it's his day, John Singleton. 3 hits, 2 doubles, and then the huge double he gets to give them the lead as Tucker got a hit and got a runner in scoring position, and then followed up by Jake Myers, who hit a double as well to score runs, and then Mauricio Dubon hit a 2-run single as well. That lead ballooned to 6-2, so they have a 4-run lead with Josh Hader on the mound in the 9th inning, and they got to feel a lot better right now because, Clint, that was, listen, obviously, it wouldn't have been, oh, my God, the sky's falling. Their lead would have dropped to 3 depending on what happens with the with the Mariners and the Padres. But they look like they're en route to winning this game as they lead 6-2. They had to have that happen. And it's the bottom of the order, man. That wasn't Alvarez and Bregman coming up with the big hit. That was Singleton, and that was Jake, and that was Dubon coming up with the big hit. So that was huge for them.
Yeah, look, it's big obviously to win this game and not get swept by these guys. It's huge for Tucker to be a part of the action there late with that single pushing the ball to the left side of the infield versus a big pull infield.
Time is coming.
Yeah. So it's good to see him. Got a single last night. Got a single here in that last at bat, and so the rally's good. Getting the game with the A's is fine. Not getting swept by the A's is big. But for me, man, you mentioned it. Hunter Brown yesterday. You look at Framber Valdez today, and you get Kyle Tucker. Appears to be tracking that thing a little bit better. And
he's supposed to play in the outfield coming up.
Yeah, man.
In Anaheim this weekend.
Look, These guys giving up home runs now. Damn. But that to me, that's the story of the rest of the season. If we're being honest, these starters, can they continue to roll? Talking about pitching, can they continue to roll? And then can Kyle Tucker get right?
Yeah, that's it. Kyle Tucker, and keep these injuries down, and hopefully, Jose Altuve's good, and there's nothing there with that in that situation. So 6-3 now, as Josh Hader gives up a home run to Phil Nevin's kid. 6-3 now. The Astros lead in the ninth inning with one out, and we'll keep you updated on how this thing ends up here. All right, Clint, as we also get ready for Sunday's game, Sunday Night Football, the first time they've had a primetime game in almost 2 years. I'm gonna tell you what I took away. One of the things I took away from Sunday's game that I think we're in store for the rest of the way, Clint, and I'm excited about it, is this is about to be even more entertaining football offensively to watch from the Texans than it was last year.
Why you say that?
And that was entertaining last year, but it will be even more because, Clint, the level of confidence, the level of a field that CJ has in year two to go along with the weapons he has, like, he's going to try to make plays. He's going to try to make big plays, and we watched him repeatedly, Clint, go down and make some – no. Oh, okay, all right, CJ, go ahead. You got to make that throw. We've seen him hunt and go for the big play. Even misses down the field. He went – I think we're going to see CJ try to, put up 50 on people every week. Take the big play even more. I understand he likes the boring, but with the weapons he has, we started to see it against the Colts. CJ trying to push this thing down the field. CJ trying to make big plays, and I'm excited to see. I can't wait to see.
Look, I said this early in the season. In fact, it was the first day of training camp when C.J. Stroud was interviewed. He talked about the focus of like what they're working on is being able to push the ball down the field more. And we watched them the first day of training camp. The first team period, they threw a go route to Nico Collins they got behind Stingley, and then they threw a seam route over the middle to Tank Dell that was caught. So it just seemed like the theme throughout camp offensively in the pass game was going to be, hey, we're going to be more aggressive. We're going to push the ball down the field. I said right there in that moment, all right, the story of this season for C.J. Stroud is going to be how does he manage the mindset of being aggressive but still producing in a way that he did last year where he's disciplined enough to take that boring stuff, the underneath stuff. And to me, that's the storyline here, right? There's no doubt about it. His mindset and their offensive approach was more aggressive like Absolutely. They were in training camp against the Colts. Oh. Now, the problem is then C.J. Stroud goes to the media, and C.J. Stroud says, left a lot of plays out there. Yeah. It's not bad to take the boring stuff. Left a lot on the field. So do we see C.J. Stroud go back to, hey, I'm going to take some of that boring stuff to open up the deeper stuff, and maybe he pulls back the reins a little bit on what you're talking about, Ron, with the aggressiveness. I agree with you.
I don't want him to.
I know you don't want him to. But what we watched in training camp and what we heard in training camp was, no, we're going to be aggressive. We're going to push the ball on the field.
We're going to put 40 on these jokers.
Now, the scary part is you won a lot of football games, and you are one of the best quarterbacks in the league, taking that boring stuff with that mindset of, hey man, I'm just going to grow and develop and mature as a quarterback and get the ball out of my hand and let my playmakers make plays. So I do think it is a juggling act of what they end up doing.
Some of the boring stuff, though, was you don't have this version of Nico Collins
Absolutely.
All the way through.
That's why
you don't have Diggs. You don't have
That's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it interesting, Ron. You got all your offensive linemen, and you really look. You've got three. If we go back to last year at this time, we didn't know who Nico was. We didn't know who Tank was. We didn't have Diggs. So you've literally got three weapons right now that a year ago today you didn't have any clue who they were or they weren't even on your team. And so it's a whole different mindset. Look at the way training camp went. It's a whole different mindset. Now, If you go out there with that different mindset and your response is we left too many plays on the field, well, that juggle is going to be the storyline of the season.
Now that's an issue. Now I do want to prepare everybody in this Buffalo Wild Wings that are Texans fans, which I think is everybody on the roads listening. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be fun, and I think this is going to have them to be able to compete with the best teams of the league. Now, you are going to have to accept that there are going to be some frustrating turnovers when it comes to this. He's going to. You saw it. He is more likely to put the ball in harm's way than he did last year. Multiple times he rolled all the way to the right and did, as I'm sure you've heard since you were younger playing quarterback, don't throw the ball across your body to the middle of the field late. He did it a couple of times. One of them he did get picked off. Now, I'll say that he's savvy enough to know that there was a penalty flag there, and that's why he did it. But he did it multiple times, and he's going for it. As you said, hey, the hell with the Bourne stuff. No, he went up top. He went up top. Like the ball he threw to Nico that Nico went up to catch. I don't think that CJ throws that last year into double coverage to put it in harm's way. He's got confidence in himself, his skill players around him, and it's going to lead to, damn it, CJ, why did you throw that? But it's also going to lead to they're going to keep making plays, and they're going to put up points. So I'm excited to watch this. I just want to warn, there's going to be some potentially frustrating picks or turnovers because he's going to try to hold the ball and make plays. So I can't wait for that. All right. The Astros, they won the game. We'll get you caught up in exactly everything that happened there. The official injury report is out, Clint, for the Texans. There are some names that are added to that list with injury designations. We'll let you know the latest on that as well. And we got to listen to Joe Espada as he has to kind of take some steps back on the injury that he gave about Chaz McCormick. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you.
Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Called third strike, ball game over. Astros win a game in this series 6-3. They snap a 3-game losing streak. Big John came through huge today. The Astros scoring 4 in that 8.
How about it? A desperate needed win for the Houston Astros as they come back big with 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. They win 6-2 or 6-3. Excuse me. Josh Hader did give up a home run in the 9th inning, but they win 6-3, avoid the sweep, and as they head to Anaheim, they get a W against the A's. Big game from John Singleton. 3 hits, 2 doubles, including the go-ahead game-winning single to score the run to break up the tie at 2. And then Jake Byers with a big hit, followed by Dubon with a big hit, and they broke that thing open. Exactly what the Houston Astros needed to get done. Man, I'll tell you, John said, y'all better play me at first base. Y'all better give me this first base. I'm a bat flip. I got him a triple yesterday. You better let me have this first base.
Yeah, he's swinging it well. There's no doubt about it. So today was a good day. I don't want to get too excited about it. I don't want to celebrate too hard. It is the A's, and we just get through it and get healthy.
We're frustrated with this series.
Yeah,
I'm just saying you had to get this one. You had to get this one. We'd be really pissed.
You all right over there? What got you?
I thought Ron was about to walk off the show or something. I saw Ron take his headphones off, all aggressive, and move them to the side. I was like, "Oh my, what just occurred?"
Thought somebody threw something.
Can nobody sneeze? Can't sneeze here real quick. Oh man,
bless you.
Excuse me, a little help here.
Hold on,
but it's Ron. But that is the latest there as the Astros take care of business. They win 6-2. By the way, the injury report is officially out. Clint, Nico Collins shows up. He was limited in practice, but the injury designation is illness.
We don't like that.
Hopefully he is able to get through that and be good to go by Sunday. Dameon Pierce was limited in practice with a hamstring issue, so he shows up there. We told you about Dalton Schultz and MJ Stewart, who did not practice for the second consecutive day, but also Clint Juice Scruggs with a groin issue. He is limited in practice again today as well. So Nico Collins, Dameon Pierce, Juice Scruggs show up on the injury report alongside MJ Stewart and Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, a handful of names you'd rather not hear today. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
But they played a physical game last week, man. That brand of ball, you're going to have some guys on the injury.
Yeah, but it seems like those guys practice. They'll be all right. Just limited here. And to be honest with you, the running back situation with Dameon Pierce, if he can't go, you feel pretty good about Cam Akers if he has to step in because of what he did in the preseason.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one good thing about the depth at the running back position, wide receiver position, corner position, defensive end position. Now you don't want to lose any of those guys, but you feel pretty good about the depth there. I think there's a couple of positions, linebacker obviously, and tight ends probably the 2 positions that I think really stick out that you go, hey man, if your starter gets injured there, you might have to change some things up, change the way you're doing things.
Yeah. So that's the latest injury report wise, and I just got this also from Chicago, the injury report with the Bears. They're missing Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze for a second straight practice. Both of them didn't practice again today, so they could be out without 2 of their top 3 receivers, their top weapons. DJ Moore is the only one there, but he didn't go. Those 2 didn't practice today. They had some other guys that were limited, but they did not practice today. Those are the big names there, Clint, as we talked about earlier. They didn't practice, so that is one to watch and makes things a lot easier. for D'Amico and a lot tougher for Caleb Williams if he is going without those two fellas.
You missing two of your top three. I mean, look, the Bears are one of those teams that's expected to have, at least when they're fully healthy, expected to have one of the better wide receiving cores in the building, just like the Texans in the NFL. So if you're missing, you catch the Bears when they're missing two of their top three wide receivers would be big.
Yeah. All right. So that's the latest injury-wise with the Texans and the Bears. All right. Tyler, do you have that? And I apologize. This is on me, Tyler. Do you have Joe Espada now giving the comments now on Chaz McCormick as Chaz McCormick was sent to the IL? If you remember yesterday, Chaz he talked about said Chaz was good, feeling good, a little sore, feeling good. They had the X-rays and there was no fracture. But then a little later on after the game, there was a different tune spoken. If you have that, Tyler, let me hear what Joe was saying about Chaz McCormick now.
Oh yeah. So Chaz has a small fracture in his right hand. So obviously that will be NIL.
Then you roll out the rest of the year? Or?
Oh, I can't tell. I can give you a timeline. Just right now, it's just, obviously IL.
Do you have a corresponding move?
Not yet. No. All right, thank you guys.
All right, so
you know what my favorite part of that? I'm sorry, Ron. Do you know what my favorite part of that is? It's the very beginning where he is acting like, oh, it almost slipped my mind. Listen to this.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot. I should listen to this. Like, get the hell out of here.
I'm really curious. As I said, I will not believe a damn thing they say. I don't believe anything they're saying about Altuve. I won't.
Oh yeah.
This is fine. Yeah, he said that's exactly what he's saying about Altuve right now. Exactly what he said about Chaz. A little sore. He's good. We saw the X-rays, and now, we did get imaging. I said it yesterday. Why don't you wait till the imaging comes out before you just declare that he's good and there's no fracture? And he does have to go on the IL. I'm just wondering from you and the people, because it really annoys the hell out of me how they handle injuries. Like the what they do with the injuries. I'm just. Does it bother everybody else? Does it?
I'm just
hell
over it.
Yeah.
Like I'm just over it at this point. Like it's what they're going to do. It's how they're going to handle them. Every you can't trust anything that comes out of their mouth, and they're.
Oh yeah.
The interesting part of it is it's one thing to handle it like the way Dusty did, which was the HIPAA comments.
Yeah, just don't tell you.
But even the silly stuff.
Well,
but it appears that they. Whether it's Dana Brown or Joe Espada, it appears that they try to give you the real of it, and they're just wrong.
Botch it,
right?
Yes.
That's the interesting part. Typically, like medicals are handled like tight to vest, and not because they don't want anybody to know, but more or less because it's such personal information, and you don't know a lot of the times. But these guys just they botch it every time. It's just old hat for me, man.
Maybe that's why it bothers me. Like Belichick. Like in certain NFL teams, I think Bill O'Brien was like this. Nick a little bit was like this before D'Amico and them got here, where they would just not tell you nothing, be closed to the we won't speak about it until they absolutely have to, until they have to dex. That's one thing. Like you said, Dusty, HIPAA, you could tell it's just, I just don't want to tell you anything. And a lot of it is, I just don't want the opponent to know.
I'm from a different generation.
But I think what you're saying is they're telling us stuff and just wrong. Completely wrong about it. Like the amount of times in which they said Kyle Tucker is looking like he's close to getting back is just insane when he wasn't. And I mean anywhere close to it. Like it almost is like it almost makes you feel like, do they need to clean house in the entire medical? Are they like, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose.
It's not even a joke. That might be a real thing.
No, dude. I'm serious. Like it makes me wonder, Tyler, did
these people fake their MDs?
Are they misdiagnosing this?
That's what I'm saying.
That's where it comes into me is like I don't know, like I don't know, or is Altuve good? Like, are they seeing the right stuff?
No. I mean, it's there's two things going on. The manager is awful at communicating,
very,
and he has to talk to the media every day, and it's not easy to communicate about injuries.
It's not ideal,
and he's awful at that. And then you've got a general manager that feels the need to step all over the toes of that manager that's not good at communicating with the media.
And
so
that's the other part. They're not communicating with each other either. So they come out and say different things when they speak, and then
we get all these little phones.
You wonder, have they communicated with the medical staff? It is just. I know there are some people we'll see it text in or message in that we're like, you guys are being over the top. I'm just like, does this not
It's
bother you?
not. It's far
I just
from over the
wondered,
top.
Like when I saw Tuve walk out, and when I heard him come out and say, "Oh, he's fine," I thought to myself, "That's what you said about Kyle. That's what you said about Chaz. That's what you said about Luis Garcia. It never seems to be smooth. Oh yeah, man, hurt his hamstring. Gonna be out this long, feeling better. It is never smooth. It always seems like they just."
Well, I mean, even if you want to be a little bit transparent with it, there is a way to be a little bit transparent with it, right? I mean, like you said, I don't think it has anything to do with the Astros medical staff. I'm sure they're top flight. I'm sure they're some of the most elite in the game in big league sports. But at the end of the day, it's like they don't meet.
Yeah, they clearly don't.
I'm not sure anyone over there knows how to read an X-ray or an MRI.
You're right.
I've never met a coach that reads X-rays or MRIs, right? I mean,
no, but somebody is. I mean, Joe said yesterday pregame, verbatim, we did an X-ray, and there was no fracture. An X-ray is supposed to show you if there's a damn fracture.
Yeah, but Tyler, I bet you that
the same X-ray a day later had a fracture on it.
But I bet you, Tyler, there would be something with the medical staff if they communicated like Joe and said, "Hey, Joe, we still need to make sure we get all of this imaging before we completely
that's
know."
Fair. That's fair.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
before we completely know, but they don't communicate.
We hadn't seen anything yet, but there's some swelling in there that may, or we need to do further imaging.
But to your point,
and he walks out there and the media starts asking questions, and he just can't. He can't field them.
But to your point, Clint, I was saying yesterday you might want to hold off on the. Yeah, man, I think we're good if you haven't seen all the imaging. Like
it would make sense now, right?
And he said, "Nah, man, he's good." Now he had to come back on. All right, what you got coming up?
All right, I gotta give a little bit more credit. We talked a lot about Kenyon Green in that last game. I've finished up that tape and watched it from a little different lens, and I can't put this one to bed without giving these couple of guys some serious love. And then there's one concern coming from the game that I got to believe that the Bears are going to take are going to at least try to take advantage of and try to attack the Houston Texans defense. I'll tell you exactly where that's at and what it's about. I'll tell you that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Definitely Stoerner's my hero.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, y'all know I like to have a party, and it's Thirsty Thursday. It's football season. Every Thursday we have a party. Every Friday we have a party. Let's be honest.
Party.
You damn right we do, Dusty. You know us. You know how we roll. Crystal Espinoza, I believe, was her name. Crystal. Yeah. Crystal, you never leave the party early. See, this is exactly why I was always the guy that never left until the lights came on or until they kicked me out. Because you never know what's going to happen, Ron. Crystal, you had a chance to win $25. You whatever you had to go do, I hope it was worth $25 because you missed out on a $25 gift card.
I bet it would.
Appreciate you listening. Appreciate you hanging. Sorry that you missed out. But we already gave away the two Bud Light gift cards, $25 gift cards, so we gave $50 away already. Coming up next in the 5 o'clock hour, the Bud Light Texans tickets. Not just the tickets to the game. That's the Bears-Texans game, by the way, this Sunday night, prime time. Not only the tickets, but also 2 bracelets that get you into the official Bud Light tailgate.
Hey.
And look, now there's no doubt about it that tailgating in Houston is big time, right? Texans tailgating is big time. In fact, 2 of the traveling Texans just showed up. They're ready to party.
There they are.
But now you add prime time to that. You add a later kickoff, an evening kickoff to that, so you got a little more time to party. I can only imagine the Bud Light tailgate party is going to be off the charts. So not only tickets, but two bracelets to get to that tailgate party that's going on. And then, Ron, when are we doing the Titus Howard helmet?
4 o'clock this hour, coming up in this hour, your chance to win that Titus Howard.
In this hour, and I believe that is that's the blue helmet, isn't it? Isn't that?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the blue helmet with Titus Howard's signature on it. So we'll give those away 4 o'clock hour, tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. There you go. Also, Titus Howard joined us at 2:15. So if you're listening via the Odyssey app, we greatly appreciate it. There's a little rewind feature on that app. You can rewind back to 2:15. Titus was great. He really is a great interview. Good time to have him on after what the offensive line did last week. If you're not listening via the Odyssey app, we ask that you download it. It's AUDACY, the Odyssey app. Download it. Take us with you wherever you go with that app. All right, this is a game, Ron, for me. It's a tough one to put to bed. When you win a ball game on the road against what I think is the biggest threat in the division, you score 29 points in doing so, and you don't do it on the shoulders of C.J. Stroud, which last year, let's be honest, you weren't winning a ball game unless C.J. Stroud was Superman. And
felt like it.
To come out and win that game in itself is huge, but to win that game on the backs of the offensive line and ultimately Joe Mixon, one of your offseason acquisitions, that is big time. I can't put it to bed. I talked a lot about Kenyon Green, and rightfully so. Ron, I finished that film last night, and Kenyon Green, 4 quarters of football. There were a couple of times where, I don't know if Juice was supposed to help or Laramie came off too early. There was a couple of probably negatives in there, but overall, the guy was absolutely tremendous. After hearing, I think it was Nick Caserio on Texans All Access.
Yes.
I don't know if that was Tuesday night or Wednesday night. Was it last night? Okay.
Yeah, last night.
Well, there you go. I'm listening to him, and the first thing he didn't talk about the line. He didn't talk about Kenyon Green. The first thing he did was tip his cap to the wide receivers and the tight ends, and I thought, let me check into that.
And that is interesting when you think about, especially wide receivers, because Clint, he didn't have a run over 13 yards.
Yeah,
so generally when you think about wide receivers, big blocks, you think about down the field.
Yeah. Well, that is exactly what makes Joe Mixon's day even more impressive, is that there was no 159 yards and there was no 70-yard run in there, right? So, I mean, that's what makes it impressive, partly why it's so impressive. But let me get to who I need to tip my cap to next. That's them tight ends and them wide receivers that Nick Caserio was talking about. I'm going to tell you, I gave them hell last year. When they appeared to be soft, when they didn't want to stick their head in there, when they didn't bring that juice that you just got to bring if you're going to run the football the way that Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans want to run the football. And I gave them hell last year, so I got to give them credit where credit's due this year. There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it that specifically Nico Collins, the wide receiver position, he's built to do it. He can help this team in a big way with his pass block. His run blocking. And then when you look at Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan, in particular on the touchdown run by Joe Mixon in the fourth quarter, I believe it was. Those two guys on the edge. Now, Dalton just kind of did good enough, just kind of got in the way and did good enough, which is all I need from him. I don't need him being the most physical guy on the field. Brevin Jordan put his face mask in the chin of a defender and ran his feet in a beautiful manner.
He was much more physical.
Yeah.
There were multiple guys, and Brevin Jordan fits right in that category that made you do a double take on their physicality. And we talked to Titus earlier. It made a lot of sense when he said the big thing that changed was their mentality and their physicality. Brevin Jordan, that wasn't him. I don't even know if you could even put him in the game. We talked about Brevin Jordan goes in the game, you're scared that you're telegraphing what you're going to do because you're not really running the ball in there. You could run the ball with that dude last week.
Yeah, well, with so much running the ball outside the way that they did, you knew that the guys on the edges were blocking well, but I just didn't know how well. I didn't watch it in the lens of let me watch Dalton Schultz in particular. Let me watch Brevin Jordan in particular. But there are moments in that ball game where when you bump it up against what they were doing last year, it's night and day. It's 180. And I do want to point out that I think that was the best part of the interview with Titus Howard. Again, Titus Howard was on with us at 2:15. If you own that Odyssey app, use that rewind feature. It was good stuff. So Titus talked about Kenyon Green being the tone setter, about Kenyon Green being the guy that really set the tone with the the aggressiveness and the physicality, right? And what a tip of the cap to Kenyon first and foremost, but it was blatantly obvious that has gone throughout this offensive unit, that when one guy like that, I'll add Juice Scruggs in there too, by the way, and Shaq Mason. But when
the interior three set the tone now.
Yeah, I think Shaq's always played with that. Shaq is just he's doing more with less. You got two dudes in Juice and Kenyon who are first and second round draft picks that just are blessed with more and have a higher ceiling. Those guys putting that physicality on film is huge, man. It's contagious. And what happens now is you don't allow these other guys to get away with being soft ultimately, right? And look, I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just using a descriptive term. Right now, if you're a Houston Texan and you're going to put on film that you're going to shy away from contact or you're not going to be physical, it's going to be frowned upon, and rightfully so, in meetings. Because you've got three interior guys that are flat out setting the tone.
Yeah, and right, and you know this. You just can't, in any line of anything you're doing, you just can't help it. You don't want to be the one that looks completely off, out of balance with everybody else, and it's just automatically going to have you take it up a notch. And it's crazy because two of the leaders and the highest paid players are the guys that you're talking about that maybe follow the lead.
Yeah, well, hell, one of them told us he did.
Yeah.
One of them just sat there and told us that he did. So, look, I just think it's another reason why, to me, it's so convincing. It wasn't just a running back like last year. Even when Devin Singletary would have a good game, it's like, man, that's not going to carry. That's not going to carry over against a good run team. Like what we watched from the interior guys setting the tone to the overall production to all 5 guys working so well together, to the running back doing his thing, that's going to travel. I'm not saying it's going to show up for 17 games through 18 weeks, but it's going to travel for the majority of these games. It's going to be that they
run it the way they did. Yes.
I firmly believe that's part of their identity, and it shows up on the film. The big eye in the sky does not lie. One more thing on this film, but I want to talk about it in a sense of the Bears, right? Because that's obviously who's up next. There's one thing that when we were coming into this season with the Texans, is we were concerned with the interior defensive line. I say we. Let me say me, just to keep it about me. Not throw anybody else under the bus. I'm concerned about.
I was too.
I'm concerned about the interior defensive line, and when you watch the Colts film, there's no doubt about it that Shane Steichen is going to be disappointed that they didn't stick to running the football downhill with Jonathan Taylor, particularly in the first half. The second half, the scenario and the situation kind of got away from them, and it dictated what they needed to do. But there were times in the first half where first down, second down, they're throwing the football, trying to throw the football from the pocket instead of doing what it is they do best. When they ran the ball in the first quarter of that football game, they were getting big-time push inside. They were getting exactly what they wanted inside. And so much so that I believe the Bears are going to watch that, Ron, and the Bears are going to do their damnedest with Swift. Swift's a good running back. I really like him. He's a really good running back. And they've got a young quarterback that they got to protect. And that young quarterback might be missing 1, maybe 2 of his top targets. I got to believe they're going to run the football downhill, and they're going to try to exploit that interior inside of the Texans defense.
Well, the thing is, they damn sure didn't do it last week, and their center got his ass kicked repeatedly for the Bears. They weren't able to do it last week. Now, Jeffrey Simmons and Sweat's first game, but Sweat's just a huge, looking like Ted Washington or somebody like that coming through. Those are 2 big boys in the middle who are tough to deal with, and I don't think the Texans have that. But the Texans did pretty good with the attempts they had. Now, I do agree with you. I think maybe the game dictated it. I think the amount of time that the Texans had the ball helped dictate it, and they didn't run. And they didn't run the ball as much. I do agree that he wishes he could have, and there was something there as they were running in between the tackles and between the guards. But I don't know if the Bears have the personnel like the Colts do. When you talk about Quentin Nelson is one of those interior guys.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Taylor's a more powerful back.
Agreed.
Than Swift. Now, not to say if you look on film and say, well, maybe that's where we try it. And an unsung hero also, Henry To'oTo'o was really good in that game as well, getting outside and stopping things in the hole there. But I don't know if they have the personnel that they can match up with what the Colts potentially were able to do. Not to mention, Richardson that you always have to watch.
Well, that's the big if here was that more about how good the Colts offensive line was, or was that an issue for the Texans? I think that's really the way. That's where I'm at after 1 week. But I saw some commentary about, well, that defensive line held up all right. Well, I don't know if we don't go back and watch that film if there's still not question marks inside for me. The one dude that stood out is Will Anderson, without a doubt. But otherwise, against the run, there's some question marks inside. The other one, Ron, and you mentioned this. We actually discussed it yesterday. I went back and watched the big plays that I told you I wasn't worried about. The big plays that the Colts gave up. that the Texans gave up to the Colts. I'm a little concerned. I'm gonna be honest with you. The only reason I'm not shook is because Kalen Bullock is over there. But I don't know how they end up keeping Kalen Bullock off the field if Jimmy Ward's gonna make the kind of mistakes that he made Sunday.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at it and say this is one game. And we at least have a history with Derek Stingley to believe, all right, yes, he's had some injuries, but we've seen Derek Stingley for 10-plus games in the National Football League. He is not someone that just gets beat like that. I'll give him an off day. Lassiter, I don't know. We don't know as much about him.
Well, but the corner
but
stuff.
Jimmy Ward,
the corner stuff is totally different, and I'll explain. Like when you're a corner, whether it's middle field closed zone or middle field closed man, like you're on an island. And like you can explain Derek's thing. Derek's really just tried to undercut a route that wasn't ever there. He just tried to anticipate something. Bad decision, right? That could have got you beat. And then you look at Kamari. He tried to jump he got double moved. It happens every day.
Yep.
I'm not overly worried about that. When you look at what Jimmy Ward did, it was quarters coverage, and he got Alec Pierce ran over the top of him, right? Okay. The next one, Ron, the one that I told you he was in position, just had to make the play. That was cover 2. There's no reason to get ran. And if Anthony Richardson would have threw that ball about 10 yards further, which we obviously know he could have, that would have been a touchdown. And D'Amico would have been irate on the sideline. And guess what? We saw D'Amico Ryans bring Jalen Petrie and have him standing next to him for a good chunk of the second half of the season last year simply for that. Not being where he's supposed to be in his zone coverage and getting beat deep against, I believe it was Cleveland, wasn't it? Was it
Cleveland, yep.
But so there is when I just again the film just can bring a little more evidence to the table, and it wouldn't shock me if D'Amico Ryans doesn't.
That's clearly got to be a focus.
Well, Kalen Bullock had already played over 50% of the snaps, but it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't play more. It wouldn't surprise me if he didn't play more because you just simply can't. You can't get ran by in cover 2, man.
No, you can't.
You can't get ran by in quarters coverage. If he throws at 68, I'll cut you a little slack. You can't get ran by in cover 2.
Well, I mean, that's –
and he got flat ran by. You're up 10 points. You're playing cover 2, and he ran flat by him, and it would have been a touchdown, like a walk-in touchdown if the ball wouldn't have been underthrown. D'Amico Ryans has not shown much patience when that's the case.
That's 5-6 big plays, that 3 of them in which they did make, and 2 others that really they should have made. They just couldn't connect with Richardson and the receiver.
Right.
That's far too many. That's far too many that could have been. And like you said, that could have been the game. It should have been the game. Yeah. And you just can't have that happen. And you got to believe that's got to be the focus. That's all we heard D'Amico saying after the game and through the week, that they have to focus on that. But the Jimmy Ward thing, that, like him, he's the one that needs to watch. Yeah. He's the one that needs to be concerned because they clearly have somebody there. And as I said yesterday, you look and see what happened in those situations. It is hard not to look at Kalen Bullock's size and his skill set to think that he wouldn't have been able to play those passes better than he did.
Well, the dig route that popped out the back door for a touchdown as well, that Eric Murray appeared to be out of position on that one. So you've got like the safety position really hurt you on Sunday. And you know, on the TV copy, you look at it, like, man, guys were there to make plays. He just didn't make the play. Like even on the dig route that popped out the back door, Azeez Al-Shaair is this far from or was it Bullock? Somebody underneath was that far from tipping that ball down. Well, they didn't get it done. So, but you watch the big copy, the safety that should have been just that. The safety to make that tackle was completely out of position, so the runner ends up scoring instead of getting a big game. Can't happen.
All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated as the Astros got another W today. We'll give you the latest that we're hearing. As important as this win was, Jose Altuve, he did not play today, left the game early yesterday. We'll give you the latest on that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to live well. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. There's no doubt about that.
On Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in the Katy location. Come out, have a good time, hang out with us. And I'm telling you right now, if you're on your way, we are hooking somebody up as soon as this segment ends. As soon as this segment ends, we're hooking somebody up with that autographed Titus Howard signed football helmet. And it is a game-size helmet. I don't think it's game-used. I don't think Titus wore it. But it is a game-size helmet, not a small one, a good, a nice, solid blue helmet signed by Titus Howard, who we had on earlier today. So get in here. You got about, 12, 15 minutes before that is raffled off. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the box there, and you'll have a chance to win that helmet coming up here in just a minute. All right, Clint, I have not heard this. I've refused to read anything. Tyler just said Joe Espada spoke about Altuve in the postgame.
Again?
So hold on, remind me, Tyler. What did he say the last time? What did he say before the game? He said
let's see. Yesterday, Wednesday before the Astros game, we heard from Espada. He told us, hey, we got an X-ray, going on, and we don't see a fracture or anything. And then ended up being a fracture,
That's
right?
Chas McCormick.
Yes, Chas McCormick. And then we hear about Altuve from, as you would say, Captain Joe Espada. He says, we got an X-ray, didn't see anything, I think it should be good. And then post-game, 6 hours later, Espada says, actually, we need to get more imaging done.
All right, so this
we got more.
We got more imaging done. So this is Joe Espada, the absolute latest after the game on the heart and soul of this team, Jose Altuve.
Sigue día a día. Fuimos y sacamos placas nuevamente y no hay nada que no. He was asking about Altuve, so we went and got some images more done here, and things look okay. Nothing that I can report here, that I can tell you that I'm worried about this being more than just a day-to-day thing. So we were able to answer those questions like during the game.
For a second there, I thought it was going to go all Spanish there.
Y'all's faces when he started speaking Espanol was great.
Great there. But now he puts in, I don't know if there's anything serious right now. I don't feel why can't we just say, hey, man, we still got some imaging, still things we need to look at, and we'll keep you up. We don't have an update right now, but he's still just just getting it checked out.
Well, I think
why do you have to go into detail?
I thought I understood that as there was more imaging done. They found out mid-game that there's nothing that'll be anything more than day-to-day.
Is that what you?
Yeah, I believe that's what he was communicating overall. I believe that's right.
Unbelievable.
Is that what you got?
But I mean, the Astros aren't great communicators, so maybe he wasn't saying that. I don't know.
I'm over the whole Astros communicating injuries, whatever, man. I mean, it's clear that it's a mess. But his inability to just communicate a message is unbelievable. To the point where you almost just don't talk about him. Just say no comment.
No, that's
So I'm trying to do the best I can.
Just say, hey man, day by day, day to day. That's where he is right now, day to day. I don't know if he's confident that there is no fracture or anything. I don't know. I think he is. I'm not sure, but there's
trying to do the best I can.
Well, again, I think it's no shock that Bregman announced his own injuries.
Yeah, he won his own injuries, and Lance does his own things. For me, I still can't get off last night. I just still can't get off last night whose decision it was to say, hey, man, stay in this game, man, and stay in this game and bunt.
What is
stay in this game and bunt with 2 strikes. Stay in here. If there was any thought, just pull him out and let him and not – there could have been a potential of him injuring this thing even worse last night, but – I guess from what we're getting from Joe Espada, if we can make it out, is they looked at more imaging, nothing further, nothing serious, or as he said, nothing right now that he should worry about, and it should be day-to-day.
It should be day-to-day, man. We're ready to rock and roll with Altuve. Should be day-to-day.
There it is. Jose Altuve.
Hopefully we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I'm not sure about that. We'll see. Hopefully not. Hopefully he doesn't have to go on the IL. Like right now You feel like these are the moments right now where I'm thinking, generally I want to rule out, he won't go on the IL. But I can't. I cannot rule that out because it seems like things can completely change in hours, in a 24-hour period with the situation.
I don't believe I'd be ruling things out. That's for damn sure.
No, I wouldn't. And someone text in, maybe take it as a deal of Altuve getting rest before the playoffs isn't the worst thing in the world. Maybe so.
I mean,
they said they were.
I hate to break it. I mean, I'd rest him as little as possible. He's one of 3 players that's OPS is over 700, and he's played over a certain percentage of the games, and he's hitting 300. He's one of 3 players on the team. I think I'd keep him rolling if I could, but whatever.
Whatever. We'll see. Well, I think that was good news. On Jose Altuve. I think I'll just believe it when we see him play at second base again. The other injury guy that we looked at, Kyle Tucker, he should play in the outfield coming up in this series against Anaheim, so that should open up some things for this team. But the Astros avoid the sweep, and it appears from the manager they've avoided any kind of major injury when it comes to Jose Altuve. All right, we're about to hook somebody up with this Titus Howard helmet as soon as we get through here. Coming up, big game tonight between 2 teams that the Texans play. Which matchup do you think is going to be the more difficult one when the Texans play, the Bills or the Dolphins? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, let's talk about our Vision Homes, y'all. We're talking about the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder.
take on your day. Start your day with Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to our winner, Alex. Alex is on fire, baby. Shout out to Alex, baby.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
Oh, I mean, he was. He would have been Tyler and Alex would have chest bump by the end of this. I think Alex would have got Tyler going, then Tyler would have got going, and Tyler would have bought Alex a shot.
Of course.
And then Alex would have sold him cybersecurity stuff, and I mean it would have been
buttery nipple.
He would have had him going, man. Congratulations, and we've had a good time here. Final winner. We see people signing up right now and getting their names in this raffle as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Katy. The Park Row Drive location here in Katy. Come on out, hang out with us. And our final prize we're giving is the big one, Clint. It is a pair of tickets for Sunday night's game, the first primetime game in 2 years right here in NRG against the Bears. A pair of tickets Sunday, and it comes with what, Clint?
The bracelets.
The Bud Light bracelets. Tailgate, free food, free drinks.
All you do is they put them little bracelets on, like when they ID you at the concert or at the bar. You're 21. Man. Little tailgate, a Bud Light tailgate bracelets, and this is a primetime game. It's a late game, so you can go ahead and take whatever tailgate experience you have, typically on a noon game or a 3 o'clock game, and go ahead and boost it up a bit. Now this is a primetime game. You got a couple extra hours to party and get ready and make some bad decisions if you so choose.
Why not, man? And they're gonna hook you up. So Bud Light is holding it down for everybody. Come on out. The Bud Light girls are here. They're doing a great job as well, and you can come out and get your little compliment.
Ladies.
Thank you. A little complimentary Bud Light and a little drink if you want. Come on out. There's still plenty of room. And as I said here, man, a lot of people just watch the Astros defeat the A's here, a little day baseball. And as we're here till 6, after 6, big game tonight. Big game in the AFC. Two teams that the Texans will play in the AFC, the Dolphins and the Bills coming up. By the way, do you feel like these are two teams that are on the same level of the Texans? Do you feel like this is the Bills and the Dolphins, the matchup tonight? As I said, they both play the Texans this year. Do you get the sense that these three teams are on the same level?
No, I don't. I mean, after last week with the Texans, if you'd asked me that before last week, I'd have said yes. Absolutely.
You think there's a separation now?
And, in fact, I had the Bills ahead of the Texans. I would put the Texans look, I think right now I got the 49ers at 1. But it's all based on what I saw. Now, I obviously didn't watch every game. But I got the 49ers at 1. Obviously, the Chiefs and the Ravens are in that category. I got the Texans right there, neck and neck with the Ravens. I got them right there. They're in the thick of things, so they're in my top 5. I'd put the Bills up there. I can't quite get there with the Dolphins yet. Explosive as ever, but like you said, the big game, they just have a tough time getting over the hump.
If you, as we sit here and we'll be talking about both of these games, the Bills are a little closer earlier on the schedule, and then the Dolphins are in the back half with that gauntlet when they play the Dolphins at home and the Ravens and the Chiefs, those 3 in a row. When you look at this, which team for you, and you can jump in on this text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well, which team for you do you think would be the tougher matchup for the Texans?
The Bills.
The Bills. Oh, easy. The Bills.
Yeah, I just think the Bills are going to run the football. They're going to have a chance to attack what I think is the weak spot on this defense.
As the Dolphins were running outside.
The Dolphins are. They're that fast break offense, and they've got a ton of talent. No doubt about it. But they got a quarterback that's not going to move. Athletically, as some of these other guys, definitely not as Josh Allen, which is going to play into our pass rush. I trust DeMeco Ryans against against a pocket passing type quarterback. I really feel good about D'Amico Ryans. I feel good about our personnel in that situation. The downhill attack that the Bills seem to have gone to midseason last year, and they're definitely off to a quick start here. I think that spells trouble for really a lot of defenses, but the Texans are in that mix.
Yeah, I would have said the Bills too, and I think I still lean towards the Bills. Those big plays made me a little nervous, though.
Yeah.
The down, and if that continues, if we see that as, boy, they have trouble getting beat deep, because I'm thinking, if Alex Pierce is going to get behind you,
yeah,
then Tyreek Hill and Jaden and Waddle will also crush you, right? But because before I'm thinking, all right, you got Stingley, you got pretty good guys in the secondary that. Nobody's stopping Tyreek or stopping this offense, especially in controlled weather, but you can slow him down enough. And I definitely think the Texans can score on the Dolphins defense. It's just if the big play thing becomes a problem, that kind of changes the thought. But I'm generally with you because I think the Bills, first off, the Bills have Josh Allen, and Josh Allen can just a lot more than Tua can. He can just take over a game, multiple different things, and just make plays where everything is right. I don't believe this is with Tua, where you do everything you want to as a defense, kind of like they did with Anthony Richardson, and then still he can make a play and make a big play, and you're like, damn, that's exactly what we wanted to do. But he is a lot more consistent at doing it than Anthony Richardson is. So I would say I would agree. I would say the Bills probably are the tougher matchup. But like I said, if we continue to see the next couple of weeks that they this wasn't just a fluke of giving up big plays, that may become a different thing. Yeah, because the Dolphins, that's what they thrive on. You give up big plays, you turn around, man, and if you can't cover deep, if Jimmy Ward is having trouble. Like Tyreek Hill, as you say, is hitting his head on the goalpost.
Yeah, speed is scary, and there's no doubt about it. They've got a lot of it. But I tell you, man, that I'll stick to my guns. When you got a quarterback that can get involved in a run game, and it's more of a controlled power run game,
that probably gives D'Amico more problems.
The scary part, it plays to what I think is the weakness of the defense, is the interior defensive line. And then what it does is you saw what Houston was able to do to the Indianapolis Colts and limit them to four plays in 15-plus minute stretch of football. Like if you do that to the Texans, that's a recipe to beat these guys, right? It's really your only. If you leave C.J. Stroud on the field, they're going to score points. And so who can do that? A team that can chew the clock.
Yeah,
using their big-bodied quarterback in the run game.
Yeah,
that scares me more than the speed and more than the pocket passer, at least with the Dolphins anyway.
Yeah, and there's just a thing with the Dolphins, man. They just don't beat good. They just struggle against good teams. All right, as we're live here, remember 5 o'clock hour. Your our last prize that we're hooking somebody up with, and that is tickets to the Bears-Texans game Sunday night, as well as Bud Light is also hooking you up with some tailgating tickets as well, wristbands, so stay tuned for that. All right, Clint, you ready to you ready? I'm going to give you this opportunity. You ready to change your tune a little bit? You had said you felt like the Cowboys were going to be a dumpster fire. You felt like it was going to fall apart big time for the Cowboys.
Glory hole.
No, I think it falls apart.
You still like after week one, they got everything done. They got CeeDee Lamb in. They got Dak in. You still think it's going to fall apart?
Yeah.
Like when you say fall apart, like when I hear fall apart, I hear not making the playoffs, really struggling.
I think it's going to end up being more the same. They're going to
get it on my schedule.
I don't think they're going to win 4 games, but at the end of the day,
yeah.
I think we're going to look at Dak Prescott as a regular season MVP, and if they get in the playoffs, they ain't gonna win one. I just don't. I don't think. I think it's more the same. I think you look at Dak and Mike McCarthy. It's going to be more of. I don't think the regular season is as good as most people think. But even if it is, they're not going to win in the playoffs.
So you watched them. There was. I mean, I know Cleveland's dealing with some certain things, but they went in there and just kind of dominated that game, like from start to finish.
Yeah.
Obviously, Cleveland is struggling. I don't know, man. Like I'm with you. I can get with the thought of they're gonna do what they do in the playoffs, but I mean, I would be surprised if they don't get there.
Look, I don't have a problem saying that I think they'll miss the playoffs. I'm fair with that.
So you're still on
that.
that. You still believe that?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. They got too much. They seem to have too much talent rolling through there, and to me especially, I thought with everything swirling and going around there, with all the drama that happened all the offseason, they roll out. Now I am very skeptical of their run game. Their run game and just the parts that they have there when they're leaning on Zeke and Dalvin Cook whenever he comes back. That's something that you look at because it does feel like Dak needs that to be a part of it. But I'd be surprised that they don't, like you look at schedule, I'd be surprised if they don't win, 10, 11, 12 games and win that and potentially win that division. So we'll see. So you're still hanging in there. I
mean, dumpster fire may be a bit strong, but I
Stop being a dumpster fire.
It wouldn't surprise me if they missed the playoffs.
Damn, Jerry. And you love Jerry.
Love him.
You just falling apart. It was crazy how they just came together with this thing, and they got everybody signed, and Jerry was just playing the drama card, and here we go, everybody's back. But
yeah, they're lucky they caught Deshaun Watson in week 1. Really don't know what they look like.
I was going to say any week.
Yeah, right.
Any week with Deshaun. You missed Deshaun earlier with his press conference, and they were asking him about the leadership, how that carries on and off the field. He told them, these guys, you ask any guys that are around me, they know me. They're around me. They know my aura.
Ooh.
Wow.
I mean, I'd probably ask him.
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Hey, Tyler, and he said aura just like,
oh my God,
like that's just a normal thing to say.
Oh yeah, it's got a nice purple hue that surrounds his head. Get the hell out of here, Deshaun.
He said they know my aura, baby. Yeah, they got that. They got that. Yeah, it's okay. Your aura, whatever.
All right, DW4.
whatever that is, man. Yeah, he is falling apart fast. All right, coming up, the Astros' huge win as they avoid the sweep. We'll let you know the latest on that as well. And Joe Espada gave the latest on Jose Altuve. He'll let you hear that, as well as the injury report is out for both teams, the Bears and the Texans, of course. And there's one major name for the Texans that there could be some concern with. We'll let you hear all of that as we continue rolling live right here on The Drive.
All right, Coshada Casino Resort, y'all. It's the way to go, man. Y'all know it's a short drive east.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
See if Doobie can help break this game open. A 2-run lead now, batting with the bases full. Base hit, left field, 1 run in. Here comes Myers. He is going to be safe at home plate. 6-2 Astros.
All right, that was the finishing blow for the Astros in that huge win they had today, as they needed to avoid being swept by the Oakland A's, and that would have been a tough one to swallow if they lost this game and swept by the A's. And it started with Framber Valdez. Framber Valdez had a vintage Framber Valdez start that he has been having in the second half. He gave up 1 run over 6 and a third innings, and he took a no decision as the Astros weren't able to hold the lead for him. Ryan Presley gave up a home run in the 8th inning, but they come back and avoid Clint having to go to extra innings, because we know when the Astros get to extra innings, for some reason over the last several years, they have struggled in that format. So they get a big win today behind Framber Valdez in his start, and then kind of the unsung heroes. John Singleton had a huge game. He was a player of the game for Space Home Network. He had a big game, got the game-winning hit. Also, Jake Myers comes through with a big double, and then you heard that one from Dubon, the final blow to give him a 6-2 lead. So big one today, and big one from those guys at the bottom of the order.
Yeah, look, I think it was big as a team just not to get swept by the A's. I mean, the point of like, hey man, you built a little bit of cushion here. Let's just keep that cushion as long as we can. So hopefully that series with the Mariners doesn't mean much later in the season. And getting swept by the Reds didn't help. Now getting turned around and potentially getting swept by the A's would not have helped. So yeah, it was a big win. You covered all the bases on that, no pun intended. You covered all the bases on the game today. I think if you look at the series as a whole, there's a couple of really good things to pull from it. Hunter Brown was nails once again. Framber Valdez was nails once again, and Kyle Tucker got in there and got a couple of hits. Got one last night, got one today. I don't know what he hit, over the entirety of since he's been back, but it was good today to see him swing the bat well. It was good last night for him to come off the bench cold turkey and pinch hit. Thought that him pinch hitting for Jeremy Pena, by the way, we had him talked about that. I think it's a Bush League move by Espada, but it was good to see. It was good to see Kyle Tucker get a couple of hits and seem to be working his way into that groove that we need him to be in come playoff time. Yeah,
Kyle Tucker. By the way, with Kyle Tucker, as they head to Anaheim, he's going to play in the outfield. He's going to play in the field. He is only DH this past week since he has been back, but he's going to play in the outfield today. So huge, because it felt like when they tied it up, you said, "Oh God."
Yeah.
They hadn't. What did you say? We're going to have a little extra baseball, and I was thinking to myself,
bonus baseball again today, man.
I don't know that that's necessarily a good thing. I don't know if that's a good thing. By the way, a side thing: Ryan Presley and Josh Hader both give up home runs today.
It happens.
6-3. Excuse me. With the final,
man.
I said 6-2. Yeah, 6-3.
It happens, man.
It happens. When
it's baseball.
It's baseball, huh? There you go. I love it, baby. That's what the baseball folks say. It's baseball. Nothing to worry about. All right. I think the big thing kind of looming over things. Obviously, we talked about this a little bit earlier. Chaz McCormick, he goes to the IL with a fracture in his wrist. But the big thing was Altuve had to leave the game early yesterday, and he wasn't in the lineup today. Took some swings, but wasn't in the lineup today. Joe Espada gives an update. This is post-game. This is after the game, so not that long ago. He gives an update on what they've heard with Jose Altuve.
Sigue día a día. Fuimos y sacamos placas nuevamente y no hay nada que no. He was asking about Altuve, so we went and got some images more done here, and things look okay. Nothing that I can report here, that I can tell you that I'm worried about this being more than just a day-to-day thing. So we were able to answer those questions like during the game.
All right. I guess it sounds like good news if you kind of want to trust what they're saying injury-wise, that it doesn't seem like they found something. Now they've seen all the imaging, the X-rays and all the imaging. They haven't found anything that makes this thing looks like it's serious. So hopefully this is not something that keeps him out for a long time.
Yeah,
I think that was good news.
At the very least, let's hope that doesn't happen. I don't put any stock in it. We'll see what unfolds and see how this thing happens.
This is straight up a pay attention to what you see and not what it says.
Even hell, it was hard to understand what the hell he was actually communicating, much less have put any stock into it. So, I'm not. I mean, just keep it moving, and next time Altuve jumps on the field, I'll be excited.
There you go. So, hopefully that is something soon, and that Jose Altuve gets back, as the Astros will head to Anaheim to try to continue things. They have now a 4-game lead, and we'll see what the Mariners do a little bit later on coming up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Texans, as we sit here, someone's signing up right now. Your chance to win those tickets coming up right as this segment ends. So stay tuned. You got to be present in here in the building for it. If you're driving, you might want to get here to get your name in this raffle. But the injury report is out, Clint, and here it is. There's some new ones who have shown up. Nico Collins in with an illness. There's also been reports I've gotten that he's fine. He should be okay for the game on Sunday, but he is on the injury report as a limited participant. Damian Pierce has a hamstring. He was a limited participant today as well. And then Juice Scruggs with a groin was a limited participant. But the two big ones there, MJ Stewart, who didn't practice or play last week, has not practiced all week again. And Dalton Schultz, Clint. Dalton Schultz, he did not practice today or yesterday, which is a big sign in terms of if he'll be able to be available to play on Sunday. So Dalton Schultz is the big one to really look at. Your starting tight end, who you brought back on a deal, potentially may not be able to go on Sunday.
Yeah, I got a little birdie tells me Nico's fine. It's scary to even hear his name mentioned, but Dalton Schultz is the one, right? I mean, I think if you look at what C.J. Stroud said he's got to do moving forward in terms of how much they missed left on the field last week. To me, a big part of that was they appeared to be trying to be too aggressive, maybe passed up on some of the stuff underneath, some of the boring stuff that he talks about quite often. I got to believe one of his answers or one of his adjustments would and should be Dalton Schultz. And missing him could be a little bit of a problem. For that reason also, when you look at it, Brevin Jordan's just a different player. Now, you get some more explosiveness with Brevin Jordan. You get a bigger weapon with Brevin Jordan, but you lose some of the chemistry and some of the experience that Dalton Schultz brings to the table. So don't like hearing Dalton Schultz could potentially be out. That's a big one to keep an eye on.
Especially if you think, Clint, that they're going to put so much priority on these receivers, and you could see Dalton Schultz, a tight end, could really eat, on the underneath stuff while they're paying attention there. I was a little surprised, Clint. He wasn't that involved in the game on Sunday. It didn't seem like he was a major player, but obviously you got Joe Mixon going, you got Nico going, and obviously Diggs made some plays, Tank too. So he could get lost in the shuffle. But if teams really try to take those away, there's some big advantages for the tight ends.
When you got them horses that he's got outside, man, it's going to be real tempting to want to peek down the field and want to take them shots and hit them seams instead of take that little Y option. It's boring, but it's effective. So at some point in time, Bobby Slowick, C.J. Stroud, they'll all settle in, and I think Dalton Schultz will be a big part of what they do. We talked about it earlier in the week, and in fact, or earlier in the training camp. Look, Dalton Schultz is the one that should have a career year. When we boil this thing down to you've got three explosive weapons outside, that should create a ton of space for Dalton Schultz and the run game. That was the thought once the weapon was brought in. That is Stephon Diggs, and so I don't think we have any reason to believe that's not going to be true at this point in time. Now, game one. it looked like obviously the run game was the one that got had the advantage and was able to benefit from it. We'll see when Dalton Schultz takes off, but he's damn sure got to be healthy to make that happen.
All right, the Bears, they've got injury concerns too, and I think the two big ones are their two wide receivers, and they've got three weapons right out on the outside, and two of them didn't practice the last 2 days. Keenan Allen, who did not practice, and Rome Odunze, their rookie they drafted in the first round with Caleb Williams. Both of those guys didn't practice. Keenan Allen was targeted 11 times. 11 times in that game against the Titans. So somebody they like to get the ball to along with DJ Moore, who they have. But those change the game and make life easier for D'Amico and Matt Burke. But it makes life easier for those guys and obviously I think makes your ability to confuse and do things to Caleb even more if those two weapons aren't there.
Yeah, well, look, Caleb likes to hold the ball. Caleb likes to move around in the pocket, and he's got to be he needs to take lessons from C.J. Stroud's 2023 and get the ball out quicker. And that should be the adjustment that they're trying to make this week based on what I saw from the Tennessee game. And so you look at that, boy, it's going to be significantly more difficult to do if you're missing two of your top three weapons.
Yeah, it is. So it's going down out here.
Got a little party something going on over here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings is getting it in. I can see Tyler being a really good, like the guy that leads the happy birthday.
No question.
Oh, Tyler would.
Oh, without a doubt.
Everything he's got, Tyler would crush that.
Let it be birthday. Let it be a table of good-looking women.
I mean, any given performance I do, I'm going balls to the wall. Whether it's singing birthdays, sex in the bed, I mean, whatever we're doing.
With Tyler is he may give away free. He may give away a little too much free stuff that'll get himself
probably
in trouble.
Getting fired.
Yeah, get himself. Yeah,
I know it's somebody's birthday, Tyler.
I know it's
their
birthday.
You couldn't give the whole table a free drink.
You can't give those ladies. You can't just tell them here, tilt up.
If I was out there, I would.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, and I can't wait to hear Tyler's bets because my guy out here, he said, yeah, man, I ain't going to put his name out there. I don't know if he's supposed to be out here or not. But my man said, yeah, I have to tell you, I fade Tyler's bets now.
Must not like money.
He said after he screwed me with that Spitzer Getty, his lock of the month, I just kind of fade
that happens,
Tyler's
bro.
bet. So
I'll win the money for both of us, friend. It's okay.
You did, yeah. You won on Spencer the other night. You won on Hunter Brown yesterday too. So
that run total didn't hit.
But I mean, nobody's asking that. I mean,
that's right.
Talking about the positive.
Luckily, my other plug couldn't come through either. So
so you didn't lose nothing.
I was going to tie them together.
Oh, good thing you didn't, and you felt real good about it.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, I meant to tell you, Clint, I can parlay player props now. Go ahead.
Oh Lord, hold on. When did you find that out, Tyler?
They sent my bookie sent out a message about it now being available within the last week, probably 3 or 4 days ago.
I mean. I ain't gonna lie to you. My people, they've been doing that for a year plus.
They've been behind.
Your guy must still be behind on all the juicy charges too.
I thought maybe you wanted to do some parlaying earlier this week. That maybe he failed to let you know that was possible.
Well, it's nice to know. I mean, yesterday's what I wanted to do. Tie them together.
And look,
glad you did. And I saved me a little money.
You saved yourself some money. All right. Thursday night football, Dolphins Bills. You can come watch it right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. TV's all over the place. All right, Tyler. Let's hear your bets before we get into this game. What are you?
Yeah, you got it. I got 4 of them.
He's got an L of the day. I don't know if you should call it that. I don't know if you should call it that. That L of the day, that bad word. What are your bets tonight in this game? Because I know your degenerate ass is going after it.
That's right. We got Thursday night football. We got Bills, Dolphins. I got 4 bets for you real quick. Lock of the damn day. Dolphins -2.5. Lock it in, win you some money. Tua over 4.5 rushing yards. Love that one. Love that prop. Dolphins over 26.5 points as a team. And Josh Allen to throw at least 1 interception tonight. Lock those in, win you some money, people.
Yeah. Not an Allen fan, huh?
I don't know, man.
Just think he's a little loosey-goosey with that football.
No, Josh hurt him last year.
He ain't going to throw it but about 21 times.
Josh hurt him last year.
You
I don't know.
You think he throws it 20 times?
Oh,
I
Ron's hitting the nail on the head. He really
Josh
does.
hurt him. Josh hurt him last year. Just like he's quit. He's quit Herbert after Herbert hurt him 2 years ago, and he's quit Josh Allen.
You just hit it on the head, dude. That's it.
Hopefully you don't go quitting the two you picked this year. Your MVP, your Super Bowl champion. That's C.J. Stroud, I believe. But no, I definitely think I definitely think he can throw it because this. I would bet this is a higher scoring game. Like to me, I would think this is a game that's played 24-30, like nearing the 30. So I could see him, especially in Miami. I think Miami gets off to a really fast start, and he throws the ball. So I could see him getting up to it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I know they have really dedicated to running the football a lot more with Cook. I mean, they weren't even successful. I mean, he had 71 yards on 19 carries, but they continued to do it. And Josh had about 8 or so himself, and their backup had a few. So they are committed to running the football. But I could see him having to get out there and throw the football. You think Josh is allowed to audible now? I think. I
think Josh can do what the hell he wants to do.
I think so, but he. Running it a lot. I feel like Joe's up there like, hey, man, we're running this thing.
Josh don't seem like a guy that would go against the plan. Josh just seems like a guy if you give him a 4 verts with a check down, he ain't even thinking about that check down. He's gonna throw one of them verts. It don't matter how deep you cut. He's throwing one of them verticals, man. So he's one of them guys. If you just dangle the carrot, he's gonna jump all over it. Don't dangle it, he'll be fine.
I'm intrigued to see. Because they played the Cardinals. We'll see. A lot of people don't look at the Cardinals as a great team. I am intrigued to see what they look like against the Dolphins, another playoff-level team. Because a lot of us talk about what they lost offensively with Diggs, especially a lot here. But they lost a lot defensively. Milano, who they didn't plan on losing. They lost Poyer, the safety, Tre'Davious White. And, obviously this is a team that can threaten you in the passing game. So I'm interested in seeing what this defense looks like for Buffalo moving forward. All right, coming up, listen, last year was a lot of fun, a ton of fun to watch this Texans offense because, hell, your offense looked like other NFL teams looked like last year. You didn't feel like you were playing a different sport as it felt at times. But I'm telling you, it can be even more entertaining this year, even more entertaining, but you're going to have to deal with some of the casualties of that. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Congratulations to our winner of the tickets and the Bud Light, courtesy of Bud Light, their tickets and the Bud Light wristband. Should have a good time Sunday Night Football. Tyrone in the building. Clap it up for Tyrone. Go ahead, have a good time, man, and hope to see you out there. Really hope to see you out there coming up on Sunday night.
Tyrone Balls?
Yes.
Ah.
How about it? How about it? Called it. He heard you too. Hey, real quick before we get into why there's going to be such a high level of entertainment that I hope everybody is able to deal with some of the negative with that is Clint, Tyler. We know Clint didn't run out of gas today, so that's good. But
thank God, happens enough as it is.
The text message he sent us earlier today felt like it was touch and go. I believe it was. We'll see how this works out, fellas. Hang in there. We'll see how this works out. As Clint, he had a flat tire. And no spare.
I've been a nice guy too long with this deal, boys. You boys getting a new rig, and it's going to happen soon.
You just get a Tesla?
No, this is the Tesla.
No, I just inherited a Tesla from my wife who needed his Cadillac.
That was a genuine question, dude.
No, I think we need to tread lightly here. Are you are we sure she's done with the Tesla?
Oh, I know she is. Yeah, I mean,
she's done with it.
I mean, I was just practicality made it make sense.
So the Tesla is what you got in trouble in.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll just take you through it, right? First of all, very rarely do I ever buy into the whole – I told y'all the reason why we have it in the first place is it's a little more economical, a little bit, made sense, and it ain't been nothing but a headache ever since. Nothing that they tell you about
Jeff saved on the gas.
Nothing they tell you about electric vehicles. I just found out it cost about 4 times to register. What a normal vehicle costs to register, it costs about 4 times to register an electric. And then I found out today, an electric vehicle don't have no damn spare in it.
Oh, was you looking for it?
Yeah, I was looking for it. What do you look when you get a flat tire? What the hell do you look for?
You didn't know you had one. That wasn't communicated.
I'm the first man in America that had to call my wife when I got a flat tire. Damn. I get a flat tire and I'm like,
you're not the first.
Well, I mean, not because I was an idiot or helpless, because I just didn't know, because that was her car, and so I pull over there. I got a trunk and a frunk, and ain't neither one of them got a spare.
No.
In it. And I got all this extra
what
space.
What they got them in? Just space?
Oh, just a hole. You want to put something in the front of the back, you can do it. There ain't, which is great. There ain't no spares. So I'm stuck. I got a flat tire. Let me back up. I'm driving, and it tells me air pressure in your tires low. Pull over.
When it reverts, I told you.
There's no gauge or nothing to say. Like when you tell me I'm low, like I need to know how low. There's no gauge that tells me here's how much pressure's in your tire until it pops up on the screen. Take a wild guess what the PSI was in my front left tire. I'm doing 70 miles an hour down, 75 down. 2.
That's not safe.
And I'm like, I didn't even feel anything. I guess because the car's so light.
You're just floating, baby.
So I'm like, what the hell? So I pull over. Sure enough, that thing was flat on the door. I was like, what am I going to do with this? No, now there's no spare. So the warning sucks. There's no spare. I called Tesla roadside. Actually, my wife called Tesla roadside because I called her and I was like, hey, I don't even know if this thing's got a spare. What buttons do I push? Tesla roadside says we no longer have those tires that you have on it, which came with the car, by the way. We no longer have those tires. You need to work with a tire shop.
Oh, well, I was about to say, I bet you them tires are going to be expensive.
You need to call a tire shop. How many tire shops? You get a flat tire, you call AAA, right?
That's what when you said it, I'm thinking, does he have to go
Frank's
to a
Tire
Tesla?
Shop in Baytown.
I was like, does he have to go to a Tesla to get certain tires? Because I just know the
Call
parts
Frank's.
for Tesla.
Well, apparently those tires Tesla doesn't carry anymore, so their roadside doesn't. They just tell you to call somebody else.
Wow. That's it. That's their.
Yeah, so AAA, you call AAA. I don't have a spare. You can't change it. So the option is to call AAA and tow my car somewhere, and then me Uber over here, which is an hour and a half from home.
So you had to try to get to a car spot. That's what I would have done.
No, my wife texted me and said, tell them to tow it to the nearest discount tire. She's got some tire warranty. So I Googled discount. I'm 5 miles from discount tire. I put air in that joker. Got there. I had 4 pounds of pressure in my tire when I pulled in the discount
Well, you had
tire.
more than when you started.
I got back on the highway doing 70 miles an hour on a tire that I was like, oh, boy. And I got there. And that's this is the goodness of this, the good part of this. By the way, get there. The tire warranty, they no longer make that tire. It wasn't just Tesla. They no longer make that tire. The tire that I had to buy was $175 more expensive than the tire that was on it. So I somehow, with a warranty, ended up risking my life driving the damn thing another 5.5 miles, and then paid extra for a tire because
this is not good.
Cheap $some they sold on it. They don't make them no more. Probably because they go flat and they don't tell you about it. So anyway, discount tire, 11500 East Freeway, Houston, Texas. Right over there by that Papados on the east side. Y'all know where it's at. Right over there on that Papados on the east side on I-10 right there. If you're going east on the right-hand side. My boy Jonathan, not Jonathan, Jonathan.
Jonathan. I know a couple of Jonathan.
Jonathan and Denzel. Hey, man, I said, hey, partner. They had a line. They had a line as far as you'd imagine. I said, hey, look, I'm not this guy to ask for special treatment, man.
Was it a white Denzel?
Nope, it was a black Denzel and a Hispanic Jonathan.
Boy, if that could have, I knew Jonathan was Hispanic, but if that Denzel could have been white, that would have made my whole day.
I'm gonna tell you, Denzel was put together. Denzel was a hell of a high school athlete.
You knew he was.
I think he graduated from North Shore over there in the neck of the woods. I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Ain't no doubt.
Played D2.
Jonathan's Hispanic dude had a clean ass fade. I mean, he could have been from Baytown. There ain't no doubt about it. Clean.
But they
fade.
set you up.
Clean fade. Hey, I said, look, I'm not that guy, man. I'm not a guy to ask for special treatment. I don't think no more of myself than the man sitting right there. I said, but here's the deal. I said, I do radio for a living, man. I said, the mics go hot at 2 o'clock.
2.
I said, I can't wait in this line. So I'm not asking. And I said, I'm not even asking you to do me a favor. I said, what I'm asking you to do is, if you can't get me in and out, tell me now so I can get in an Uber and go and I'll come pick it up later. He said, give me 15 minutes, bro. I'll take care of you. We get it. He didn't, because he come back to me later. He was like, hey, what radio station are you on? I said, SportsRadio 610, baby. He said, got you. He didn't notice up front. He just did me a solid. So Jonathan, Denzel, appreciate y'all, man. Discount tire, big time. Absolute. One, you had the tire. 2, you acknowledged my warranty, or half-ass warranty Tesla had me. Maybe that was y'all's. And then you took care of me in time. Big shout-out. Appreciate it,
Good for you, man. Good for you. Thank you, Jonathan.
Big shout-out.
Denzel.
I felt like less of a man when I had to call my wife. Babe, I got a flat tire. What do I do? I had no idea. I looked in the trunk and the front, and there's nowhere to put a spare tire.
God, you know how mad he was, Tyler. God, you know he was.
He was steaming. 4 words all over the place, 4-letter words.
Who doesn't put a spare tire in a car?
Tesla.
Megan's old BMW didn't, because she had those stupid-ass run flats.
Well,
Jeeps.
That makes more sense than what I just experienced.
Some of these Jeeps don't do it no more.
And by the way, because it didn't tell me how low my tire was, I ran with it flat, obviously, and ruined the sidewall. So that's why I had to buy a new one.
Well, I was going to say, I know you did some damage on something.
It really didn't look that bad, and it didn't really feel bad either. I mean, I was rolling. It was at 0 before I started feeling that.
I thought somebody came through on the text line with a really good point. Are we sure Lauren didn't shank this tire over yesterday's gym encounter?
That's a great point.
That positive, because I had sat at the dentist office I drove to the dentist office. I was there for an hour, and then I drove another 20 minutes before it happened. So she must have used a little bitty knife if she did.
Parked in the lot of your dentist. She slashed things.
She wanted to do it like that. However, and she had plenty of time to do it.
However, Ron, I will tell you, she laughed at my text, but I was dead serious. I said, you got me riding around on some cheap-ass tires.
I think she enjoyed it.
She feels terrible about this.
Oh, I think a little bit of it. No,
she feels terrible.
She
Not about this today. She feels terrible that I'm having to drive this silly ass electric car.
So when are you gonna go ahead and make this move?
Well, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest with you. She would have done it a long time ago because she really didn't have a real great concept of money. But the other thing of trusting these folks that tell you to buy electric and then they don't take care of you the way that they say that they're going to take care of you, and it's an absolute heist.
You really hate this.
Bro,
you really hate this car.
There's one place to charge it up within 25 minutes of my house. There's obviously I just went through what goes on with the car. It's just
all I've heard is the parts.
Now at work they charge me money to charge it on top of the building.
It was free at first.
It was free at first. I thought I was like, shoot, this is a good deal right here, man. Yeah, and not to mention that not once but twice they've dropped the value, purposely dropped the value, not the economy, purposely dropped the value shortly after we paid top dollar for it. So, yeah, I'm not a real big fan of this push to go for everything to go electric. I mean, we can figure out a way to save the world with the fumes of my truck being part of it.
Lauren, text in anonymously if you were responsible for slowly leaking that tire. Just text it anonymously, and I won't show him. He doesn't look at the text line. I just want because if that was you,
you're gonna commend her, ain't you?
That's a ballsy thing, but boy, that's a way to get back at her.
She would never do that.
She's sitting at her house.
She would never do that.
Yeah,
her babies need their daddy. She would never
probably.
do it.
I just
Before
think
we had kids, she may have done it.
I just thinking, Tyler, she may have looked at him and texted back and said, "This is weak. Figure it out." Not physically weak, but just mentally.
What if she would have texted me? What if she'd have texted that back to me when I said, "Babe, I just got a flat tire in your car." What if she said, "Quit being mentally weak and figure it out"?
Quit being mentally weak. Figure it out. That's weak. Coming up, we'll get you ready for the Texans and the Bears. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Oh, I tell you what, man. Look, imagine this. Imagine finding that dream home that you want and moving right into that joker immediately. Well, there's no waiting. You just sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Doesn't always work that way. Damn sure doesn't when you work for yourself, when you're trying to do it yourself, and when you work with the wrong real estate agent. That's why I'm here to tell you all about Orchard, man. Their Move First, Sell Later program. It lets you buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works.
big on sports. Join Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley from The Drive on Sports Radio 610 this Friday as they broadcast live from 2 to 6 p.m. at Big City Wings Morton Ranch. Enjoy lunch specials, happy hour, and all the sports action.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Appreciate everybody who has made this a very, very fun, special show. We appreciate all the people who've come out. Our guy Figgy came out doing a little digital content stuff for us. As always, the best in the business.
Yeah. By the way,
while
Figgy's front and center here, if you're out there and you need some content, you need to link up with Fig, man. You need to link up with Fig. He's helped me a couple times, and obviously he's a great follow on social. So I see all the content he's creating. If you're a business out there, something like that, and you need something done, man, you need to link up with Figgy. I don't even know if this is legal. I don't even know if I'm supposed to do, if Figgy's okay with this. But you need to link up with Fig on this deal.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
He's good with it.
I would hope he is. I would hope he's good with it. But no, man, Figgy came out. Patrick Creighton, who you hear after us, came out. Is hanging out in that 610 family. Appreciate our entire promo staff. They have been excellent today and helping us out here, as well as all of our listeners, all of our people that have come out. And our engineer, Matt, has
there he is.
has
Matt.
done a great job as well.
I'd have put you first, man. I don't know what this guy does, man. I'd have put you first, bro.
Well, worst for last. So,
by the way, if you want to find Figgy, the Figgy Fig on IG, the Figgy Fig on IG. Check him out.
No, everybody done a great job to keep us afloat as well. Tyler, back at the station, also as well. So appreciate everybody keeping us here. We'll be, as we say, every Thursday, Thirsty Thursday. Next week, then the next couple of weeks, we will be out in Tomball on Thursday. So come hang out with us and have your chance to win prizes as well. Tomorrow we're at Big City Wings, Football Friday, our second Football Friday at Big City Wings, Grand Parkway location. So come hang out with us on a little Football Friday. There'll be things that you potentially can win as well. So a lot going on with us. We're on the road Thursdays and Fridays during the football season. The Drive is live on the road. So keep hanging out, and we appreciate you joining us. Clint, I do want to get into this before we roll. I thought it was interesting because I'm thinking through it. I don't know that I completely agree with it, but I'm thinking through it. As you said, when it comes to the Texans' defense, they did a pretty good job stopping the run. D'Amico said he was proud of how they stopped the run, and that was a team that has Anthony Richardson as well as Jonathan Taylor, and both of them individually last year in different games when the other one wasn't there, ran through you, and they stopped the run pretty well. Your thought was, after watching the Bears and then obviously seeing what the Texans did last week, a place where they could potentially be attacked is the Bears running in between the tackles, inside runs. That's a place that you think could be successful.
Yeah, look, I think it has less to do with the Bears and more about just the weakness of the Texans or the concern for the Texans on its interior defensive line. And I think, last week's game played out in a huge way.
Last week didn't change that for you?
No, not one bit. If anything, I leaned into it more, especially after watching the film. In that first half, and really early in the game, when the Colts ran it downhill, and then when they ran a couple of read plays with Anthony Richardson, it was really, really effective. Now the game played out in the second half to where they only had 4 plays and then didn't get it back until you had you were down 2 scores. So then you've got to throw the football, you got to throw the ball up, you got to have some big plays. So they kind of got away from it. I understand why they got away from it, but if you look at what they were able to do early in that game, which other teams are going to do, they're going to look at what they were able to do early in that game, and there was some major push inside early in that football game. And now I don't depending on what opponent we're playing, I don't believe everybody's going to have as physical and as good a run blocking team offensive line as the Colts were, but I did leave that game going, the Texans dodged a bullet. One, because Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson went away from that run game so often, and then in the second half, how the game played out, you just had very few opportunities until the game was really a 2-score game. So
It wasn't like the Texans were just stuffing them every time they
made a couple of good plays. I mean, there was one good play where for some reason they tried to run an outside zone instead of an inside zone, and Danielle Hunter really set the edge, and the defense swarmed behind him. There was a couple of those, but if you look early on, man, I'm talking both D tackles get folded. I mean, folded and pushed back 3, 4, 5 yards into the linebackers' laps, and it was a couple of times in the first couple of drives. And it just one of those where the culture's sick because they didn't stick with it early on. They wasted downs trying to allow Anthony Richardson to drop back and throw the ball over the middle of the field or throw the ball down the field. They should have never got away from it. And so for me, coming out of that game, that concern is still a major one for me inside. I don't know if the Bears have the personnel to attack it the way the Colts did.
Yeah, that's my thing, yeah.
I don't know. And they may not. Hell, they may not. I don't know. But they're damn sure going to try instead of asking their rookie quarterback to try to process what the hell D'Amico Ryans is throwing at them. At least that would be the smart thing to do. And then we'll see moving forward what really good offensive lines do. But that's still a concern for me is defending the run from the inside on the defensive side of the football. That's something that the Bears are going to look at and go, yeah, we got to run this thing downhill. We got to make them stop the run. Because if not, you're throwing into the teeth of a D'Amico Ryans defense. He's dialing up pressures. He's disguising coverages. You got one of the best corners in the game. So it can just simplify the game, at least from start of, hey, we're going to run the ball between the tackles because we know they're susceptible to it.
Yeah, that's my deal is I think they're going to try to run the football, and I think they're going to try to run the football not just because of matchup, but because Clint Hill. They got to do something to take the pressure off of Caleb, especially if he doesn't have some of his weapons there.
Well, I'm going to watch some more Caleb tonight, but it's the Caleb Williams week one. And really, I didn't watch the other guys for a whole hell of a lot other than highlights, but the thought that they're going to immediately pick up where C.J. Stroud was last year is unfair and it's crazy, right? But if you watch Caleb Williams last week, he missed a lot of easy, just quick, pick the right guy, get the ball out of your hand, and then it turns into he's trying to make a play with his feet and trying to extend, and then he takes a sack for 7. There was a screen play called. He took a sack for 17-yard loss instead of just throwing it at the feet of the running back. Like he's still trying to do too much as if he's still in college and can get away with those things, and he can't. So I would be shocked if there's not a big-time adjustment made by the Bears offensively and Caleb Williams. Whether they got all their receivers or not, I would be shocked if he's not significantly better this week.
Yeah, and running the football, I think, would be a big key to that. So we'll see. They did pretty well that first game, and I would expect that they hold their own up front against this Bears group. I am with you, though. Other teams that can run the football, when they run into Detroit, when they run into to other teams, like that will pound the ball. I think we saw the Packers will run the football and ran the football.
The Ravens, the Chiefs,
Ravens, obviously,
the Cowboys. Later. They're all that caliber team.
Challenge them in the interior.
That caliber team is going to look at it and go, yeah, we got dudes that can run this thing downhill. We're going to make them stop us first there. And there was nothing in the game one that led me to believe that wasn't the case. And that's not going to be the case moving forward.
Yep. All right. Coming up as we continue here, as we continue live here on the drive here in Katy at Buffalo Wild Wings, coming up behind us, you'll be able to hear Texans All Access as the quarterback coach, Gerard Johnson, will be live. There you go with go ahead, gig 'em, with Mark Vandermeer and John Harris. Also, they will have the Pro Football Hall of Famer / sex therapist is what Tyler put in there, folks. I don't think Vandy put that in. I think that's Tyler. Sex therapist John McClain, the Hall of Famer, the general.
You got to perform on your honeymoon.
Yeah, I know it, John. There you go. He will join the fellas coming up as well, 6 to 8, and then we will carry Thursday night football coverage for you tonight. So Texans All Access up until 8 o'clock, and then Thursday night football, a big one tonight. By the way, who you got tonight? You got Buffalo on the road in Miami?
I'll take Buffalo on the road, Miami, and I'll take the under.
Will you?
Yikes.
I want to take, but I think Miami is supercharged up for this. Like, I think this is everything. We got to prove this. If we don't get Buffalo here, we'll never get them. So I'll go with the Dolphins.
Ron, this is a game.
Lock.
This is a game where the move that the Buffalo Bills made, and when I say the move, when they changed offensive coordinators last year, and they took the air completely out of the ball, and they won games to the point of where they said, we don't even need Stephon Diggs anymore, right? You make that move for one reason. You make that move so that you can play high-powered offenses, which you've tried and you weren't good enough at it. You couldn't win with it. So now you're going to take the air out of the football. You're going to try to do to teams like Miami.
Just like Brady.
You're going to try no, not like Brady. I'm talking about run the football.
Oh, gotcha.
You're going to take the air out of the football in a sense of we're going to do like the Bills are going to try to do tonight to the Dolphins what the Texans did to the Indianapolis Colts last week. They're going to try to limit the number of plays that Tua and Tyreek Hill and Waddle and A-Chain are all the. I don't even know, is A-Chain playing tonight?
Yeah,
he was just activated.
Mostert is not.
So,